Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 2609 to Chapter 2667. This was something that could not be helped. No matter how profound his cultivation was, the sudden loss and destruction of his spirit was no small matter. Moreover, he had already killed all the 10,000 saints' true spirit bases here. Otherwise, he could have gained some nutrients and greatly reduced the time needed to recuperate. But now, he could not say anything. Helpless, the saint could only consume the treasures in his hands. But his heart was filled with endless fear and anger. Who exactly killed another one of my doppelgangers? How would he know that the main culprit who killed another one of his doppelgangers was the person he had just declared to have nothing to do with his injuries, Xu Yang? When Xu Yang and the rest arrived at the southern sky forest, everything had already ended. Most of the people who had gathered here had already left in twos and threes. Most of those who remained here were cultivators with relatively low cultivation bases. They were rummaging through the ruins in twos and threes, hoping to find something valuable. Donghuang Qianxia and the rest could not have cleaned up so thoroughly. When Xianxia entered, he had indeed only taken the best quality items. In such a huge 10,000 saints true spirit base, even the best quality items were already a shocking amount. Xianxia was not like Xu Yang, who had the tribulation space and could store as many items as he wanted. The remaining items were of relatively ordinary value. Xianxia was not interested in them. The other peak experts were also in the same situation. So everyone left. But for martial artists below the saint level, the items left here were still very valuable. So, everyone rushed in to search for treasures. It seemed that they had really gained a lot. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xu Yang was truly puzzled. Isn't this the location of the battle between Donghuang and the Arrow God? Why, has it become the base for the destruction of the 10,000 saints' true spirit? No. Right now, this place is basically a bustling city. What's going on here? After asking a few questions, he finally understood. It turned out that the battle between Donghuang and the Arrow God had actually caused the entire southern sky forest to be uprooted. That was fine. The problem was that there just so happened to be a 10,000 saints true spirit base under the ground. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Even a novel would not dare to write such a thing, right? It was so coincidental that it made one's hair stand on end, even Xu Yang and Mo Tianji. When they first heard about this matter, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, flabbergasted, and dumbstruck. No wonder. No wonder they met a Saint Monarch's doppelganger on the way here, and it was a Saint Monarch's doppelganger that was running for his life. It seems like the traces of the myriad holiness true spirit were suddenly discovered here, and the Holy Monarch happened to be here. Demon Empress Demon's doppelganger and Saint Monarch's here, with so many people watching the battle. So, Saint Monarch. Saint Monarch. Saint. So he had no choice but to do it himself. Kill everyone here, and do it as fast as possible. Don't leave anyone alive. This way, even the 3 magicians will die in this round. However, it was precisely because of the Saint Monarch's intervention that the clone had the opportunity to escape. Moreover, it just so happened to encounter us. This is truly too coincidental. Mo Tianji said, I reckon that the 3 great devil masters guarding this place might not have died in the hands of the saint. They most likely died in the hands of the East Emperor Demon Empress or other experts. The saint had to make use of them to create a certain amount of chaos to create a chance for that clone to escape. That makes sense. I believe that, although it's not too far away. It's not too far away either. If that's the case, Sage Monarch's myriad holy true spirit base is now 2 out of 3, and only 1 remains. Xu Yang took a deep breath. A base of this scale, and one that was built in secret, I believe that it would be impossible to build it without hundreds of thousands of years. Yes. Mo Tianji said, so the only hidden danger now is the last 10,000 saints true spirit base that has yet to be found. There are also the 10,000 saints true spirits that have already been scattered out in the martial world over the years. Perhaps this portion is the hardest to find. Xu Yang sighed and said, that's right. These people have already taken root in this world. As long as they don't take the initiative to reveal themselves, no one will know that they are the 10,000 saints true spirits. Even if they die, very few people will be able to tell that something is amiss. This is the 10,000 saints true spirit. This is the most unbearable part. This is indeed the most troublesome part, but there's still the easiest way to solve it. Mo Tianji said, as long as the Saint Monarch can be killed, then the gap will be blocked from the source. After that, even if they are the 10,000 saints' true spirits, it's equivalent to being freed. After death, the true spirits will have no place to return to and can naturally enter the cycle of reincarnation, the spring of rebirth. Qi Yang's eyes lit up, and he said, that's right. As long as the Saint Monarch is killed, everything will be fine. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly, killing the Saint Monarch is easy to say, but it's easier said than done. He paused and said, if I'm not wrong, the majority of the top experts in the Saint Emperor Palace are of the 10,000 saints true spirit type, or perhaps, all of them are. If I were the Saint Monarch, I wouldn't let these people go. Mo Tianji said, they are so obedient, so loyal, and so easy to manipulate. Wouldn't it be a pity to let them go? Even if the Saint Emperor Palace has as many experts as there are clouds, how many of them would be left after spending more than 1,000,000 years to gather them? Mo Tianji looked at Qi Yang. Qi Yang's face sank. Yes, at the very least, the upper echelons of the Saint Emperor Palace should have been completely wiped out. And this also explains why the Saint Monarch's prestige did not diminish after the defeat of Zi Xiaotian, and why no one in the Saint Emperor Palace doubted him. Yes, according to common sense, the incident back then was so tragic. No matter how ruthless the Saint Emperor Palace was, there should be a few loyal people who would step forward bravely. However, the situation back then was really contrary to common sense. The East Emperor once said that when he went to find the Saint Monarch to settle accounts, he was actually besieged. Even after he revealed his identity, the attacks did not stop. Mo Tianji said, this mystery has been solved. Everyone heaved a long sigh. Solving the mystery for a long time made everyone feel even more depressed. The Saint Emperor Palace was the most sacred and inviolable place in the Heaven Imperial Court. Now, it had completely become such a place, filled with 10,000 saints' true spirits. What kind of ironic reality was this? Let's go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Qi Yang and the others flew up and left quickly. Just halfway there. Suddenly, there were several extremely powerful auras in front of them. Qi Yang instantly became alert. He waved his hand to signal. The brothers immediately regained their composure and did not look as anxious as before. Almost in the next moment, they saw 4 people rushing over from the opposite side at lightning speed. The 4 of them were extremely handsome. The only difference between them and ordinary people was that they had pointy ears. Qi Yang was not unfamiliar with this kind of appearance. He was used to seeing them in the Heaven Imperial Court. However, there was only one in the Heaven Imperial Court. Here, there were 4 of them. These people were all elves. Qi Yang had a good impression of Dukyu. However, he did not have a good impression of the elves in the Heaven Imperial Court. During this period of time, he had cried because of the rumors made by these people. He had become their illegitimate child. No one would feel good if they were in his shoes. Only these 4 elves had a heavy look on their faces. Their expressions were extremely serious. Just looking at them would make one feel depressed. They seemed to have a lot on their minds. Seeing that Qi Yang and the others were right in front of them, the 4 of them were slightly surprised. However, they only took one look and actually took the initiative to open up a path. They flew off from both sides. One of them could faintly be heard saying, if they are really so powerful, I'm afraid that even if we join forces, we will still be in danger. Don't you think so? At this point, the 4 of them had already gone more than 10,000 feet away. Nothing could be heard anymore. Qi Yang and the others were greatly shocked. The most conservative estimate of the 4 people who went over just now was that each of them was at the level of DE and Empress D. Even if they couldn't be compared to the Demon Empress of the East Emperor, they definitely wouldn't be inferior to Dong Wushang and Luo Kadi's level. Furthermore, there were a few of them working together. This was already a rather tyrannical battle force. Qi Yang reckoned that even if it was him, it would already be very lucky to be able to keep his life when facing these 4 elves, and such a group of experts was actually discussing how to fight against the enemy. Furthermore, it was even if we join forces, we will still be in danger. This sentence was too shocking. With these 4 people working together, even if the Demon Empress Dong Huang encountered them, she would probably avoid them. she would definitely not rashly face them head-on. However, these 4 people actually felt that they would be in danger when they joined forces to deal with someone. Then, who was the person they were going to deal with? Who could be so powerful? Judging from their strength, the target is very likely to be a Saint Monarch. Mo Tianji said, but even if it's really a Saint Monarch, judging from this situation when they fought with the clones previously, they also don't have the ability to make these 4 people feel that they would be in danger. Even if they can't defeat them, it's not a problem for them to retreat unscathed. Yes, the 4 of them working together is almost equivalent to 4 demon empresses or East Emperors. This is not even taking into account the degree of tacit understanding between them. Chu Yang frowned. But who exactly are they talking about? There's no way the saint would allow such a threatening opponent to exist. Besides, they're still in their honeymoon period and won't fall out with each other for the time being. Could there be such an earth-shattering expert in this world? Why haven't we heard of him before? Mo Tianji said, that's right. However, even if we haven't heard of him, the East Emperor Demon Empress should know. Why didn't they mention him? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that they don't know? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and they were all a little worried. Everyone felt that this mysterious expert who suddenly appeared was extremely mysterious and confusing. Especially when they didn't know whether he was friend or foe, they didn't know how to deal with him. Of course, Chu Yang and the rest didn't know that these 4 elves were the 4 elven gods and that the mysterious and powerful figure they were talking about was Chu Yang himself. If he knew, Minister Chu would probably burst out laughing on the spot. The 4 elven gods would never have thought that among the group of young men and women who passed by, one of them was the one they were deeply afraid of, and the one they had to deal with. Chu Yang. These 2 parties actually brushed past each other without any sparks, and neither of them knew each other. Archer God, I was only thinking about how to deal with Chu Yang just now and didn't pay attention to those little fellows. They seem to be very powerful. The human race is really full of talents. In the entire elven race, even when the Empress was still around, we didn't have such outstanding seedlings. The power god turned back and looked at the empty sky in the distance. Sigh, it's already so late. You still have the mood to care about whether they're powerful or not. Don't create unnecessary trouble. The archer god was a little dejected. A group of young men we randomly met has such profound strength. The Celestial Imperial Court is really not a place where people like us can survive. I hope we can successfully get the Elven Emperor's seal this time and defeat the extraterrestrial demons. I'll retire from this world and never get involved in worldly affairs again. This Celestial Imperial Court suddenly feels full of danger. For hundreds of thousands of years, I've never felt such danger. But now, I feel more and more threatened. This is really a strange feeling. Yes, there are many things that I thought I've already seen through clearly. But after coming into contact with the truth, I realized that there are some secrets behind it. Human thoughts are really too complicated and too strange. The other 3 shook their heads and sighed at the same time. If it was just a game of force, the elves might not be afraid of anyone. But now, in just a few short days, even the high-level elves like them had developed a subtle feeling of infinite fear towards the schemes of humans. Unfathomable. Unfathomable, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Xianxia glared fiercely at Xianxia, who was tied up like a meat dumpling. Her gaze was exceptionally ferocious, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Xianxia looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He lowered his head, and looked pitiful as he admitted his guilt. Do you know your mistake now? Xianxia was furious. She shouted, you just went out like this. If something happens, how am I going to answer to your brothers? How are you going to explain this to your big brother? How was he going to explain this to his sister-in-law? How could he treat Danfeng? Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia lowered his head and said, I was wrong. You're wrong. Xianxia, who was furious, was suddenly stunned. For a moment, he actually felt that his anger had been blocked. He couldn't vent his anger, or rather, he had nowhere to vent it. After a while, he suddenly shouted, you're wrong. You still know your mistake. What's the use of knowing your mistake? What's the use of telling me? Do you think I won't beat you up just because you say you're wrong? Dream on. Then, he shouted again. Puff puff puff, punches and kicks. Xianxia screamed exaggeratedly and rolled around on the ground like a rubber ball, but he was lamenting in his heart, I came at such a bad time. Even if I met Butian-sa or Xianxian, I wouldn't be so unlucky. At least she didn't have to be so violent, right? This big sister Z is really too violent. I already admitted my mistake at the first moment, and she still beat me up. Sigh, boss is so pitiful. Humph, what's the use of admitting your mistake? Xianxia said angrily. If I don't beat you up properly, you won't learn your lesson. Let's see if you still dare to do it. She continued to beat him up. Crackle crackle crackle, Xianxia wanted to cry. I'm wrong, I won't dare to do it again, I'm really wrong. I'll change, I'll do it, okay, help. The new Jade Flower Emperor Xianxia finally couldn't help but cry for help. He really couldn't take it anymore. It was really too painful. Big Sister Z, you're really an expert at beating people up. You especially hit the most painful part. Did you learn this from boss? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, okay, we're here to save you. You're saved. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. He was pleasantly surprised. Heaven has opened its eyes. However, a thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly realized who the speaker was. His smile froze on his lips. I'm screwed this time. An even more ruthless person has arrived. No, a group of even more ruthless people. As expected, a series of voices sounded again. Help? Okay, then I'll save you first and continue to beat you up. You despicable Xia too. Today, I'll make you a living rabbit. Damn you. You need to be taught a lesson. Beat him up hard. No need to save me face. Another voice said, Big sister, you're tired. Take a rest first, wait for us to teach him a lesson. Today, we must beat him up into a pulp. Flowers bloom. Jade flower doesn't bloom either. Beat him up. Along with this voice, there were already 3 people who rushed up like hungry tigers and took over Xianxia's beating job. They were GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rui Budong. Xianxiang didn't even know how to shout for help now. He was scared silly. Big sister could still hold back a little when beating people up. There were still some places where she was embarrassed to call for help. But these 3. Why were they here? There was no such thing as embarrassment for them. Xianxiang turned around and saw that Chu Yang and the rest were already standing at the door, rubbing their fists and watching Xianxiang get beaten up. Even Chu Yang, who always maintained unity, and Mo Tianji, who always looked at the big picture, didn't stop them this time. They were even eager to give it a try. Boss. Xianxiang just called out twice, but GMO had already used his sleeve to cover his mouth. Beat him up hard. Chu Yang said these 3 words. Then, he looked at Xianxiang with a beaming smile and said very gently, Are you okay? Even the best face-changing master in Sichuan opera would have to admit defeat at the speed of this face-changing. Xianxiang snorted and said, If your brothers didn't make me so angry, I would be better, for sure. Chu Yang laughed and said, Yes. Aren't there already people helping you vent your anger? Let's go, it's too messy here. Let's go inside and talk. Then, Tai Budian, Mo Qinggu and the other 2 gathered around Xianxiang. Everyone chattered for a while and was extremely affectionate. Why did you all suddenly come back? Have you settled everything over there? Xianxiang smiled. Wasn't it because I heard that something happened over here? Why didn't I rush back? Chu Yang flattered. Humph. What a coincidence that all of you are together. Also, GMO and Luo Kadi, didn't you stay behind to help Gu Duxing? Why did these 2 guys also come together? Chu Yang sighed. Then, he grimaced and said, Originally, the 2 of them were left for Gu Duxing as helpers. But, they caught up with us after we left for half a day. It can't be helped. These 2 guys are most afraid of Gu Duxing. Moreover, Bu Luqing has also recovered. So, they were directly driven out by Gu Duxing. Xianxiang couldn't help but laugh. I see. Actually, everyone knew in their hearts. Gu Duxing would never drive out these 2 big helpers. But the heavenly armament pavilion of the big western heaven had already recovered a lot. Most importantly, the experts of the Saint Monarch and Saint Emperor Palace had basically all left the big western heaven. As for the remaining ones, Gu Duxing and Baluching were confident that they could completely deal with them. And the Demon Emperor Heaven's side was the most important at the moment. Gu Duxing was only afraid that Chu Yang and the rest weren't strong enough, so he drove GMO and Luo Kadi out to help. Everyone knew and understood this kind of intention. Listening to Xia Danqiong's groans and screams outside, rising and falling one after another, Zi Shiqing was actually a little worried. It's about time. Don't fight and cause trouble. I'm not afraid of injuries, but don't hurt your own brother's feelings. It's okay, it's okay. Mo Tianji was calm. We all know, we won't hurt our feelings. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a loud boom. They could see Mo Yuntian's Jade Flower Emperor being kicked into the air like a ball. GMO flew up and sent out another kick. The landing point was right on Xia Danqiong's buttocks. Xia Danqiong flew to the other side like a meteor. Luo Kadi stretched out his fist and kicked. With a roar, he kicked Xia Danqiong to the other side like a rubber ball. On that side, Rui Budong yelled excitedly. With a big kick, he kicked him back. Everyone's eyebrows jumped fiercely. F***ck. This is really explosive. Puff. Xia Danqiong finally struggled to spit out the ball of cloth in his mouth and shouted, "The three of you wait." Ouch. After a long time, Xia Danqiong was dragged in by the three panting people. He was loosened and his cultivation was restored. The moment Xia Danqiong regained his freedom, he wanted to jump up and fight GMO to the death. I'm so angry. No matter what, I'm still a celestial emperor. The three of you actually kicked me like a rubber ball. You don't take me seriously at all? GMO coughed and raised his head to look at the sky. He didn't take Xia Danqiong seriously at all. Xia Danqiong was stunned by this. Could it be that there's another trick waiting for me? He didn't dare to act rashly. Mo Tianji coughed and broke the deadlock. Xia Danqiong, this is just a joke. After all, we are brothers. Xia Danqiong was so angry that he wanted to die. I've been kicked like a ball, and it's still a joke. How can there be brothers like this? Mo Tianji laughed mischievously. Haha, this is far less funny than the jokes you've made with us these days. For almost a month, all of us were kept in the dark by you. If the Archer God's cultivation was a bit higher, we wouldn't even be able to collect your corpse. Don't you think this is funny? Xia Danqiong heard this and immediately became like a deflated ball. He looked at Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's unfriendly faces and couldn't help but sit down. He raised his hand and said, I was wrong in this matter. I was stubborn, you're sensible. Mo Tianji snorted, if you don't admit your mistake, I'm afraid Big Brother will personally take action. And me, we won't be as easy to deal with as GMO and the others. We'll just lightly kick you a few times and be done with it. Xia Danqiong quivered and said, cough cough, this matter is actually not that dangerous. This, how about I invite everyone to drink? To apologize to everyone? A certain someone who had been beaten up was rushing to treat him to a drink as an apology. Everyone burst into laughter at once. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji wanted to keep a straight face and intimidate someone. But they really couldn't control themselves and laughed together. At noon, the brothers gathered at a table. They drank until the sky turned dark. They drank from noon until midnight. The next morning, GMO, Luo Kudi and Rui Butong were lying in the courtyard with bruises all over their faces. They didn't know when Xia Danqiong had taken his revenge. Xia Danqiong was still dressed in white. He sat on the recliner and looked at his three brothers who had been beaten up by him with a refreshed expression. I say. How did you do it? Isn't it too amazing? Even Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled and couldn't understand. At present, GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rui Butong were not weak. Xia Danqiong was bound to lose in a 2-on-1 situation. Not to mention 1 against 3. But the result was the other way around. Naturally, it was puzzling. Yesterday afternoon, I asked Lu for some knockout powder. Xia Danqiong said proudly, all of them were knocked out at once, and were restrained together. Then, he beat them up one by one. Beating him up is not bad, right? The rest of the people were all laughing and laughing together. Early in the morning, the Demon Empress and Dong Huang learned of Chu Yang's return and came to pay a visit together with Yao Ningning and Bai Shixian. After everyone discussed for a while, they finally couldn't help but shift the topic to the myriad saints' true spirit. 2 of the 3 major bases where the saint cultivated the 10,000 saints' true spirits have already been destroyed. Shui Leihan frowned. But there's still no news about the remaining one for now. If we don't get rid of this base, it will always be like a fishbone stuck in our throat. Actually, it's in the clear sky heaven. It's said that a similar phenomenon has happened before, but Ao Xia Yun has been doing his best during this period of time, but he hasn't found anything. The Tianji intelligence under my command has also been searching for such information, but it's also to no avail. Mo Tianji said. Not only that, there's also the myriad saints' true spirits that have already been scattered in the martial world. Once those people hide in the crowd, there's no trace of them at all. Mo Tianji said. Tianji would like to ask the 2 seniors about another matter. What is it? Say it. The Demon Empress and Dong Huang said at the same time. That is, as long as someone kills the Holy Monarch, those myriad saints' true spirits that are still in the mortal world will lose their function as true spirits. They won't fall due to the loss of their true spirits, and will only exist like ordinary people from now on? Mo Tianji asked cautiously. This matter needs to be confirmed. Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress looked at each other and said, according to our understanding, that should be the case. But, we can also be sure of another thing. If the Saint Emperor is really dead, then, he won't allow the rest of the 10,000 saints' true spirits to remain in this world. He will definitely kill them all at the last moment before he dies, and they will all die together. Why? Chu Yang said, according to the rumors, if the owner of the myriad saints' true spirit takes the initiative to kill the myriad saints' true spirit, won't he be unable to get the benefits that he deserves? That's what the average person thinks. Shui Leihan smiled. But, according to what we know, if the saint kills all the myriad saints' true spirits at once in a critical moment, of course, he won't be able to keep all of them for his own use, but at that moment, he will still be able to collect 10 to 20% of their original power. If the saint doesn't encounter any danger, then he will naturally not do something like losing 10 to 80% of the power that he has painstakingly cultivated for no reason. But, if he really encounters a life and death crisis, and his close clones are all destroyed, even if it's only 1 to 20%, he won't think it's too little. No matter how much he loses, he will still gain something. If he really dies, everything will be over. It's obvious which is more important. So, as long as the saint dies, all the myriad saints' true spirits will disappear along with him. That's for sure. The Demon Empress said decisively. I see, that's indeed the case. Chu Yang lowered his head silently and calculated carefully. He said, then, can I understand it this way? Even if it's only 1 to 20% of the power, it will still be able to support the saint when he's at his weakest and return to his peak state in an instant, or even beyond that. That's right. The Demon Empress also did some calculations. Although this deduction is shocking, it's still very reliable. Because the amount of the myriad saints' true spirits that have been accumulated for tens of thousands of years is simply too much. In fact, if it weren't for this concern, I've also discussed with the Eastern Sovereign that the 2 of us should join forces to eliminate this scourge in one fell swoop. However, after careful consideration, the 2 of us might be able to suppress the Saint Monarch if we join forces, or even pose a fatal threat to him. But, it's impossible to truly eliminate him. The trump cards that he has left behind are simply too many. Just the myriad saints' true spirits alone is enough to make all of our arrangements and plans useless. Everyone fell silent. Just to deal with the Saint Monarch who was at his peak state, everyone would probably have to pay a considerable price to eliminate him. But, if they were to beat him to a certain extent and victory was in sight, and he suddenly recovered to his peak state, then, what awaited their brothers would definitely be a calamity. If that's the case, we have to make additional preparations, Chu Yang said as he frowned. Chu Yang frowned. He slowly calculated and said, if he really recovers when he's at the end of his road, and if he recovers to his limit, then, even if we can kill him in the end, at least a few people on our side will be buried with him. And those who were dragged to the grave by him, will definitely be the main force on our side. Even if it's just 1 or 2 people, the losses still outweigh the gains. Also, after this battle, even if we achieve a complete victory and the Saint Emperor Palace is completely wiped out, I'm afraid we'll still have to pay a considerable price. Needless to say, everyone will be injured, and we might even lose a few experts permanently. It's equivalent to more than half of the peak battle strength of the Heaven Imperial Court being wiped out. If we want to deal with the extraterrestrial demons that are about to arrive, the higher-ups will probably have to face a far worse situation. You must know that the extraterrestrial demons, their strength is still very intact, and they basically haven't suffered any losses. Shui Leihan pondered quietly and said, but now, if we want to kill off the Saint Monarch, it's impossible to do so without paying a price. Xu Yang persisted and said, but it's precisely because of this that I don't want to pay this price. In order to kill the Saint Monarch, I won't let any of my brothers die. I can't afford to pay this price. He was deep in thought. Mo Tianji hesitated for a while and said, Big brother, we still have the heavy pill. This thing has limited effects on increasing cultivation, but it has miraculous effects on reviving one's soul, prolonging one's life, and even recovering one's vitality. This is something that no elixir in the Heaven Imperial Court can compare to. As long as it's used properly, the effect may not be any worse than the 10,000 Saints' true spirit, Xu Yang said. I've also considered this problem, but our cultivation is already too high now. If it's just reviving one's soul and prolonging one's life, it's fine. But in battle, even the super version of the heavy pill can't replenish much of one's vitality. Even if it's not a drop in the bucket, it's still not far from it. At most, it can only replenish 1/10 of one's physical strength. This is already the limit. Mo Tianji frowned and said, to be able to replenish 1/10 of one's vitality is already a rare elixir. If the effect isn't good, we can use quantity to make up for it. Another advantage of the heavy pill is that there's almost no resistance to it. One pill can replenish 1/10 of one's vitality. What if we eat 10 pills in one go? Xu Yang smiled bitterly. 10 to 15 pills in one go can instantly restore all of one's peak cultivation. But, if that's the case, I'm afraid there will be repercussions. Mo Tianji interrupted and said, the issue of repercussions is indeed debatable, but if we don't use the heavy pill, the chances of being dragged to the grave will undoubtedly increase greatly. Then, we might as well bear the backlash of the heavy pill. Choose the lesser of two evils. This is already the most ideal strategy for now. Everyone nodded deeply. They all felt that Mo Tianji's words were very reasonable. But Xu Yang was still hesitating. He wanted to win, but he also didn't want his brothers to pay such a heavy price. Even if it was only a possibility of a backlash, he didn't want it to happen. Because overusing the heavy pill in one go would indeed result in a backlash. And it wouldn't be light. The heavy pill contains the power of creation, so it's different from ordinary elixirs. It can be taken multiple times, and the effect won't be reduced. Xu Yang pondered. And taking it all at once won't cause too much of an impact. I once took one at a time and there was no backlash. However, at that time, he had used the method of self-detonation to release all of his power in one go. So I couldn't feel it. But this time, we can't use that method again. Last time, he was lucky enough to come to that mysterious place. But this time, he definitely wouldn't be so lucky again. Even if he had it, it was impossible for his brothers to have it too. Although there was an impact that time, it didn't cause too much damage. So whether there will be a backlash, and how big the backlash effect will be, is still unknown. Xu Yang said, give me 3 days. I'll try it out personally before deciding on the final action strategy. He finally made up his mind. I say, let me do it. GMO stood up. I'll do this experiment. Everyone's gaze froze for a moment. Then, Luo Kadi, Xia Donxiong and Rui Budong all made their requests. Let me do it. I have an immortal body, so this shouldn't affect me. I'm the most suitable candidate. Rui Budong strongly requested. Everyone knew that the experiment Xu Yang was talking about was to take the 15 heavy pills mentioned earlier and really try it out. Were there any side effects, or rather, to test how big the impact was and where the limit was? This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. If something went wrong, their meridians would be severely damaged, and if it was serious, they would be in danger of dying. How could the brothers bear to let Chu Yang take the risk himself? All of them fought to be first. Everyone, don't fight. Chu Yang shouted. He said angrily, if I let all of you take the risk whenever there's any danger, then what's the use of me as a big brother? It's precisely because I'm afraid all of you will be in danger that I came up with this extreme method. I'm afraid all of you will be in danger. Instead, I'll let all of you take the risk. Isn't that going against my original intention? Everyone stopped talking. All of them lowered their heads, their eyes somewhat sparkling. This is my big brother. Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress looked quietly at the scene of the brothers fighting and couldn't help but sigh. Brothers like this, they were real brothers. This kind of friendship was a truly moving emotion. Stop fighting. Seeing that his brothers still wanted to fight, he shouted, stop fighting. Mo Tianji said, who among you understands the characteristics of heavy pills better than Big Brother? What's more, what if something unexpected happens and boss has a way to deal with it? Do you have a way to deal with it? There was no reason for them to swarm up and show off. All of you, quiet down. Gu Duxing wasn't here, and Chu Yang insisted on experimenting on his own. Therefore, Mo Tianji was now the one with the most authority. All the brothers hung their heads. Although they were still a little unhappy, they didn't say anything. Mo Tianji's words were undoubtedly reasonable. It's settled then. Chu Yang stood up, there's no time to lose. We must start preparing now. Let's find a place to fight. Let's fight until I'm exhausted. Cough cough cough. GMO and Luo Kudi's eyes flickered as they quietly slipped away. Beat you to the point of exhaustion? Then wouldn't the two of us have been tortured to death by you? This kind of self-torture, they definitely couldn't do it. The two of them had just retreated when they were stopped by Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's sharp eyes. It doesn't matter who is missing. Neither of you can escape. GMO and Luo Kudi wailed at the same time, Big Brother, there's no room for discussion. Mo Tianji's face was stern. I'll join too. Mo Qingwu was eager to try. Me too. Zi Shiqing had never fallen behind. Me too. Once Chu Le opened her mouth, everyone felt a chill. The little girl rolled her eyes and chuckled. I won't use poison. That's good enough, right? Hearing that, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as you don't use poison, everything is fine. If poison is used, then it's better for everyone to stay away from it. You and your elder brother can go and play by yourself, us too. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian also stood up. Along the way, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. They had already reached the level of saints. Although there was still a considerable gap between them and the average strength of most people, they weren't so weak anymore. We can't always hide behind you. Taibu Tian smiled and said, I'm also a little tired of hiding behind the scenes and strategizing. We have to see a real battle. Chu Yang grinned and said, all right. He didn't object because Chu Yang knew that this was an inevitable outcome. At the same time, it was also a necessary process. If Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian couldn't improve as soon as possible, they would be left far behind. Not to mention other things, just their lifespan wouldn't be able to keep up. There was no need to even mention anything about eternity. The two of us will join in the fun too. Otherwise, Yang Chu's strength is still not easy to exhaust. It's better to settle this quickly, isn't it? The Demon Empress and Dong Huang smiled, looking as if they were here to help too. At this moment, Chu Yang's face finally collapsed. You'll join in too, then, after this battle, the duration will be reduced by a lot, but at the very least, I'll be skinned alive by you guys. Looking at the opponents in front of him, Chu Yang immediately regretted it. Mo Tianji, GMO, Luo Kudi, Xingyang, Chu Le Mo Qingwu, Zi Shiqing, Rui Butong, Xie Danqiong, Demon Empress, Dong Huang, and Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang thought, with this lineup, even if Qianqian and Butian aren't top-notch experts and can be ignored, with just the remaining 11 people, it's as if I'm facing all of DE, Empress DE, and Holy Monarch at the same time. And it includes the most powerful Dong Huang and Demon Empress. Mo Tianji and the rest are much stronger than the weaklings of De and Empress De. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed, frowning. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Why do I feel like I've dug a hole and buried myself? With such a strong lineup, is it to help me do an experiment? It's enough to directly beat me into smithereens, there's too much to spare. Everyone laughed. We're helping you. Don't be afraid, there's no use in being afraid. At this time, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will care about you. Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing this, Xianxia actually felt a great sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but gloat at Chu Yang's misfortune. Because he immediately recalled that when Dong Huang and Demon Empress captured him and handed him over to Xianxia to be executed, they seemed to have said to him, "We're helping you." Now, he finally saw someone in the same situation as him, and this person was the boss. The cycle of heaven, retribution, it's really satisfying. It's really too satisfying. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was overwhelmed with emotions. For a moment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. But immediately, he saw Chu Yang's murderous gaze looking over at him. He had no choice but to cough as if he was looking for an illness. His heart was as silent as a cicada in winter, for fear that a certain someone would settle the score with him. Everyone's plan was set. Xianxia arranged for Meng Wuya and Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu to take care of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Then, everyone set off together. Xianxia left Heavenly Armament Pavilion to take care of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It could be considered as leaving a super peak expert behind to ensure safety. This should be foolproof. Everyone set off in a mighty manner. Just as they left the campsite, the saint immediately received the relevant news. So many people went out at the same time? The saint frowned. That means Chu Yang is back? Yes. Where are Dong Huang and Demon Empress? Yes. They went to Southern Sky Forest together? Yes. The saint asked around and finally stopped asking. He started to walk. Southern Sky Forest is now the territory of the elves. If they go there, I should be able to keep most of them busy. And the elves will only deal with Chu Yang and his women. In this way, there shouldn't be any accidents, as long as this plan succeeds, and even if Chu Yang doesn't die on the spot, as long as any of the 4 elven gods or any of Chu Yang's women are finished, it will create a deadly feud between the elves and Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Demon Empress Dong Huang. In the future, even if the elves know that I'm the one who instigated everything, but this feud is destined to be irreconcilable. They can only continue to cooperate with me and even be fully used by me. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. The saint immediately ordered, "Men." The elf archer god and the rest were now in a circle, discussing how to deal with Chu Yang. But suddenly, news came. Chu Yang and the rest were rushing to Southern Sky Forest. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, they must not miss it. Saint Emperor Palace was mobilized to support the elves in one battle. Hearing this news, the archer god jumped up. So fast. What a coincidence. The first thing he felt was not surprise, but horror. For some reason, he felt that this was a deliberate move. They just came up with a strategy, and we immediately received news of Chu Yang's return. The archer god frowned. This is too much of a coincidence. What followed was Chu Yang's portrait sent by the saint. They opened it. The 4 elven gods were stunned. Chu Yang was dressed in black, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was tall and handsome. Although it was just a portrait, Chu Yang's eyes seemed to have seen deep into his own eyes. This master of painting that the sage had found was indeed an expert in this field. The portrait was so vivid and lifelike. But the archer god and the rest were not surprised by this. This young man. Isn't he the one who stood in the center of the group of young people that we met yesterday? Thinking of this, the 4 of them could not stay calm. So, we met each other yesterday. But we didn't know each other at all, so we missed the opportunity? What are they going to do in the southern forest? A gloomy voice asked from the shadows. I don't know. The archer god was stunned. Who else is going with them? The gloomy voice asked again. This? The archer god was a little embarrassed. In the shadows, a gloomy voice sighed and said helplessly, Boss, you," the archer god's face turned red. He bared his teeth and said, "Bastard. Can you stop talking? Will you die if you don't talk?" The dark shadow was speechless. The eerie voice belonged to the dark god, who had yet to make an official appearance in the elf tribe. He was much younger than the archer god and the others, but he was blessed by the heavens as he was one of the few dark elves in the elf tribe. His innate darkness attribute allowed him to hide himself seamlessly at any time. But it was also because of his dark attribute that he developed a strange habit. He was never willing to be exposed to the sun. He even rarely appeared in front of others. Even these brothers who relied on each other for survival could only count the number of times they saw him after he achieved great success in his cultivation. "Since it has come to this, let's go." The archer god looked at the three brothers and said to the dark shadow, "Just the 5 of us? Are you afraid we won't be able to do it?" The mighty god hesitated. "Just the 5 of us are enough." The archer god smiled proudly. "Even if we are facing the holy monarch, with the strength of the 5 of us, we can defeat him and make him flee. In this world, is there anything that the 5 of us can't handle?" The dark shadow. The dark god's gloomy voice said, "That's not necessarily true. If the 5 of us fight God and Queen at the same time, we will definitely be the ones to flee." The archer god was furious and scolded, "Shut up. This guy really touched the pot that didn't boil. Fight God and Queen at the same time, aren't you kidding? Let's not talk about the 5 of us. Even if there were 5 more, it would be a draw. At most, it would be a draw." And this was under the condition that God and Queen had a grudge against each other. The dark shadow and the dark god laughed. Therefore, the 5 brothers immediately set off for the southern sky forest, going back and forth to the southern heaven forest twice in 2 days. This kind of experience could be considered as one of the most miraculous things in his life. However, what the arrow god and the others did not expect was the words of the dark god. It actually came true. This time, not only did they have to face an expert who was equivalent to De and Ho at the same time, but the strength they faced this time was actually much more terrifying than facing De and Ho at the same time. Of course, they definitely didn't know anything right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on bumping into it. That would be idiotic. Chu Yang and the others set off ahead. So, they naturally entered the southern heavens forest first. After passing by the dilapidated base where the myriad holy true spirit once resided, everyone continued to advance. This was because such a battle had to be fought to their heart's content in order to truly obtain the results of the experiment. And this result could only be achieved when Xu Yang was at the end of his life. Therefore, the location was also very important. Firstly, it was too powerful, so they had to find a remote place to avoid accidentally killing people. Secondly, they had to prevent anyone from causing trouble and taking advantage of the situation. Dong Huang and the Demon Empress followed to prevent such things. Of course, the third point was what Mo Tianji and Dong Huang had discussed along the way: was it possible to make today's experiment into a trap? Another key point is it possible that the saint will come? If he doesn't come, everything is just empty talk. The Demon Empress was a little worried about this. He will definitely come. After this period of interaction, Chu Yang's fear towards him is even greater than before. I'm afraid that his fear of Chu Yang has already surpassed that of the 2 of us. Just look at how he has bewitched the elf clan and set his sights on Chu Yang and us. Shui Leihan said with certainty, he will definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Not only will he come, he will definitely take action to vent his anger from the humiliation he suffered today. I think this is the real purpose of Chu Yang's experiment today. At the side, Mo Tianji smiled knowingly. Dong Huang was indeed Dong Huang. He even thought of this. This? What do you mean by this? What is the real purpose? The Demon Empress was confused. Chu Yang is trying to consume an excessive amount of heavy pills this time, and the precondition is that he has exhausted all his energy. To achieve this condition, the most effective way is to have an opponent that he can vent all his energy on. With Chu Yang's current strength, such an opponent, including you and me, is not enough, because he doesn't have the heart to fight with us. Only Cloud Master is the one that we have to deal with. Shui Leihan said, therefore, as long as the saint takes action here, we can know ourselves and the enemy in the battle to wipe out the saint. The holy monarch is destined to be trapped in this situation. Xue Leihan said, the only thing that we are not sure about is, will the fairy race also be trapped in this situation? If the fairy race also enters this situation, then this situation will be considered complete. Mo Tianji said, a situation that will determine the fate of the Heaven Imperial Court. Regardless of friend or foe, it will be a decisive battle. But this situation is also a double-edged sword, and the risk that one has to bear is not small. Xue Leihan's expression was serious. Especially Chu Yang, the risk that he has to bear is the greatest. It can even be said that the risk that he has to bear this time will be unprecedentedly huge. If he is not careful, he may even get burned, and the gains will not make up for the losses. Mo Tianji nodded and took a deep breath. That's why all of you came together, as the last line of defense. Dong Huang smiled and nodded. Actually, there are still some flaws in this situation. We are missing 5 people. Mo Tianji said, we are missing Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Ao Xieyun, Mo Lei and Tan Tan. If these 5 people were also here, then today's battle could directly kill the saint. There would be no more risks to speak of. Speaking of this, Mo Tianji was also somewhat helpless. According to the latest news, Tan Tan, who had gone missing for a period of time, had actually made great progress in his demonic cultivation. After he counterattacked and defeated the Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor Long Yinghuan, he did not take the world he was in seriously at all and brought his wife directly to the purple cloud heavens. Furthermore, he directly charged into the first bridge of the purple cloud heavens and became the first and strongest line of defense against the extraterrestrial demons. The first and strongest line of defense built by Tan Tan was not purely to defend against the extraterrestrial demons. On the contrary, this line of defense was the most incisive line of defense for counterattacks. During this period of time, or more accurately speaking, after Tan Tan's arrival, the gold-robed heavenly guards had no chance to attack at all. All the extraterrestrial demons that came to the first bridge were killed, defeated by Tan Tan. As long as the extraterrestrial demons came, Tan Tan would charge forward excitedly as if he had taken an aphrodisiac. Not only would he defeat them, but he would also kill them all and chase them for 3,000 miles. That's why he came back unsatisfied. Of course, Mo Tianji and the others knew that Tan Tan was not doing this to be in the limelight, but to do his best to use battle to train himself. But if he were to go alone, he would be taking on too many risks. It was too risky. If he was not careful, he might really not be able to come back. As the invasion of the extraterrestrial demon army became more and more severe, there would definitely be more and more opportunities for the top experts to appear at the front lines. The chances of Tan Tan encountering enemy experts would also increase. Accordingly, Tan Tan's temper could not be pulled back, so the chances of danger appearing were not small. Xue Leihan's heart also trembled when he heard that. Yes, the lineup of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's higher-ups that appeared now was already a super-powerful lineup that was comparable to the combined might of the First Emperor and the Empress, but there were also a few people who were ranked at the front of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's combat power who were not here. Among Chu Yang's brothers, Dong Wusheng, Gu Duxing, Tan Tan, and Ao Xieyun were only below Xia Danqiong in terms of combat prowess. They were even above Xia Danqiong. Now, almost everyone could reach Xia Danqiong's current level. Dong Wusheng and Gu Duxing were probably slightly stronger, especially Gu Duxing. Since he comprehended the power of the 2 extremes of earth and water on his own back then, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if his strength was not as good as Chu Yang's, it would not be too far off. At least, he was at Xue Leihan's level. Thinking of this, Xue Leihan couldn't help but sigh endlessly. How many years has it been? Back then, Brother Jia seemed like a joke. Now, he already has enough power and can totally dominate the entire Heaven Imperial Court. At the same time, Mo Qingguo, Zi Xiecheng and Chu Lu surrounded Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian in the center. They instructed in a low voice, if anything happens later, the 3 of us must pay attention. Chu Yang may not need our strength, but we must take good care of ourselves. Don't give them any misgivings and let them take care of us instead. No matter what, Sister Budian and Sister Qianqian will be fine. Mo Qingguo promised solemnly. Chu Lu nodded with bright eyes. Don't worry. Later, I will set up a poison screen around the 2 of them. If no one provokes them, then it's fine. But if someone doesn't know their place. Hee hee. I don't think there's a need for a poison screen. A very strange feeling arose in Xianxia's heart. Instinctively, she stopped her. Everything should be based on our own defense first. If there's a layer of protection like the poison screen, we will have an additional layer of protection in our hearts and will inevitably slack off. Hearing this, Chulu'er was a little disapproving. She didn't understand what Xianxia meant, but she still agreed. She secretly made up her mind. I must put in all my effort and do everything possible to ensure the safety of the two sisters-in-law. Along the way, although everyone's speed was very fast, everyone could feel that everyone was trying their best to control their speed and didn't really exert their speed to the limit. Moreover, along the way, Xia Danqiong and Rui Budong were whispering at the side, as if discussing something. The 5 women were also huddled together, and GMO and Luo Kadi were also huddled together, discussing something. Everyone's expression was very nervous. Mo Tianji, who was in control of the overall situation, also gathered together with the East Emperor Demon Empress, constantly deducing and calculating, thinking about whether there was anything missing. Only Chu Yang, who bore the most risk, was the most at ease. He took the lead and flew in front. The gust of wind blew his hair up. It also made his thoughts drift along with the wind. As he walked all along the way, his mind was completely clear, and there was no shock, terror, joy in it. Ever since he went to the big western paradise and saved Gu Duxing from danger, until today. Chu Yang had a feeling more and more. It seemed that his path in this world was gradually coming to an end. This didn't mean that his death was near and his road ahead was coming to an end, but that he could feel that the Heaven Imperial Court also had its limits. Outside, there was a wider world waiting for him. Actually, Chu Yang had this feeling before when he was at the Heaven Imperial Court. At that time, it was after he eliminated the Dharma Supreme and his strength climbed to the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. Looking at the world, there was no longer any opponent. Or it could be said that it was a kind of loneliness of an expert. It was just that at that time, he still knew what his road ahead was. There was a higher Heaven Imperial Court, there were generations of brothers waiting in front of him, and there were also extraterrestrial demons waiting for him to destroy. And so on and so forth. But now, he had once again climbed to the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. There might still be opponents ahead, but only the Saint Lord was an unprecedented enemy that he still couldn't match. But it was just like the Dharma Supreme back then. Chu Yang was confident that he would definitely be able to defeat him in the end. There was also the restless extraterrestrial demon army that was about to arrive. He had to completely destroy it and eliminate all future troubles. But what about after that? What should his next step be? It was just that this problem wasn't urgent yet. He could temporarily put it aside and think about it when the time came. Today, this time, he wanted to do this experiment on a whim and then intentionally or unintentionally set up this overall situation. In fact, this made Chu Yang feel that his footsteps had sped up again. At this point, Chu Yang could clearly feel that there was a whip called fate that was constantly whipping his body. Let himself either get rid of it or submit to it, but whether it was to get rid of or to submit, the only certainty was. But they all had to move forward. What was in front of them? What was there? Suddenly, a cloud floated past Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang woke up from his stupor, and suddenly rushed out of the clouds. However, he discovered that the group of people had already arrived in the sky above the southern heavens forest. Below, a stretch of green stretched to the horizon as if it was endless. Under the gentle breeze, this stretch of green was like the waves of the sea rising and falling. Chu Yang looked up to the sky, and let out a long and loud cry. His heart was suddenly filled with lofty sentiments. I was born to climb higher and higher. The heavenly palace of the mortal world is willing to work hard. Who can compare to the shuriken, who could be the palm blade? Is there an end to the heavens? Looking at the mountains and rivers with a smile, tonight, I will sweep the path of the human world. In the future, we will test the heroes in the firmament. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang let out a long laugh. His black clothes were as black as ink, and he flew into the southern heavens forest. Behind him, the brothers heard Chu Yang's long chant, and their hearts were also boiling with lofty sentiments. They let out a long cry in unison, and it shook the sky. Big brother is so bold. Little brother will follow. Let's dance in the clouds together. Let's conquer the world together. The clouds in the sky dissipated in front of everyone, and they were all left behind. The boundless green waves also passed under their feet, and they were no longer seen. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had already gone deep into the southern heavens forest for thousands of miles. At this time, all they could see was green. Yang suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time when Yang stopped, a huge sword light flew out like a long dragon, and a strong energy flew out. Ka 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 ka, hundreds of thousands of trees were instantly cut down by the sword light, and the energy did not stop there. It swept up the chopped trees, and like a huge dark cloud, they all flew up with a whoosh sound, and flew for hundreds of miles before gently landing. However, the earth still trembled. Hundreds of thousands of trees collectively moved. How could the movement be small? The central area of the southern heaven forest used to be filled with greenery. But, a large open space had suddenly appeared at this moment. Yang had cleared the entire area in a radius of 50 kilometers. And, the black and yellow soil had already been exposed underneath. Not even a blade of grass was left behind. It was completely clean. Everyone landed at the same time. Let's choose here. Yang looked around, and the sword light flashed. Around them, some of the big trees in the blind spots were cut down again and swept away. The first time, the purpose was to clear the area, but this time, it was to guard against the elf race's sneak attack. Trees were the elf race's natural concealment tools, and they had to be careful. Mo Tianji stepped forward and was about to speak. But Yang had already said softly, "Let's let nature take its course." Mo Tianji instantly understood. He did not speak anymore, and immediately retreated. Today, the original intention was to test the effect of taking a large amount of heavy pills in one go. Even if the Saint Monarchs did not come, this goal was achieved. If the Saint Monarchs and the experts of the Holy Emperor Palace came, then of course, it would be better. Let nature take its course. It did not matter whether they came or not, this was Yang's intention. Mo Tianji suddenly felt that Boss's current state of mind was very different from before. The current Yang had a kind of state of mind that was detached from the mortal world. Yang was already standing in the center, and the Calamity Sword was already in his hand. Come. Who's first? GMO suddenly saw a certain king of hell with the Calamity Sword in his hand, and could not help but want to shrink back. However, Xianxia kicked his butt, and he immediately flew out. He was completely disorganized as he pounced at Yang. The one who did not want to fight the most was the first to fight. GMO let out a strange cry and bared his teeth. Xiadan, I'll remember you. I'll remember you forever. But before he finished speaking, a sword light had already attacked him mercilessly. The sword light was cold, as if this sword would cut off his head. GMO let out a scream, and his back was drenched in sweat. Boss, please have mercy. I'm not ready yet. As he screamed, he drew his sword to meet the attack. The two of them exchanged several blows in an instant. GMO's butt had already been kicked 17 to 18 times by Yang. A certain part seemed to be swollen, but Yang still continued to kick without caring about it. A certain part was swollen, and he still had to kick it again. The pain increased several times. A certain person was in so much pain that he almost cried. Awoo. Dog ant. I'll fight it out with you. GMO rushed up like a madman, attacking with all his might. Then, on the other side, Luo Kudi's howl shook the sky. I'm coming too. Just as he was getting into position, Shui Leihan kicked him from behind. Why are you still putting on such a dashing posture? Go and get beaten up. Luo Kudi flew up into the air, following in GMO's footsteps. F*CK, who kicked me? Who so? Even though he was busy, Luo Kudi turned back to curse, only to see Dong Huang smiling. I kicked you, so what? Why don't you finish what you're saying? Good kick. Luo Kudi's neck shrank. I was wondering why the kick felt so ingenious. So it was His Majesty Dong Huang who did it himself. How impressive. Boss, watch my sword. When everyone saw Luo Kudi changing his tune, laughter shook the sky. This guy was used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This habit seemed to have been deeply ingrained in his bones. Chu Yang roused his spirit. He single-handedly fought with GMO and Luo Kudi. The three of them fought like madmen. They didn't hold back at all. However, GMO and Luo Kudi's tacit understanding slowly began to show signs of strain. Seeing this, Rui Budong shouted and shook his head. I'm coming. Brothers, I'm coming to help you. He flew out and instantly turned into a majestic phoenix. That phoenix flew into the sky majestically. He thought to himself, I should be able to take less hits than GMO and Luo Kudi if I attack from the sky. Chu Yang's eyes flickered, and his body flashed. Suddenly, a shadow flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. He grabbed the phoenix's sharp beak, and threw it with all his might. The phoenix's entire body was pulled down from the air. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was suddenly heard. The whole ground was trembling because of it. The phoenix's huge body was thrown to the ground like a lifeless brick. It fell to the ground and its feathers flew everywhere. It screamed loudly. Chu Yang still didn't let Rui Budong go. He even used the phoenix that he had transformed into as a weapon and swept it in all directions. GMO and Luo Kudi were suddenly faced with a new wave of fierce attacks. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Damn it, Rui Budong, you stupid bird. Are you here to help us or to help boss? If possible, the two really wanted to grab this damn bird and pull out all its feathers. Why is it so useless? It's better to stew it and eat it. It can at least fill our stomachs. This was worse than before. Previously, the two sides were fighting sword with sword. Even though the Calamity Sword was extremely sharp, GMO and Luo Kudi's swords were also extraordinary. It was absolutely no problem for them to contend with the Calamity Sword for a short period of time. Now, they were facing a human-shaped weapon like Rui Budong. Could they use their swords to parry and greet? They could only dodge blindly. It was inevitable that they would be at a disadvantage. It would be better if Rui Budong didn't come to help. Rui Budong groaned again and again. His mouth was grabbed and he had almost no room to struggle. With a thought, he turned back to his original form and broke free from Chu Yang's imprisonment. He opened his mouth and bit over. His target was Chu Yang's big hand. Chu Yang hurriedly retracted his hand. Rui Budong staggered and flew out dizzily. Chu Yang's Calamity Sword reappeared in his hand. One sword, one round of rapid attacks, and the three brothers were sweating profusely. The few of you, hurry up and help. Luo Kudi was about to cry. He screamed at the top of his lungs. He had suffered more than 100 kicks in this short period of time. Not only his buttocks, but even his thighs were swollen. You guys are not helping. Do you think this is fun? The next moment, a viburnum flower flew out and instantly bloomed brilliantly. Xianxia had made his move. Once Xianxia made this move, the situation changed instantly. At least, it was no longer one-sided. Chu Yang was excited. He shouted, 1 ray of cold light. 10,000 feet of light. As a ray of cold light flew out, 10,000 rays of light scattered and caught all the viburnum flowers in the sky. Not a single one was missed. Me too. Mo Qinggu floated up, her red dress fluttering like a dream. She performed a heavenly dance and her Qingwu dream saber slashed down like lightning. Just looking at this posture, no one doubted that even if there was a mountain in front of them, Mo Qinggu could cut it in half, but such a saber move, coupled with her superb body movements, made people feel a sense of dreamlike lightness and confusion. Chu Yang's tide-like attacks were finally stopped in an instant. Facing 5 experts at the same time was already reaching Chu Yang's current limit. Xianxia's white robe fluttered. In a flash, she arrived before Chu Yang. With 2 loud bangs, her fists landed accurately on Chu Yang's chest and lower abdomen. Chu Yang's entire body rolled out like a gourd. Everyone cheered when they saw this. Chu Yang quickly got up and used the first 4 moves of the Calamity Sword together. He shouted, just hit the top, don't hit the bottom. Xianxia's last punch was aimed at the lower abdomen and seemed to be going further down. But it was the most important part. That was the most precious part of Minister Chu. It must not be hit. Xianxia's face was red. She gritted her teeth. Why can't I hit it? See if I don't kill you. How dare you act like a hooligan in such a battle? All the brothers shouted together, Sister-in-law. Kill him. Sister-in-law. Kill him. Especially Xianxia, he shouted especially loudly. Chu Yang faced everyone at the same time. His strength was already at a disadvantage, and he retreated step by step. Suddenly, he shouted, I'm going to use my ultimate move. The sword light was like a waterfall, suddenly splashing out. The ultimate sword move of the Calamity Sword was finally used, a purple light flashed and Mo Tianji took out his purple jade flute. Big brother, I'm going to use this flute. If you can turn the tables so easily, you still have me. The 7 experts had attacked at the same time, and had pushed Chu Yang to his limit. Even if he had great abilities, it would be impossible for him to defeat the joint attack of these 7 people in one fell swoop. The lineup formed by Mo Tianji and the rest was almost equivalent to the combined strength of the other 8 people on Di's side, excluding the East Emperor Demon Empress. How could Chu Yang withstand it with his own strength? In the blink of an eye, his imposing manner had turned into a constant beating. Chu Yang desperately resisted, counterattacked, defended, and circled around. He could clearly feel it. The power in his body was gushing out like a flash flood. His own potential was also being stimulated bit by bit and consumed. At the same time, his dantian was operating at full power, however, now was far from the time when he couldn't hold on anymore. His dantian was still ensuring a very stable output. The pressure isn't enough. Chu Yang shouted loudly. Although if it was a real life and death battle, this was the problem. After all, this wasn't a life and death battle. They wanted to force Chu Yang to the point of exhaustion. This bit of pressure really didn't seem to be enough. The Demon Empress was delighted to see this and also attacked. Her white robe fluttered as she took a step forward. Then let me join in the fun and give you more pressure. It's not enough to see. After all, she was a veteran expert. Her attack was really extraordinary. Chu Yang instantly felt a lot of pressure. Bang bang bang, Mo Tianji's purple jade flute, Xia Danqiong's viburnum flower, Luo Kadi and Ji Mo's long sword, Mo Qingwu dream saber's back, Zi Xieching and the Demon Empress fists, and Rui Butong's kick. At the same time, they were attacking Chu Yang. Ouch, Chu Yang screamed and was sent flying by Qing. He slid on the ground for more than 1,000 feet and plowed a deep trench in the ground. Since the Demon Empress attacked, this battle became more and more intense, in the true sense of the word. The Demon Empress originally didn't want to attack because of her status. The 7 of them, including Mo Tianji, had joined forces. Their true strength was indeed very strong. They had defeated the Emperor and the Empress, and the other 8 people had joined forces. With this strength, they were enough to kill any expert in the Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang would definitely not be able to resist them. However, this group of people acted as if they were playing house. They laughed, scolded, and made fun of each other. They did not pose much of a threat to Chu Yang, let alone threaten his life. The pressure wasn't great. Naturally, Chu Yang didn't have the mentality of fighting to the death that he wanted. Without that kind of pressure, even if he was really exhausted and consumed heavy pills, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve the kind of effect that he wanted. Therefore, the Demon Empress had no choice but to attack now. As for the other reason, she had already realized to her surprise that Chu Yang's real strength now wasn't inferior to Shui Leihan's. The real strength here was a combination of cultivation, skills, realms, experience, and so on. In other words, Chu Yang was basically another Donghuang Shui Leihan. The title of the 3rd person in the Heavenly Imperial Court didn't live up to its name anymore. At least, it had to take a step back. The Heavenly Imperial Court actually had another real top-notch expert in the true sense of the word. However, the moment the Demon Empress attacked, the atmosphere of the scene immediately changed. It was poles apart. 8 experts joined forces to fight against Chu Yang alone. If they were really enemies, Chu Yang definitely didn't have any chance of winning. Even his chances of survival were very slim. The correct response would have been to flee far away the moment the Demon Empress stretched out her hand. But now, he couldn't do that. He could only hold on. He could only hold on. He could only hold on. Chu Yang already didn't know how many hits he had suffered or who had hit him. Many of his bones even showed signs of breaking. The pressure was as huge as a mountain. Wave after wave, it kept accumulating and pressing down on him. Chu Yang gradually felt that the pressure he was under was about to reach the point where he couldn't take it anymore. The nebula in his dantian was operating in an almost crazy way, triggering one vortex after another. They flooded into Chu Yang's meridians, and the tribulation sword was unleashed to its limit. However, even if it was unleashed to its limit, it was still useless in the face of the combined attacks of the 8 experts. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break out. He couldn't hold on. Everyone also felt that Chu Yang was about to reach his limit. Mo Qingguo and Xianxia's eyes were full of heartache and pity. However, the more it was at this moment, the more they couldn't relax. It could mean that all their previous efforts would be wasted. In the sky above the forest, Shui Leihan, who had been watching the battle closely, suddenly sensed something. He turned his head abruptly and narrowed his eyes. The wind and clouds were surging at the end of the world. A large group of experts rushed over at top speed. Shui Leihan's eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. He muttered, "People from the Holy Emperor Palace." It was also at this moment that the Demon Empress suddenly hit Chu Yang's chest with her palm. Chu Yang let out a loud cry and flew straight out. His whole body was really like a lamp that had run out of oil. He didn't have any energy left at all. He even found it difficult to raise his hand. "It's about time." The Demon Empress looked at Chu Yang's condition and concluded. Mo Qingguo was so heartbroken that she was about to cry. "Chu Yang, are you okay?" Chu Yang smiled with difficulty. "As long as all of you are okay." At this point where his vitality was depleted and he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his spiritual senses were far sharper than usual. He, who didn't have any cultivation at all now, could even vaguely feel that there was an unprecedented spatial crisis swarming over from the horizon. "They're coming." Chu Yang forced himself to finish this sentence and then he was completely out of energy. This sentence. "As long as all of you are okay," it meant a lot. Not only today, but also in the future. As long as all of you are okay and can hold on during the final battle, or I'm okay and can hold on, then, the brothers who are using heavy pills to recover will charge. Mo Tianji muttered this sentence, his eyes shining. When they reached the limit, it was time to take the medicine. Chu Yang didn't hesitate and stuffed all 15 super heavy pills into his mouth at once. This time, he was truly putting his life on the line. This was the first time he had taken the most heavy pills in one go. Because, imagining the sudden crisis of a saint monarch at the end of his road made Chu Yang uneasy all the time. If he didn't think of a way to deal with this crisis, Chu Yang wouldn't be able to sleep well. Because, if that was the case, at least 3 of his brothers would be dragged away to be buried with him in an instant. 3, how could Chu Yang afford to lose them? Not to mention 3, even if it was 1, Chu Yang didn't want to lose them. So he had to do this deadly experiment. Chu Yang didn't say the real danger. Because once he said it, everyone would definitely be worried. Chu Yang wasn't sure if he could take so many heavy pills in one go. Moreover, after this, he still had to figure out a way to release the excess medicinal effects. These were all difficult. As for whether he could maintain his consciousness after being hit by such a huge amount of medicinal effects, Chu Yang wasn't sure either. If he couldn't maintain his consciousness, then this method definitely couldn't be used. Dong Huang. A person took the lead and flew over. With a long shout, he shouted, "Let's continue the unfinished battle today." "Nan Poyan? Your face doesn't hurt anymore? It must be that you haven't been slapped enough? You still want to relive the wonderful feeling of that day? Since you're so desperate to have it again, I can fulfill your wish. It's just that." Shui Leihan laughed coldly. "You alone are not worthy of me taking action. All of you come up together." The person who came was the #1 great guardian of the Holy Emperor Palace, Nan Poyan. That day, Shui Leihan barged into the Holy Emperor Palace because of Zi Hao and had a big battle with him. In fact, saying that there had been a battle was giving Nan Poyan too much credit. That battle had ended almost as soon as it had begun. Nan Poyan had been slapped in the face by Dong Huang and had been sent flying on the spot. This was the entire process of that battle. The reason why Nan Poyan was able to survive until now was partly because the saint came out right after that slap, and partly because Shui Leihan really couldn't be bothered to kill him. Otherwise, just that slap alone was enough to make him fall completely. Although Dong Huang was already recognized as a top expert in the world at that time, Nan Piyun still considered that slap as the greatest humiliation in his life. This hatred had been suppressed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Meeting his old enemy again and hearing those words, Nan Piyun's eyes immediately turned red. With a loud roar, he rushed forward. Then, dozens of experts from the Holy Emperor Palace also rushed forward to support him. This was a fixed tactic. Many top experts from the Holy Emperor Palace rushed forward under the provocation of Dong Huang's words. It was a flawless plan. And the rest of the people split up and rushed toward Chu Lu'er, Tai Budian, and Wu Qianqian. Obviously, they were picking on the weak ones. This time, the experts from the Holy Emperor Palace actually came out in full force. It's spectacular. Looking at the black mass of people, the Demon Empress laughed mockingly. Where's your leader? Such a spectacular scene shouldn't be missing him, right? The sage's voice said, I didn't think that Xianxia would still remember me so much. Come, come, come. This seat will accompany Xianxia and reminisce about our parting. After that day, I still can't forget Xianxia. Another 100 or so people swarmed forward. He rushed into the battlefield that was in a complete mess. They rushed toward Mo Tianji and the others who had just stopped fighting. The entire southern sky forest, which had just finished a great battle, welcomed another bloody battle in the blink of an eye, an even more intense bloody battle. The previous battle was dangerous but not fierce, and there was no sign of blood. But at this moment, almost as soon as they started fighting, blood immediately burst out. The people from the Holy Emperor Palace consciously and purposefully entangled Dong Huang, the Demon Empress, Mo Tianji, Xianxiang, and the others. As for Chu Yang and his women, they only used harassing attacks. It was somewhat insignificant. Facing such a situation, Mo Tianji, the East Sovereign, and the Demon Empress looked at each other. This kind of attack was obviously what they wanted. However, amidst the chaos, four silhouettes suddenly flashed into existence. Almost immediately after, another dark shadow appeared like a ghost. The 5 elven gods had appeared at the same time. One of them went straight for Chu Yang, who was still immobile, while the other 4 went straight for him. Their targets were Xianxia, Wu Qianqian, Tai Budian, and Mo Qingguo. At this moment, Chu Lu'er was surrounded by more than 10 peak-level experts. She couldn't break out of the encirclement at all. It could be said that she had her hands full. GMO and Luo Kudi saw that the situation was far from reassuring. He intended to rush over there. Mo Tianji and Xianxiang were also attacking with all their might. In everyone's opinion, Chu Yang should be able to stand up by now. However, Chu Yang didn't stand up. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. How could there be a mistake at such a critical moment? This was really a big shock. Xianxiang's viburnum flower shot out directly. For a moment, the entire southern sky forest was filled with a sea of viburnum flowers. Dong Huangshui Leihan also rushed over with an imposing manner. Xianxia and Mo Qingguo went all out. They protected Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian tightly behind them. At this moment, the 4 fairy gods rushed over together. They attacked at the same time. No one dared to be negligent. Success or failure depended on this. The 4 fairy gods all unleashed their full strength at this moment. That kind of dense fairy aura instantly filled the entire place. The situation was like this. They were completely out of control. It could be said that they were in imminent danger. However, right at this moment, something that no one could ever imagine happened all of a sudden. A white light suddenly appeared on Xianxia and Wu Qianqian's bodies at this moment. The white light shot into the sky. Almost at the same time, a faint yellow light suddenly appeared on Tai Butian's body. Then, it also turned into a white light and merged with Xianxia's and Wu Qianqian's white light. And on Mo Qingguo's body, who was in the middle of a battle, a red light inexplicably shot out and intertwined with the 3 white lights at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, the 4 fairy gods were stunned as if they had been electrocuted. The 4 of them were instantly petrified. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the sudden phenomenon in front of them. For a moment, they were completely motionless. Xianxiang's viburnum flowers were not to be trifled with. They burst open on the bodies of the 4 fairy gods, but the 4 of them didn't move at all, as if they didn't feel anything. If it weren't for the fact that the viburnum flowers were too scattered at this moment and prioritized to conceal themselves, the 4 fairy gods would probably have died here for no reason. 4 lights. 1 red and 3 white lights shot into the sky and turned into a rainbow, connecting with Chu Yang on the ground as if they had a tacit understanding. And the one in charge of dealing with Chu Yang at this moment was the most mysterious dark deity of the fairy race. However, when this ray of light connected with Chu Yang, the dark deity suddenly stopped moving. He was completely petrified like the god of death, because, in between Chu Yang's eyebrows, a shadow like a full moon slowly emerged. It became clearer and clearer. Only then did he see that there was actually a crown-like shadow in this full moon. Seeing this, the dark deity was dumbfounded. He didn't care if he still had to maintain his invisibility. He just stood there in a daze with his mouth and eyes wide open. After a while, he finally said, "The aura of the Fairy Empress, the Fairy Emperor's seal." The Fairy Emperor's seal. This item that was highly anticipated by the fairy race actually appeared in the world at this most critical and fatal moment. The dark deity, who had always hidden in the dark and rarely appeared in front of others, was so agitated at this moment that his whole body trembled. It was as if he had lost his mind. Standing next to Chu Yang, she was actually exposed in front of the eyes of the world. At this moment, he completely forgot what he should be hiding. The world only knew that the Fairy Emperor's seal was the symbol of the fairy royal family, the highest authority. Even the sage only knew that it was an emperor's seal. It was like a jade seal, a symbol of a seal. This was actually the biggest reason why the arrow god and the others had doubts about the sage. And what exactly was the Fairy Emperor's seal? Other than the higher-ups of the fairy race, no one else knew. The so-called Fairy Emperor's seal. It wasn't a seal at all, it was the symbol of the fairy royal family, where the fate of the fairy race gathered. In the fairy race, only the emperor could condense the fate of the entire fairy race to form a Fairy Emperor's seal on himself. And once the emperor died, the Fairy Emperor's seal would also immediately dissipate in the area where the emperor died. Only the bloodline of the fairy royal family could protect it. And there was also a person with a strong fate who made a great contribution to the fairy race. Only then could the Fairy Emperor's seal reappear. And during this process, the fairy royal family must be present. And there must be the approval of the soul aura of the deceased emperor. Anyway, in order to obtain a Fairy Emperor's seal, all the conditions were extremely harsh. Not a single one could be missing, even if it was the fairy race itself. It was also an extremely difficult thing to obtain a Fairy Emperor's seal. It couldn't be done without a great opportunity. In fact, the Fairy Emperor's seal that the Fairy Empress condensed was created by countless opportunities and countless coincidences. It was extremely difficult to replicate. This was also the fundamental reason why the fairy race had never tried to condense another Fairy Emperor's seal on their own, even though the Fairy Empress had been missing for a long time. It was definitely not something that could be snatched away by others. Originally, the 5 fairy gods had once suspected whether there was some special power in time that could trap the Fairy Emperor's seal at the moment when the Fairy Empress was about to dissipate. Although the chances were slim, the 5 fairy gods were still willing to try their best to imprison and preserve the Fairy Emperor's seal. At this moment, the 5 fairy gods all knew. The Fairy Emperor's seal in front of them couldn't be fake. It was real. Indeed, the Fairy Emperor's seal had reappeared in the world. And the Fairy Empress's aura appeared on the Fairy Emperor's seal at the same time. It was even harder to fake it. And this Fairy Emperor's seal actually appeared on the person that the sage had been instigating and wanted them to kill, Chu Yang. At this moment, the few of them almost fainted. If they really killed Chu Yang indiscriminately, wouldn't they be ruining the future of the entire fairy race? The fairy had killed the person who had the Fairy Emperor's seal. Was there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? At this moment, the 5 fairy gods' hatred toward the sage reached its peak in an instant. Cloud Master, could you trick us any more? But what surprised the 5 fairy gods the most was, or perhaps, what they couldn't understand was, why did the Fairy Empress's aura appear on 4 women at the same time? This was the most incomprehensible thing. If there wasn't the Fairy Empress's aura, then things would be easy to explain. The sage was telling the truth. Chu Yang was the illegitimate child of the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress. The Fairy Empress had fallen, and the Fairy Emperor's seal was confined by a special power and remained on Chu Yang's body. Because the appearance of the fairy emperor's seal was too obvious, this matter was settled. Any explanation would be futile. But, the fairy empress's aura appeared at the same time, and it appeared on 4 women at the same time. And these 4 women seemed to be closely related to the illegitimate child of the Eastern Emperor. This result was very thought-provoking. What was going on? The 4 fairy gods were all dumbfounded. They didn't move at all. If the experts from the Holy Emperor Palace didn't attack them, and if Chu Yang's people didn't kill them, the 5 fairy gods would probably have fallen here without knowing why. Over there, shouts of killing were still shaking the heavens. Thousands of experts from the Holy Emperor Palace were fighting with their lives on the line. The fighting strength of these people was rather impressive. For a moment, the battle was in a stalemate. The sage almost vomited blood. At such a crucial moment, why aren't the 5 of you moving? Are you trying to make me anxious to death? If it weren't for the sudden silence of the 5 elven gods, Mo Tianji and the others would have been at an even greater disadvantage. Even if they didn't get rid of Chu Yang, they would have still targeted the others. This extremely unexpected situation made the Saint Monarch angry and anxious. What was going on? It was such a heaven-sent opportunity, and victory was already in their hands. Why did the elves suddenly stop moving? This time, the saint was prepared to pull the elves to his side, so he mobilized a huge force. Just like what the demon empress said, he was going all out. He intended to settle the situation in one fell swoop. The experts that the Saint Emperor Palace brought out this time, except for the scattered people in different worlds and the experts by the Saint Empress Xianxia side, basically no one was left out, to deal with the East Emperor Demon Empress, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, and the rest. All these forces had to be mobilized, plus the saint himself. Only then would he have enough chances of winning, only then would he create an opportunity for the elves to kill Chu Yang, so that the enmity between the 2 sides could never be resolved. The original plan had gone quite smoothly. Chu Yang, whose strength was not inferior to Dong Huang's, had to train with his subordinates. He had to risk his life and use up all of his strength. Even the people who besieged him had lost a lot of their vital energy. It was really a self-inflicted evil. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, how could the saint seize it and launch an attack immediately? The saint's men restrained all the fighting forces except for Chu Yang and his 4 women, allowing the 5 elven gods to focus on Chu Yang and the 4 women. They didn't have to kill Chu Yang, but as long as any one of the 4 women died, given how much Chu Yang valued them, there would be no room for negotiation. It could only be a situation of life and death. But now, the saint's side was already bloody. The elves, who wanted to play the leading role, were all muted. How could the saint not be depressed? What the f***ck was going on? Wasn't this too strange? Even if he was stupid, he shouldn't have done it at this time, Master Yun shouted, and the mountain river sword in his hand clashed with the demon king hook again. He flew up and said angrily, Archer God. What are you guys doing? Why don't you take action with such a great opportunity? Do it. If not for the demon empress pestering him. Even Lord Cloud couldn't wait to kill Chu Yang himself and get rid of this great threat. However, his urging had no effect at all. The 5 elven gods were still standing there in a daze, completely dumbstruck. At this moment, the fairy emperor's seal in the air suddenly emitted a cloud of smoke. It merged with the light on the 4 women's bodies. Just as everyone was shocked to see such a miraculous scene, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in midair. His eyes were like spring water, his brows were like distant mountains, and his long hair was like clouds. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her beauty was unparalleled in this world. She was like a celestial fairy that had descended to the mortal world, illusory and ethereal, like the moon in the heavenly palace, clear and bright. Like a snow lotus on an iceberg, untainted by even a speck of dust. Like the scorching sun in the sky, shining down on the world. Just as this beautiful woman appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The 5 fairy gods couldn't help but tear up at the same time. Your Majesty, Wu Qiongxiao. The archer god looked at the beauty in the sky in a daze and muttered, Qiongxiao. Qiongxiao. This is you, it's you. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Heroes don't cry easily. Naturally, they would be sad at this moment. In midair, the elven empress's eyes slowly turned. Her eyes were moving, and they were moving. She slowly observed the bloody battlefield. Gradually, she shifted her gaze to the Cloud Lord, who was floating in midair. Her eyes finally met Cloud Lord's gaze at this moment. Everyone could clearly see the extreme shock in Cloud Lord's eyes at this moment. And infinite shock. He turned his head and was about to urge again when he happened to see this strange phenomenon. For a moment, it was as if someone had hammered on his heart. In his shock, his body was almost chopped into two by the Demon Empress Demon King Hook. The Elven Empress stood in midair, floating in the light, but her figure was still clear and stable. Then, she slowly reached out her hand and pointed at Cloud Lord. She actually said, "Kill this person." She appeared from nothing for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years in the Heaven Imperial Court. The first sentence she said was actually an order. And the person she wanted to kill was actually a great sage. After so many years, he once again heard Her Majesty's long-awaited command. The 5 elven gods, who seemed to be in a daze, trembled at the same time. Hot tears streamed down their faces as they responded at the same time. In the next moment, the 5 of them moved at the same time and launched their sharpest attacks at the same time. The first to move was the Dark God. With a turn of his body, he entered a dark shadow and disappeared. However, unknown attacks were the most unpredictable. They didn't know how to resist or defend. The Archer God let out a long and shrill cry. Suddenly, a big green bow appeared in his hand. He drew the bow and aimed at the great sage. The soul-chasing arrow that killed the Devil Master was about to be released. It was aimed at Cloud Lord, the great sage. The mighty god and the other 2 roared and pounced forward with irresistible force. All the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace who blocked their way were killed mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gods joined forces and formed a siege. Killing intent was everywhere. The Elven Empress' unexpected appearance, the Elven Emperor's seal reappearing in such a way, and the Empress's order all proved one thing: the great sage had been deceiving them all along. The 5 elven gods completely understood. This liar, every word he said was a lie. He deliberately misled the elven race and set them up. This evil person was instantly hated to the core by the 5 elven gods and was branded with a must-kill mark. It was just as the sage himself had said. All of the layout and arrangements now only needed one more entry point, and also one more crucial point. As long as any one of these things was confirmed, then the rest would naturally come to light. And now, such a situation had occurred. Now, it was indeed a breakthrough. A key point had been accidentally exposed, and the rest would be instantly clear. However, the most ironic thing was that everything had gone against the great sage's original intention. The result was also the opposite of what he had wanted. The more he had said in the beginning, the more he would say. Now, the stronger the hatred he would suffer. The more people despised him, the more they would look down on him, and the more they would want to kill him. Since the result was the opposite, the great help that he had thought he could control naturally turned into great killing intent. Moreover, he had already taken action. An unforeseen event suddenly occurred. The scene immediately fell into extreme chaos. No one would have thought that the 5 elven race experts, who had been relying on the Great Wall and thought that they were the strongest means to kill the enemy, would suddenly turn against them at such a critical moment. Moreover, they did it so thoroughly. The experts on the Holy Emperor Palace's side were not prepared at all. Some who were fighting fiercely with Motng and the others were directly killed by the attacks from behind just because they were in the way. Not even a trace of them was left behind. The Archer God was enraged. After the first soul-chasing arrow, all the subsequent arrows were extremely destructive soul-bursting arrows. They flew out like raindrops. Most of the Holy Emperor Palace's experts had their backs facing him. In front of him were enemies who were much stronger than him. How could he be caught off guard? Without making a sound, he fell to the ground and breathed his last. He was deader than dead. Since it was a divine soul-bursting arrow, he was naturally dead. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 experts from the Holy Emperor Palace were lying dead on the ground. In that misty place, bits of light gradually rose from their corpses. In an instant, they entered the body of the saint who was fighting with the Demon Empress. The Archer God was shocked. His bow and arrow almost flew out of his hands. He shouted angrily, "Cloud Master! What a sanctimonious saint! It turns out that you are the master of the myriad saints' true spirit." Under the soul-bursting arrows, the primordial spirit of the Archer would not be destroyed. Only the characteristics of the myriad saints' true spirit could do that. Today, Cloud Master's identity as the master of the myriad saints' true spirit was finally exposed. One mistake and the whole game was lost. He even exposed his biggest secret. The saint's face was ashen, but he did not say a word. He continued to fight fiercely. He pushed his cultivation to the limit and used all his strength. For a time, the demon empress was beaten back repeatedly. She was almost unable to fight back. At this moment, his heart was truly enraged to the extreme, and he only wanted to kill everyone in front of him. However, he could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. What in the world was going on? What had happened? Why did the situation take a turn for the worse? It was completely out of control. The only feeling the saint had was that his luck seemed to be especially bad during this period of time. The Layer Heaven Imperial Court, which was originally like an iron bucket, was overturned one by one. Even the Holy Emperor Palace, which was recognized by the world, was completely destroyed. Not a single chicken or dog was spared. For millions of years, the myriad saints' true spirit bases that no one knew about were destroyed one by one in such a short period of time. His doppelgangers, whose cultivation was not inferior to his, were also destroyed. Even the primordial spirits that escaped were mostly destroyed by the enemy, and today, in the great battle that he had painstakingly planned and orchestrated, not only did both sides not die, they were actually able to create another 10,000 saints' true spirit base. The doppelgangers that he had painstakingly released had actually died a violent death on the way back. Last time, a small portion of them had managed to escape, but this time, all of them had been annihilated, not leaving a single trace behind. Then, there was today's battle. As long as there were any casualties, the elf race and Chu Yang's side suffered any casualties, and the elf race's side would be tied to the elf race's warship. They would fight to the death with the enemy, and would be completely used by the elf race's side. However, at the most critical moment, when the elf race could decide the outcome of the battle, another unforeseen event occurred. This was the most depressing thing. Just came back. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about it after this month. I'll go right first. The Elven Empress, who had been missing for a long time, had reappeared. This sudden change had exposed all of his lies. However, this was not the worst part. The worst part was that the true spirit of the Holy Emperor Palace had been killed by accident, and the true spirit had returned. This meant that the secret that he had been hiding for more than 1,000,000 years had been exposed in public. All these tragedies came one after another. It was too much for the eye to take in. Even the saint, with his high mental fortitude, couldn't help but be at a loss after suffering so many blows. Now, what should I do? There was no way to deal with this at all. There was no other way. The only thing he could think of was destruction. There was only destruction. He might as well destroy the people in front of him. Everyone, not a single one of them was allowed to live in this world. In this way, the secret was still a secret, but, could he really do it? For the first time in more than 1,000,000 years, the saint had doubts about himself. Everyone, be careful. Cloud Master is the master behind the 1,000 holiness true spirits. The arrow god shouted loudly. The arrows in his hands turned into shooting stars and flew continuously. He even shouted at the people from the Saint Emperor Palace. You are all from the Saint Emperor Palace. You should be righteous and ward off evil. Why are you still working for the master of the 1,000 holiness true spirits? The experts from the Saint Emperor Palace ignored him and continued to fight to the death. Shui Leihan sighed. Brother Arrow God. These people have already been turned into the 1,000 holiness true spirits by Cloud Master. They definitely can't be reasoned with. Only by killing them can they be freed, bastard. Only then did the Arrow God realize. In a rage, he shot thousands of arrows. This time, it was an indiscriminate attack that swept through the whole place. The 5 elven gods attacked at the same time. The experts from the Saint Emperor Palace were attacked from both inside and outside. They were defeated step by step. Of course, each of these people was a top-notch expert. Their combat power was not weak. But they were not only facing Mo Tianji and the rest. There was also the 5-man team with the strongest combat power of the elven race and Dong Huang. Their combined combat power was at least twice that of De and the Empress. Without a doubt, this was definitely the most powerful force in the Heavenly Imperial Court. And this force was fighting and killing with them, even if they were all experts and had the advantage in numbers. What was the use? How could they withstand such a crushing? Almost instantly, half of the people had died. They had all lost their lives here. Half of these people died at the hands of the elven archer god and Xianxia. The elven archer god's arrows fell like rain, and Xianxia's jasper flower sea changed from confusing the enemy to attacking indiscriminately in a large area due to the sudden betrayal of the 5 elven gods. How could the lethality of these 2 large area attacks be small? The sage saw that the situation was extremely bad. He forced himself to calm down, and the might of the mountain and river sword in his hand became even more intense. He hoped to defeat or even kill the demon empress as soon as possible, so that he could defeat the enemy and establish his dominance, and salvage the situation. If the demon empress was directly killed by him at such a moment, then it would be a great achievement that would be sufficient to awe everyone present. However, what kind of experience did the demon empress have? Seeing that the situation was in her favor and that the saint was blindly attacking, she hoped that he could take her down. The demon empress simply gave up on attacking and switched to defense. She didn't seek to attack the enemy and only sought not to make any mistakes. The demon king's hook did its best to defend against the enemy while the saint tried in vain to defeat the demon empress. It was simply wishful thinking. And the situation was still continuing to develop in a direction that was unfavorable to the sage. A long whistle suddenly sounded, and a brilliant and dazzling sword light, like the scorching sun suddenly falling from the sky, rushed into the group of experts from the Saint Emperor Palace. The fairy emperor's seal, which had changed the stance of the fairy race, was shining brightly above the person's head. Calamity sword, Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia, who had recovered, finally rushed out and joined the battle. In fact, Xianxia had already dissolved the medicinal efficacy of the heavy pill. It was just that the unexpected appearance of the fairy emperor's seal and the appearance of the fairy empress had caused him to pause for a moment. And in that short moment of stagnation, he almost exploded from holding it in. At this moment, he could finally make a move. So what if it was the ultimate version of massacre the world? At this moment, Xianxia really needed to vent. Especially when the medicinal efficacy of the heavy pill was still growing in his body. It was as if his whole body had swelled up, but he didn't have the slightest bit of strength to vent it out. Xianxia shouted. Before the first sword strike was finished, another sword strike was launched. At least 300 experts from the Saint Emperor Palace were all killed by his 2 sword strikes. The ultimate calamity sword move's power was naturally extremely terrifying. Because of the abundant vital energy at this moment, the power of the ultimate calamity sword move could be said to be at its peak. 300 experts were killed in 2 sword strikes, and all of them were experts among experts. Such power was truly terrifying. After defeating the enemies with 2 sword strikes, Xianxia didn't seem to need to catch his breath. He rushed towards the Saint Emperor with his sword. The sword light surged. The distance of 1,000 feet between the two was covered in a flash. At this moment, the Demon Empress Demon King's hook and the Saint Emperor's mountain and river sword collided once again. The Demon Empress staggered back, but the Saint Emperor didn't move at all. The Saint Emperor's cultivation was originally higher than the Demon Empress. At this moment, with the continuous deaths of the 10,000 saints' true spirits, although the Saint Emperor's strength was constantly decreasing, his own strength was constantly increasing. Under this situation, even though the Demon Empress was on the defensive, she was still at a disadvantage. The Saint Emperor was about to follow up with another attack, but Xianxia had already rushed towards him with his sword at an unparalleled speed. He only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Xianxia was already standing in front of him. With a loud shout, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Following that, his sword brought along a thunderous explosion and slashed down brazenly, smashing down. At this moment, there was no need for him to use any sword moves. What Xianxia needed was purely a head-on collision, that kind of extreme collision. Only this kind of extreme and barbaric collision could vent the cultivation that was swelling in his body at this moment. If not for this, Xianxia felt that he was going to explode in the next moment. It was a pity that the Saint Emperor wasn't clear about Xianxia's current situation. If he knew, he would use a guerrilla tactic. As long as the battle dragged on for a while, Xianxia might not be able to hold on and explode first. It was a pity that the Saint Emperor didn't know. Furthermore, Xianxia's speed was too fast. The Saint Emperor, who was completely unprepared, had no time to dodge. He didn't even have time to change his moves. If he were to forcefully dodge, he would only be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he was at the peak of his cultivation. Why would he be afraid of a head-on collision? If he could heavily injure Chu Yang in the midst of a head-on collision, it would be a great thing. He didn't believe that at such a young age, his cultivation could be compared to 1,000,000 years of bitter cultivation. In view of this, the Saint Emperor made up his mind and fiercely countered with the Mountain River Sword. As a result, two peerless divine weapons collided in the sky for the first time. At this moment, it was as if two meteors flying at high speed in the sky had suddenly collided. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the universe. The gods and devils were all shocked. Demons were silenced. Boom. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed from the place where Chu Yang and the holy sage were fighting. Not only did this shockwave spread at an extremely fast speed, it was also accompanied by a huge destructive power. A destructive power that was enough to kill people. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet had completely turned into a space crack and a space black hole. It was filled with the aura of death. It swallowed all life in this area that couldn't resist this power. In the surroundings, the weaker experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were hit by this shock wave until they bled from their 7 orifices. They couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Even Shui Leihan's body shook violently the moment he came into contact with the shockwave, his beard flying in the air. His opponent, Nan Poyan, was even worse. His whole body shook violently. He only felt his ears buzzing and couldn't hear anything. He immediately took a step back. At the same time, he was scattered. Shui Leihan was an expert. How could he miss this opportunity? With a long roar, the Grand Orient Sword pierced into Nan Poyan's heart like lightning. At the same time, he kicked Nan Poyan's body into the air. His whole body was torn into pieces in midair. Then, Shui Leihan roared wildly. He raised his true chi again and his body turned into a huge sword light. He flew around the battlefield at lightning speed. Everywhere he passed, the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace who were scattered because of this huge shock wave splattered blood. They screamed and fell to the ground. How could Shui Leihan, who had experienced thousands of battles, let go of such a good opportunity to kill the enemy? The Grand Orient Sword had killed more than 500 people in this short period of time. It was extremely glorious. When GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others saw that the crisis over Imo Qinggu and the other girls had been resolved, they also took this opportunity to rush back and kill. A total of 18 peak experts were like tigers released from their cages, crazily slashing and killing. At this moment, it was no longer a fight between two sides. It was a one-sided massacre. In this chaotic place, there were always experts of the Saint Emperor Palace who fell to the ground silently and died mysteriously, turning into a thread of true spirit. That was the Dark God's attack. Another loud sound rang out, and another mushroom cloud appeared. Chu Yang's Calamity Sword once again smashed against the Mountain and River Sword. The Mountain and River Sword let out a sharp sword cry, which carried a trace of humiliation and unwillingness. The Calamity Sword's cry filled the sky, as if it was responding. Only the two swords could communicate and feel. The Mountain and River Sword's humiliation and unwillingness weren't because it was inferior to the Calamity Sword. It was because, of other reasons, Chu Yang only felt that his blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was surging like never before. An unimaginably thick power was accumulating in his body, and he had no time to release it. Every time he clashed with the Mountain and River Sword to the limit, he would feel a wave of sobriety and comfort. And after that moment of comfort, it was followed by an even more bloated pain. He shouted, as if he had gone mad. He slashed down one sword after another without any hesitation. There was no strategy at all. He just wanted to force you to fight head-on. Coincidentally, the Saint Monarch was also coincidentally in the same situation. The true spirits of the fallen experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were completely different from the ordinary 10,000 saints' true spirits. And so many of them had died suddenly. So many high-quality true spirits had entered the Saint Emperor's body almost at the same time. Even with the Saint Emperor's cultivation, he couldn't assimilate all of them for his own use. For a moment, he was like Chu Yang. His vital energy was extremely abundant, exceeding the limit that his body could bear. He was also bloated more and more. Otherwise, with the Saint Lord's battle experience, it was impossible for him not to see that Chu Yang was in a very subtle bad state at this moment. Fighting him head-on was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he fought with him, he wouldn't have to fight him head-on. He wouldn't even have to do it himself and he would self-destruct. It was just that the Saint Lord was in the same situation at this moment and also needed a channel to vent. Therefore, Chu Yang's head-on fight was exactly what the Saint Lord wished for. In such a special case situation, the two of them didn't care about the battle situation around them. They were like two mad bulls, only knowing how to collide continuously. In fact, at this moment, the two of them were actually faintly afraid in their hearts. Damn it, please don't let this guy die before I'm done venting. That would be the real problem, and it would be terrible. Therefore, every moment, every sword and every strike of the two of them gathered all the strength they could muster in their bodies. They intended to vent as much of the strength in their bodies as possible. As for other matters, such as the exposure of the mastermind behind the 10,000 Saints' true spirit, or other life and death issues, at this moment, they really couldn't care less. Only by overcoming this life and death crisis would they have the right to talk about other matters. Therefore, they could only collide and collide, then, they would be repelled, retreat, advance again, and collide again, just like this. The two of them used the most extreme, most simple, and most barbaric method to launch an extreme collision. This kind of returning to the original battle mode, the surrounding people really couldn't interfere. Once they entered this shattered area, they would feel as if they were struck by lightning. Even super experts like the East Emperor Demon Empress were no exception. The power of the collision between the two of them had actually exceeded the level of the current Heaven Imperial Court. In view of this, everyone was more than happy to chase and kill the other experts from the Saint Emperor Palace. This time, there were a total of 4,000 to 5,000 experts from the Saint Emperor Palace who came with the Saint Lord. However, when facing these peak experts who were already at the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court, especially when facing such a large group of them at once, there was no way to fight back at all. This sword had blocked Luo Kudi's move with great difficulty. But, Jimo's sword had already found a gap, and had pierced into his heart. There was clearly only one Emotianji in front of him. However, a viburnum flower behind him had already quietly drilled into his chest. As for the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, she was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep as she unleashed a massacre. Rui Butong's nirvana flame burned fiercely. His entire person had turned into a huge and divine phoenix, swallowing and spitting out flames as he flew brilliantly in the sky. The only thing that could truly kill the myriad holiness celestial spirit was Rui Butong's nirvana flame. Even the Eastern Emperor's Grand Orient sword and the Demon Empress Demon King's hook paled in comparison. The archer god's arrows truly lived up to their reputation. His arrows never missed. Swoosh! 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 One life after another was claimed. He was taken away just like that. Chula waved her hands. Her cultivation at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm and her incomparable poison were a perfect combination. She moved around the cruel battlefield as she pleased. Wherever he went, the enemies fell in droves. On the other hand, Emo Qinggu, Zi Xiecheng and the rest could only watch the battle. In fact, the four of them were also puzzled. Why did that strange light appear on his body just now? If it was just this strange light, it would have been fine. But why did it condense into a woman that he had never seen before? And the strangest thing was, this woman. Until now, she was still in a light screen and had not disappeared. Facing the messy battlefield, this peerlessly beautiful woman was shrouded in a faint layer of worry. And a kind of gratification that came from the bottom of her heart. This woman's gaze was admiring the vast expanse of greenery around her. Her eyes were full of nostalgia and joy. She was completely dismissive of the battlefield that was filled with war cries. It was as if the order she had just given had nothing to do with her. However, it was this poetic, dreamy, and ethereal woman who casually gave an order that became the fuse that led to the destruction of the Saint Emperor Palace. Boom, boom, boom. As the massacre continued, the number of experts from the Saint Emperor Palace decreased. However, the collision between Chu Yang and the Saint Emperor became more and more intense. The Mountain River Sword was indeed the #1 divine weapon in the Heavenly Imperial Court. It was not at a disadvantage in the continuous collision with the Calamity Sword. It was not inferior at all. The two swords maintained the same flickering light and the same sword aura. There was no sign of damage at all, both of them seemed to have lost their temper. Neither of them was willing to change their moves. They just kept on colliding and fighting to the death without backing down. Yang, whose eyes had already turned red, did not know that he had been hated by a ruthless character that he could not afford to offend at this moment. At this moment, in a pitch-black space within the Calamity Sword, a figure couldn't help but sway left and right. He constantly muttered angrily, Motherf ****. Again. Again. I'm going dizzy. These two damned bastards, this is a Motherf ***king sword. Don't you two bastards understand the principle of a sword being light and agile? This is a sword, not a machete, and not a sledgehammer. Who the hell would do this? They're really unreasonable. I really want to rush out now and beat these two bastards up. They're shaking me to death, shaking me to death. I'm really going to be angry. When will this ***king end? I've really had enough. Yang, you bastard, I'll remember you. Just you wait, you're not done yet, you're colliding again, not to mention how dissatisfied and vengeful the guy with the sword was. Yang and the saint had already collided thousands of times. With the continuous collisions, no matter how fast the energy was replenished, the energy in the body was still not endless. Gradually, both of them vaguely felt that the energy was almost exhausted. They could control the remaining energy freely. Their arms were starting to feel sore and numb, and there seemed to be some strange feelings on their faces. Using his divine sense to check, he realized that his body was bleeding from all 7 orifices due to the continuous collisions. It seemed that he also had some serious internal injuries. It was only because his energy was abundant earlier that the internal injuries were not obvious. Now that his energy was greatly depleted, the injuries were gradually showing. Yang's arms were trembling slightly, and the eyes of the saint opposite him had already started to flicker, because, just a moment ago, he realized that there was no sound around him. Only when he turned his head around did he realize how badly he had lost this time. There were more than 4,700 experts from the Saint Emperor's palace, and none of them were still alive. The one with the most serious injuries was the mighty god, one of the 5 gods of the fairy race. He was known for his strength, and he walked the path of defeating 10 with 1 strength. He was the most seriously injured in this battle, and his whole body was covered in blood and flesh. However, he definitely did not suffer any fatal injuries. Fortunately, the fairy race did not have heavy elixirs. Otherwise, with 1 heavy elixir, his injuries would be healed in the blink of an eye, and he would be full of vigor. Seeing this scene, everyone, including the Saint Master Yun, clearly realized one thing: the Saint Emperor's palace. It's over. The Saint Master Yun, who had shocked the world for millions of years and was regarded as a god by everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court, would also gradually walk towards the end of his road after this moment. At this moment, the Saint Master was really close to breaking down. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that he would weave such a perfect lie, drag the elf race into the water with him, and even create such a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Yang. He was prepared to kill Shui Leihan, Demon Empress Yang, and the others with such a meticulous plan, but things had developed so much, and the person who was tricked in the end was actually himself. Moreover, after this incident, the sage himself had realized that he had already been conned by this vicious scheme to the point where he was beyond redemption. Until now, he still hadn't truly understood where he had made a mistake. Why did the situation develop to such a bad state? This feeling almost drove the Saint Master crazy. Even with his cultivation, he was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. Yang was panting, and the Saint Master opposite him was also panting like a cow. But unlike the Saint Master who was on the verge of breaking down, Yang was very happy. Because he had already found a way to fuse the heavy elixir and eliminate the extreme backlash. And at this moment, Yang's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. Once upon a time, the only Saint Master who was above De and the Empress was so unattainable. So unreachable. But now, he was facing the Saint Master head-on with his own strength, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Although he had 15 super heavy elixirs, the Saint Master also had close to 5,000 high-level 10,000 Saints True Spirits to supplement him. In terms of the current situation, this battle was more or less evenly matched. Even the resources on the Saint Master's side were still at a considerable advantage. Shui Leihan stared at Yang who was standing with his sword in a daze. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. From now on, the Heaven Imperial Court has once again a true, unparalleled expert. The demon empress sighed softly and said with certainty, "That's right. From today onwards, the history of the Heaven Imperial Court is about to be rewritten and enter a new era. And the source of all this is actually, because of these few little ones." Both of them were somewhat emotional. Before this, or when they had just met Chu Yang and the others, who would have thought that they would actually grow to such an extent in such a short period of time, Mo Tianji, Xia Danqiong, Shui Leihan, the Demon Empress, Chu Yang, GMO, Luo Kadi, and the rest, as well as the 5 fairy gods, were all staring at Cloud Master fiercely. On the other hand, Cloud Master's side was completely and truly alone, so many peak-level masters surrounded Cloud Lord. But Cloud Master's expression didn't change. After that moment of near collapse, the saint had more than 1,000,000 years of experience after all. He instantly adapted to the terrible situation in front of him. The determination of his state of mind was evident. He panted lightly and looked around at the people around him. There was an abnormal flush on his face. He actually laughed and said, "Do you people think that I'm at the end of my rope now and will definitely lose? That I'm definitely going to die?" His smile was still as relaxed as ever. Shui Leihan said lightly, "We've never dared to underestimate a saint. No one dared to underestimate a saint. Even if the situation was good, who knew if the saint didn't have other trump cards, since the saint could have 2 trump cards, the 10,000 saints' true spirit and his doppelganger, would he have a 3rd trump card that no one knew about? Even if he died today, he could use his doppelganger to revive himself and rise again. Who would dare to underestimate such a person?" Chu Yang also laughed. "Before you're completely finished, no one will dare to underestimate you. But even if you don't die today, you'll have to peel off a layer of your skin here. We're quite confident about this." The saint sneered. "Peel off a layer of my skin? I'm afraid you people aren't qualified enough." "Then let's wait and see." Chu Yang sneered. His eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. Shui Leihan looked at the saint seriously. Suddenly, he took a step forward slowly and said, "Cloud Master, you're at the end of your rope today. In the future, you won't have any right to deceive the world. I want to ask you something. You shouldn't be hiding anything. And since we're acquainted, I have to ask this question. If you don't understand, you'll always be loyal." Cloud Master said indifferently, "I know what you want to ask. Back then, I was the one who suggested gathering everyone to hunt down the 10,000 saints' true devil. But before we did, I already knew that secret. So, do you understand now?" What Shui Leihan wanted to ask was precisely this. And when Shui Leihan opened his mouth, Cloud Master also guessed that Dong Huang was going to ask about this. Now that everything was out in the open, there was no point in denying it anymore. The saint who had always deceived the world with his lies. Today, he finally spoke the truth for the first time. Because he also knew that if he missed this day, he would have died. There was no chance for him to say anything more. Especially. At this moment, Dong Huang and the others were still qualified. As expected, when the 10,000 saints' true devil was besieged by everyone had always been on guard against the great devil masters coming to help. But in the end, not a single one of them appeared. "You're saying that you've already killed all of them?" Shui Leihan gritted his teeth. "So you've long subdued that person?" Master Cloud laughed. "Shui Leihan. Your words are laughable and superfluous. If I didn't capture those people, how could I rebuild the 10,000 saints' true spirit base? This kind of thing. In the end, it's best to have someone familiar with the task." Shui Leihan nodded and said, "No one has ever known about your master's background. But now that I think about it, since you were able to successfully subdue the great devil and rebuild the 10,000 saints' real spirit base with such ease, you must be the younger brother of that 10,000 saints' real devil from back then, right? The reason why you proposed to gather everyone's strength to eliminate the myriad saints' true devil was because you didn't want anyone to compete with you, even if that person was your teacher. Isn't that right?" Master Cloud laughed loudly, but there was a hint of mockery in his voice. "Shui Leihan, your brain is indeed very good, to be able to think of this in such a short time. But let me tell you, you're wrong. There's a fundamental blind spot in your thinking." "Wrong? Blind spot?" Shui Leihan couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and said, "Please enlighten me." In his mind, After deducing bit by bit back then to come to such a conclusion, his confidence should not be wrong. But, it was actually wrong? Did he still have a blind spot? A mocking and vicious smile appeared on Master Cloud's face. He pointed at Shui Leihan and said mockingly, "You bunch of so-called righteous people, ha ha ha. The reason why you can succeed in today's battle is really because the heavens are blind. It's because you're as stupid as pigs and don't know what means are at all." Shui Leihan frowned. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He said in realization, "Could it be that you're actually..." Master Cloud sneered. "If I'm only the disciple of the myriad saints' true devil, how would he let me go? He would definitely have refined me into the myriad saints' true spirit long ago. You can't even think of this, and you still want to be the Eastern Demon Empress. What a joke." Shui Leihan's eyes were cold. He sighed and said, "I see. Master Cloud, you're really worse than pigs and dogs." GMO, who was at the side, asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean by I see?" Mo Tianji pulled him from behind and stopped him from continuing. Mo Tianji's understanding was even before the Eastern Emperor's, but his reminder at this time was equivalent to confirming and mocking the Eastern Emperor's prestige and dignity. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and shook his head. With a kind of disdain from the bottom of his heart, he said in a low voice, "Master Cloud is not the disciple of the myriad saints' true devil, but the son of the myriad saints' true devil. His biological son." Everyone was greatly shocked. They looked at Master Cloud, almost in disbelief. Back then, Master Cloud mobilized the entire world's power just to kill his own father. This was too inconceivable. There was actually such a despicable and heartless person in this world. Master Cloud laughed loudly, rocking back and forth. He said, "Not bad, not bad. At least you're not completely stupid. I was the son of the myriad saints' true devil back then, and it's precisely because I was his son that he couldn't possibly cultivate me into the myriad saints' true spirit. And only through his son would I know all the methods to cultivate the myriad saints' true spirit. And only through his son would I be able to subdue all the great devil masters." His expression suddenly became violent and ferocious. "All of you know now? Shocking, right? Ha 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 ha. What a pity, all of you are already too late by more than 1,000,000 years. For these more than 1,000,000 years, all of you have been like a bunch of stupid pigs, toyed by me in the palm of my hand. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me feel very satisfied." He laughed loudly. "All of you have spent so much effort to get rid of the myriad saints' true devil, but all of you have become the subordinates of the myriad saints' true devil. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's funny? Don't you think it's ironic? A bunch of idiots." The Demon Empress laughed coldly. "Ironic? Funny? Idiots? What we find funny is still only you. As a son, you actually gathered so many experts, plotted and schemed, cut off all reinforcements, and used all sorts of methods to kill your own biological father. Cloud Master, are you still a human?" Cloud Master laughed crazily. "Why not? With him around, I will never be able to truly grasp all the secrets, much less control all the powers. Even if he really rules over the Heaven Imperial Court, I will at most be a Tai, or even a one Tai. What's the point of having such a status? Furthermore, he doesn't even have the ambition to rule over the entire Heaven Imperial Court. All he wants is his own strength. How stupid is that? What's the point of having such a strong force and such a stupid thought when he dies? More importantly, I started to clear my name from the moment I started. At that time, I was already going to become the #1 person in the Heaven Imperial Court. But the only stain on my name is that I am the son of the myriad saints' true devil. Although no one knows the secret, it is still like a thorn in my back, a bone in my throat. I am always worried that he will ask me to do something. And if I don't do it, he will expose my identity at any time. I am Cloud Master. I am the Cloud Master. How can I be suppressed like this? What do you know about this feeling of having your biggest secret suppressed by someone else? What do you know?" Cloud Master roared with grief and indignation. "If I don't kill him, what can I do? If I kill him, I can gain a good reputation and become the #1 hero in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Why can't I do something like this that will only bring me benefits and no harm?" He is so evil. If I kill him, won't I be upholding justice? Why can't I kill him? And if I kill him, I can subdue the great devil master and have the secret of the myriad saints' true spirit. Why can't I kill him? He is my father. He gave birth to me, raised me, and cultivated me. In the end, he sacrificed himself for my great cause. What's wrong with that? Isn't this the right thing to do? Which father in the world doesn't sacrifice himself for his son? Why can't he? Ah. Why? Everyone looked at Cloudmaster as if they were looking at a pile of shit. Their eyes were full of undisguised disgust and disdain. Before this, no one would have thought that there would be such a person in this world, so inhumane. He was so heartless, so infuriating. Killing one's own father was actually said to bring benefits and no harm. This kind of shameless argument made everyone explode in anger in an instant. Xianxia said sternly, even if he is evil and heartless and can kill anyone in the world, you, Cloudmaster, can't be killed. Because you are his son. Indeed, every father in the world is sacrificing himself for his son. But this doesn't mean that the son has no conscience. It also doesn't mean that the son has no conscience. Not to mention killing him. Cloudmaster, you are worse than a dog. Mo Tianji was so angry that his face turned red. It is myriad saints' true devil's misfortune to have a son like you. Shui Leihan sighed and said, perhaps, this is myriad saints' true devil's retribution for all the evil he has done in his life. To die in the hands of his own son. If I don't kill him, can he live on? Don't you all still want to kill him? He has done so many evil things and yet he is so high profile. He will die sooner or later. Rather than die in your hands, I would rather he die in my hands. At least, he can still make some contributions to his own son. Cloudmaster gritted his teeth. Shui Leihan, stop pretending. You are the real executioner. I killed my father. Do you feel good about it? Ha ha ha. Cloudmaster said despicably, I'm not afraid to tell you that I actually feel very good too. He brought me to this world, and I sent him away from this world. Isn't this the best repayment? Isn't this me sending him off in his old age? The demon empress turned her head away in disgust. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The words sending him off in his old age could actually be interpreted in such a way. This world was really big. There were weirdos every year, but not as many as this year. Faced with such shameless words, and coming from the mouth of Cloudmaster, the saint who had been the most powerful person in the world for 1,000,000 years, everyone felt especially intolerable. You even dared to kill your own father. You were even willing to kill him. And you did it without any guilt at all. Shui Leihan's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. He said softly, then it's no wonder that you would kill your own father-in-law and swallow the assets of someone who had done you a great favor. Sigh. Cloudmaster, you're really a piece of trash, a complete piece of trash. Cloudmaster frowned and said angrily, what are you saying? Shui Leihan's eyes were cold. He said, I'm saying, you're a complete piece of trash. Cloud Lord chuckled. Trash? In this world, who isn't trash? Cloudmaster looked up and laughed. Who didn't grow up from a piece of trash? For example, you and Chu Yang. In the beginning, weren't you just a piece of trash? Or rather, an ant. But even though you've grown until now, you're still trash. In this lifetime, you'll always be trash. Shui Leihan's lips were a little green. At this moment, Shui Leihan thought of his Shui clan. It was all because of this person in front of him. Disintegrated. But this person was actually such a despicable person, his father, brothers, family, little sister, their lives were all ruined by this person. The anger in Shui Leihan's heart at this moment was really incomparable. Suddenly, a sword light flashed. Cloudmaster. Today, you and I will fight to the death. Cloudmaster dodged, tilting his head and smiling. You seem to hate me a lot? Why? Did I kill your whole family and rape your sister? Shui Leihan. I don't understand. You've always been against me. What enmity do I have with you? Shui Leihan's eyes widened, his chest heaving up and down. But he still said, let me ask you. What exactly happened to the purple cloud heavens back then? Cloudmaster laughed loudly. Don't you know the reason? You were there many times back then. Zihao threatened me so many times back then. That bastard, am I someone he can threaten? How dare you threaten me to not enter the Shui clan? How dare you threaten me not to marry Shui Xian'er? He actually threatened to kill me. Ha ha ha. Can he kill me? In the end, didn't I kill him? He laughed complacently. I've used a little trick and I've made that bastard Zihao die an unnatural death. He died with everlasting regret. He looked up to the sky and howled, in the Heaven Imperial Court. No one can threaten me. No. There wasn't one in the past, and there wouldn't be one in the future. You, Shui Leihan. You, Yao Xian, you, Chu Yang, all of you, and all of you, will die. Not a single one of them can live. He looked up to the sky and roared, as if he had gone mad. The look in his eyes became ruthless and violent, flashing with a faint black light. But he was obviously laughing happily. Yes, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for everything he had done. There was only joy. Shui Leihan calmed down at once. You've used a little trick? The saint panted heavily and laughed strangely. That's right. Back then, your cultivation had already reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through for a long time. Then, didn't you get a firmament technique? That secret manual is good stuff. It's your opportunity to break through the bottleneck, right? Then, you went into seclusion. And you couldn't come out even after you went into seclusion. Even if I forcefully interrupted you, it's impossible, right? Ha ha ha. Shui Leihan felt cold all over. You, the saint laughed wildly, rocking back and forth. That secret manual was given to you by me. The restriction inside was also set up by me. Ha ha ha. Shui Leihan, do you really think you've discovered an ancient relic? Do you really think you're so lucky? Ha ha ha. What a joke. The Great East Sovereign, ha 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 ha. Shui Leihan's face was ashen. So, that seclusion he went into seclusion back then was a scheme of the saint. After you got the firmament technique, I immediately informed the extraterrestrial demons. Xiaotian and Zihao completely lost the help of the outside world. The saint, Venerable Master Yun, no longer had any scruples and said everything. These were obviously the things he was proud of in his life and had always been buried in his heart. He had long felt that he was going to go crazy from holding it in. He actually didn't share such a proud thing with anyone. Wasn't that casting pearls before swine? Walking in the dark, now that all his identities and secrets had been exposed, there was no point in hiding them anymore. Moreover, after today, he, the only saint, would probably become a rat despised by everyone in the heavenly imperial court. By then, there wouldn't be a chance to say anything anymore. He might as well say it all out today. No matter what, he could still be happy. To let others know about his proud things, especially to see their regretful expressions, was what the saint looked forward to the most. As expected, he wasn't disappointed. I told the extraterrestrial demons that Xiaotian already had no roots. Hee. Moreover, this was the most suitable place for them. If they succeeded, the other heavens and earth in the heavenly imperial court wouldn't join forces to encircle and annihilate them. Those extraterrestrial demons indeed sent troops to invade Xiaotian. Venerable Master Yun's face, which had always been calm and peaceful, was now filled with extreme evil, insidious and poisonous. Then, during the war, I personally rushed to Xiaotian and told Zihao an important piece of information. The extraterrestrial demons invaded this time because they wanted to fight a decisive battle and dominate the entire heavenly imperial court. Our heavenly imperial court was actively preparing for war. Once the time was right, we would launch a decisive battle with the extraterrestrial demons. But, before the time was right, we needed Zihao to hold on. The saint's words made everyone sigh. With Zihao's heroic spirit, how could he take a step back after knowing such a thing? He was destined to hold on until the last moment, but when he finally understood that all this was the saint's scheme, everything was too late. Even if he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Because there were already so many brothers who had died in the battle at Purple Cloud Heavens. Only because he believed the words of a villain. Even if he had the ability to escape, he would definitely not stay out of it. Therefore, the tragedy of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor was destined just like that. At that time it was already impossible to change. There were provisions for the internal affairs and no reinforcements for the external affairs. During that period of time, all the big worlds were in chaos, to the extent that the people had no way of making a living. Did you think that those were all coincidences? Ha ha ha. Those were all caused by me. Zihao is indeed amazing. The saint chuckled. I originally thought that it would take at most a year's time for the entire purple cloud heavens to fall. But I didn't expect that Zihao actually held on for as long as a year. Just a little bit more and he could hold on until you, Shui Leihan, came out of seclusion. But in the end, you still didn't come out in time. The saint laughed maniacally. Aren't you sworn brothers with Zihao? Aren't you good brothers who entrusted their lives to each other? Why didn't you appear when your brothers died? Shui Leihan, ha 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 ha. Even if you hate me, what can you do? For these 1,000,000 years, you wanted to kill me every moment, but did you manage to do it? Perhaps today is the closest you've ever been to your goal, but you only managed to do it by relying on the help of many outsiders. Is this your ability? You remember your brother's revenge, but you're destined to never be able to avenge them. You'll never be able to avenge them. The saint's maniacal laughter was like sharp balls piercing into Shui Leihan's heart. My brother's revenge, no revenge for 1,000,000 years, only now did the truth come to light. Shui Leihan looked at Xianxia with a gaze full of guilt. The saint's gaze also followed and looked over. He couldn't understand why Shui Leihan would look at this young girl with such guilt. Xianxia said proudly, Uncle Shui, you don't have to blame yourself. My father died protecting purple cloud heavens. That was his territory in the first place, where his responsibility lay. I can feel that my father still had no regrets in that great battle until his death. For the sake of purple cloud heavens, he was worth it. As for Uncle Shui not being able to go because you were tricked, you can only blame Cloud Lord for being too despicable. The main culprit is Cloud Lord, only a despicable person like him. This piece of trash has nothing to do with Uncle Shui. The brotherhood between Uncle Shui and my father is clear as day. No one can change it. Xianxia said resolutely. Shui Leihan's beard trembled. For a moment, he actually felt hot in his heart, almost glistening with tears. The saint was suddenly tongue-tied. He looked at Xianxia as if he had seen a ghost. You. You're actually Zihao's daughter? In that instant, he felt his mind go blank. He really didn't expect that the heavenly emperor of purple cloud heavens, Zihao, actually left behind a daughter when the entire army of purple cloud heavens was wiped out. I'll let you know. The demon empress stared at Cloud Lord with extreme disgust. This child in front of you is the daughter of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud Zihao and sister Ling Piaoping. She's also the only direct descendant of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud left in this world. Heaven always blesses kind people, but it definitely won't bless a beast like you. Back then, you caused the destruction of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud's family. Now, the daughter of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud has personally witnessed your fall from grace. This can be considered as karma. The demon empress said coldly, this also proves that Cloud Lord, your path has come to an end. Today, it's time for you to repay the blood debt. Cloud Lord, surrender yourself. I didn't expect that the few of us would set the gathering to be today. I was scolded just now. I'll go quickly. I'll come back tonight and write my story according to the situation. Master Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xianxia. Suddenly, the look in his eyes slowly changed from shock and disbelief to viciousness and malevolence. So, Zihao actually still has a bastard child left in this world. Forget it, let me end his life completely today and let him live in regret in the afterlife. The demon empress Dong Huang and all his brothers stepped forward at the same time. The 5 fairy gods' eyes also turned sharp instantly. Now, the illusion of the fairy empress was related to the white light on Xianxia. This bastard actually wanted to destroy Xianxia? Wasn't this equivalent to destroying the last trace of the fairy empress? They had to kill him even if they had to risk their lives. The archer god's bow was fully drawn. This arrow was different from all the previous ones. The archer god had even fused his life and soul into the arrow. This was an arrow that risked his life. In front of me, who dares to hurt my baby, my Xianxia? the dark god's figure disappeared again. Obviously, he had returned to the darkness and was ready to launch a fatal attack. At this moment, all 5 of the elven gods were bristling with rage. As long as the Cloud Master dared to move, they would dare to risk their lives. Cloud Master, you're courting death. Chu Yang snorted coldly. You? Are you worthy? Kill. The Cloud Master suddenly jumped up. With a shake of his body, he and his sword turned into thousands of rays of light and rushed toward Xianxia. Break! The archer god shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had launched his ultimate arrow. The moonlight in the sky followed the release of this arrow. It suddenly shone brightly. Puff 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 puff, the archer god's arrow pierced through the countless illusions and rays of light created by the saint. The next moment, the saint shouted. His body, which was moving at full speed, suddenly flashed and twisted. He actually appeared in the sky far away. There was a transparent hole on his shoulder. The archer god's arrow actually injured his actual body in the almost endless illusions. This was something that was almost impossible to do. Yet, the fairy archer god did it. The archer god spat out blood and lay on the ground. He could no longer move. But his arrow that risked his life. However, he had already severely injured Cloud Master. Almost at the same time, Shui Leihan's Grand Orient sword flew up like a rainbow. Chu Yang's Calamity sword also turned into a ray of flowing light. The Demon Empress Demon King Hook also scattered demonic aura all over the sky. Xianxia's Jasper Flower Heaven suddenly bloomed. Rui Butong's Nirvana Flame burned the world. Mo Tianji's Purple Jade Flute covered the sky and covered the earth. GMO and Luo Kadi became one with their swords. Everyone attacked with all their might. Another illusory figure appeared beside the sage. It was the elf dark god who was attacking with all his might. As for the other 3 fairy gods, they turned into 3 streams of light and charged forward. All the experts reappeared at the same time as the Cloud Lord's arrow. Launch a counterattack. There was only one goal. The only holy monarch, Cloud Lord attacked Xianxia. This was tantamount to crossing everyone's bottom line. No matter who he attacked, he might not be able to create such an effect. But his target was Xianxia. In fact, Cloud Lord didn't expect that Xianxia was closely related to everyone present at this moment. The Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's daughter that he wanted to kill was now the incarnation of the Fairy Empress, Chu Yang's wife, Tribulation's sister-in-law, and the East Emperor Demon Empress niece. Once he moved, the East Emperor Demon Empress, the Elf race, and Tribulation's brothers all started to fight with all their might. The sage who was surrounded by countless attacks frantically dodged, counterattacked, and escaped. But in this short period of time, he had been attacked by so many experts at the same time. How could he not be flustered? In this world, he believed that there was no one who could block so many attacks at the same time in an orderly manner. At least, only the sage, Cloud Lord, couldn't, with such attacks, not to mention one Cloud Lord. Even if there were 2 more Cloud Lords, they would definitely not be able to block it. This time, it was as if Cloud Lord had provoked the craziest hornet's nest in this world. Even though he was the #1 expert in the world, he was still in a very sorry state. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Cloud Lord howled miserably at the sky. Amidst the frenzied parries, dodges, and chaotic movements, GMO let out a cry of agony and was the first to be sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his sword had already been left on Guru Yun's body. Luo Kadi and GMO both coughed up blood and retreated at almost the same time. Luo Kadi's sword was still in his hand, but before he retreated, he left behind a gaping wound that was half a foot long on the great sage's body, so deep that his bones could be seen. The East Emperor watched the battle and looked for a chance to enter. Without any hesitation, he clashed with Cloud Lord's palm. Both of them spat out blood at the same time and leaned back. Xianxia's viburnum flower took the opportunity to bloom on Cloud Lord's back. The viburnum flower emperor retreated after she succeeded. She wasn't greedy and didn't suffer any counterattacks. There was also a strange snake-shaped weapon that pierced through Cloud Lord's thigh. However, the owner of the snake-shaped weapon, the dark deity, wasn't as lucky as Xianxiang. He took a kick and was sent flying. The Demon King's hook forced the mountain and river sword away. The Demon Empress Snow White palm struck out and smashed onto Cloud Lord's chest like a huge hammer. Cloud Lord suffered another heavy blow. He screamed and retreated desperately. He borrowed the force of the attack and tried to break free from the Demon Empress attacks. However, the group of people in the air didn't want to let up. They entangled with each other and rolled out for thousands of feet in an instant. Chu Yang's calamity sword finally found an opportunity. With one strike, it chopped off one of Cloud Lord's shoulders. However, the moment that arm fell off, it swayed in the wind and turned into another Cloud Lord. His face was the same as before. He pounced forward fiercely and used his body to block the calamity sword. Such a strange technique was truly shocking. After a part of the body left the body, it could turn into his own appearance to block the calamity? This was undoubtedly another trump card of the Saint Lord. Chu Yang didn't slow down or hesitate. He swung the calamity sword no less than 1,000 times. The devouring power was also activated at the same time. Fortunately, the Cloud Lord formed by the arm looked exactly the same as Cloud Lord. The power that it could unleash wasn't high. Not only was it far inferior to Cloud Lord himself, but it couldn't even compare to the clone. Chu Yang attacked fiercely with the calamity sword. With the help of the devouring power, this clone was cut into pieces in an instant. Chu Yang was afraid that there would be more trouble in the future. He poured a lot of energy into the calamity sword, and the sword energy became even more intense. He vaporized all the fragments and turned them into nothingness. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot. This vaporized state was even more beneficial for the devouring power of the calamity sword. It devoured the Saint Lord's severed arm and replenished a lot of energy. It greatly replenished Chu Yang's energy that was about to be depleted. Mo Tianji's purple jade flute turned into a purple ocean. Finally, he tapped Cloud Lord's forehead with the flute. A bloody hole immediately appeared on Cloud Lord's forehead. It was a shocking sight. Mo Tianji rarely attacked, but when he did, he would definitely succeed. This was especially so at this moment. However, while he succeeded, Cloud Lord's counterattack was also fierce. His remaining arm struck Mo Tianji's chest 3 times in a row. However, the moment Mo Tianji retreated, blood spurted out of his mouth. Cloud Lord's right eye had already been blinded by the purple jade flute. The arrow god shot another arrow, and it pierced through Cloud Lord's back. This arrow was the arrow god's soul-chasing arrow. It was extremely vicious and deadly. Cloud Lord attacked fiercely again. He suddenly roared, and his broken body suddenly exploded. He cried out in extreme pain, "I will definitely take revenge for today." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden boom. His entire body turned into smoke that filled the sky. The smoke billowed all the way to the north. Chu Yang's calamity sword, Shui Leihan's Grand Orient sword, the Demon Empress's Demon King hook, and Xia Danxiong's viburnum flower all shot into the sky at the same time. They tried their best to surround and suppress the smoke that filled the sky. The 4 experts started to wipe out the smoke together. At this moment, another streak of red light flew over like lightning. It was Mo Qingwu's Qingwu Dream Saber. However, there seemed to be other colors on the Qingwu Dream Saber this time. It was Chu Luer's poison that attacked together with Mo Qingwu's saber. The 5 divine weapons unleashed their own characteristics at the same time, and the smoke dissipated instantly. A scream seemed to come from the depths of one's soul. In the next moment, a strong wind rose from the ground, and a streak of smoke shot into the sky. Then, with a boom, it turned into air. However, the calamity sword still flew into the sky, relentlessly chasing after it. Smack, a streak of light fell from the sky. An extremely furious shout came from the void. It was Cloud Lord's voice. The clouds in the sky dissipated in all directions. The wind swept away the clouds, leaving no trace. Cloud Lord's body disappeared just like that. Only one streak of light fell straight from the sky. With a clang, it landed on a huge rock. The huge rock couldn't withstand the heavy blow and instantly shattered. It was a sword that fell from the sky. Apart from shattering the rock, it was still stuck in the ground shakily. Although only half of it was exposed, it was still shining brightly. It was the weapon that I, Cloud Lord, had never let go of in my life. The Mountain River Sword, the #1 divine weapon in the Imperial Court. This sword was also the only divine weapon that could collide with the Calamity Sword and remain unscathed. The #1 divine weapon in the Imperial Court lived up to its name. This battle had actually caused Master Cloud's personal weapon to be lost here. Looking at this sword, Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress both had complicated expressions. Besides being the #1 divine weapon in the imperial court, this sword was also the symbol of supreme power in the imperial court, the mountain river sword. It represented loyalty, the imperial court, the mountains and rivers, and the human heart. However, such a divine weapon, which was supposed to be the embodiment of justice and justice, had fallen into the hands of people like Master Cloud for over 1,000,000 years. This is the mountain river sword? GMO walked over curiously. The #1 weapon in the imperial court. Don't touch this sword. Shui Leihan hurriedly reminded him. Before he finished speaking, the mountain and river sword shook violently. Then, a cloud of snow-white smoke flowed out from the sword. A desolate voice that seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and disappointment sighed, Xianxia has been oppressed for too long. How can he still have the face to exist in this world? Then, the smoke suddenly dispersed, turning into thousands of thin wisps of smoke and dissipating in the air. Pa 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 pa, just like that, the mountain and river sword swayed, but starting from the hilt, it started to crack inch by inch. Gradually, this #1 divine sword that had shaken the heavens and symbolized supreme power for millions of years turned into fine powder just like that, a pile of metal scraps. That sigh seemed to sound in everyone's hearts. The moment the mountain and river sword shattered, Shui Leihan and the others clearly felt a sense of guilt from the mountain and river sword itself. The heroic spirits that had existed in the mountain and river sword for millions of years finally dissipated. They were very guilty and very angry. As the symbol of justice, the representative of justice, as the supreme existence, they were used by such a despicable and shameless person for so long. With this thought, these heroic spirits would rather destroy themselves and not return to the world. To thank the world. From now on, there will be no supreme symbol of power in the world anymore. There will be no more mountain and river sword. A desolate voice sounded faintly. Then, the sound of wind suddenly rose. Everyone only felt their vision clear up. The mountain and river sword was destroyed, and the heroic spirit of the sword also destroyed itself out of shame and regret, dissipating from the world. The East Emperor and the Demon Empress had deep gazes. Both of them bowed deeply at the same time, bidding farewell to the heroic spirit. At the same time, they let out a long sigh. Mo Tianji muttered, "From now on, there will be no more supreme symbol of power in the world, no more mountain and river sword." He seemed to have understood something. He said softly, "If there really is no such power in the world, if there really is no such symbol. For the celestial imperial court, this might not be a bad thing, right?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Regarding this question, no one could say for sure. But their hearts. They all felt a heartfelt sense of pity. Divine weapons had spirits and also self-esteem. He was unwilling to be controlled by others, and even more unwilling to be used by bad people for so long. In order to prove his innocence, in order to prove something, he was determined to destroy himself. A sword was already like this. Where was he, but no matter what? After this battle, Cloud Master's vitality was undoubtedly greatly damaged. His physical body was almost completely destroyed. And this time, it was his main body that was injured. The injuries that originated from the body were definitely not something that could be healed in a short period of time. And his divine weapon, the mountain river sword, was no longer in his hands. This was equivalent to reducing his strength. Once again, it was greatly weakened. If he were to encounter it again in the future, the danger would definitely be reduced by a lot, right? Thinking of this, everyone was more or less relieved. Immediately send a message to the world and announce to the heavenly imperial court that only our sage monarch, Master Yun, will be witnessed by the Eastern Sovereign, the Demon Empress, Emperor Mo, and the 5 gods of the elf race. They will confirm that he is the master behind the myriad holy true spirit. As for his identity, he is the son of the previous generations. Myriad saints true devil. The Demon Empress immediately thought of this and said, when facing such an evil person, the Demon Empress will not be able to escape. Everyone in the entire Heaven Imperial Court has the right to punish him. Not bad. Shui Leihan immediately came to a realization. He looked at Xianxia and said, "This time, other than the people here, we also need to announce to the world at the same time that we're removing the title of the saint." The Demon Empress looked at Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I can guarantee that all 10 worlds will know about this news at the same time. Furthermore, I can guarantee that before Master Yun continues to confuse right and wrong, even if he tries to quibble, it'll be useless. Oh? The demon empress was a little surprised. After the archer god pointed out that Master Yun is the myriad holy true spirit and confirmed the evidence. I've already spread this news. At this moment, it might have already spread to the various branches of the intelligence department. Mo Tianji smiled and said, therefore, I believe that before Master Yun reaches home, he will realize that he's no longer the number one person in Heaven Imperial Court. He's just a rat crossing the street and has no chance to fight back. Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress were both stunned. You spread the news before the battle ended? Of course, I had to spread the news as soon as possible. Mo Tianji said, I think the Tianji Intelligence Department, which is closer to this place, has already started to announce this to the world. In another 6 hours at most, there won't be any major force in the entire Imperial Court that doesn't know about this matter, including the purple cloud heavens. The muscles on Shui Leihan's face twitched. This guy is really ruthless. Furthermore, I also vaguely reminded that the entire world should boycott the Holy Emperor Palace. There are rumors that any forces that don't boycott the Holy Emperor Palace may be his subordinate forces. Mo Tianji grinned and said, therefore, I reckon that at this moment, many of the branches of the Holy Emperor Palace should have already been smashed into pieces. The closer the original forces of the Holy Emperor Palace are to this place, the faster they'll be destroyed. The corners of the Demon Empress' eyes also twitched. This guy Mo Tianji is really very dangerous. He's always done everything in advance. There's no need for anyone to say anything. Everything is under his control. Everything is perfect and flawless. When Shui Leihan raised his head, he realized that the 5 elven gods were no longer beside him. Chu Yang was also rushing back. On the battlefield just now, the 4 rays of light were still shining. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they all rushed back. They saw that the battlefield had already been cleaned up by the 5 elven gods. So many corpses and blood that flowed like a river just now were nowhere to be seen. Even, the whole place was already filled with fresh flowers, like a sea of flowers. Mo Qingguo and the other 3 girls were standing in the center. In midair, the figure of the Elven Empress was still there. She looked at the southern sky forest with a gaze full of longing and reluctance, as if she was full of endless emotions. Xianxia. The archer god's voice was trembling. You're finally willing to come back and take a look. The Elven Empress' eyes were actually a little dazed at this moment. Because everyone was looking at her, including Chu Yang. No one dared to be sure. Was this Elven Empress who suddenly appeared just a projection of her divine soul without consciousness? Or was it a barely remaining divine soul doppelganger? The Elven Empress turned her head and locked her gaze on Chu Yang's face. All of a sudden, a smile like a spring flower appeared on her face. The Elven Emperor's seal on Chu Yang's forehead jumped again and gradually appeared. When the Elven Emperor's seal appeared, the Elven Empress' eyes became lively. Her body also became more solid. I'm sorry. Grandpa Archer God. The Elven Empress bowed slightly to the Archer God. Sob sob sob. The Archer God of the Elven race, whose name shook the world. At this moment, he actually burst into tears. Xianxia. You've been away for so many years, and the first thing you say to me after you come back is I'm sorry? The Elven Empress' eyes glistened with tears. They were glistening. Grandpa Archer God, I don't have much time left. I want to say as much as I can. My current form may seem like a physical body. In fact, it's just a trace of consciousness that I left behind back then. I'm going to leave after saying what I want to say. The Elven Empress' voice was so weak that it made people want to comfort her involuntarily. The Archer God sobbed and stopped asking. The others were also very curious. What exactly was going on? Fortunately, the Elven Empress didn't have any requests to listen. When she saw everyone gather around, she didn't express any objections. So everyone listened together. Back then, I comprehended the laws of the elves. The Elven Empress began to speak softly. Everyone was listening attentively. When I was halfway through comprehending, I suddenly felt a little dispirited. The elven empress smiled bitterly. I realized that. Although I'm an elf and the elven empress, I'm still a woman after all. So, I wanted to find a home that belonged to me, and that beautiful dream. So, I took the divine book of the elves and left the elven forest to come to the human world. However, I looked around and saw all the heroes in the world, but none of them caught my eye. The elven empress nodded apologetically at Shueleihan. Her gaze was full of apology, obviously saying that Dong Huang, you're already very outstanding, but I didn't take a fancy to you. It's really not that you're not good enough, it's just that you didn't meet my expectations. Shueleihan touched his nose very, very awkwardly. You're really too polite. You didn't take a fancy to me. Are you embarrassed? But when I nodded, why did I suddenly feel like I've become trash? Do you know how much helplessness I've endured? You've saved me a lot of trouble. Finally, one day, when I was comprehending the divine book of the elves in the land of thunder and rain, it seemed like a voice suddenly said something to me. There was an incomprehensible confusion on the elven empress' delicate little face. This voice said, Xianxia can't dance with the wind and clouds, the world of pride is in the heavens, the path of purity in this life is clear, and there will be a good marriage in the next life. The elven empress said, these 4 sentences have a mysterious origin. I never understood it, so I kept thinking about it. Then, I finally understood. Xianxia can't dance with the wind and clouds. Yes, I'm Xianxia, but I can't dance with the wind and clouds because the wind and clouds are on me. So, someone needs to dance with the wind and clouds above the Xianxia. And this is a human, not an elf. The world of pride is in the heavens. I once thought, is the heavens the short name of the heavens? But I didn't get anything until later. I accidentally learned from Dong Huang. There's actually another world in this world called the Heavens Continent. So that's the so-called heavens. The elven empress bowed to Shueleihan. She was grateful for his guidance. But the god of archery and the other 5 elven gods looked at Shueleihan fiercely as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Shueleihan swallowed his saliva and thought, when did I tell you about the Heavens Continent? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't remember. The 3rd sentence, the path of purity in this life, meant that I'm destined to be lonely in this life, right? The elven empress looked at Xianxia and the others with yearning and envy in her eyes. She said, but the 4th sentence pushed the good marriage to the next life. No, no, no. I searched all the way and left the heavenly imperial court. I don't know how long I walked, but I found that I really went to the heavenly continent. What surprised me was that there were actually elves on this continent, but they were very weak. I lived on this continent and united the elves. Sometimes, I thought to myself, with my cultivation, which is considered a master in the heavenly imperial court, what kind of danger could I encounter on this continent? I'm almost immortal, so what's the point of this life and the afterlife? At this point, the elven empress smiled bitterly. Finally, one day, that sword appeared. The elven empress looked at the calamity sword in Chu Yang's hand. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Shueleihan smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the root of the problem was back to the calamity sword. Actually, it was natural. With the elven empress's strength at the peak of the heavenly imperial court, she would be invincible in the heavenly continent without even needing to fight. If it wasn't for the calamity sword and its owner, how could there be an accident? The 5 elven gods also fixed their gazes on the calamity sword in Chu Yang's hand, with different expressions. Obviously, they didn't know what this sword had to do with what the elven empress said. That day, the heavenly continent suddenly collapsed without any warning. It was a catastrophic destruction that caused the most direct and complete destruction to the entire world and the entire plane. Then, someone used heaven-defying means to directly fold and reshape the heavenly continent. Until now, the means used by that mighty person are still completely beyond my understanding of power, or my survival instinct. And the last struggle of not wanting my fellow elves to die in front of me, I tried my best to lead all the elves to avoid the disaster, whether it was intentional or not. Anyway, that mighty person with heaven-defying abilities settled all the elves in a slightly more stable place. I can say with certainty that if it wasn't for that person's help, all the elves, including me, would have perished in that world-ending disaster. We were collectively settled in that new place, and we thought that the disaster was over. We thought that we could start a new life, but we didn't expect that the world would collapse again, and the end of the world would come again. The scale of this world-ending disaster was much smaller than the previous one. However, it was still not something that could be resisted by humans. Just as I was about to bring the elf race away from there and return to heaven's imperial court, I realized that the chaos of creation could no longer be reversed. At least, there was nothing I could do about it. A voice that sounded like a sigh said to me, "I've ruined your present life, so I'll return you an afterlife." The elves were never spared. The entire race was annihilated, and I was only able to preserve the place where the elves lived, the city of elves. However, the spring of life that represents the reproduction of the elves has finally dried up. All of this represents the end. The elven empress voice was filled with exhaustion. Or perhaps there can be no construction without destruction. Anyway, it was at that time that I suddenly had an epiphany. I understood what I wanted. So I dispersed all of my cultivation to protect the lifeline of the Sky Elf clan. I dispersed the Elf Emperor's seal and only kept the last bit of my life in the land of slumber. On that day, I made an oath to the world: if anyone brings the spring of life to my place of slumber and brings light to the elven race, and brings hope to the elven race, I will bestow the Elven Emperor's seal to him, until one day I suddenly woke up in the land of eternal slumber. I didn't know about my afterlife, but I also didn't dream about those beautiful women anymore. Because, after experiencing life and death, all of this seemed so absurd. But, finally, one day, this person came. His name is Xianxia. He brought his sword and the spring of life to bring hope and light to the elves. Actually, at that time, the Elf Emperor's seal was already restless, and I also gave my approval. When I saw this person, I seemed to have a feeling. It seems that I've been waiting for him for a very, very long time. Or perhaps, it should be said that my slumber was to wait for his arrival. Now, the time that I've been waiting for is already in this life and the afterlife. Finally, the time that I've been waiting for has come, but it's already impossible for my life to recover. If I had met you in my youth back then, I would definitely have married you and become your most adorable wife. When the Elven Empress said this, her eyes looked deeply at Xianxia. The tenderness in her eyes was boundless and undisguised. Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of absent-mindedness and bitterness. Tears were already streaming down the faces of the 5 elven gods. We only knew that the elves stood aloof from worldly affairs and blindly let the elves live in seclusion. But we didn't know that such seclusion was actually equivalent to sealing off the human nature of the elves. Regardless of whether it's a human or an elf, when they're hungry, they have to eat, when they're thirsty, they have to drink water, when they're young, regardless of whether they're male or female, they all yearn for a love that belongs to them. The Elven Empress sighed softly. In the future, don't use external forces to control this kind of thing. Otherwise, the elves will be destroyed in this world sooner or later. Yes, the 5 elven gods replied in unison. The moment I saw him, I knew that it was already impossible for me. The so-called present life and the afterlife were nothing more than an obsession. And this person already had his lover long ago. So, I turned my soul into the purest creation primordial energy in the world, divided it into 4, and bestowed them to his wives respectively. At the end of my obsession, I've actually truly understood. I finally know what the so-called love feels like. There was satisfaction in the Elven Empress expression. When this last bit of my consciousness dissipates, I'll truly disappear from this world. The only thing that makes me feel gratified is that before my final disappearance, I've finally returned to my hometown. I've seen my long-lost kin again, and I have no more regrets in this life. The Elven Empress looked around her, full of longing. At this point, even Xianxia, Shuelehan, and the others felt a sense of sorrow. This Elven Empress, who looked weak and lovely, had never done any evil deeds in her life. She had devoted her entire life to the elves, whether it was the elves in the heavens or the elves in the heavens. As an empress, her greatest wish was to be able to marry and experience the taste of love like an ordinary woman. However, such an extremely ordinary wish was filled with twists and turns. From the beginning to the end, she still hadn't achieved it. Even if she said that she had tasted it now, it was only because she felt the same way and enjoyed the feelings of Xianxia and the others. Now, this wisp of her soul was about to dissipate and enter the path of eternal silence. It was a pity that no matter how emotional they were, they couldn't help at all. Because the Elven Empress in front of them was only a wisp of her consciousness, the last bit of her life force. The Elven Empress calmly looked at Xianxia. Her eyes were filled with boundless tenderness. She even smiled and said, I really envy the four of them. So, I gave them my truest and purest wishes. You can rest assured that I haven't affected their minds from the beginning to the end. They are them, and I am me. I am only me. This sentence was a little vague and even a little incoherent. However, Xianxia understood, really understood. I understand. Thank you very much. The Elven Empress smiled a little warmly and a little sadly. You're welcome. Actually, I should be the one thanking them. After following them, I finally understood what kind of feelings it is for a woman to fall in love with a man. It turns out that this is the most wonderful feeling in the world. She gazed at Xianxia and said, and a man like you who cares and cares for them in every possible way is even more intoxicating and mesmerizing. Xianxia. I actually fell in love with you too. If there's a next life, I'll marry you, okay? Everyone was silent for a while. This included Mo Qinggu, Xianxia, and the other two girls. Logically speaking, a woman had suddenly appeared here and wanted to marry Xianxia. Logically speaking, they should be extremely jealous and glaring angrily at that woman. But now, at this moment, they only felt a heartfelt sadness. How pitiful was this woman, who could reject such an excessive request? At this moment, Xianxia was also a little sad, but also a little amused. Now, he had basically reached the realm of immortality. If he could go one step further, he would even reach the realm of immortality. If that was the case, how could he have a next life? Seeing that Xianxia didn't give an answer for a long time, the Elven Empress' eyes gradually dimmed. She said dejectedly, forget it. The 5 elven gods stared at Xianxia with murderous eyes. Each of them looked as if they wanted to beat this guy into powder. Her Majesty is about to disappear from this world. What can you do by coaxing her? It's just a sentence. Will you die? Or will you lose something? Do you have to be so hypocritical? Little bastard, anyway, no matter what you say, it's impossible. We don't need you to take responsibility. Are you not even willing to say a sentence? Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, Her Majesty is a beauty that can topple nations. She's devastatingly beautiful and gentle. I also like her very much. The Elven Empress' eyes lit up. Full of hope, she asked, then, if there's a next life, how about I marry you? This woman didn't even try to hide her feelings for him. She was so pure, yet so eager. Xianxia nodded gently and said with a smile, okay. The Elven Empress suddenly smiled. Her eyes were full of tears. Looking at Xianxia reluctantly, she said, I know you're coaxing me, but I'm still very happy. I love you, Xianxia. Do you know, when you didn't know my name, you once said, you'll dance with me, Xianxia, and I'll conquer the world with you. I believe that at that time, you didn't know that Xianxia was my name. At this moment, the Elven Empress' tone was actually a little mischievous. And, you dance with me, Xianxia, and I'll accompany you to conquer the world. That's also my lifelong wish. Although it didn't really come true, there was still a man who said this, and that man is the man I love. Xianxia's heart shook. He recalled that he had said these words to his brothers more than once in the past, however, she had never thought that this sentence would be such a beautiful dream for a woman. This was almost every woman's dream, you dance with me, Xianxia, I'll accompany you to conquer the world. This was also a kind of inseparability, and it was a true inseparability at the peak. Then, the Elven Empress' body swayed slowly. She said, I'm going to disappear. You have the Elven Emperor seal with you. From now on, you're the Elven Empress of the Elven race. Xianxia, my husband, Grandpa Arrow God. I'm sorry, goodbye, my wish has come true, I'm very satisfied. The Elven Empress figure gradually became illusory and dispersed like smoke, but her eyes were fixed on Xianxia's face. They were dreamy and full of affection. I want to kiss you. She suddenly tried her best to float closer to Xianxia, wanting to kiss him. Xianxia didn't dodge. Any extra movement at this moment was equivalent to blaspheming the Elven Empress' true feelings. Xianxia couldn't dodge, and he couldn't bear to, however, the last bit of movement was all in vain. Her red lips, which had already dispersed into smoke, had completely dispersed the moment they touched Chu Yang's face. In the end, Chu Yang didn't feel this kiss. The elven empress Wu Qiongxiao didn't complete this kiss after all. And it dissipated, it seemed. All that was left was a sigh. This elven empress, who had been pure and flawless all her life, wanted to kiss the face of the man she loved at the last moment of her life. Such a small wish. She didn't even manage to do it. The elven empress completely dissipated, and the 5 elven gods burst into tears, especially the arrow god, who was even more devastated. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was also a little sour. He didn't love the elven empress, but he pitied her a little. He couldn't let her pass away without regrets. To Chu Yang, this was also a pity. Following the disappearance of the elven empress, the radiance emitted from the bodies of Mo Qingguo and the other 3 also gradually disappeared into their bodies. The 4 women gathered around Chu Yang. Even Zi Shiqing, who was the most powerful, was no exception at this moment. After witnessing the passing of this peerless beauty and hearing her inner voice, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It made the 4 women feel that in this world, there was nothing more important than having their loved ones by their side. There was also, at this moment, the way the 5 elven gods looked at the 4 of them truly frightened them. Their gazes were fanatical and sorrowful. Even though the 4 women were all experts. But under such a peculiar gaze, she felt uncomfortable all over. She felt the safest by Chu Yang's side. As the person they loved, and also the person who loved them, if they didn't use such a safe haven now, when would they? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Just now, you did the right thing." Mo Qingguo and the other 3 said in unison. Then, they looked at each other embarrassedly. Then, Tai Budian said on behalf, "She's really too pitiful. I can't help but feel pity for her. So cute and beautiful. Such a gentle beauty, yet she has to be alone for the rest of her life, waiting for the rest of her life." After hearing about her experience, our hearts also ached. She only has this one wish in her life. If you still can't fulfill it, that's too cruel. Chu Yang sighed. At this moment, how could he not have such thoughts in his heart? Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood still and let the elven empress do whatever she wanted. Yes, this elven empress Wu Qiongxiao was really too pitiful. Chu Yang couldn't even understand why the heavens would choose to torture such a peerless beauty. The only wish in her life, which could be said to be an extremely humble wish, was still not fulfilled even when she died and her will dissipated. How cruel the heavens were! A pure and clean life, this was truly the path of purity and purity in this life. Chu Yang and the others sighed in their hearts. The 5 elven gods walked toward them and looked at Chu Yang. Everyone's eyes and expressions were full of endless support and fanaticism. That was a feeling that went deep into their bones. Then, the 5 of them knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chu Yang was shocked when he heard that. Chu Yang didn't have time to think and hurriedly dodged. "Since when did I become the elven empress? What's with this? I'm a purebred human, okay? I was already very depressed when I was slandered as a mixed breed. Now, it's even worse. I'm a complete mutant now. Do you think I don't know that the elven empress must be a purebred elf? How can you tell that I'm a purebred elf? This is too ridiculous." Seeing the confusion on his face, the god of archery explained with a smile, "Your Majesty, you have the elven emperor seal, the highest imperial seal of the elven race. Since the elven emperor seal has recognized you as its master, then, you are our elven empress." He looked at the stunned and helpless Chu Yang with a doting look on his face. It was a kind of fondness that he couldn't get enough of. He said, "Also, you are someone personally recognized by Her Majesty, and you are our empress husband. Then, if you are not the elven empress, who else is?" His words were so shocking that Chu Yang was completely dizzy. "This works too, what's this? How did I become the elven empress husband? Could he be any more ridiculous? Could he be any more ridiculous? Your Excellency, god of archery, let's be frank. Everyone knows that what happened just now was just a temporary expedient." Chu Yang's mouth was dry. "Senior god of archery, what you said is too much. This is not something that can be joked about. It's too childish." "Joke? Childish? We don't have the slightest intention of joking with you. How can such an important decision be childish? The god of archery said seriously. Xianxia, you have only been in the imperial court for a short period of time. This is indeed a tradition of the elven race, and it has been so since ancient times. Shui Leihan added, the situation now is as such. You can't reject it. The Elven Emperor's seal is with you, so you are the successor Elven Empress. It is your responsibility to lead the elven race. With Xianxia's intelligence, he could naturally tell that there was too obvious a hint in Shui Leihan's words. The elven race was a rather huge force, they were about to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. That was a great help. However, no matter how great the help was, Xianxia was still unwilling to be the so-called Elven Empress. If the key lies in the inheritance of the Elven Emperor's seal. Xianxia pondered and said, why don't you find another elf with excellent aptitude? I will try to find a way to transfer the Elven Emperor's seal back to the elf you have chosen, and let everything return to the right track. What do you think? Xianxia's sudden words almost caused the god of archery and the demon empress Shui Leihan to break down. Try to transfer it? What do you think the Elven Emperor's seal is? You mustn't. The god of archery jumped up. The Elven Emperor's seal is definitely not allowed to be transferred. Once the owner of the Emperor's seal gives up on it, the Emperor's seal will dissipate immediately. Unless what? Xianxia asked. As long as there was the word unless, it meant that there was hope. Xianxia really didn't want to be that Elven Empress. Unless, the owner of the Elven Emperor's seal dies or disappears. Only then will the Elven Emperor's seal dissipate. But it will definitely not be transferred to someone else. The god of archery was almost crying. This was the Elven Empress, the Empress of a race. With the strength of the Elven race, they could almost be above the heavens and the earth. How could there be someone so unwilling? Could it be that the world has really changed? Could it be that the Elven race is doomed? Xianxia was stunned. It couldn't be transferred? Unless it died? Even if it died, it would only dissipate. For a moment, Xianxia was really at a loss. He murmured, but I am so busy every day. Where do I have the time to be your Elven Empress? Is there really no other way? Xianxia was very depressed. The 5 elven gods were also elders who had lived for countless years. Even if they weren't the smartest people, they were still very wise. They immediately understood Xianxia's concerns and couldn't help but laugh. If you become the Elven Empress, you won't need to stay in the elven race. You don't have to stay in the elven territory for a long time. You can still do whatever you want. We won't interfere with your freedom. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. I see. As long as you don't disturb my normal life, there is room for discussion. The 5 elven gods laughed dryly. What kind of person is this? Is it so unfair for you to be our Elven Empress? The god of strength, who had the most straightforward personality, rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, I heard that your majesty has the spring of life? But, how much exactly do you have? Do you have any leftovers? Hearing this, Xianxia's expression also became strange. A surplus? Could it be that the elven race in the heavenly imperial court also doesn't have the spring of life? The 5 elven gods had awkward looks on their faces. After a while, the archer god laughed bitterly and said, Your Majesty, yes, our clan's spring of life has been treasuring and carefully protecting it all these years. However, without the support of the Elven Emperor's seal, our clan's spring of life has been decreasing year by year. It can be said that our situation has been deteriorating over the years. Now, we're almost at the bottom, the 5 elven gods sighed at the same time. It's precisely because of such a problem with the spring of life that the elven race walked out of the elven forest and prepared to join the heavenly devil battlefield. Anyway, without the spring of life, the elven race is destined to gradually decline and wither. Why don't we take this opportunity to fight the heavenly devil battlefield to the death? At least, we can die with more vigor. It was already the end of the month. There were only 4 days and 4 hours left in this month. The time for the decisive battle was about to arrive, and our monthly votes were still more than 300 votes behind. I sincerely request everyone to vote for the World Pride. It was the end of the month. Everyone, check your ticket folder. You should all have monthly votes. Now, the World Pride has updated this month. 100 chapters. Perhaps everyone could not understand what this kind of outburst meant, but I want to say that I have done my best. I am fighting. My spirit has been stretched taut for a month, all the time, step by step towards the end of the month. I want to reap a share of pride. To reap a share of glory. This pride and glory belongs to you and me, to everyone, and also needs everyone to bestow it. Please cast a monthly vote for our world pride fight. Brothers, vote, sisters, world pride, from today onwards. But I didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope this time. First, Her Majesty returned, and now, His Majesty ascended the throne, and the Fairy Emperor's seal gathered once again. The Strength God said with some relief, "It seems that the fairy race is magnanimous this time. Good people have good karma." Xianxia rolled his eyes and looked at the Strength God. He thought, "You guys have always been hiding in the mountains and forests. This time, you came out because you had no other choice. How dare you say that you are magnanimous?" Sigh, as the Fairy Emperor, even I can't bear to listen to this. Spring of life, I do have some. Xianxia calculated in his heart. He definitely had a lot of spring of life on hand. But there was no such thing as too much. Who knew how much the fairy race needed, and how much he would have to give? 30%, 50%, 70%, or all of it? These were all unknown. But in the end, Xianxia still decided that it would be worth it even if he had to give up all of the spring of life to save the elf race and to provide such a powerful assistance in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Moreover, he was the Fairy Emperor. He couldn't just stand in the toilet and not do anything. On the side, Mo Tianji frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. I believe that my spring of life can solve the fairy race's urgent needs. Xianxia said lightly, since I am the Fairy Emperor, I naturally have to do something for the fairy race. Leave the fairy race's lack of spring of life to me. When Xianxia said this, the 5 fairy gods were overjoyed. They knew that Xianxia, the Fairy Emperor, was suddenly forced to do something beyond his ability. It was too sudden, and it was impossible for someone who wasn't a fairy to suddenly become the Fairy Emperor to hold all the real power. If Xianxia really acted like a tyrant now, the 5 fairy gods might not listen to him ordering them to do this and that, and the fairy race might even riot. Even if they tried their best, it would be like they were obeying on the surface but opposing on the inside. The current situation was, the Fairy Emperor's seal had coincidentally landed on Xianxia, which was equivalent to binding Xianxia. Since Xianxia was willing to contribute to the spring of life, even if the fairy race's declining situation couldn't be completely resolved, there was at least room for improvement. It could be said to be a pretty good result. On this basis, the fairy race would do something for Xianxia. So, it was only natural for them to accept Xianxia's orders. But Minister Chu obviously hadn't finished speaking. The 5 elven gods immediately understood. He knew that the real show was about to begin. The elf emperor that he had just acknowledged was going to negotiate with them. However, everyone was already mentally prepared and did not feel that it was sudden. "Your Majesty, please speak," the 5 said in unison. "I also don't have any conditions, just one." Xianxia said seriously, "The experts of the elf clan must accompany me to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. The expert I'm talking about. It means that the elves must send out all their elites and must not be negligent." Previously, Xianxia had also thought that the elves had come out in large numbers to fight against the extraterrestrial demons because there was no hope left. But if he gave them hope, would they shrink back? However, this concern only flashed through his mind. With the pride of the elves, such a thing would happen. It was absolutely impossible. Just this? The 5 elven gods were a little surprised by Xianxia's condition. "This is enough." Xianxia nodded seriously. "That's easy. Can this still be used as a condition?" The 5 elven gods heaved a sigh of relief and smiled with relief. The elves came out this time to kill the extraterrestrial demons. Even if your Majesty didn't mention it, we would still have to fight. We can't pull out the bridge after crossing the river. Haha. At the side, Mo Tianji relaxed his brows and heaved a sigh of relief. This was also what he was worried about just now. It was not that he was trying to be petty, but this battle was really too crucial. A huge force like the elf clan was also very important. They could not afford any mishaps. Therefore, Mo Tianji was also worried about personal gains and losses. Yes, so I didn't negotiate with you at all. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hearing that this was not a condition, with Minister Chu's shrewdness, he naturally changed the topic immediately. The shamelessness of a certain king of hell. Everyone was already used to this. It was just that the 5 elven gods had never dealt with someone before, so naturally, they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, the 5 elven gods were depressed again. We were just saying it to express our clan's sense of right and wrong. You really went along with it. The saint had been defeated, and the situation was set. Everyone knew that from now on, the imperial court was bound to usher in unprecedented chaos. The Saint Emperor Palace's strength, which belonged to the saint, would definitely bring about huge losses to the imperial court. However, after this wave of chaos, great chaos would inevitably be followed by great governance. It could be expected that there would truly be long-term peace and stability. Of course, this was on the premise that the extraterrestrial demons were completely eliminated. How's the latest news? Shui Leihan asked when he heard the jingling sounds on Mo Tianji's body. Ever since he revealed his identity as the head of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department, Mo Tianji couldn't wait to fully release the sound. This was because with the Heavenly Secrets hands on him, there would be news coming every time. Every piece of news couldn't be heard by others, but all the vibrations had to be borne by him alone. It wasn't that big of a commotion, but if it was too frequent, it could really annoy him to death. Even though it wasn't a big commotion, he could feel his heart being shaken to the point of being unwell at all times. Once he let it go, he naturally felt a lot better. It was just that during the time when Xu Yang was talking to the 5 elven gods, the jingling sounds had rung no less than hundreds of times. These hundreds of times meant that there were hundreds of the latest news coming from all over the world. Shui Leihan had always been very surprised by this. How could this thing be carried around to receive news? Because he, the demon empress, and even the saint didn't have such a thing. The latest news. Mo Tianji read as he spoke. Unexpectedly, he himself couldn't help but chuckle first. The world is really in chaos. Mo Tianji smiled and said, the first thing is that after the great emperor of the extreme heaven Wu Sheng received the news we released, he immediately announced to the world that Chu Yang is the minister of the Jade Heavens, a position above the heavenly emperor. Anyone in the extreme heaven who disagrees will be killed without mercy. This is a beautiful move, awesome. Shui Leihan and the demon empress clapped and praised at the same time. As the spiritual pillar of the imperial court for a long time, the Saint Emperor had suddenly fallen. Then, there would definitely be turbulence in the imperial court. Many people who were used to heroes would find it hard to accept at the moment. And at this time, a new spiritual leader had to be pushed out immediately and cleanly to be the new spiritual pillar of the imperial court, and Chu Yang was the best candidate to replace the Saint Emperor now. Although Dong Wusheng was used to being magnanimous, this move was exceptionally well done. It was very timely and could be said to be extremely beautiful. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly in his heart. When Shui Leihan and Yao Xian'er said that it was beautiful, he knew what they were thinking. They would definitely think that Dong Wusheng was far-sighted and prepared for a rainy day, but, with Mo Tianji's understanding of Dong Wusheng, this guy definitely wouldn't think so far ahead. Most likely, this fellow was doing this purely to push his boss up to the top. As for the far-reaching impact and profound meaning, Dong Wusheng probably didn't have any of that in his mind. Shui Leihan and Yao Xian'er really praised the wrong person for praising Dong Wusheng. Beautiful? The 5 elven gods only noticed the name Xianxia minister and couldn't help but applaud and praise. It is indeed beautiful. Her Majesty's name is also in it. It is indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect match. Mo Tianji, Shui Leihan, and the others all looked at the 5 elven gods speechlessly. This Xianxia was not the same Xianxia. Although the names were exactly the same, the meaning was completely different. You elves really know how to flatter yourselves. But if they really wanted to interpret it this way, there was really no way. Actually, the real problem was Dong Wusheng was now in the extreme heavens. How would he know who Wu Qiangxiao was? Xia Danqiang coughed and said, in fact, the name Minister Qiangxiao was given to Big Brother by the few of us at that time, because Big Brother used to be a minister in the lower 3 heavens. And his reputation as a minister shook the world. Cough cough. At this point, he looked at Tai Budian a little awkwardly. Tai Budian smiled and said, yes, at that time, he was my minister. At the mention of he was my minister, Tai Butian's eyes lit up and a sense of happiness rose in her. Recalling the bits and pieces back then, Tai Budian suddenly felt that she had nothing more to ask for in this life. Back then, Chu Yang entered Iron Cloud alone with one sword and supported her side by side. Through all kinds of despair and dangers, they fought step by step. In the past, Butian Tai and Minister Chu were at the end of the road. They fought hard to rule over the world and rule over the world. Every time Tai Budian thought of this experience, she would feel that her happiness was already incomparable. Mo Qingguo, Zi Xiecheng and the others looked at Tai Budian with some envy, unconcealable envy. Because during that period of time, other than Wu Qianxian, the two of them couldn't compare at all. Mo Qingguo was a little better. She had at least interacted with Chu Yang before. Unfortunately, she was still a little girl at that time. She only acted cute and coquettish for a few days before returning for 3 days. As for big sister Z, it seemed that she only got to know a certain someone after a long time. That period of time belonged to Chu Yang and Tai Budian. At that time, everyone was still in their insignificant period. We once joked that if I became the Heavenly Emperor in the future, I would definitely respect the old minister. The joke that day was still vivid in my mind and still ringing in my ears. I didn't expect Dong Wushang to do it before everyone else. Xie Danqiong smiled and said, the majesty of the heavens and the aura of Xianxia is. Minister Xianxia. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Mo Tianji smiled at the same time. How could they forget the past when they were brothers? That was a little secret that all the brothers kept from their boss. It was also the only thing that they kept from their boss in their lives, a common little secret between the brothers. At that time, everyone rushed up to the Heavenly Imperial Court and gathered at Mo Yin Sky and Xie Danqiong's place for the first time to deal with Yuan Tianji. Xie Danqiong's Heavenly Emperor position was already in its embryonic form. It was also that time that everyone really had ambition and confidence. They made such a promise to each other, if I become the Heavenly Emperor, you will be the minister, the Heavenly Imperial Court will be the Emperor, no one dares to disobey his orders. No one can compete with him in the firmament. The brothers are of one heart, and the world shares the same name. This was the promise of all the brothers. It was also the greatest respect and gratitude that they had for Chu Yang from the depths of their hearts, but now, Dong Wushang was the first to reveal it. Xie Danqiong snorted in his heart. I'll definitely settle the score with Dong Wushang when I see him. This guy actually didn't negotiate with me, and just arbitrarily took the lead. Is he deliberately making things difficult for me? Back then, I, Xie Danqiong, was the first to ascend to the Heavenly Emperor position. No, definitely not. I must settle the score. Mo Tianji was still full of joy and continued to announce the second piece of news. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang announced that he will attack the 10,000 saints true spirits in the entire extreme heaven. In the territory of the extreme heaven, everyone must take the responsibility of destroying the 10,000 saints true spirits. The original forces of the Holy Emperor Palace will all be destroyed. Not a single one will be spared. The extreme heaven will take the lead in resisting Sage Monarch Master Yun. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress will personally destroy the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace in the extreme heaven. The specific situation has not been reported yet, but there will be more detailed information soon. Mo Tianji said, however, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang said that anyone who comes with the heads of the Holy Emperor Palace's experts will be rewarded with an official position as long as their identity is verified. They will be given special honors. Oh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they sucked in a breath again. Dong Wushang's move was really ruthless. The Holy Emperor Palace's elites were all wiped out. Right now, only a few halls still existed in the various realms. Although they were scattered all over the place, and there were many of them. However, there were almost no true peak experts left. Even if there were one or two of them, they would definitely not be a match for the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. Furthermore, there was also a bounty for heads. To ordinary Tian K experts, they only needed to kill one person. Then, she would have a bright future. This would make most of the people in the extreme celestial empire go crazy. Dong Wushang's order was tantamount to completely wiping out the existence of Holy Emperor Palace in the Empyrean terminus. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang exchanged a look. This final bounty order was definitely not something that a blockhead like Dong Wushang could come up with. If it wasn't Mo Lei-er's handiwork, then it must have been the handiwork of the military officials, then it was the green sky heavens. The evil cloud Great Emperor Ao Xieyun also announced that Chu Yang would be the minister of Jade Clouds. At the same time, they began to slaughter the 10,000 saints' true spirits, destroy all the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace, and hunt down the original members of the Holy Emperor Palace. Furthermore, he's offering a bounty for the head of a noble. This was the second piece of news. Ao Xieyun's side had also started to take action. This guy was even more ruthless. In order to wipe out Holy Emperor Palace, he might even offer a noble title. There was also the ink sky heavens. The Jasper Flower Great Emperor Xia Danqiong also announced the same news. Chu Yang will be the minister of Jade Clouds, and he will attack Master Yun in all aspects and wipe out Holy Emperor Palace's forces. There was also an order targeting the 10,000 saints' true spirit. It's also a bounty for heads. Now, the ink sky heavens is already in chaos. Everyone is fighting to be the first. However, once this information was out, everyone looked at the Jasper Flower Great Emperor Xia Danqiong, who was still here in astonishment. Could it be that Xia Danqiong got retribution for impersonating someone and was impersonated by someone else? Xia Danqiong didn't mind everyone's astonished gazes at all. Instead, he said rather complacently, naturally, someone will do these things. It should be my wife. It's very normal for her to issue orders in my name. It's good to have a good wife. This kind of thing is something that some bachelors can't even be envious of. Everyone laughed. Rui Budong rubbed his fists and his hatred skyrocketed. Among the brothers, it seemed that only Rui Budong didn't do anything. This provocation and hatred, it was very strong. Just you wait. Rui Budong threatened fiercely. The Eastern Emperor Demon Empress and the 5 elven gods were indescribably shocked at this moment. They all realized one thing. Chu Yang's brothers who weren't here actually didn't value the position of Celestial Emperor that they had obtained through hard work. It wasn't just these few people. These people in front of them also had their own considerable forces, but when had they ever valued them? Since ancient times, whether it was the Celestial Palace or the human world's emperors, there was a saying that women can't interfere in politics. However, this Jasper Flower Great Emperor, as a Celestial Emperor, actually casually handed the Celestial Emperor's jade seal, which represented supreme power, to his wife to play with. Moreover, she could issue any orders in his place. This was simply an inconceivable thing. Then, the other little ones actually didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. Instead, they all had an expression as if it was a matter of course. They knew that this group of people were all the same, even supreme power wasn't as important as brotherly love. Husband and wife love, this was their heart, their persistence. Such persistence gave the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress a great shock. The two looked at each other, and saw the envy and approval in each other's eyes. They were the ones who had the most flavor in their lives, and also the ones who had the most ambition. The big western sky sighed. Mo Tianji continued to read. Gu Duxing led the reassembled Heavenly Armament Pavilion's military forces and launched a new round of fierce fighting with Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor. Gu Duxing himself was admittedly invincible, but due to the great disparity in military strength between the two sides, the battle situation fell into a deadlock. However, after the news that Master Cloud was the master of myriad holy true spirits spread out, the army of the big western skies Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor's side collapsed in an extremely short time. The army was defeated like a landslide. Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor himself was disheartened. He sealed his sword and retired, announcing his withdrawal from the struggle for hegemony over the world. Everyone was shocked. But thinking about it, this was actually to be expected. The sage was myriad holy true devil, and also fully supported Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor. Now, Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang was like yellow mud that had fallen into his pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. Apart from quietly withdrawing, there was no other way. If he still stubbornly resisted, he was afraid that he would attract the joint encirclement of the various great heavenly emperors, turning into scattered ashes. Extermination was right before his eyes. Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang admitted defeat on the spot. He honored Gudu Xing as the solitary Heavenly Emperor and handed over all his authority. Then, he led a team of trusted experts and rushed to Purple Cloud Heavens to fight the Heavenly Demon, Sai. Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress sighed at the same time. The big Western Sky's Crazed Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang had never been considered outstanding among the Heavenly Emperors. Moreover, he had a reckless personality and was easily impulsive. He had always been neutral in establishing his faction, but this time, he had been firmly conned by the sage. Now that things had come to this, he naturally didn't have any face to occupy the position of Heavenly Emperor. But, for Wu Yequang to be able to make this kind of choice at the last moment, he can still be considered a man. Everyone sighed silently. Mo Tianji smiled coldly. He was conned so miserably by the sage. Even if he went to fight the Heavenly Demon, others may not really believe him. Moreover, this is the only way he can barely express his true intentions. This has nothing to do with whether he is a man or not. Perhaps he really is a hot-blooded man, but right now, no one will pay attention to this. Everyone thought about it and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Just as Mo Tianji said, Wu Yequang's current position was really awkward to the extreme. No matter what he did, suspicion hung on his buttocks. The sage's conning directly made this generation's Heavenly Emperor, aside from the Purple Cloud Heavens battlefield, have no place to stay. The solitary Heavenly Emperor Gudu Xing, after the war ended, immediately released the news. He honored Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Cloud. The entire big western sky, encircle and annihilate the 10,000 saints' true spirit. Encircle and annihilate the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace. At the same time, several heavenly emperors issued orders at the same time. The whole world is preparing for war. All armies are to assemble and train. All departments are to be fully prepared. At any time, the army is to head north and exterminate the heavenly demon. This is the demon slaughtering order. When Mo Tianji read this, everyone's blood was already boiling. It was hard to restrain themselves. The demon slaughtering order had finally blossomed in the heavenly imperial court. Exterminating the heavenly demon, that was the common wish of many generations in the heavenly imperial court. How many people had been looking forward to this day for many years? The hot blood in their hearts had never been extinguished. Now, finally, had it finally reached the present stage. However, after Mo Tianji received another piece of new information, he seemed to be somewhat hesitant. He wanted to say something but stopped. What else is there? Is it bad news? The Demon Empress asked. The sage had suffered a great defeat this time. Naturally, he wouldn't not make a move to counterattack. He had always operated in the heavenly imperial court for more than 1,000,000 years. The forces under his command were certainly not few. Making a counterattack at the first opportunity was also reasonable. Cough cough. I really don't know if this is good news or bad news, ha ha ha. Mo Tianji coughed twice. He smiled bitterly and continued to read. The Demon Emperor's Sky Demon Imperial Palace officially announced that they honored Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Cloud. Furthermore, the entire Demon Emperor's heaven will encircle and annihilate the 10,000 saints' true spirit and annihilate the remnants of the Saint Emperor's palace. The Demon Empress was stunned for a moment. Then, she came to a realization and said angrily, "This little bastard. He honored Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Cloud, but where did he put his mother? I haven't even returned and he's already planning to usurp the throne and change the dynasty? What the hell is he doing?" Everyone tried hard to hold back their laughter. They coughed repeatedly. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. They all thought that it was no wonder Mo Tianji's behavior was so melodramatic. They didn't know how to explain this news. It was hard to say. Why did Yao Ningning join in the fun? They were just waiting for the Demon Empress to return. It would only take a moment. This guy couldn't even wait for this moment and joined in the fun. Let's not talk about anything else. There were only 3 days left until the end of the month, 20, 30, 31. Within these 3 days, every day, there was an explosion of 10 chapters. In the final month of the monthly votes, we encountered a tyrannical opponent, a strong obstruction. We had fought fiercely all the way to this day. At this moment, the proud world was still the proud world, we can only fight. 3 years of pride, we will not give up. 3 years of suppression, erupting at this moment. 3 years of battle intent, brothers and sisters of the proud world, when have we ever taken a step back? In the final 3 days, I will use incomparable madness and incomparable eruption to announce the end of the battle for the proud world's monthly votes. To have fought to this point, I am very proud. At this time, I can proudly face the world and say these conceited words: since the beginning of the monthly votes list, Wind dominates the world and his brothers and sisters of the proud world have the ability to stir up the monthly votes list. There is only one family, no one else. To be able to fight such an earth-shattering monthly votes battle every time, only we. Why is it so difficult? I don't know, but I know, our glory, no one can surpass, our battle intent, will forever become a legend. A legend of 8 million words, will forever remain here. 3 days, 30 chapters. Extreme eruption. If we win, we, the proud world, deserve this glory. We deserve to be number one. Because, we have the qualifications, in the name of 3 days, 30 chapters. In the name of extreme madness. Begging for monthly votes. Proud world, let us draw our swords. Kill. Xue Leihan said with a smile, that's not a problem. On the contrary, I think this is a good decision. Anyway, your position will be given to him sooner or later. Since he has made such a decision, other than taking into account his brotherhood, it also means that he is willing to shoulder this burden. You should really feel happy about it. This is really not something to be embarrassed about. Not only your demon emperor heaven, but even my eastern royal heaven will also announce that we will honor Chu-yang as the minister of fine clouds. We will also begin to annihilate the forces of the Holy Emperor Palace and the 10,000 saints' holy spirits. Anyway, I just don't feel good. When I go back this time, I'll beat that little bastard until he cries for his parents. The demon empress said hatefully. Xue Leihan laughed out loud. Then, he sighed emotionally. Looking at Chu-yang and the rest, he sighed. Originally, he thought that if Chu-yang and the rest could catch up to him in 10,000 years, it would already be very good and commendable. As for catching up to him in a few thousand years or a few hundred years, although that was an extravagant hope, it was not absolutely impossible, but now, not 10,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, but a few years, Xue Leihan suddenly felt that he was really a little old. The new generation surpasses the old. Xue Leihan sighed and looked at the demon empress. The demon empress said angrily, why are you looking at me? Are you mocking me for being old? Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned red. Xue Leihan was obviously sighing and self-deprecating. There was also the meaning of I'm about to be replaced and want to live in seclusion. As for looking at her, it was probably because he wanted her and him to, humph. The demon empress snorted with a red face. She turned her head away. Mo Tianji exclaimed in surprise. During this period, Mo Tianji had been receiving information. A large amount of information came in one after another. Now that he suddenly spoke and his tone was full of questions, everyone couldn't help but be curious. What happened? Hurry up and tell us, don't beat around the bush. Everyone asked. Cloudmaster's son, Yun Tian, was ambushed near the extreme heaven together with a group of guards. They died at the same time. The attacker was the son of the heavenly emperor of the green cloud heaven, Stranger. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. This news was extremely unexpected. Chu-yang recalled the time when he had just arrived in the eastern royal heavens. This was the first time he saw Yun Tian, and he was in high spirits. He could not help but sigh. That. He was definitely a talent. But before he could do anything, he was killed just like that. Xue Leihan's expression was exceptionally complicated. Since this Yun Tian was able to survive until now, he was most likely Xue Xian'er's son. In other words, he was his nephew. He died just like that, he sighed softly. For a moment, he didn't know what he was feeling. The everlasting celestial emperor of the grand overarching heaven, Zi Wuji, has issued an order to hunt down the remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace. and kill the myriad holy true spirit. This order of his was unanimously criticized by many heavenly emperors. Mo Tianji seemed to have received the latest news. Reading it, he could not help but laugh. What? Blame? Why? Everyone was puzzled. Yes, it's really an accusation. Mo Tianji said, Mo Yun Tian. The big western sky, extreme heaven, clear firmament heaven, and demon emperor heaven, jointly questioned the everlasting celestial emperor, why didn't you honor Chu Yang as the jade firmament throne? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed out loud. This kind of accusation was really rude and unreasonable to the extreme. Chu Yang was your boss, not someone else's boss. Why did you honor him as the jade firmament throne, and why should others honor him as the jade firmament throne? There was probably no one who could be more unreasonable than him. Cough cough. Mo Tianji seemed to be a little embarrassed by his brother's rudeness. He said, the heavenly emperors made a statement, if there is a day when you don't honor Chu Yang as the jade firmament throne, there will be, so and so. Currently, the Daluo Heaven is holding an emergency meeting, discussing something, cough cough cough, holding an emergency meeting. It could be seen how far they had forced the other party. The Eastern Royal Sky released the news, to hunt down the remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace and the 10,000 Saints' true spirit. However, they did not announce the news of the Jade Firmament Throne. Thus, they were similarly criticized, questioned. Mo Tianji looked at Xue Leihan from the corner of his eyes. Xue Leihan, who was laughing out loud and gloating over the everlasting celestial emperor's misfortune, was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. I say, isn't this too unreasonable? Don't you have any sense of justice? He was still gloating just now, and in the blink of an eye, it was his turn. Mo Tianji and Xia Danqiong smiled calmly. Your Majesty, we just feel that it's best to unify the steps for this kind of thing. Didn't you also praise this matter just now? Why are you saying this now? Xue Leihan was speechless. He roared, justice is in the hearts of the people. You are threatening, coercing, oppressing. This is simply unreasonable. Unreasonable to the extreme. Xia Danqiong laughed and said, is utility really in the hearts of the people? I think it's more about power. Actually, isn't all of this created by you? You already have such great achievements, why are you still angry? Isn't this too fake? Look at your mouth, it's all the way to the back of your ears, and you're still pretending to object. Xue Leihan was stunned. He almost turned his anger into laughter. He coughed forcefully and held it in. Just as Xia Danqiong said, Dong Huang Xue Leihan was the real instigator of everything that happened today. Xue Leihan coughed a few times before he put on an unwilling expression and said, I'm not angry. I also feel that it's best to unify the steps. But before I go back, you guys have already started to bully people. Especially you, Xia Danqiong, you're the most unscrupulous. I was wrong about you. Pretty boy, you really don't have good intentions. Otherwise, they would all call you Xia Rabbit. I was still wondering why it was such a name. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Xia Danqiong was innocently implicated. His face was full of black lines. What does this have to do with my nickname? That's too unreasonable, isn't it? The situation had already developed to the current stage. Everyone on this side also started to take action on this side. They didn't need to discuss anything at all. They immediately went their separate ways. The demon empress had to return to the demon palace immediately to preside over the situation and stabilize the hearts of the demons. With Yao Ningming's current aura, she might not be able to control the situation. Therefore, the demon empress still needed to appear personally. Dong Huang also had to return to the Eastern Royal Heavens immediately to make arrangements. Most importantly, he also had to officially release a supplementary statement of honoring Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Clouds, to set an example for the others after DE. And the reason had to be sufficient, reasonable, and not appear to be forced. Otherwise, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion would have the final say in the imperial court. Xue Leihan himself was rather dissatisfied with this arrangement. The first reason was that he was actually used by himself. Although he was willing, he still felt a little uncomfortable. His feelings were really complicated. The second reason was also very intolerable. He had just established a relationship with Xianxia and was looking forward to a deeper level of communication. Moreover, the chances were very high. But, at such a good time, you want me to return to the Eastern Royal Heavens and separate us lovers? Don't you have any sense of justice? This was really intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt couldn't. No, the uncle couldn't tolerate it. His Majesty Dong Huang let out a long sigh. He felt that the separation of life was impermanent and unpredictable. He was filled with the sorrow of separation. The most difficult thing in the world is lovesickness. Separation makes lovesickness worse. Lovesickness is the bitterness of lovesickness. His Majesty Dong Huang wanted to write a poem, but after racking his brains, he could only recite a few sentences. Because his buttocks had already been ruthlessly kicked by the blushing demon empress. Then, the demon empress also swayed away, leaving behind a vicious sentence. Disrespectful. I made you lovesickness. Everyone looked at His Majesty Dong Huang, who was kicked flat on the ground. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Yes, you made me lovesickness. Dong Huang patted his buttocks and sat up. He didn't seem to mind at all and looked thoughtful. Pfft. Everyone finally burst out laughing. However, Dong Huang Heaven still had to return to the Eastern Royal Heaven. Now, the matter of honoring Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Clouds was very important. Those intimate moments in front of flowers and under the moonlight could wait until they had the time. Besides the demon empress Dong Huang, who rushed back to her own heaven and earth, Xia Danqiong also rushed back to Ink Cloud Heaven. GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rui Budong also set off at the same time to return to their own heaven and earth. They couldn't let Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others enjoy the limelight. How could they miss out on such a good thing like honoring Chu Yang as the Minister of Jade Clouds? They only gathered for a short period of time before everyone scattered and went their separate ways. The whole world, including Qibei Heaven, the South Pole Heaven and the Buddha Heaven, started to make similar announcements. Hunt down Master Yun, destroy the forces of the Saint Emperor Palace, encircle and annihilate the 10,000 saints' true spirits. At this point, the entire Heaven Imperial Court no longer had a place for the Saint Emperor Master Yun, and all of this completely erupted in an instant after the Great Battle. The power of the Tianji Intelligence Department established by Mo Tianji was uniform and terrifying. When Mo Tianji and Chu Le's other two lovers left together, Mo Tianji said, "This time, everyone is basically fighting for themselves. And everyone can't take care of each other. So, I've already spread the news." Chu Yang asked, "What news?" "The news is, everyone has to occupy a heaven and earth. If they succeed, it'll be considered a success and they'll have the basic foundation. And in the future battle of the Purple Cloud Heaven, it'll depend on whose contribution is greater." Mo Tianji smiled mysteriously. "This contribution isn't just for show. There are other rewards and punishments. But, Big Brother, you and I can be an exception. We won't participate in this competition." Chu Yang said in surprise, "Why can you be an exception?" Chu Yang was a little puzzled. He was pushed to the throne by his brothers. Of course, he could be excluded. But why was Mo Tianji excluded? Wasn't he afraid of being attacked by everyone? Ha 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 ha. Because I already have my own special force. It's the kind that will never weaken. Mo Tianji smiled faintly and was full of confidence. Intelligence Kingdom. In this realm, I will be invincible and unrivaled. So, I won't fight with everyone for that. Heavenly Emperor Tianji is already worthy of his name. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "Don't you think so, Big Brother?" Chu Yang heard this and laughed. His surprise disappeared. That was true. Mo Tianji's intelligence kingdom was already fully formed. He only needed a command to make the entire Heaven Imperial Court tremble. Indeed, he didn't need to occupy any specific territory. In addition, Mo Tianji's words also faintly revealed the direction that Chu Yang and the others had been working towards. We will never stop at the Heaven Imperial Court. In the past, it was the Heaven Imperial Court. In the future, it will be a wider and more limitless realm. We will definitely go to a wider space in the future. If we have a world, we will naturally have our own responsibilities and restraints. The others could leave at any time. Only Mo Tianji couldn't. Mo Tianji was the kind of person who would do his best when he did something. This was actually a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In order to prevent his obsessive-compulsive disorder from acting up, Mo Tianji simply withdrew from this competition. It also prevented him from being unwilling to leave in the future. That awkward ending. The Tianji Intelligence Department that Mo Tianji had set up was actually an unusually large organization. In terms of influence, it was above any other force in Heaven Imperial Court. But this intelligence department had one advantage. That was, it could still operate without Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji was admittedly more efficient. But, it wouldn't completely collapse without him. And, Mo Tianji might have deliberately created such a situation. Because Mo Tianji had absolute confidence in himself, Chu Yang, and the brothers. His future and the brothers' future wouldn't stop at the Heaven Imperial Court. The next time we meet again, I'll tell you. It should be in purple cloud heavens, in front of the heavenly demon array. Mo Tianji smiled and said. Chu Yang pondered and said, perhaps, we can meet again for the final battle with Saint Monarch. Mo Tianji shook his head, that's unlikely. Even if it was a reunion. They wouldn't have gathered so many people either. The current sage no longer has that kind of weight. It's not worth it for all of us to gather. This sentence was really arrogant to the extreme. The only Saint Monarch of his generation had actually lost the qualifications to be besieged by Mo Tianji, however, none of the people who heard it objected. Because that was the truth. Everyone was already at the peak of the world. Mo Tianji smiled and looked at Mo Qinggu. Little sister, big brother won't be by your side to take care of you. You must take care of yourself. Mo Qinggu nodded obediently. Chu Yang said impatiently, what are you talking about? I can take care of my own wife. You don't need to worry about her. Hurry up and get lost. What's the point of talking about all this nonsense? Hey, don't forget to take good care of my sister. If my sister suffers any grievances, I'll skin you alive. Mo Tianji laughed and held Chu Luer's hand. Then he left. Chu Luer's happy and satisfied voice could be heard from afar. Big brother, you don't have to worry about me. Take care of yourself. Chu Luer was extremely happy to be cared for by her big brother. Before she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought to himself, sister, I'll definitely be worried about you. However, I'm really not worried about you. Not only do you have someone like Mo Tianji to take care of you, I also have the cultivation of a peak saint and unparalleled poison skills. If I continue to worry about you, I'll be too free. Instead of worrying about you, I'd rather worry about those pitiful people who are attracted by your beautiful face and want to kiss you. In the blink of an eye, all the brothers had left without a trace. Only Chu Yang, Xianxia, Mo Qinggu, Tai Badian, Wu Qianshan and their family of 5 were left. Yes, and the 5 elven gods. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the 5 elven gods, Chu Yang sighed and said, let's go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion first and arrange things there. Then, we'll go to the Elven Forest immediately to solve the problem of the Spring of Life. Hearing this, the Arrow God and the others were all excited. They were excited from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, they relented. The elven race was saved. At this moment, the Arrow God was extremely glad. The heavens were still looking out for the elven race, luckily. Back then, the saint tried his best to instigate him to go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to assassinate Xianxia. Luckily, he didn't have the heart to do it at the last moment. Otherwise, if his hand had trembled and that arrow had been shot. Thinking of this, the Arrow God broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, how could they still talk about the Elven Royal Seal and the Spring of Life? The entire elven race would probably have ceased to exist by now. That would be a joke to the point of being unbelievable. That arrow hadn't been shot was not only because the heavens were looking out for it, but also because the ancestors of the elven race were looking out for it. The group returned to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang immediately started to assign tasks. Now, the most important thing was to train the soldiers. All the training matters were handed over to Meng Wuya and Li Guanyu. As for the training of the assassins, it was completely handed over to Wang Dao and the others. Chu Yang's requirements were, a proper army, a dignified army, with a minimum of 5 million soldiers. No mediocre people were allowed to appear among them, and even more so, no incompetent people were allowed to make up the numbers. Any one of them had to be able to defeat an earth demon alone. As for the assassins, the number of assassins couldn't be less than 10,000. This number was Chu Yang's minimum requirement. Moreover, one point was repeatedly emphasized: no matter what level the experts were at, they had to obey orders as their first priority. Anyone who disobeyed orders and acted in their own way was not wanted, even if they were top experts at the peak of the saint stage. A rat's droppings could spoil a whole pot of porridge. An expert who disobeyed orders might become an unstable factor in the war. Meng Wuya strictly followed Chu Yang's instructions and firmly remembered them. He guaranteed that there wouldn't be any mistakes. In addition, Meng Wuya specially asked about the related forces of the Holy Emperor Palace. What should we do about the current Saint Monarch, the forces under the Holy Emperor Palace, and the related forces? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, there's a great chance that the Saint Monarch has escaped from the Demon Emperor Heaven and gone to the place where his other doppelganger is. His body and soul have combined to recover his injuries and strength. All the departments of the Holy Emperor Palace that existed in the Demon Emperor Heaven have been uprooted by the people of the Demon Emperor Heaven. Besides, the bases over there have been destroyed. I believe that the remaining forces of the Holy Emperor Palace in the Demon Emperor Heaven are no longer a problem. You only need to strengthen your vigilance and train as usual. Don't deliberately do anything, understood? Meng Wuya nodded. Chu Yang's arrangement could be said to be the most appropriate method. This was the Demon Emperor's heaven, not the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. After all, it was still the Demon Empress territory. Yao Ningning and the Demon Empress might not care about what the Heavenly Armament Pavilion did, and even strongly supported it. However, the majority of the demons in the Demon Emperor Heaven couldn't tolerate the Heavenly Armament Pavilion overpowering them. Make use of all the time and actively train the soldiers. Perhaps one day in the future, I won't return here to take charge. I'll directly use the Tianji Intelligence Department to issue an order. When that time comes, the army will immediately head north and charge towards the purple cloud heavens to reclaim our homeland and slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang said. Yes. Meng Wuya bowed and accepted the order. Also, help me pass on a message to the Tang clan's third young master. Ask him to prepare all the provisions needed for this war. Whether it's food, drinks, clothes, weapons, herbs, etc., they must be fully prepared. There must be no mistakes. Chu Yang repeatedly instructed. Also, other than ensuring that every soldier participating in the war has a storage space ring, the camp must also have a certain amount of reserves in case of emergency. This has been in preparation for a long time. There will definitely be no problem. Xianxia interrupted. That's good. Chu Yang said, other than that, we still have to do our best to publicize and incite. Now, it was almost time for the bloody battle to begin. Even if they had to resort to underhanded means, they would have to use them. Everything was for the long-term peace and stability of the Heaven Imperial Court. At this time, there's no need to worry about anything. Chu Yang's words were very vague, but Meng Wuya and the rest all understood. Those who achieved great things did not bother about trifles. In the face of righteousness, even if they had to use some unpresentable methods, they had no choice but to use them. Everything had to be done with the priority of restoring the purple cloud heavens and destroying the extraterrestrial demons. Your Majesty. The Archer God said, do we need to coordinate the combat power of the elf race with that of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? For example, add a few more archers and some assassins of the night to coordinate with each troop? Even the eyes of Meng Wuya and the rest lit up when they heard this. The Archer God's suggestion was not only feasible, it was simply too feasible. If they could increase their combat power out of thin air, it would be a great thing for everyone. The archery skills of the elf race had always been the best in the Heaven Imperial Court. The assassins of the night were also incomparable to ordinary assassins. If they could have such combat power to join them, the strength of their troop would definitely increase by several folds. However, after pondering for a long time, Chu Yang finally rejected it. There's no need. The elf race will follow the organization of the elf race and form their own army. As long as they are well prepared for battle, they can go to the battlefield at a single command. Everything else is not a big problem. Xianxia was puzzled. She asked, why can't the two armies merge? If we work together, both sides will benefit. If we work together and complement each other's weaknesses, the strength of the battle team will definitely be boosted. Everyone has their own way of doing things, so there will be gaps. Take the elves as an example. Although every elf has considerable strength and is a natural archer, they are not good at close combat and group battles. Once they engage in close combat, the losses will definitely be great. Xianxia smiled bitterly. How could I not know the principle of mutual benefits and complementing each other's shortcomings? But the elves are proud, conceited, clean, and competitive. These are naturally their strengths. But on the battlefield, these have become their weaknesses. At least, it's very difficult for the elves to follow orders and prohibitions, and enforce the law with their words. They have never worked together before. If they rashly merge the two armies, there will definitely be friction. The merging of millions of troops will take at least half a year. Furthermore, we can't do anything in this half a year. We can't even guarantee that we won't be at loggerheads after half a year. If there's enough time, I'll naturally try to break in and increase the strength of the battle team. However, a battle team that has not worked together will instead be a loss in terms of battle power. Xianxia said solemnly, the pride of the elves makes them even. An ordinary elf looks down on the peak experts of the human race, let alone the experts of the elves. No matter whether it is our human or elven warriors, they are all prepared to sacrifice their lives for the future of Tian Quebec. But when the two come together, one side will definitely have to sacrifice themselves. Why should we let our soldiers suppress themselves before they get into a bloody battle? Sacrifice themselves? Let's just let everyone win on the battlefield based on the number of enemies they kill. Let's not do this kind of unnecessary work together, Xianxia said solemnly, we really don't have much time left. If the soldiers survive, let them live with infinite glory. If any of them are unlucky, let them live with honor. If they die on the battlefield in the end, let them die with pride. Don't let them be suppressed again before they die. What you consider is battle power, but what I consider is the hearts of the people. Xianxia said, ultimately, what determines battle power is still the hearts of the people. Xianxia's words. Meng Wuya, Li Guanyu, and the rest were completely silent. Even the 5 elven gods fell silent after hearing this. Xianxia's misgivings definitely existed, and no one could erase them. The 5 elven gods were all old people who had lived for a long time. So, how could they not understand this principle? If they were to pat their chests and guarantee that the elves would be able to do so, not to mention Xianxia and the others, even they themselves wouldn't believe it. In fact, it wasn't just the 5 elven gods. They had to admit that. No one had expected it. What they had expected was only the powerful combat strength after the combination. They had not expected this situation at all. It was simply an illusion, unforgettable but unattainable. However, Xianxia had already completely figured out the thoughts of these two people. Xianxia's concerns. That was what was truly reasonable, far-sighted. After making sure that there were no oversights, Xianxia made a special trip to the mountains near Luohua City and scattered the mist from the Spring of Life. To make up for Xianxia's fire that sealed the mountains for 3,000 miles. They watched as Xianxia waved his hand and sprinkled the water mist that was full of life energy. The barren mountains instantly regained their vitality and became lush and green. The eyes of the god of archery and the others almost popped out. They knew that Xianxia had the Spring of Life, but they didn't expect him to have so much. And, it was indeed the purest. And, it vaguely surpassed, the god of archery couldn't wait and urged him, almost in tears. Xianxia finally relented, together with Xianxia and the rest. With Xianxia and the others, they left the Demon Emperor's Heaven Weapon Pavilion and went to the Elven camp. When they arrived at the Elven camp, the 5 elven gods asked Xianxia to show them the Elven Emperor's seal. Xianxia was not stingy and showed them the Elven Emperor's seal. The moment the Elven Emperor's seal appeared, millions of elves knelt on the ground and paid their respects to the Elven Emperor, Lord Xianxia. After that, the Elven army immediately set off and returned to the Elven forest. It was better to go back and settle the matter of the Spring of Life as soon as possible so that the elves could participate in the battle without any worries and prepare for the final battle. It was just that on the way, the Elven army's slogans made Xianxia feel a little awkward. Because those slogans were too awkward. Guard the heavenly imperial court and kill the extraterrestrial demons. This is the sacred and inviolable responsibility and obligation of the elven race. How could Xianxia not feel ashamed when he heard such slogans, and guard the entire human race, it is the glory of the elven race. Black lines appeared on Xianxia's forehead. The god of archery also felt a little awkward about this. The elves had always considered themselves as the protectors of the human race and the saviors of the world. But now, the new elven emperor seemed to be very unhappy about this. It was no wonder. The elven emperor was a pure human being. It would be strange if he liked the elf slogans that made them feel good about themselves, but Xianxia wouldn't say anything. Before the great battle, this kind of feeling of self-esteem was better. The higher their combat power would be. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't say anything. The 5 elven gods secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Let me ask, how many elves, with the combat power of heaven grade and above, can the elven race send? Xianxia asked. Probably, no less than 8 million. The god of archery made a rough estimate and replied. The entire elven race only had 1 or 200 million people, but there were no less than 8 million people with the combat power of heaven grade and above. This ratio was quite shocking. The elven race's combat power is indeed worthy of its reputation. With the help of the elves, our chances of winning this battle have increased a lot. Xianxia thought for a while and asked, are there specialized commanders? Yes. The god of archery said, our commanders may not necessarily have profound martial arts, but everyone is an expert in battle formations. We have a complete battle formation. You can rest assured about this. Once the battle starts, you will naturally see the unparalleled glory of the elven battle formation. Good, then we'll see the elven battle formation show its skills. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the elven army that was meandering for thousands of miles, the god of archery sighed. This time, we've returned to the elven forest for a short rest. It's also a good chance for the elves to witness the continuation of the spring of life and let them feel assured. We'll let them know that the elven race still has a future and that the heavens won't destroy the elven race. When we come out of the elven forest again, it'll be the time for the final battle against the extraterrestrial demons. As long as the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed, even if we're all wiped out, not a single elf will retreat. Xianxia's heart was a little heavy. He said, this battle may be exceptionally tragic and accompanied by many sacrifices. You must be mentally prepared. Your Majesty is benevolent. We've already prepared for the worst. The only thing that worries us is the future of the elven race. The god of archery answered seriously. Xianxia nodded slightly. Along the way, Xianxia could feel that his cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds in a way that seemed to have no limits. An unprecedented and indescribable power came from all directions in the world. It was like 100 rivers converging into the sea, and it entered his body and then spread to his divine sense. There was also some extremely pure green energy that contained an unusually dense aura of life. It tempered his body bit by bit. This green energy should be the power of the elven race's support and the elven energy that the elven emperor's seal has attracted, Xianxia was secretly distinguishing and calculating in his heart. And this power coming from all directions should be the power of destiny of the newly ascended imperial throne Xianxia. No wonder the Saint Monarch is immortal and indestructible. It turns out that he has such a powerful power of destiny to support him. Compared to the power of destiny of the other heavenly emperors, it's much more powerful. Under the support of such power, how can there be any accidents? But then, he was puzzled again. But there seems to be something that doesn't make sense. Since I can feel it so clearly, and the saint has been on the throne for more than 1,000,000 years, his cultivation shouldn't be at this level, right? It should be higher. This is something that I can't understand. He discussed this problem with Mo Qinggu, Xianxia, and the others when he was free during the march. However, they snorted at him. Are you stupid? Xianxia's words were the most impolite. This power of fate that comes from the heavens and earth is the most majestic and bright. Any evil person would avoid it like the plague. Only those who are righteous and hardworking can be compatible with it. Who are you? You're always thinking about exterminating the extraterrestrial demons and protecting heaven. When have you ever had any selfish desires? How can you not feel it? But what about the saint? He looked like a righteous monarch, but what was he like deep down in his bones? When did he really think about the people of the world? For his own selfish desires, he even killed his own father. How can he be recognized by the purest power of the world? His own cultivation and body are completely contrary to the essence of this power of destiny. It's already lucky that he didn't suffer a backlash. He still wants to be supported by this power. The god of archery also explained with a smile, so, as long as the saint doesn't give up on his despicable thoughts, he will never be able to enjoy such power. As for why the Eastern sovereign became the number one person after De, it was also because of this point. Also, the Saint Lord's strength was not weak and was more than a level stronger than the Demon Empress. However, although the Demon Empress was at a disadvantage when fighting with him, she was still able to hold him back. It might be because of the blessing from the Demon Emperor Heaven that she was able to contend with the Saint Lord who was going all out. I see. Chu Yang was enlightened. Chu Yang had always been puzzled. His strength was clearly not inferior to Donghuang's, and he felt that he was already above the Demon Empress. However, the Demon Empress could entangle the saint for quite some time, but when it was his turn, if it wasn't for the heaven-layered divine technique, his dantian, and the calamity sword, he wouldn't be the saint's opponent at all. These were probably the magical effects of his luck. Mo Qinggu blinked and asked, in that case, the saint only needs to turn over a new leaf, and he will really be invincible in the world? This sentence made everyone laugh. A leopard cannot change its spots. Chu Yang smiled. If he wants to obtain this power, the first step is to destroy all his 10,000 saints' true spirits. Do you think he can bear to do that? Everyone burst into laughter. But thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Since the sage had already reached this step, even if he knew that turning back would save him, it was impossible for him to turn back. This was because his first step had already been wrong. Starting over from the beginning wasn't something that a person like him could do. With an extremely evil mentality, he would not feel that it was a sin to do those things. But once he came to his senses, just the condemnation of his conscience would be enough to drive him to his death, so, he can only be evil to the end. Because his wickedness has already reached the point of no return. Chu Yang sighed. He remembered that there was a sentence in the book that he got from that strange palace, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. This sentence probably meant that no matter how cruel an evil person was, as long as he laid down the butcher's knife, he could become a Buddha, a transcendent existence, but, after that sentence. There was another sentence written by that mysterious person. That sentence was, a butcher's knife that could be laid down was definitely not a real butcher's knife. A real butcher's knife could not be laid down. To this sentence, Chu Yang deeply agreed, an evil person was an evil person. There was no such thing as no longer killing, no longer being an evil person. This march was unusually peaceful and stable. Along the way, they could occasionally see the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven hunting down the remnants of Saint Emperor Palace. One small battle after another. Every time Chu Yang encountered one, he would order the army to stop and observe for a moment. Then, when he returned, he would always sigh. The archer god and the others also sighed. There are quite a few myriad holiness true spirits among these people. The god of archery heaved a long sigh. Along the way, we have seen quite a lot of people without true spirits after death. Not to mention the fact that the massacre this time covers all 10 heavens and earth in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Just how many will there be? Yes, if we calculate according to the current ratio. The faster the Heaven Imperial Court slaughtered the Saint Emperor Palace, the faster the Saint Emperor would recover from his injuries. Because all the forces in the Heaven Imperial Court are killing the 10,000 saints' true spirit, which is also equivalent to all the forces in the Heaven Imperial Court channeling energy for the Saint Monarch to recover from his injuries. This skill is so evil that it makes one's hair stand on end. Xianxia said with hatred. So this time, Holy Emperor Palace didn't organize a decent counterattack at all. In fact, Holy Emperor Palace didn't organize any large-scale counterattack at all. This is also the sage's deliberate indulgence. Chu Yang said, the mentality of this kind of person is that he absolutely cannot suffer losses. I would rather destroy the world, but I still want revenge. Harming the world to benefit myself, as long as it is beneficial to me, so what if the world is destroyed? On the contrary, if I don't exist, even if the world is peaceful for a long time, it is still beneficial to me. The god of archery and the others smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, Cloud Venerable Master was such a person. He was a selfish person from head to toe. Anyway. Now, the existence of the experts in the Saint Emperor Palace was insignificant to the Cloud Master. If you want to kill them, then kill them. It's even better if you kill them all. I just happen to need this energy to heal my injuries now. Once the Cloud Master recovers, he will definitely bring about another bloodbath. Chu Yang sighed. Chu Yang only sighed, but he wasn't too worried about it. During this period of time, the strength of his brothers had also improved by leaps and bounds. Especially after they each found their own great Tao, their improvement was even more obvious. Even the weakest among them could escape from the Saint Emperor even if they could not defeat him. It was not a problem for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, the Saint Emperor now no longer had the Mountain River Sword, which was a great killing weapon, in his hands. The fairy forest was just ahead. At this moment, Chu Yang unexpectedly received news from the Tianji Intelligence Department. Dong Huang Shui Leihan set up a trap on the way back to the Eastern Royal Heavens to lure the remaining forces of the Saint Emperor Palace to seek revenge. As expected, when they were about to return to the Eastern Royal Heavens, they were ambushed by the remaining forces of the Saint Emperor Palace. Those who participated in the battle included the Prime Minister of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Xueqi, Dong Huang himself, and many elites of the Eastern Royal Heavens. On the side of the Saint Emperor Palace, the Saint Empress personally led more than 300 experts. Both sides fought a great battle, and in the end, both sides suffered great losses. Other than the Saint Empress who escaped with injuries, the other experts of the Saint Emperor Palace who participated in the battle were all killed. On the side of the Eastern Royal Heavens, the Prime Minister was severely injured, Xueqi was severely injured, and Dong Huang was lightly injured. Dong Huang has safely returned to the Eastern Royal Heavens, and he announced that Chu Yang will be the Jade Sky Imperial Throne. This news caused everyone's spirits to tremble. However, Chu Yang and the others who knew the inside story felt their chests tighten, and a strong sense of sorrow rose in their hearts. This sorrow wasn't for themselves, but for Dong Huang and Xueqi. This battle. Chu Yang sighed. I really don't know how Dong Huang and Xueqi feel. With the strength of the Eastern Royal Heavens and the cultivation of Dong Huang and Xueqi, if they fought with all their strength, I believe that even Saint Empress Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, in the end, Xueqi was severely injured, Dong Huang was lightly injured, and Xianxia was the only survivor and luckily escaped. If nothing strange happened, no one would believe it. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Strange things? Your Majesty, are you saying that there's something strange about this battle? The 5 fairy gods were puzzled by Chu Yang's words. It was obviously a complete victory, so what was wrong? There's nothing strange about it. I'm just certain that the Saint Empress was able to escape in the end because Dong Huang intentionally let her escape. Chu Yang sighed. That's right. With Shui Leihan's scheming and deep foresight, as well as his understanding of them, since they had already set up a trap and waited for the enemy's arrival, and with the help of a super expert like Xueqi, who had already reached the level of Martial Emperor, it meant that they had complete confidence. How could they let Xianxia escape? He even caused Xueqi to be severely injured. What are you talking about? The god of archery was puzzled. Why can't I understand a single word? Chu Yang's expression was a little desolate. He said, of course you don't understand. Even Saint Empress Xianxia, who escaped by a fluke, probably doesn't understand why Shui Leihan, who had the complete upper hand, would make such a stupid move. Or maybe he's rejoicing over his luck, he sighed deeply. Because Saint Empress Xianxia, besides being the most beautiful woman in the world, is also Dong Huang's younger sister. This news was really shocking. Even with the god of archery's cultivation and millions of years of cultivation, he couldn't help but be shocked and dumbfounded when he heard this news. This matter, or rather Dong Huang's true identity, Xianxia herself doesn't know. Saint Venerable Master Yun also doesn't know. Otherwise, in these millions of years, just because of this relationship, Shui Leihan would have died countless times. Chu Yang said lightly. This sentence was really not wrong at all. No matter what Xue Leihan was thinking, he didn't acknowledge his identity and didn't reveal it. But there must be one reason. Once this identity was exposed, the relationship between them would be clear. Then, Saint Venerable would have countless more chances to kill Xue Leihan out of thin air. As for Xianxia, a woman who didn't even care about her own father, why would she care about the life and death of her own brother? The trap and ambush this time must have caused Dong Huang to break off from his heart. In fact, this battle was just as Chu Yang had guessed. The decisive battle this time had really hurt Dong Huang, especially his heart. Dong Huang was silent now. His silence came from two sentences. They came from two different people, each with a sentence. The Prime Minister was seriously injured. After returning to the Eastern Royal Heavens, he once asked Chu Yang anxiously, "Your Majesty, this time, I really don't understand. Your Majesty deliberately showed mercy to the Divine Empress and even let her go. Is it to set a long line to catch a big fish?" This was the Prime Minister's probing question. Xue Leihan's face darkened and he didn't give an answer. Looking at this good brother, good subordinate and good minister who had been loyal to him for a lifetime, he was actually speechless for a moment. Actually, there was no need for an answer. Because even the Prime Minister, who asked this question, knew that his guess was absolutely unreliable. Now, in the Saint Emperor Palace, all the subordinate forces of Saint Venerable Master had completely collapsed. How could there be any big fish to catch? Then, what was the reason for Dong Huang to show mercy to Xianxia? There was another sentence from Xianxia, "Xue Leihan, I won't be grateful to you if you let me go today. You destroyed my and my husband's life's work. This hatred is irreconcilable. One day, I want you to die in my hands. Your soul will be destroyed and you will never be reincarnated." Xue Leihan walked to the window and sighed deeply. "You're just too soft-hearted." At the side, Xue Qi, who was covered in wounds, complained fiercely, "The so-called Dong Huang is actually such an indecisive person. I've really misjudged you." Now, there were only the two of them in the main hall. So Xue Qi didn't have any scruples when he spoke. Xue Leihan said, "If you weren't soft-hearted, why did you suffer such serious injuries?" Xue Qi immediately shut his mouth. He didn't say a word. Although he kept snorting and his face was full of indignation, even his eyes were filled with pain. "Is this enough for this battle?" Xue Leihan asked faintly. Tears suddenly fell from Xue Qi's eyes. "Did you see our father and mother watching from the sky? Was their friendship enough for this battle? We can let her go, really. Because she's our sister, but if she gains power, will she let us go?" The moonlight outside the window shone on the two of them. The fog was hazy, like a dream. This battle was really unforgettable for the two of them. For so many years, Xue Leihan had been paying attention to the Saint Emperor's palace, especially Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't know that there were two brothers with the same blood as her in this world. However, these two brothers always paid attention to their biological sister and never forgot about her for even a moment. They paid attention to everything, including what Xianxia usually did and what decisions she made. Xue Leihan knew everything clearly. But because of this, Xue Leihan and Xue Qi's hearts became colder and more disappointed. Since that time, Xianxia used extremely cruel means to kill a few concubines of Xianxia. That time, Xianxia cruelly killed a few children of Xianxia. That time, Xianxia summoned all her admirers to the Saint Emperor's palace. Then, those people all became Xianxia's lackeys. That time, things happened again and again. It made Xue Leihan and Xue Qi feel disappointed, hateful, and helpless. You killed your love rival. It could be explained as a woman's nature to be jealous. Although your methods were too extreme. But it could still be understood more or less. But, why did you kill those babies? Those babies were your husband's flesh and blood, you killed them so wantonly. Do you still have any humanity? If that's all, it's still your family's business, and it's hard for outsiders to comment on it. But you tricked all your admirers here and used their admiration and infatuation to lure them here. Then, your husband turned all of them into myriad saints' true spirits, turning them into walking corpses. What does this count as? This kind of behavior could no longer be explained by innate coldness. This kind of behavior was already insane and inhumane. It made one's hair stand on end. there were so many people who were qualified to admire and even pursue Xianxia. Which one of them was an ordinary person? Who didn't have a high cultivation base? Who wasn't born with pride? However, it was precisely because they loved the wrong person that they were cheated into giving up their entire lives. Is loving you a sin? When Xianxia made use of her power to summon all the experts of the Xue clan who had been stranded outside, they were all gathered together. Then, he turned all these people into Cloud Master's lackeys. Furthermore, it was at that time that Xueqi and Xue Leihan's identities were almost exposed and they died an unnatural death. The two brothers had finally given up on their little sister. Xianxia had lost all her conscience and was beyond redemption. It was only recently that they found out that Cloud Master was really the master of myriad saints' true spirits. Then, there was the best explanation for why Xianxia tried so hard to gather all these experts. However, this explanation made Xue Leihan and Xueqi's hearts turn cold. So you already found out at that time. Your husband is the master of myriad saints' true spirits. So Xianxia was the first person to know about Cloud Master's true identity and background. You clearly knew that your husband was such an evil person. But you still tricked all the people who had feelings for you here and let your husband turn them into myriad saints' true spirits. Xue Leihan and Xueqi had completely given up on their little sister. However, that didn't mean that they would no longer pay attention to her. Just like guarding against an enemy. Pay attention to her, this time. When Xue Leihan left the Demon Emperor Heaven, he sent a message to Xueqi, prepare for battle. Trap, how and how, Xueqi immediately started to make preparations. Therefore, on the surface, it looked like Xue Leihan was returning to the Eastern Royal Heaven alone. However, in reality, the top experts of the Eastern Royal Heaven had already disguised themselves under the leadership of Xueqi, the Prime Minister and General Lan to come to his aid. How could Xueqi and Xue Leihan, these two brothers, not understand their little sister's vengeful nature and her strong desire for revenge? In essence, Xianxia was the same as Cloud Master. They were both ruthless characters who would take advantage of others and would rather die than suffer losses. Otherwise, how could they be together for more than 1,000,000 years? This time, Cloud Master's reputation was ruined and his foundation was destroyed. In fact, he had almost lost his life. With Xianxia's character, she naturally hated Xue Leihan and the others to the core. As long as she was given a chance, she would definitely take revenge. And Xianxia's favorite palace happened to be on the path that Xue Leihan had to pass through on his way back to the Eastern Royal Heaven. Xue Leihan was also traveling alone, so how could Xianxia let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? At that time, all the people who went against the saint were either accompanied by a large number of people, or their whereabouts were mysterious and unpredictable. Dong Huang was the only one who traveled tens of thousands of miles to return to Dong Huang alone. And it was the number one enemy, in Xianxia's opinion, in the entire imperial court. Only the East Emperor and the Demon Empress were worthy of fighting with Cloud Master. The Demon Empress was even weaker than them. The main reason was that Xue Leihan had not given up on killing the saint. The East Emperor must be the mastermind of this trap. With such a great hatred and such a good opportunity, how could he not take action? So, this trap was set up, but she did not know that this trap was also set up by Xue Leihan. At the same time, it was also a life-saving move. Therefore, this trap was set up by Xue Leihan and Xianxia together. Xianxia would definitely not let Xue Leihan return to the sea, so she would definitely kill him, and Xue Leihan set up this trap. Firstly, it was to destroy the last remaining strength of the Saint Emperor Palace. Secondly, it was indeed to protect himself, if Xueqi and the rest were not arranged in advance, and Xue Leihan was not willing to disguise himself and go back, on this journey. In this trap, there was a possibility that he would be killed by Xianxia's various despicable tricks. Xue Leihan's guess was not wrong at all. Ever since they started their journey, after the initial peaceful journey of 40,000 miles, they started to be attacked by the experts sent by Xianxia one after another. These attacks did not really hope to kill the East Emperor. But they were meant to test him. To test whether or not Dong Huang had any hidden experts accompanying him on his journey. At the same time, these attacks were also to delay Xue Leihan's pace, giving Xianxia ample time to prepare and set up a perfect killing trap. After all, the Saint Emperor Palace was now in a precarious situation, like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. to organize a considerable battle force, and the target of the attack was the world-famous East Emperor. If they did not have sufficient preparation and buffer time, it was basically impossible. The East Emperor traveled alone for thousands of miles and was constantly attacked along the way. Although they were all small-scale attacks, they were accompanied by an endless stream of sneaky tricks. Especially after half of the journey, the frequency of such attacks became more and more frequent. That was. The East Emperor had already guessed that Xianxia's preparation might have some kind of problem. Otherwise, she would not be so crazy and unscrupulous in trying to stop him. The only explanation was that she was not ready yet. In fact, it was also reasonable. Now, the people of the Saint Emperor Palace were being besieged by the whole world, and they would be attacked by the people of the Heaven Imperial Court anytime and anywhere. On such a basis, it was definitely very difficult for Xianxia to organize a strong force. Especially since the people of the Saint Emperor Palace were usually high-profile and did not need to conceal themselves at all. Now, the situation had changed with the passage of time. But it meant that the majority of them were exposed to the world. To suddenly face such a terrible situation, the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace had never encountered before, and the losses would definitely be huge, but Xianxia believed that with his sister's ability, she could definitely do it. He would definitely be able to do it. That killing plot would definitely be formed. Sure enough, when they were about to reach the East Royal Sky, the large-scale death attack that Xianxia had set up finally began in a remote mountain forest. Xianxia personally took action. And more than 1,000 experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were almost all involved in this battle. There was only one goal, to kill Don Huang Xianxia. With such a setup, it was not difficult to see how much Xianxia hated Xianxia. Xianxia still could not forget that moment when Xianxia suddenly appeared and looked at him. And the words she said, "Xianxia, you beast. Today is the day you die." Then, she unreservedly used the charm of the world technique. 300 experts of the Saint Emperor Palace also went all out, facing the peerless charm that was said to be able to charm all the men in the world. Xianxia did not feel charmed. He only felt sad, or maybe uncomfortable, and sighed inexplicably. Anyway, he did not feel tempted. Your charm of the world technique might work on any man in the world, but it was not effective on me and Xianxia. That's because we're your biological brothers. In this world, was there any younger sister who could seduce her elder brother? This was absolutely impossible. Before you could charm him, he gave her a big slap and said, "Stupid girl." But the pressure that Xianxia had to bear in that battle was still enormous. Xianxia was indeed an expert in scheming. Just the choice of terrain made it difficult for Dong Huang to move, and he could only choose to fight head-on. In this battle, Dong Huang fought 1 against 1,000 in this desolate valley. He fought until the sun and moon lost their light. It was also in this battle that Xianxia experienced his sister's true strength for the first time. Back then, Xianxia was not only the most beautiful woman in the world, but also the most proud genius of the Xue clan. All these years, her cultivation did not fall behind. Just as he took over, Xianxia felt the enormous pressure from Xianxia. Although Xianxia's strength was not as strong as his, there was not much difference between them. She was almost on par with the Demon Empress. The battle went on like a raging fire. It lasted from midnight to dawn. Almost half of the experts sent by the Saint Emperor Palace had died. However, Xianxia was also covered in wounds and his vitality was greatly depleted. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly retreated. She asked while sweating profusely, "Xianxia, why did you show mercy to me time and time again?" This matter really puzzled her. In this night's battle, Xianxia could easily injure her severely several times, but he did not really attack. Instead, because of these few moments of hesitation, Xianxia was injured. This man, this Dong Huang, would rather injure himself than kill his enemy? Why? Xianxia was full of doubts. Could it be because of the effect of charm the world? That was definitely not the case. Xianxia was well aware that her charm of the world had almost never failed. In the past, she had only failed once on Zihao. Even Yin Shangren had been held back by her charm of the world before he reached a certain level of strength. However, today's Dong Huang was different from Zihao's disdain for her. He was also different from Cloud Lord, who exceeded the limit of her charm because his strength was too high. When Xianxia looked at her, he only felt pity, and a kind of hatred. However, he did not have the intention to be charmed by her. Xue Leihan sighed deeply. His heart was full of mixed feelings. You can be heartless to me, to the whole family, and to the whole world. But no matter how much I hate you. How can I bear to kill my own sister? There's no reason. Xue Leihan was still fighting with all his might. He swallowed the bitterness in his heart. Now, even if I tell you my identity, what can you do? Will you let me go? Or will you repent and turn over a new leaf? There are some things in life that cannot be wrong. One mistake. But there is no turning back. When you treated the Xue clan as your dowry, when you sent the entire Xue clan into the abyss, when you killed your parents, and angered your grandparents to death, when you made everyone in the Xue clan a stepping stone for your husband's hegemony, when you made everyone in the Xue clan a stepping stone, his life was already destined. I just don't want you to die too early and too tragically. Xue Leihan said painfully. However, this answer caused Xue Xian'er to misunderstand something. Xue Xian'er continued to attack. The beautiful face of the celestial being sighed. She was no longer as seductive as before. Instead, she looked lovely and lovable. She said softly, Your Majesty. I really didn't know. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, had actually been thinking about me all this time? Xue Leihan's face twitched. Nonsense, he shouted angrily. Xue Xian'er slashed her saber across Xue Leihan's body, causing blood to spurt out. She said with some disappointment, Your Majesty, are you reminiscing about your youth? Are you thinking about the frivolity of your youth? This man actually had feelings for me? It wasn't a seductive feeling, but true feelings. This unexpected discovery gave Xue Xian'er a pleasant surprise. The pride in his heart soared like never before. So much so that he was even more confident in this battle. Since you have feelings for me, you won't really kill me or hurt me. But I can really hurt you and kill you, with just one sentence. Xue Xian'er, who had changed her strategy, was already deliberately trying to lead Xue Leihan's emotions back to his youth under her charm. As long as Xue Leihan really remembered the love he had back then, even if it was only for a moment. Once he fell into that kind of melancholy and sadness, Xue Xian'er would be able to kill this terrifying enemy instantly. Xue Leihan said furiously, Shut up. Although he wouldn't be led into that kind of emotional state that Xue Xian'er imagined, he would be led into another kind of emotional state. That was an unprecedented manic state of mind. The person in front of him was his own sister. But this sister of his didn't hesitate to use such a despicable method to deal with him. Including those whom she had dealt with previously, those young heroes who were once infatuated with her beauty and gave up all their feelings for her, those once proud and unyielding young heroes had long since turned into a pile of yellow soil. Little sister, is this how you ruined their lives? Thinking of this, Xue Leihan felt a deep sense of sorrow. Love, was originally a beautiful thing in the hearts of people in the world. No matter whether it was successful or not, those memories that belonged to the youth would always be the wealth of a lifetime and the most beautiful memories. But in Xue Xian'er's hands, they were reduced to a tool. Using this tool, Xue Xian'er was actually successful in dealing with those who used to like her. Xue Xian'er. Xue Leihan roared to the sky, Heaven has given you an unparalleled beauty. But it has also given you an unparalleled evil heart. Xue Xian'er smiled even more innocently and charmingly, making one feel tender affection for her. Really? My Emperor Donghuang. Will you not love me, not dote on me, hurt me, or kill me just because I have a bad heart? The blue saber in her hand continued to attack. With a flash of her charming figure, 7 to 8 clones suddenly appeared, and a strange fragrance wafted into Xue Leihan's nostrils. Xue Leihan cried out in pain, Xue Xian'er. You stupid woman, am I stupid? Am I really stupid? If you say I'm stupid, then I'll be stupid. Xue Xian'er smiled coquettishly, her face pure and innocent. She danced gracefully in the wind, looking indescribably graceful and graceful. But every move she made was extremely vicious. She purposely targeted the fatal points and used all kinds of methods. Xue Leihan dashed left and right, and the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were annihilated by him one after another. But the wounds on his body were also increasing. Even though they were just superficial wounds, they were still affecting his strength more and more. The accumulation of injuries finally affected Eastern Emperor's strength, and also caused the gap between him and Xianxia to become smaller and smaller. Eastern Emperor. You're very tired now. Xianxia's gentle voice sounded, don't you want to rest? How about letting me take care of His Majesty? Lehan really couldn't move his limbs. If he had truly hardened his heart and attacked with his full strength, even Xianxia would have been defeated in a matter of moments, or even be heavily injured. However, it was precisely because of this that he couldn't bear to truly kill her, causing him to fall into an indescribably perilous situation, where he was surrounded by dangers. Xianxia, this vicious woman, made use of his subtle mentality that he couldn't bear to kill her. That was why she was so unscrupulous. Her targeted strategy was very successful. At this point, Eastern Emperor's fate seemed to be ominous. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Xianxia finally arrived with reinforcements. This was a trap for both sides, and at this moment, it finally collided with each other. Seeing his elder brother covered in blood and in danger, Xianxia went crazy on the spot. All the experts of the Donghuang Heaven also went crazy. They rushed forward without any regard for their lives, and quickly surrounded the battlefield to kill. On one side, there were tired soldiers who had been fighting for a whole night, and on the other side, there were fresh troops who had just joined the battlefield. The experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were defeated instantly, and they were utterly defeated. Screams rang out one after another. Seeing that the emperor was in danger, the experts of the Donghuang Heaven went all out. Xianxia also took over from Lehan at the first moment and faced the strongest enemy, Xianxia. He scolded, heartless bitch. You still have the face to attack us. Xianxia was furious when she heard that and fought with all her might. Originally, Xianxia's strength was almost at the level of the Demon Empress, and she was undoubtedly much stronger than Xianxia. But in this night's battle, Xianxia was the main force holding Eastern Emperor back, and she had exhausted a lot of energy. Xianxia was also an expert of the first emperor level, so the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't that big. Moreover, she was fresh troops now. Although she couldn't win against Xianxia, it was not a problem to hold her back. After a while, the Prime Minister also joined the battle. The two experts fought Xianxia together, and the battle here was unusually fierce. But at this moment, the Saint Emperor Palace was obviously defeated. Xianxia couldn't help but think of escaping to save her own life. After all, in Xianxia's heart, no one's life was more important than her own. But Xianxia and the Prime Minister both tried their best to hold her back, and Xianxia didn't want to be hurt by the three of them, so she couldn't find a way to escape. Finally, when the last person of the Saint Emperor Palace died under the sword of General Lan, Xianxia decided to break out at all costs. Sadly, her decision was too late. Right now, it was already too late. Even if she risked her life to break free from the entanglement of Snow 7 and the Prime Minister, she wouldn't be able to do so because the forces of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms had already surrounded her. Just now, she had help, but she couldn't break out. Now that there was no help, it was naturally impossible for her to break out. Seeing that they were surrounded, Xianxia and the Prime Minister became more confident. Their attacks became denser and denser, and gradually weaved into a big net. They had the upper hand, and Xianxia was about to be killed by their swords. At this point, Xianxia finally lost all hope. At this point, there was no way to escape. But at this moment, when she stared at Xianxia with her desperate and sorrowful eyes, Xianxia suddenly became absent-minded. The sharp sword that was about to pierce her chest inexplicably stopped at that moment. She was still her sister after all. Xianxia might be absent-minded because of family love, but Xianxia wasn't. She didn't know why the enemy would be absent-minded at this critical moment, and show such a flaw that shouldn't have happened. But she firmly grasped this God-given opportunity. At this moment of despair, there was an inexplicable glimmer of hope. Xianxia attacked with both her sword and saber, as well as her fists and feet. Break out. At that moment, the Prime Minister lost Xianxia's cooperation and was hit 3 times before he could react. Xianxia was also hit twice by her sword. Then, Xianxia broke out of the encirclement. She actually chose Lehan's direction to break out of the encirclement. The encirclement was complete. Even if she got rid of the previous 2, the remaining people were not easy to deal with. Since Lehan has feelings for her, he will definitely not stop her. Among these people, although his cultivation was the highest, it was more likely for her to break out of the encirclement from him than from the others. Even if she couldn't break out, at least, her life wouldn't be in danger. This was what Xianxia hoped for. But she wasn't wrong at all. Xianxia did not stop her at all. He watched her break out of the encirclement. When her slim figure disappeared into the night, her voice was filled with hatred. Xianxia, I won't be grateful to you if you let me go today. You destroyed our life's work. This hatred is irreconcilable. One day, I want you to die in my hands. Your soul will be destroyed and you will never be reincarnated. Xianxia sighed deeply. This was also something that the Prime Minister and General Lan could not understand. Seeing that the Divine Empress was about to die here, why did His Majesty East Emperor and Xianxia make two mistakes at the same time? There was a gap between Xianxia and Xianxia, so it was reasonable for Xianxia to make a mistake in a fierce battle. Actually, it was not. Even if Xianxia was not as powerful as Xianxia, he was still a peak expert after the First Emperor realm. Furthermore, he had the support of the Prime Minister. He already had an absolute advantage in the battle. How could he make such a mistake at a critical moment, and His Majesty East Emperor? Although His Majesty East Emperor fought for a whole night, his body was full of injuries and his strength was not as good as normal. But his injuries were mostly superficial. There were no internal injuries at all. His reinforcements had arrived in time. For an expert of his level, such a small injury would give him a chance to circulate his origin energy. Even if his injuries were not completely healed, they would be more or less healed. Moreover, no matter how much His Majesty East Emperor's energy was depleted, he was still better than Xianxia. At the very least, he was much better than Xianxia. If he went all out, how could Xianxia escape? But the result was that Xianxia escaped in his direction. Another piece of evidence that could not be considered evidence was Xianxia's last sentence. If you let me go today, I won't be grateful to you. The latter part was fine, but the first half was a clear indication of the fact that His Majesty Dong Huang had held back and allowed him to leave. This is too strange. Even if the Divine Empress could revive with the help of her doppelganger, what was destroyed was her original body. How much damage was that? According to His Majesty Dong Huang's previous deductions, if his main body was destroyed, even if he could revive with the help of his clone, it would be very difficult for him to improve his own strength. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Why didn't His Majesty Dong Huang and Xianxia do anything at the last moment, on their way back to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms? This question lingered in their hearts. Dong Huang and Xianxia looked equally upset. An atmosphere of depression, unwillingness, and powerlessness spread and grew. Occasionally, His Majesty Dong Huang and Xianxia could be heard arguing in a low voice. It seemed that the two brothers were dissatisfied. Why don't you make a move? Can't you see that I'm injured? Why don't you make a move? Then why did you hold back before? Don't tell me you didn't hold back? Bastard! Shut up! The two of them were her elder brothers. Their hearts were equally bitter, equally powerless, and equally depressed. They sat facing each other, complained for a while, and then sighed at the same time. If there's a next time. Dong Huang Xianxia finally spoke. Don't hold back. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He snorted in disdain. You'd better convince yourself first. When you can't make a move, don't use your big brother's strength to teach me a lesson. Xianxia sighed helplessly again. Suddenly, he kicked Xianxia's private parts twice fiercely. He scolded him in a low voice. Other than using sex on me, what else can you do? What are you doing? What are you doing? Xianxia's miserable howl resounded through the air. She hissed in cold air and lowered her voice, out of breath. Xianxia. You're good, you're really good. You can't bear to kill your younger sister, but you're quite willing to kill your younger brother who has always been loyal to you. You're awesome. Really awesome. I'll admire you, okay? If you can't do it, even our parents will admire you. That should be enough, right? After a round of suppressed scolding, the two brothers looked at each other. In the end, they still couldn't bring themselves to do it. Then, Xianxia ordered to summon the Prime Minister and General Lan for a discussion. Some things had to be made clear. He couldn't keep his subordinates in the dark. If he kept hiding things, it would only cool the hearts of the loyal officials. General Lan arrived very quickly, but the old prime minister only arrived after a while. When he arrived, his expression was very strange. Shui Leihan didn't pay much attention to this. There's something that I need to tell the two of you. I don't know how to start. Shui Leihan was a little tired. Sitting on the chair, he was also a little lost, and there was also an indescribable sense of loss. Your Majesty, please tell us. The two of them were a little nervous. His Majesty had never been like this. This time, was he going to talk about something important? Was that why he was so hesitant? You all know that my real name is Shui Leihan. But I'm afraid you don't know about my other identity. Shui Leihan let out a long sigh. His Majesty's other identity? The Prime Minister and General Lan's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. This was indeed something that they didn't know. They really didn't know that His Majesty had another identity. Donghuang Shui Leihan had been famous for millions of years. Who didn't know about him? What other identity did he have? On the soft couch behind, Shui Qi, who was recuperating from his injuries, coughed softly and said, "Boss, are you really going to reveal this?" Shui Leihan's face twitched painfully. He said, "I can't let my brothers bleed for no reason. It's time to reveal this secret." Behind him, Shui Qi was silent for a while. Then, he said, "I understand." The words of the two brothers made the Prime Minister and Great General Lan somewhat confused. What was the meaning of this? I think both of you should remember this sentence. Shui Leihan let out a long sigh and recited, "The sky is full of clouds, the night is drunk, the world is covered with snow." How can we not remember this? The Prime Minister and General Lan laughed at the same time. These were the three biggest clans in the Heaven Imperial Court millions of years ago. The sky is full of clouds, referring to the Yun clan. The night is drunk, referring to the Zhui clan. The last one was the number one financial magnate in the world, the Shui clan. Back then, these three clans were like three legs of a tripartite balance of power and almost controlled the entire Heaven Imperial Court. However, after the three clans were destroyed, there was a period of continuous chaos. After the chaos, there was the matter of Emperor One, Empress One, and only Saint Monarch dominating the world. The Yun clan was actually the family of only Saint Monarch Yun Shangren. Back then, only Saint Monarch Yun Shangren gathered everyone to fight against the Holy Devil and destroyed the Holy Spirit. After that battle, the Yun clan also declined. At that time, we only thought that the Yun clan had sacrificed too much and lost too much. But now, I finally know that the head of the Yun family was actually the myriad saints' true demon. Then, after the Holy Devil fell, it's not hard to understand why the Yun clan declined. Moreover, they even supported only Saint Monarch. This exchange from the Yun clan to the Holy Emperor Palace was definitely worth it. Shui Leihan said. And the other clan, the Zhui clan, was constantly weakened during the chaos of the martial world. However, in the end, the Heavenly Emperor Wuqing, Zhui Wuqing, finally appeared. Therefore, the Zhui clan still continued its glory for 1,000,000 years. The Prime Minister said with a face full of wrinkles. That's true. It's a pity that the Shui clan, one of the three great clans, was sacrificed for Master Yun. Other than Shui Xian'er, the rest of the Shui clan were all killed. General Lan sighed. However, the Prime Minister glared at him fiercely. His Majesty Donghuang did not mention this at this time to reminisce about the past. In addition, Donghuang was originally surnamed Shui. General Lan's eyes widened as he thought of this. Looks like the two brothers have guessed that my surname is Shui. This can explain a lot. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and sighed. My original name was not Shui Leihan. My name was Shui Xiaoran at that time. First young master of the Shui clan. General Lan only managed to say half a sentence before he was suddenly choked by the neck like a screaming chicken. Yes, the first young master of the Shui clan, Shui Xiaoran, is me. Shui Leihan sighed. The Prime Minister and General Lan looked at each other at the same time, dumbfounded. After a long time, the two of them finally reacted. Then, the Divine Empress Shui Xian'er we killed yesterday, isn't she your sister? Shui Leihan nodded deeply. A look of pain flashed across his face. Behind him, Xianxia on the soft couch also sighed softly. The Prime Minister and General Lan were dumbfounded. So that's the truth, they finally understood that His Majesty Donghuang's cultivation was much higher than the Divine Empress. Even if he was surrounded by many enemies, he would not be so seriously injured. So it was because this brother still could not bear to do anything to his sister. Your Majesty, there must be another reason? The Prime Minister asked, puzzled. It's a long story, the past is unbearable to recall. Xianxia sighed painfully. Back then, the competition between the big clans was fierce, and the descendants were secretly sent out. Even in the clan, it was a secret. So at that time, at most, we only knew that there was a first young master of the Shui clan called Shui Xiaoran, but no one had actually seen this person. Cloud Master pursued Xianxia madly, my sister. The Shui clan also approved of this son-in-law. My father also supported Cloud Master with all his might. At that time, he sent me a secret message and said, in the future, with Cloud Master as the son-in-law and me as the son in secret, the greatest glory that the Shui clan has been pursuing could be achieved in this lifetime. The Prime Minister and General Lan nodded secretly. Thinking of the situation at that time, if things had really developed as they had, the possibility of this happening was indeed very high. But at that time, I had already vaguely felt that Cloud Master was a little unreliable. So I reminded my father to be careful, but my father disagreed with my words and said, aren't all ambitious people arrogant, conceited, and scheming the same? So we agreed that unless it was to rule the world, my identity as the young master of the Shui clan would never be exposed. Perhaps it was because after listening to my words, although my father didn't think much of it, he was still used to preparing for a rainy day. At the same time, the records of the identities of a few other younger brothers were also destroyed. Xianxia's voice became deeper and deeper. The Prime Minister and General Lan both felt a wave of sorrow and a kind of admiration. These big clans with a long history were really not ordinary people. They were indeed preparing for a rainy day and taking preventive measures. At this time, a mumbling voice came from the soft couch behind them. That's right, back then, there was also an elder who was mysteriously expelled from the ancestral home. Elder 7, so it's Xianxia. Xianxia, who was immersed in the past, was instantly enraged. He turned around and kicked him. Damn it! Whose elder are you? Accompanied by a scream, the world was completely silent. The Prime Minister and General Lan were instantly petrified. It was really the first time that they saw His Majesty swearing like this. There was another shock. This blood contract who had always been rude to His Majesty, was actually His Majesty's younger brother? In other words, he was also Xianxia's brother, His Majesty, blood contract and Xianxia, the three of them were all from the Shui clan. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, you only bully the obedient ones. You can't even bear to touch the disobedient ones. Tui. Xianxia sat upright, pretending not to have heard anything. The Prime Minister and General Lan looked embarrassed. He wanted to continue listening, but he didn't dare to interrupt the two brothers. However, the biggest doubt in his heart had already been resolved. The three of them were from the Shui clan. The descendants of the Shui clan were extraordinary, only 3 of them were still alive. All of them were outstanding talents. The slight discomfort that originally existed in his heart also completely disappeared at this time. Xianxia was Donghuang's younger sister. How could her brother bear to kill her? Even if this sister of his had done 1,000 things wrong and done 1,000 evil deeds, but to let a brother kill his own sister with his own hands. It was an extremely cruel thing. Besides, this incident also proved that His Majesty Donghuang was a sentimental person. If a person could kill his own sister without batting an eyelid, then, would he still be Donghuang? Will just be another saint monarch and the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zihao. It was also at this time that he became enemies with Guru Yun because of this incident. Xianxia's face was filled with endless nostalgia and sincerity. Zihao sensed Guru Yun's ambition and went to warn him alone. He told him not to get close to Xianxia in the future. Therefore, he fought with Guru Yun a few times and ruined his plans several times. Guru Yun hated him to the core because of this. However, with Guru Yun's support, the Shui clan actually prospered and became unparalleled. The whole clan was rejoicing, but they didn't know that a huge conspiracy had already begun. Actually, you all know what happened after that. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. At that time, the Shui clan was annexed and my father died in an accident. The elders of the clan died one by one. It just had to be at that time. I was secretly appointed by my father to go to the fairy forest and find some heavenly crystals. The last order my father gave me in his life was to find heavenly crystals for his son-in-law and daughter, to use as newlyweds. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly, but his eyes were indescribably misty. The room was silent. Then, what happened in the future? General Lan asked. I remember at that time, but there was someone who offered a reward for finding the eldest young master of the Shui clan and asking him to return home and take over the family business. Yes. Shui Leihan nodded and said, I also wanted to find out what was going on. So, I once changed my appearance and returned home, and saw my younger sister, Shui Xianxia. After confirming my identity, Shui Xianxia and I hugged each other and cried. The muscles on Shui Leihan's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, however, at that time, Shui Xianxia personally stabbed a dagger into my heart. Everyone exclaimed upon hearing this. Although Shui Leihan was right in front of them, they were still shocked. Behind him, Xueqi sat up abruptly. Big brother, why didn't you mention this before? Is this something to be proud of? What's there to talk about? Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. He pulled open his clothes and revealed an extremely hideous scar on his chest. He said, my cultivation improved by leaps and bounds in the future, and I was already at the stage where I could heal my chronic illness and reconstruct my physical body. However, I still have this scar. At that time, this dagger really stabbed into my heart. Stabbed into his heart, the three of them could feel Dongwang's feelings at the same time. This stab had pierced right into his heart. Other than the dagger on his physical body, it was also a dagger that went straight to his heart spiritually. Just by listening to this, the three of them already felt a bone-chilling coldness. At that time, I was injured and tried to rush out. Master Yin tried to stop me, and there were also countless experts blocking my way. But I tried my best to fight back and finally rushed out. However, there were still hundreds of wounds on my body. I was chased all the way until I jumped off the cliff. Zihao was already waiting for me below. We had already prepared a corpse to be my substitute. I had already died there. From then on, I left that place. I still remember that day. I remember it clearly. How I rushed out with blood and tears. That day, it was snowing heavily and the wind was bone-chilling. My heart was also extremely cold. From then on, I completely gave up on the name Shui Xiaoran. Snow has tears, and every drop is cold. From then on, Shui Leihan was truly born, until today's Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan looked up and sighed. So that's how Shui Leihan's name came about. Behind him, Xueqi also sighed softly and said softly, Big brother, you've suffered. Shui Leihan's nose twitched, and he hurriedly took a deep breath. Did he suffer? Until today, when he heard his younger brother's words, Shui Leihan also truly felt that he had really suffered. And that kind of suffering was definitely not something that could be understood by those who had not experienced it personally. His clan was destroyed, his parents died tragically, and when he went back to check on the situation, he was set up and killed by his own sister. Who would be able to understand the sorrow of rushing out and braving the wind and snow and being ambushed from all sides in their own clan? Who would be able to understand? After that night, Shui Xian and Master Yun were convinced that Shui Xiaoran was already dead. After that, they even set up a mourning hall, and Shui Xian'er wore mourning clothes to send her brother off. Shui Leihan sneered mockingly, but he felt that his heart was broken. So much so that even his laughter started to tremble. So in the future, Zihao and I traveled the world together. From a place where we had nothing, we fought for the family business we have today. In those years, we fought with Master Yun and Yuan Tianjia whenever we met. But none of us could kill the other. In the end, we fought until we became the first emperor, the only saint. Now, Zihao has already passed away, and now, the only saint has also become a target of scorn, the public enemy of the Heaven Imperial Court. The Saint Emperor Palace is also about to be completely destroyed and destroyed, Shui Leihan sighed. This Saint Emperor Palace. Most of its power was built by the Shui clan. When Shui Leihan said this, the room fell into a dead silence. For a long time, no words were spoken. Cough cough. Shui Qi, who was behind him, suddenly coughed and said, "Back then, there should be a total of 8 brothers of the Shui clan outside, right?" "Yes," Shui Leihan said expressionlessly. "As for the others?" Shui Qi's face twitched and said, "I can only confirm that 2 of them are no longer around. As for the others, I didn't get any definite news, and I didn't dare to ask you. You don't need to ask anymore." Shui Leihan was still expressionless. He said, "Except for you and me, the other brothers are long gone. Many of them died when their own sister hugged their heads and cried with them." "This bitch." Shui Qi gritted his teeth, his veins bulging, as if a curse was coming out from his throat. Tears also came out. The Prime Minister and General Lan were still silent. They were even shocked. They would never have thought that a woman, and the one who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, would only be in her prime at that time. How could she do such a thing? How could she be so cruel as to watch her own clan being destroyed? How could she be so cruel as to kill her own brother with her own hands? Destroy her own home with her own hands? How could she bear to do such a thing? This was really something that normal people couldn't understand even if they racked their brains. They couldn't understand it at all. Cough, cough, cough. The Prime Minister coughed and hesitated, but in the end, he couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really feel that such a woman and Guru Yun's viciousness are really a match made in heaven." He gritted his teeth and said, "I've experienced a lot in my life, and I can be said to have seen through the world. But for such a heartless person, it's really the first time I've heard of such a heartless person." Sigh, Shui Qi sneered. Cloud Shengren killed his own father and destroyed his own family. Shui Xian'er also destroyed her own family and killed all her brothers. This pair of man and woman actually became husband and wife. This is really. The veins on Shui Qi's forehead bulged, as if he had used up all his strength, but he still couldn't finish his sentence. Really what? They're really a match made in heaven. Shui Leihan slapped the table in front of him. The table was fine. But the ruins thousands of miles away from the East Emperor Palace suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. "That's the whole story," Yi Zichen said. Shui Leihan looked at his 2 most important officials and said softly, "Shui Xiaoran is Shui Leihan, and Shui Leihan is Shui Xiaoran. This is East Emperor's biggest secret." "Your Majesty." Both of them had mixed feelings, and at this moment, they almost shed tears. "You've suffered." Shui Xiaoran became Shui Leihan. The carefree snow eventually turned into snow with tears, every drop cold. How carefree and unrestrained was the former. What a tranquil state of mind. The latter, however, was so disheartened, and so cold and sorrowful. What kind of changes did a person have to go through to change like this? It was hard to imagine. That was definitely not a huge blow that a normal person, an ordinary person, could bear. This was undoubtedly the pain of His Majesty East Emperor's life. The deepest pain, the pain that couldn't be made up for. His Majesty didn't have to reveal these secrets. But in the previous battle, he let Shui Xian'er go because of family ties. In order for her to not be haunted by it, he had opened up this scar himself. At this moment, the Prime Minister and General Lan felt guilty and regretful, but they were also deeply touched. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 2 of them had a lot of things they wanted to say, but when the words reached their mouths, they felt like they couldn't say anything. In the end, they could only bow with tears streaming down their faces. There was no need to say anything else. His Majesty Donghuang's regard for all of them had already been made clear, so there was no need to say anything more. The 2 of them finally understood why His Majesty the Donghuang had insisted on naming the Tai vast snow. This was the reason. The entire world was covered in snow. Shui clan. It doesn't matter anymore. Shui Leihan laughed bitterly and said, "Anyway, so many years have passed since then. What I feel the most regretful about, the one I can't let go of the most, is still Zihao, my brother Zihao." The Prime Minister and General Lan lowered their heads at the same time. Back then, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor and the East Sovereign were sworn brothers. Looking at the world, even a sage would not dare to look directly at them. However, that heroic and majestic heavenly emperor of the purple firmament ultimately still fell under the scheme of the sage monarch and perished on the heavenly devil battlefield. This time, the strength of the Holy Emperor Palace has been completely uprooted by us. The various forces of the Holy Emperor Palace are also being disintegrated and destroyed now. Xue Leihan calmed himself down. He said, this time, the actions of the whole world. The various branches of the Holy Emperor Palace have always been exposed under the eyes of the world. I believe none of them can escape. Except for the Sage Monarch and the Divine Empress, the others have basically been wiped out. It can be said that, there are not many problems left. Xue Leihan said solemnly, in the future, we only need to be careful. The day when we finally destroy these two people will be the day when the world will be at peace. The only thing left to worry about is the battle with the extraterrestrial demons. The Prime Minister and General Lan nodded at the same time. This time, in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons, I want to lead the troops personally. Xue Leihan said word by word, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. I want to personally take revenge for my brothers. The Prime Minister and General Lan were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Logically speaking, in such a decisive battle, General Lan should be the one leading the troops. The East Sovereign did not need to personally come to the battlefield at all. Leading the troops personally always meant that victory was not an option. The pressure was immense. And the risk was also the greatest. However, no one could refute the East Sovereign's reason at this moment. Take revenge for his brothers. Slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons. With the relationship between the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the East Sovereign, this was completely reasonable. There was no way to even dissuade him. I also want to fight a bloody battle at the place where my brothers fought. Xue Leihan's eyes were calm but firm. Blue Bridge. Here. General Lan answered solemnly. Immediately reorganize the East Sovereign Army. All the elite troops of the Eastern Royal Heavens are to be streamlined again. Assemble this batch of elites into one army. In this battle, the East Sovereign will not return if the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed. Xue Leihan said solemnly. Your Majesty. The Prime Minister and General Lan knelt down at the same time. Xue Leihan's words were too serious. Even though they knew they should not dissuade him, they still had to. The East Sovereign will not return if the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed. What a heavy oath this was. There's no need to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Xue Leihan's eyes were extremely resolute. The two of them took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment, not knowing if they should say a few more words of persuasion or fully prepare the troops for war. Prime Minister. Xue Leihan looked at the Prime Minister. I believe you know what is needed for this battle. All the logistics, everything will be handed over to you. Do you understand this heavy responsibility? The Prime Minister's expression was solemn. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With the reserves of the Eastern Royal Heavens over these years, it is enough to support the largest scale battle for 30 years. I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. There would be absolutely no oversights, and no worries for the future. If there is, I will use the lives of 18 generations of my family to atone for my sins. Xue Leihan nodded satisfactorily. I've long known that the Prime Minister's work is the most reassuring. General Lan, from now on, the success or failure of everything will depend on you. General Lan's expression was resolute. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I swear on Blue Bridge to complete the mission. Good. Xue Leihan was silent for a moment before he said, before this battle, we must make arrangements in advance. I plan to let Vast govern the Eastern Royal Heavens from today onwards and appoint the Crown Prince to be in charge of all matters of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Your Majesty. This doesn't seem appropriate. The Prime Minister and General Lan were shocked to the extreme at the same time. They knelt on the ground. Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. Even if you personally lead the troops into battle, you will definitely be able to return safely. Please reconsider the matter of appointing the Crown Prince. Stop talking and listen to me first. Xue Leihan's expression was serene. He said, the luck of this battle is unknown. Thinking about the defeat before thinking about the victory is a military principle. Besides, I can't be considered in the prime of my life now. My body may be strong, but my heart is already old. Especially after avenging my brothers this time, even if I return safely, I don't have the heart to continue on in this position for long. It's also time for Vast to take charge. I'm still very relieved to hand this position over to him. Xue Leihan smiled. Even if I personally lead the troops into the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. If we win this battle, the Eastern Royal Heavens will celebrate and Vast will ascend to the throne. If we lose this battle, the day Xue Leihan dies in battle will be the day Vast will ascend to the throne. Do you all remember this? Xue Leihan's tone turned cold as he looked at the two of them sternly. The Prime Minister and General Lan choked and couldn't speak, tears streaming down their faces. No matter the outcome of this battle, Prime Minister, I'll need you to take care of Vast. Xue Leihan looked at his right-hand and right-hand men with sincerity. He sighed and said slowly, for so many years, we have been monarch and minister in name, but in reality, we are brothers. The two of you must help me with this. The Prime Minister and General Lan's tears flowed like spring water as they kowtowed loudly. We can only do our best until we die. When the time comes. Xue Qi, you must also gather all your subordinates and assassins to follow me into battle, okay? Xue Leihan turned to look at his younger brother. I understand. Don't worry. Xue Qi rolled his eyes. I knew it long ago. Even if you die, you'll drag me along with you. Forget it, I'll follow you through the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Who asked you to be my elder brother? You. Xue Leihan almost couldn't help but raise his hand to give him a good beating. But suddenly, he laughed again. You little brat, we'll go through the mountains of swords and seas of fire together. If we win this battle, we'll rest in the hidden forest spring and travel the world together. If we lose this battle, we'll go see our parents together. Xue Qi's eyes were a little red. He said in a nasal voice, when the time comes, what if our parents ask? Where's your sister? How should we answer? Do you know how to answer? Xue Leihan looked at him in a daze. Xue Qi sniffed and said, so, it's best to win. With that thought, the two brothers smiled with tears in their eyes. Looking at the two brothers in front of them who had gone through so much, the Prime Minister and General Lan were shocked. They couldn't help but burst into tears too. Now that the two brothers who had gone through so much were here, they smiled and talked about their past. Oh, right, when you came in just now, why did you look a little strange? You don't look like the Prime Minister of Donghuang Heaven who usually doesn't change his expression even if a mountain collapses in front of him. Donghuang smiled and asked the Prime Minister, did something happen? The Prime Minister coughed and was stunned. Then, sweat actually appeared on his face. This matter, he said just now that it was really nothing, but now, he didn't know how to say it. He stammered and said, yes, there is indeed something. I just received the news. Xue Leihan said with great interest, what is it? Tell me directly. Oh, it's like this. The Prime Minister stammered and said, after the battle with us, the Divine Empress Xianxia fled. But for some reason, she was recognized in the 100,000 mountains and was surrounded. Xue Leihan frowned and said, oh. Then, very coincidentally, the former heavenly emperor of Green Cloud, Mo Qingqing, passed by here and immediately attacked. Xianxia, her physical body was destroyed, the Prime Minister stuttered as he spoke. He was cursing in his heart. Who the hell gave me this news? I was delayed for a while, and then I came excitedly to report this news. But first, I heard a story from His Majesty. The real problem was, after hearing this story, he felt as uncomfortable as if there was a bomb in his mouth. When he finally finished, the Prime Minister lowered his head nervously, waiting for His Majesty's reaction. Such an outcome is good. Xue Leihan sighed deeply, then fell silent for a while and said, besides, she still has a doppelganger, so she won't die for a while. Besides, even if Mo Qingqing really killed her, she deserved it. Retribution is right in front of me, so how can I go and find Mo Qingqing to avenge her? How can I not have a sense of right and wrong? Prime Minister, you're thinking too much. The Prime Minister heaved a sigh of relief and said, Your Majesty is wise, I'm stupid. When His Majesty was silent just now, the Prime Minister was almost sweating profusely. Fortunately, His Majesty's reaction wasn't that intense. Eh? Oh right, Why did Mo Qingqing suddenly appear in that place? Xue Leihan asked in surprise. This? I don't know. The Prime Minister was also very confused. At this moment, a guard reported outside the door, Your Majesty, the former Heavenly Emperor of Green Cloud, Her Majesty Mo Qingqing, is outside seeking an audience. Hearing this, the 4 people present were all stunned at the same time. Mo Qingqing suddenly appeared. Seeking an audience with Xue Leihan? What did she want to do? Especially the Prime Minister and General Lan, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They even felt that the world was really strange. This fellow had just destroyed the physical body of someone else's sister, and then she came to seek an audience with her biological brother, and there were 2 of her biological brothers here. This is really, that was awesome. At this moment, the 2 pillars of the Eastern Royal Heavens both had these words in their hearts. They were exactly the same. Quickly invite her in. Xue Leihan said hurriedly. No matter what, Mo Qingqing was here. They were all distinguished guests. Brother Xue. Mo Qingqing stood outside the East Imperial Palace with her hands behind her back. This former celestial emperor was currently dressed in plain clothes. His green robes fluttered in the wind, giving off a transcendent aura of transcendence. Such an outfit actually made Xue Leihan feel a little envious. Seeing Xue Leihan come out, Mo Qingqing smiled and cupped her hands. Brother Xue actually came out to welcome me personally. Mo Qingqing really doesn't dare. I'm flattered, ha ha ha, it's rare for Brother Mo to visit us from afar. Your presence brings light to our humble Eastern Royal Heaven. Xue Leihan warmly welcomed Mo Qingqing in. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he asked, but I wonder why Brother Mo is here? Nothing else. It's just that this little brother's addiction to being an official has kicked in. I'm here to ask Brother Xue for a high-ranking official position. Mo Qingqing smiled and said, Brother Xue, please appoint me as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Royal Heavens Army. How about it? Cough, cough, cough. The moment these words came out, Donghuang Xue Leihan, the Prime Minister, and the Great General all started coughing at the same time. The Prime Minister and Great General Lan really didn't expect that Mo Qingqing would actually say such a thing. This was too direct, too unrestrained, too. Wasn't it too? A celestial emperor of a generation, even if he was just the previous celestial emperor or a has-been celestial emperor, would definitely not run to another world. To request to be the Grand Marshal of the army, however, Mo Qingqing did so. Moreover, he did it so calmly and brazenly. She did it right in front of Donghuang and Xue Leihan. Donghuang Xue Leihan stared at Mo Qingqing. The 2 of them stared at each other for a long time. They were speechless for a long time. Xue Leihan suddenly smiled relaxedly. Brother Mo, Xue Leihan smiled. Logically speaking, we've been brothers for so many years. If you make such a condescending request, there's definitely no possibility of me rejecting it. But, in this situation now, it's not possible. Mo Qingqing's expression didn't change. She asked in a low voice, Oh? Why not? Xue Leihan laughed out loud. It's because Brother Mo has really come at the wrong time. Just a moment ago, I snatched the position of the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Royal Heavens from the Blue Sky Bridge. Xue Leihan laughed. But if Brother Mo doesn't mind taking a step back, I can appoint you as the Deputy Commander of the Eastern Imperial Heavens Army. How about that? Mo Qingqing was stunned. She pointed at Xue Leihan and laughed. Xue Leihan, you're actually one step ahead of me. Good, good, good. My cultivation isn't as high as yours, and my scheming isn't as deep as yours. It's worth it to be your deputy. Deputy Commander it is. I'll do it too. Xue Leihan put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, I'm afraid it's not that you don't mind being the Deputy Commander. I think you, even if it's a small soldier, you'll do it too. In the battle to destroy the extraterrestrial demons, to be a small soldier or a Deputy Commander, a marshal is nothing more than contributing to the imperial court. It's just a title. Mo Qingqing laughed loudly. Obviously, she didn't mind at all whether she was a marshal, a deputy commander, or even a small soldier. They were all old friends for 1,000,000 years. Whatever the other party was thinking, as long as they didn't deliberately hide it, it could be said that they could tell at a glance. One sentence was enough to explain too many things. Mo Qingqing's wish was very simple. She hoped to go to the battlefield of the purple cloud heavens and fight to the death with the extraterrestrial demons. However, Mo Qingqing knew herself well. With her commanding ability, if she were to purely be a small soldier, it would really be too much of a pity. It would be a waste of her talent, since it was a battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Then she should unleash her own ability and battle power to the maximum. At this time, she really didn't care about her own problems anymore. How to maximize efficiency was the problem that a ruler needed to consider. And Shui Leihan already knew what Mo Qingqing's intentions were when she said the first sentence. However, the person leading the army in this battle wasn't Lan Tianxiao but Shui Leihan himself. Mo Qingqing's ability might be above Lan Tianxiao's, so she naturally deserved the position of marshal. However, now that the one leading the army was Shui Leihan, it was a different matter. Shui Leihan asked Mo Qingqing to be his deputy not only because he agreed to Mo Qingqing's request to participate in the battle, but also because he hoped to have Mo Qingqing's help to make up for his shortcomings. Shui Leihan himself was also a master of the art of war. However, he had been an emperor for too long and had long been used to making arbitrary decisions. He wasn't used to hearing unpleasant words. In fact, in the Eastern Royal Heavens, there was really no one who dared to say unpleasant words to him. However, on the battlefield, a moment of carelessness could lead to a complete defeat. Mo Qingqing's timely arrival was the best compliment for Shui Leihan. If Mo Qingqing was the marshal, she would have the same concerns. The two of them were a perfect pair, making up for each other's shortcomings and reminding each other to ensure that nothing went wrong. Behind them, the Prime Minister and Great General Lan were both beaming with joy. This was really a great help that fell from the sky. Mo Qingqing laughed without any reservations. She waved her hand and said, "Since I'm the deputy marshal, I should have some strength. Those outside, come over and listen to His Majesty's arrangements. Enter your respective army and do what you need to do." As she waved her hand, the tens of thousands of soldiers stopped in the sky and landed with a whoosh. This army was directly under Mo Qingqing's command. They were also her most loyal subordinates all these years. Back then, after Ao Xieyun took over the clear sky heavens and ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, Mo Qingqing had personally persuaded Ao Xieyun to keep his people. Most of the clear sky heavens experts stayed, but these tens of thousands of people would rather die than continue to stay in the clear sky heavens and serve Ao Xieyun. "We are the Heavenly Emperor of the clear sky heavens, Mo Qingqing's people. We will always be. We will never be the evil cloud Heavenly Emperor's people. Even if we die, we won't be." These people's attitudes were firm. If they didn't let them follow, they would rather commit mass suicide than change their allegiance to another master. Her persuasion was ineffective. Helpless, Mo Qingqing could only bring these people away from the clear sky heavens. Other than being Mo Qingqing's loyal subordinates, these people were all capable experts. Every one of them had at least the strength of a saint. Back then, if Mo Qingqing had really fought Ao Xieyun to the death, with just these people's help, even if they couldn't deal with Ao Xieyun himself, the number of Ao Xieyun's high-level subordinates would probably be the same as this group of people. And this was the most conservative estimate. The overall strength and quality of these people were evident. So many loyal subordinates. Shui Leihan sighed deeply. "Generals, brothers, you are not my subordinates here. From this moment onwards, we are all brothers in the same trench. We will go to war together. We will destroy the extraterrestrial demons together. We will revive the clear sky heavens together. This is everyone's common goal. We will go to war together. We will destroy the extraterrestrial demons together. We will revive the clear sky heavens together. We will fight for the common goal." All the soldiers of the clear sky heavens raised their arms and shouted, their momentum overwhelming the sky. Originally, everyone still had a lot of misgivings about coming here. To the Eastern Royal Heavens, they were after all outsiders. There were so many of them and everyone's strength was not ordinary. It was reasonable for the master to be a little wary and apprehensive about coming here abruptly. Especially, according to rumors, our Heavenly Emperor and the East Sovereign were rivals in love back then. Although they didn't know what was going on, everyone had heard of this rumor before. But with this sentence from the East Sovereign, all their misgivings and doubts disappeared in an instant. After the great battle, everyone is free to leave. Shui Leihan said loudly, but I'll say this first. Whoever doesn't come to drink my farewell wine before leaving, even if I have to go all over the world, I will find him and force him to death with wine. I will do what I say. Let's see who dares to come and try if my wine is enough and strong enough. Following the release of 10 chapters, all kinds of discussions went wild. Suddenly, I felt a little uncomfortable, so I said a few words. All kinds of opinions and conspiracy theories came out one after another. The book review section was full of clamoring, the QQ group was full of abuse, and all kinds of forums had soaring winds accumulated manuscripts. There were even many who came to chat privately. Among these people, there might be true fans, and there were even more who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Let's not talk about this for now. I can only hee. There might be a god who can save 30 chapters after a month of outburst, but I admit that I can't do it. I can only say that 10 chapters is a little narrow-minded. Yesterday, I only wrote 2 chapters, and then I wrote all night. Until now, I still haven't slept. At 3 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the morning, I popped up in the group chat and replied to the book review section. A day and a half and a night, 10 chapters, even a hard-working author can do that. It's just a matter of fighting hard or not, that's all. I don't want to clarify anything, nor do I want to explain anything. I just want to say, until now, no matter if you win or lose, please show some grace, don't use such groundless guesses to deny other people's hard work. I'll write 10 chapters. My fans will be happy reading it. What I want is for them to be happy. Right now, the victory or defeat is still undetermined, but I want to say something here. Even if I lose, the fans of Prideful World will be happy reading it in these few days, 30 chapters in 3 days. Everyone, tell me, are you happy reading it? Deputy Moderator, please work hard. If there is any more provocation, abuse, delete the post, and ban the longest period. The brothers and sisters of Prideful World will stick to their positions and fight to the last moment. There is no need to cause any disputes. In the last battle of Prideful World, everyone will work together. Very angry, QQ popped up dozens of times in a day. I really feel helpless. Saying this, I'm very tired and sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Last sentence, begging for monthly votes. Tomorrow, I'll continue my outburst, starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Starting with the 11th chapter, it will continue until the end of the month, ending with the 30th chapter. That's it, begging for monthly votes, fight. Ha 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 ha. Tens of thousands of people laughed happily at the same time. Your Majesty, don't worry. We don't have to drink other wine, but we must drink the celebratory wine, the farewell wine, and especially the wine from you. Instead, Your Majesty Dong Huang should be more careful. In terms of strength and cultivation, we may not be as strong as you, but drinking wine is a different matter. Don't let us get you drunk instead. That would be embarrassing. Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, these people all followed General Lan and went to their own camps. Great General Lan and the majority of these people were old acquaintances. Naturally, he would make the best use of these people and not waste any of them. Amidst the cheers and laughter, the vast majority of the crowd dispersed. Brother Mo, please. Shui Leihan led Mo Qingqing into the East Emperor Palace. Okay. Mo Qingqing was free and easy. She brought the young man with her and walked in. This is? Shui Leihan asked. This is Quan, Mo Liu. Mo Qingqing smiled and patted the head of the young man beside her lovingly. This is my little brother's son. He's quite a capable one, Mo Qingqing said. Mo Liu, I've heard of him. Not bad, not bad. Dong Huang Shui Leihan's gaze was a little complicated. He said, the one who killed Master Yun's son Yun Tian, is your little brother? The Prime Minister was still serving here. When he heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Thinking of the sibling relationship between Dong Huang and Shui Xian'er, although he had absolute confidence in Dong Huang, he also muttered in his heart, are you starting to call me brother and sister again at this time? Yes. Mo Liu's face suddenly twitched a little. His voice was hoarse and his spirit was also a little absent-minded. He clenched his fist tightly and said, actually, I didn't want to kill him. How dare you? Mo Qingqing was furious. He was the son of the current Thousand Saints true demon. Why couldn't he kill him, especially at this time? He still said such words in front of Dong Huang. Wasn't he making a fool of himself? I really didn't want to kill him. Mo Lu was a little wronged, but he still said so. Mo Qingqing was furious and wanted to beat him up. Tell me what happened. Shui Leihan hurriedly stopped Mo Qingqing. It was him who wanted to kill me. Stranger sighed sorrowfully. We were competitors. However, we are also friends who have always appreciated each other. Our personal relationship is quite good. At least, I sincerely treat him as a friend. This time, he was being hunted down and came to me. I hit him, but, when he was out of breath, he was out of breath. He actually wanted to kill me and impersonate me to avoid this calamity. He was very familiar with everything about me. If he had really impersonated me, no one would have been able to discover it. However, there was one thing he had miscalculated. It's me who carries my father's divine sense. As soon as he attacked, he suffered a backlash. Stranger let out a long sigh. But at that moment, I was also stunned. I never would have thought that my good friend, who I had always treated as a brother, would actually try to kill me after I had risked so much to take him in. You keep saying that you're my good brother, but you've already stabbed me in the back. If it wasn't for the fact that Imperial Father's divine will had immediately moved. I'm afraid I'll still be a confused ghost until the day I die. The stranger laughed miserably. How can there be such a person in this world? I'm really blind. Idiot, he's been using you all along. You treat him as a brother, but he treats you as a joke. Mo Qingqing scolded in exasperation. You're just an idiot. How can I have a son like you? Stranger lowered his head, his face filled with disappointment. Brother Mo, it's a good thing that young people are loyal and righteous. You can't scold him for this kind of thing. Dong Huang Xian sighed. He comforted him. Originally, he still had some weird feelings in his heart. Now that he saw such a situation and heard such a thing, he was really completely speechless. So, Master Yun and Shui Xian'er's son were actually such trash. How could such a person talk about justice or injustice? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that stranger was more pleasing to the eye. He even felt that they were in the same boat. At the side, the Prime Minister. Seeing the situation in front of him, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yun Tian was the Lord's biological son, he was also the only son of the Saint Empress Shui Xian'er, which meant that he was Dong Huang Shui Leihan's biological nephew. If it weren't for the incident just now, he would have died in the hands of his good friend. To anyone else, they would have clapped and cheered. At most, they would have said that stranger was soft-hearted and should have killed him on sight. But to Shui Leihan, although he might not hold a grudge, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. At least, he wouldn't find stranger very pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, stranger's choice might not have caught his father's eye, but it definitely caught Shui Leihan's eye. In fact, Shui Leihan's heart was even untied. It was just a reason, but it wasn't enough. For Mo Qingqing's father to see through it, it could only be said that heaven's will was unpredictable. That night, Dong Huang Xian held a banquet to welcome Mo Qingqing. Only Shui Leihan, Dong Huang Xian Mo Qingqing, and stranger's father were present. Two pairs of fathers sat at a table and drank wine. Especially when the two fathers were both celestial emperors. Although they could chat and laugh freely, these two children simply felt immense pressure sitting here, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. This was pure torture. But slowly, the two of them also started to chat. This was a family banquet and had nothing to do with diplomatic relations. Especially now that Mo Qingqing was no longer a celestial emperor, this made things even more relaxed. As the two celestial emperors drank to their heart's content, they couldn't help but talk about the situation in the heavenly imperial court. Brother Mo, actually, my feelings. Don't mind it. I don't have any other intentions. It's purely for the sake of the demon-exterminating battle later. Shui Leihan said, the place where you can unleash your greatest potential is ultimately still the green sky heavens. If you return to the green sky heavens, you'll definitely be more useful. Mo Qingqing said gloomily, how can I not know this? but the problem is. Brother Shui, if you were me, would you be able to afford to lose face like this? Shui Leihan sighed. What she said was true. No matter how selfless Mo Qingqing was, it was impossible for her to work under Ao Xieyun. So he would rather look for Shui Leihan. He could give in to Shui Leihan, but he definitely couldn't give in to Ao Xieyun. Although there was no deep hatred between the two of them, and it was Mo Qingqing who took the initiative to give in. But a matter of face was enough to obstruct all possibilities of becoming friends between the two of them. Not to mention working under him? Then, what would the world think? Even if Mo Qingqing didn't think for herself, she had to think for her family and subordinates. The source of this matter is still that bastard saint. Mo Qingqing said, her face red with anger. He really tricked people to death. F***ck. The heavenly emperor of the green sky heavens cursed, which was rare. Obviously, the anger in his heart had already reached an unparalleled level. Such a despicable person, stealing a high position and actually deceiving people for a whole million years. If it wasn't for the recent rise of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, I'm afraid we would have been deceived for a long time. Or even worse, maybe all of us would have become his myriad Saint Real Spirit seed. Mo Qingqing raised a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. After so many years, we still haven't discovered his true colors. Speaking of which, we're really ashamed to death. We're equally ashamed. Shui Leihan also raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Speaking of which, this matter also erupted a little late. Mo Qingqing said gloomily, if it had erupted a little earlier, why would I have given up my position to Ao Xieyun so easily? Wouldn't it have been better if I had become the Grand Marshal of the Green Sky Heavens and led the army into the Purple Sky Heavens? But now, I've just given up my position and the war has already erupted. This matter makes me feel like I'm a deserter. I'm so ashamed. Mo Qingqing raised the wine jar and drank wildly as she scolded, damned Highness Yun. And that damned Ao Xieyun. I'm so angry, so angry. What's wrong with this? Those who should go to the battlefield, don't they still have to go? A person with a crooked voice walked out abruptly. His body was still wrapped in bandages and was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. There were bloodstains all over his body. The person actually walked to the front of the East Emperor's table, slammed the table and said, I want to drink. Tui, drink your dead head. You're already so injured and you still want to drink. If you want to die, go break your own meridians. Don't be an eyesore here. Shui Leihan kicked him out and scolded, can't you see that there are guests here? Such lack of etiquette, such lack of upbringing, really improper. Sit down and behave yourself. Mo Qingqing was stunned. Brother Shui, is this your son? To be able to be lectured by the East Emperor in such a strict manner and still call himself an elder, it must be one of his sons. Comparing the two, she instantly felt that her son was more obedient and sensible. She felt a little proud. At the side, Mo Lu looked at the vast snow. Dong Huang Tiangtai was also confused as he looked at this guy who suddenly appeared. Shuiqi had been in the East Emperor Heavens for a long time, but he always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Shui Leihan had never seen him before. Mo Qingqing. Open your eyes wide and look at how old I am. Shuiqi immediately lost it. F***ck, even if you don't know much, you should have some common sense. I haven't settled the score with you for the previous fight, and now you're actually slandering me as someone else's son. Your son is a deadhead. You think I'm old? Shui Leihan is far from qualified. I should be the one treating him as an elder. You're the #1 assassin in the world? Blood contract. Mo Qingqing immediately recognized him. This was a big shock. Brother Shui, what's going on? When Shuiqi killed people in the clear sky heavens, he was stopped by Mo Qingqing. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. At this moment, seeing that the #1 assassin in the world was actually in the East Emperor's palace, Missouri Qingqing was really shocked. Mo Qingqing was puzzled. Why was this blood contract fellow here, and why was he so severely injured? It was just that his words were a little too much. Even if Shui Leihan didn't choose his words carefully and claimed to be old, it was fine if he retorted and said that he wasn't qualified to be called old. But to say that I should be the one calling him old was a huge taboo. This was Dong Huang in front of him, Family misfortune. Shui Leihan sighed helplessly. This is my younger brother, your younger brother. He's your younger brother? Mo Qingqing was instantly petrified. Dong Huang actually had a younger brother, and this younger brother was actually the #1 assassin in the Heaven Imperial Court. Then it's more appropriate for me to call him old. No, it's not more appropriate, there's still a problem with being almost the same person. How is family misfortune? Without my help, you would have died long ago. Let's not talk about the past, just this time. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been killed by that woman. After we're done with the extraterrestrial demon, I'll find a place to live alone and never see you again. Xueqi scolded. Old is still a top expert. If I stay here every day, I'll be beaten and scolded by him like a child. I'll be a ready-made punching bag. If he's happy, he'll catch me and beat me up. If he's unhappy, he'll catch me and scold me. Who has seen such a sullen #1 assassin? How dare he call himself old in front of me? If I call you old, do you dare to answer? Not only that, if anything happens, I'll have to risk my life to take it up. Xueqi muttered, full of dissatisfaction and complaints. Shut up. Shui Leihan was speechless. Will you die if you don't talk so much? Yes. Why not? Xueqi straightened his neck. At this point, Shui Leihan was completely at a loss. There was nothing he could do. At the side, Mo Lu and Vast Snow stared at this scene. Mo Lu only felt that his brain short-circuited. Vast Snow also felt that his heart was in a mess. Mo Lu came over and asked softly, "This is your uncle?" Vast Snow looked at him blankly. He muttered, "I don't know." The two of them stared at each other. After a long time, Mo Lu sighed. "I understand." Vast Snow, on the other hand, was even more confused. "What do you understand?" Mo Qingqing kept coughing. He didn't know what to say to smooth things over. Finally, he reluctantly found a topic to talk about. Why do you want to find a place to spend your days? You and your brother are both living in seclusion. It's also fun to be together with brothers. Snow 7 let out a long sigh. Old Mo, there's something you don't know. Now that I'm with him, I'm still trying my best to endure his ravaging. Isn't that because the extraterrestrial demon isn't over yet? I'm also worried that this fellow will be killed by the heavenly demon, so I've been enduring the humiliation. But when the heavenly demon is done, then I'll be purely looking for a beating by his side. Even if I don't get killed by him, I'll be disgusted to death. Disgusted to death? Mo Qingqing's interest was piqued, and her eyes were filled with gossip. Ah? What do you mean by that? She thought to herself, could it be that Shui Leihan still has some unknown? Special hobbies, if that was the case, then it would be greatly beneficial to one of his pursuits, Snow 7 snorted. He said, if he's just messing with me, I'll accept it on account that we're brothers. But during this period of time, this fellow has been flirting with Demon Xianxia. I reckon they've long hooked up. Once the extraterrestrial demon is done, how can he still care about me, his brother? I'm afraid he'll have long left with his confidant. From then on, they'll be together forever, and I'll only envy them. What's the point of me being with them? To be a super big sh*t stirrer? How about I torture both of them together? My taste isn't that heavy. Shui Leihan's face was as red as a jujube. Shut up. Is this something you can say? His tone wasn't very strict, and from the corner of his eyes, he was still scanning for Mo Qingqing's reaction. This was the plot that the two brothers had already discussed and planned for a long time ago. Upon hearing that, Mo Qingqing was so shocked that her scalp went numb. Who did you say? Demon Xianxia? You mean, the Demon Empress? She suddenly stood up, her eyes as big as copper bells. The two of them were shocked and didn't understand what was going on. What was going on, Sai? The world of the older generation is really complicated. We can't understand it. Who else could it be? Snow 7 drank to drown his sorrows. There's a big chance that I'll have to call her sister-in-law soon. How depressing. When the time comes and we're together, watching them being lovey-dovey every day. It's so disgusting that I'll die of disgust. Snow 7 raised his glass and drank. He looked up at the sky and sighed, as if he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He looked so dispirited that he seemed to be in a very low mental state. Secretly, Shui Leihan secretly gave him a look that said, "You're very good. I admire you very much. You're indeed my younger brother." He felt very comfortable. Blood brothers were blood brothers after all. Looking at this cooperation, it's really a perfect pair, perfect and flawless. On the other side, Emo Qingqing was completely stunned, like a wooden sculpture made of clay. After a long, long time, the former heavenly emperor of Xianxia suddenly jumped up and flipped the table over. In an instant, the soup was all over the place, but he didn't care. He grabbed Shui Leihan's collar and panted. "You mother asterisk curse Shui Leihan, why you? You bastard, how could you do such a thing? I'm going to fight it out with you. Brother Mo." Shui Leihan looked innocent. "What's wrong with you? Let's talk things out." On the other side, Mo Lu and Vast Snow were caught off guard. Their heads were smashed with the soup. They looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't dare to do anything. What the heck, what's going on? Vast Snow had a fish tail on her forehead, and her eyes were full of innocence. Mo Lu wiped the soup off her face and hurriedly asked Emo Qingqing softly, Father, what's wrong with you?" "This. Uncle Dong Huang has been alone for so many years. It's a good thing that he found a partner. We should be happy. Why should I be happy?" Emo Qingqing was furious. She grabbed her son and roared, "Little bastard, you don't know anything, so shut your mouth. No one will treat you as a mute." The stranger was scared stiff. Her father had gone crazy. Shui Leihan said discontentedly, "Brother Mo, what are you doing? Are you complaining that I didn't serve you well? You don't have to vent your anger on your own son, right? Mo Lu is innocent. Stop pretending in front of me." Emo Qingqing was furious. "Shui Leihan, I've already counted how many guts you have in your stomach 1,000,000 years ago." Shui Leihan sighed. "I don't know anything. Haha, I really don't." He almost laughed out loud, but he actually had time to sigh and change his tone. As expected of Dong Huang. At this moment, Stranger and Vast Snow both felt a chill run down their spines. Why did it feel like Dong Huang was so proud? "What's going on?" Emo Qingqing glared hatefully at Shui Leihan, speechless for a while. Then, she sat down like a deflated balloon. She muttered, "What else do you want to say? What else do you want to say? Why? Why is it like this? Why am I always one step behind? Back then, I was already one step behind, and now, I'm actually one step behind again. Brother Mo, so this is what you're talking about." Shui Leihan looked like he had just realized something. He sighed and said, "Brother Mo, it's been so many years, you should be more open-minded. You're already so old. Don't think about those useless things anymore. Why can't you be open-minded? F***CK. How old am I?" Emo Qingqing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. "We're the same age, and I'm even a few years younger than you. What right do you have to say that I'm already so old that I can't move anymore?" Shui Leihan said sympathetically, "Brother Mo, you have to be more open-minded. It's hard to find a three-legged toad in this world, but there are plenty of two-legged women." Emo Qingqing roared in grief and indignation. "Get lost. Three-legged toad, why don't you go and find one? You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. Why am I one step behind again?" She lowered her head, incomparably sad and indignant. At the side, the strangers who were eating and drinking could clearly see that Shui Leihan and his brother were beaming with joy, each making a victory sign. A certain young man almost spat out the mouthful of rice in his mouth. So these two fellows were in cahoots. This pair of brothers were actually the most outstanding actors. With their acting skills, if it wasn't for the fact that they got carried away and betrayed them at the end, they would definitely be best actors. Poor old man. Back then, Emo Qingqing and Shui Leihan pursued Xianxia at the same time. Emo Qingqing was especially obedient towards Xianxia, pestering her relentlessly. This matter could be said to be known by everyone in the Heaven Palace back then. However, in the end, Xianxia still married the demon emperor Yao San 30. Shui Leihan and Emo Qingqing became losers at the same time. This was also something that Emo Qingqing had always been brooding over. So much so that this time, Mo Qingqing very readily gave up her position to Ao Xieyun, perhaps because of the demon empress. I finally have nothing to do, so I'll pursue you every day, pester you relentlessly. I don't believe that you won't be moved. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. Mo Qingqing had a belly full of wishful thinking. I'll first settle this big matter of the Skyfiend here at the East Sovereign's place, then I'll go to the Demon Emperor's heaven. Anyway, with my handsome appearance, I don't need to do a roll call every day. I have plenty of time. However, I never expected that I would be one step behind again. And as Shui Leihan's biological younger brother, Xueqi was naturally very clear about this past. At this moment, of course, he had to help his own brother suppress his love rival. He would definitely spare no effort at all. Mo Qingqing looked at the table full of delicious dishes, but also lost her appetite. She continued to stare fiercely at Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan's expression didn't change and his heart didn't beat faster as he eagerly urged her to drink. Come, brother Mo, you've come from afar, please drink more. Try it, this dish tastes pretty good, try a few more chopsticks. Aya, it's fine. Come, drink. No matter what, brother Mo and I are old friends for 1,000,000 years. We can't affect our relationship just because of a woman. Come, let's drink, as long as you say the word, brother Mo. I can guarantee that I'll immediately select a girl for you in the entire Eastern Royal Heaven. Shui Leihan patted his chest and said, I'll definitely let brother Mo choose the most beautiful one that suits your heart the most. Most. Shut up. Mo Qingqing roared angrily. Shui Leihan, you're really too shameless. How can you say something like that? If I'm shameless, then I won't have a wife. Shui Leihan was unperturbed. Pfft. Cough. The stranger who was listening by the side finally couldn't help but spit out the food in his mouth when he saw the older generation fighting like a child. Then, he started coughing and gasping for breath. Mo Qingqing lowered her head helplessly. I've never been as shameless as you. There's no chance for me to surpass you in this generation. Yes. Shui Leihan nodded with a smile. Other than being shameless, you're also despicable. You're too despicable. Mo Qingqing accused. Yes. I'm despicable. Yes, despicable. Shui Leihan nodded repeatedly. You're a shameless thing. Mo Qingqing scolded. Yes. Shui Leihan laughed dryly. Damn it, as long as you don't interfere in my matters, I'll just let you scold me a little. The other party didn't give any specific response to her continuous scolding. Mo Qingqing gradually lost her temper as she scolded. She sat on the chair weakly and sighed. Her eyes were lifeless. You've already decided? Yes. Shui Leihan took out a jade pendant proudly. On it. It was the Demon Empress maiden name. It was the Demon Empress handwriting. There was even the Demon Empress personal divine sense on it. This jade pendant was naturally not given to Dong Huang by the Demon Empress. It was stolen from Yao Ningning by Shui Leihan. With Yao Ningning's cultivation. Not to mention being on guard, she probably didn't even know that she had lost such an important jade pendant until now. A certain someone who was far-sighted, cunning and unscrupulous came up with this plan. It was for the sake of dealing a blow to his love rival when he saw Mo Qingqing. Now that he had taken it out, the effect would undoubtedly be great. Seeing the jade pendant and sensing the person's spiritual will, Mo Qingqing was like a deflated balloon. You're ruthless, you even got the token of love. I admit defeat. Actually, you didn't fight at all. You didn't lose. Shui Leihan said smilingly, there's no need to admit defeat. We're good brothers. Come, let's drink. Mo Qingqing was furious. Are you trying to say that I don't have the qualifications to fight? No. Shui Leihan put his arms around his shoulders and said earnestly, don't mention it. The problem is, we've been brothers for so many years. You've also seen how poor I've been all these years. Do you have the heart to snatch anything from me? Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. She stammered, I don't have the heart to snatch from you, but you have the heart to snatch from me. Shui Leihan sighed sadly. All these years, you didn't fight at all. I thought you'd given up. So, I can only work hard for my own happiness. If I'd known that Brother Mo still had such thoughts, I might have backed out. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened, speechless. His words were too artistic. Maybe he would have backed out? Then maybe he wouldn't have backed out at all? Ha ha ha. Besides, I've already pursued Xianxia for so many years. I can't possibly give you a heads up and say, I'm going to pursue Yao Xianxia. This doesn't make sense, does it? It's also disrespectful to Xianxia. Shui Leihan said sincerely, brother, you must understand me, you must understand me. Mo Qingqing was completely at her wit's end. Faced with such a shameless person, who could do anything about it? She could only raise her cup and drink, looking like she wanted to cry. As good brothers, Xianxia and I really wish to receive your blessings. Shui Leihan looked at Mo Qingqing pleadingly. Brother, you'll give us your blessings, right? You definitely will, Mo Qingqing said weakly. Shui Leihan, just kill me, on the other side. Mo Luxin really felt some sympathy for him. Dad is just too honest. Honest people are always at a disadvantage in this matter. Unexpectedly, Mo Qingqing suddenly exploded. Shui Leihan, I definitely won't give you my blessings. What bullshit *T blessings? I don't care what stage you've reached. I'll only tell you one thing. Right now, I'm officially declaring war on you. Shui Leihan was stunned for a moment. He said in shock, You. I've already said so much. Seeing that my opponent is already disheartened and that I'm about to win, why is this hothead's temper rising again? Could it be that I've gone too far and it's backfiring? Mo Qingqing was furious. Even if you're already engaged, I still want to participate in the battle. Even if you're already married, I still want to participate in the battle. Even if you're going to live in seclusion together, I still want to live in seclusion in the same place as you. This life has an end, and the future is endless. I'm going to go against you, what are you going to do about it? Shui Leihan was speechless for a while. He was obviously completely stunned. This guy is crazy. Today's matter should only be known by these few people. If the Demon Empress were to know about it, then it wouldn't be good for me. Not only would my wishful thinking of hugging the beauty fail, but it might also be completely ruined. This wasn't a joke. Pfft. Xueqi spat out a mouthful of wine and stared blankly at Mo Qingqing. Was this guy also once a celestial emperor? Why is he so shameless? He's too shameless. Anyway, I've already pestered you for so many years. I don't care if I spend the rest of my life on this. If you can be so shameless, why should I be? Mo Qingqing gulped down the wine fiercely and said angrily, anyway, I'm no longer a celestial emperor now. I don't have any status. I'm just a shameless guy. What can you do to me, Shui Leihan? Shui Leihan covered his face in pain and lowered his head. Faced with such a troublesome person who suddenly evolved, there was really no way to deal with it. After a while, he said very gloomily, didn't you admit defeat just now? So what if I admit defeat? I regret it now. Can't I? Mo Qingqing said self-righteously. Shui Leihan almost flew into a rage. Before he could get angry, he saw Mo Qingqing looking at him from the corner of her eyes. Shui Leihan, you're not thinking of hitting me, are you? Come on, come on. Shui Leihan was really a little dumbfounded. He sat down without any manners and said in an extremely conflicted tone, Brother Mo. You know that you have no chance. Why are you still? Sigh. He sighed helplessly. Why do I have no chance? I obviously have a chance. I'm very good at acting. Mo Qingqing snorted. She ate and drank in big mouthfuls of food and wine. After she was full, she wiped her mouth and stood up. Arrange a room for me right now. I want the best room. I want to go sleep. From tomorrow onwards, the battle between the two of us will officially begin. Shui Leihan was furious. You. Mo Qingqing, you're really shameless. You eat, drink and stay at my place. And now, you actually want to snatch my wife from me? How can you be so brazen and self-righteous? Mo Qingqing turned a deaf ear to him and left. She left behind a sentence. As long as you retreat, you can also eat and drink my food. Emochingching held back her laughter and followed her father. She sighed that her father was indeed sharp. His counterattack was actually unparalleled. It was really impressive. Shui Leihan hurriedly excused himself and slipped away. Her father's mood was not stable now. If she stayed, she would only be a punching bag. There would be no other outcome. Run quickly. Only Shui Leihan was left facing the mess. He sighed, depressed and conflicted. Big brother. This guy still doesn't seem to have given up. This matter is not easy to settle. Xueqi came over. Nonsense. Don't I know? If it was easy, would I have to put on such a show with you? Shui Leihan said angrily, this guy has been having unrequited love for more than 1,000,000 years. He has never given up. As he said, he let out a long sigh. Luckily, I was one step ahead this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he thought about it, he became proud again. But no matter how much you pester me, Emochingching, you're still one step behind. I don't believe that after Xianxia and I have settled our status and entered the bridal chamber, you'll still not give up. Thinking of this, he was in a good mood. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Life is so beautiful. Xueqi watched as his elder brother walked back to his bedroom, shaking his head. He was stunned for a moment. Was there a need to be so happy? Wasn't he worried that the matter of stealing Yaotai's jade pendant and passing it off as a love token would be exposed? If this matter was exposed, not only would Emochingching not let it go, but the demon empress would also be furious. If something went wrong, it would be Shui Leihan's turn to face the joint pursuit of two heavenly emperors at the same time. Why was he still so happy? Xueqi finally realized that compared to these experts after DE, he was really too far behind. But just this breadth of mind, this shamelessness, he was already far behind them. One was still pestering after being rejected for more than 1,000,000 years. The other was unscrupulous in the face of his love rival. In the face of his love rival's challenge, he didn't bat an eyelid, and he even put on a show. It had been more than 1,000,000 years. Two heavenly emperors, just because of a woman, actually almost fought. I'm indeed far behind them. Xueqi murmured. They're indeed the descendants of DE. I'm really in awe of them, not to mention the fact that Shui Leihan now had a strong ally and also a love rival. What would happen in the future? Turning back to Chu Yang's side, they had already reached the legendary fairy forest. Ever since Chu Yang entered the elven forest, the rich aura that was filled with the rhythm of life became clearer with each step he took. The air seemed to be so fresh that one breath would make one feel refreshed. It was almost as if one was floating in the air. As they went deeper, this aura became more obvious. However, when they were about to reach the core area, this feeling became weaker. It was as if it was on the verge of decline and could not continue. The core area was supposed to be where the aura was the thickest. However, it was about the same as the entire inner area. Is there a problem here? Chu Yang looked at the lush greenery in front of him and asked. Yes. The god of archery let out a long sigh. He did not look good. Obviously, after leaving for a period of time, the situation here had worsened. The local spring of life is here? Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. Yes, it's here. At the mention of the spring of life, the 5 elven gods felt dejected. They sighed and said, originally, this should be the lake of life. Chu Yang grinned. Lake of life? How arrogant. It's already good enough to have a spring of life. You still want the lake of life. Looking at Chu Yang's expression, the god of archery knew that he had misunderstood. He said, Your Majesty, the elf race originally stayed in this forest because there was a spring of life here. The spring water from this spring of life overflowed very quickly. It was very strong. Back then, we obtained it by chance and treated it like a treasure. We tried our best to protect it. Here, we created a small artificial lake. This allowed the overflowing spring of life to have a place to store it. Over time, a small lake was formed here. And it was because of this spring of life that our elf race was able to gradually multiply and occupy the entire elf forest, becoming an existence that could stand on equal footing with the other heavens and earths of Heaven Imperial Court. But perhaps after millions of years, the spring of life had reached its limit. We were shocked to find that the spring of life had started to dry up. This made us completely panic. The god of archery said bitterly, "The spring of life is a very special existence. At most, only one spring of life could exist. It was absolutely impossible for two places to appear at the same time. Since the spring of life here had dried up, it meant that the spring of life was under this starry sky. Another spring of life has appeared." Xianxia couldn't help but stare blankly. He thought to himself. Could it be such a coincidence? When he obtained it, it was only the spiritual spring. According to what the archer god said, could it be that the spring of life had already begun to dry up when the spiritual spring appeared? We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find the location of the other spring of life. The number of springs of life here decreased with each passing day. We already know where the other spring of life is. It should be slowly growing and taking shape. And once the spring of life in other places is completely formed, the spring of life in other places will be completely destroyed. The spring of life on our side will completely dry up at the same time that the spring of life forms. But, fortunately, in these hundreds of thousands of years, although the growth of life has stopped, it still hasn't reached the point of being completely dried up. Although it's decreasing every day, it can still be maintained for a while. The god of archery's face was full of worry. But 3 years ago, the entire lake suddenly dried up. Then, the water level of the fairy spring also reached the bottom, leaving only a little bit. This change has made us completely lose our heads. Wrinkles appeared on the god of archery's handsome face as he said this. Xianxia coughed and calculated the time. It seemed that it was 3 years ago when he obtained the spiritual spring. At that time, it had already evolved into the spring of life. He really didn't expect the spring of life to be so strange. One side had just formed, and the other side really dried up immediately. Under the starry sky, there couldn't be two springs of life at the same time. Wasn't this the same as one day couldn't be 2 days, and one country couldn't have 2 emperors? Was it exactly the same? This is the spring of life. Sigh. As they spoke, everyone had already entered. Speaking of which, this spring of life was similar to the one Xianxia saw when he entered the fairy forest in the Double Heavens continent. It was just that the scale was much bigger. There were towering ancient trees all around. They were densely packed, and the branches between the trees were intertwined. After so many years, coupled with the special means of the fairy race, the trees had grown together to form a wall of trees that was dozens of feet thick. It was airtight. Under the deliberate transplanting of the trees, this wall of trees stood together and nestled together, forming a big circle. Above him, the branches were dense and lush, covering the entire sky. No light could pass through this layer of barrier. Occasionally, birds would sing happily inside, but there were no pests that would cause any harm to these towering trees. This was the lifeline of the fairy race. Every day, countless fairy race people would take care of it. Not to mention pests, even ants wouldn't be harmed. The god of archery nodded slightly. The 18 elders of the fairy race immediately stood up. They gave the order. Open the fairy realm. Under the operation of the 18 elders of the fairy race, these fairies pressed their hands on the tree wall at the same time. Waves of green ripples gradually spread out. Green smoke gradually appeared in the wall of trees that was originally impenetrable. In front of Xianxia and the others, a part of the wall of trees gradually became illusory and hollow. It was like an illusion in the water, rippling with the water. After a while, a door appeared in front of everyone amidst the changing mist. This dark green door was like a huge piece of jade, without any other colors. Your Majesty, please. The 18 elders bowed at the same time. They looked at this door like lowly mortals looking at the palace of the gods in the sky. It was like they were on a pilgrimage. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. It was like they were on a pilgrimage. It was like they were worshipping. Xianxia, Mo Qinggu, Xiexing, and the others walked past, their clothes fluttering. Only the 5 fairy gods followed behind them. As for the 18 elders who made this door appear, they only bowed to the ground and didn't dare to get up. They only had the authority to make this door appear, but they couldn't really step into this door and understand everything behind this door. Xianxia and the others walked slowly into this mysterious green door. Immediately after, a dense green mist rose and covered the door once again. When Xianxia walked in, he realized what the god of archery had meant when he said, "We created a small lake, and what kind of concept it was. As far as the eye could see, the so-called lake had long dried up, revealing the bottom of the lake. The reason why he could still see the concept of the lake and the size of the lake was because the entire bottom of the lake was actually made of completely green elven stones. It extended to a height of no less than a few hundred feet. It was stuck to the tree wall and was airtight. In fact, if it was called a lake, it would be better to call it a super huge bowl because the surface of the lake was definitely irregular. Only the bowl was perfectly round. Although the lake had dried up, the walls of the lake were still vaguely moist. Inside, there were still countless fairies guarding it. These fairies were the guardians of the secret realm. They lived their entire lives here. As long as the spring of life existed, they couldn't leave. In the center, there was a small well filled with greenery that was made entirely of top-grade elven stones. It was swallowing and spitting out green mist. At the end of the mist, there was a faint brilliance that constantly flashed. This brilliance was not unfamiliar to Xianxia. In fact, it was very familiar. This was because it was the power of the spring of life. It surged in the mist, creating mist. Looking at this spring, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How many years had it been since he obtained the spring of life until now? However, the things that he had experienced in this period of time made him feel as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Just as he was about to walk over, Xianxia suddenly froze. As if he had figured something out, he said, "This isn't right." The arrow god asked, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Xianxia said, "Just now, you mentioned that there is only one spring of life under the same starry sky. But, the problem is, although the spring here has dried up, there is still a spring in the Xianxia continent that I left." The arrow god blinked and said, "I don't really understand what you mean. Am I not clear enough?" "What I mean is that I also have one spring of life on me." Xianxia said, "I used the spring of life in my body to revitalize the spring of life in the Xianxia continent. Based on the current situation, even if your place is gradually drying up, it hasn't completely dried up yet. It's still the spring of life. It's just that the amount of water flowing out is extremely small. This means that there are at least 3 springs of life in this world. In other words, what you said earlier about the uniqueness of the spring of life doesn't make sense here. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The archer god was suddenly enlightened. However, at this moment, the other 4 elf gods, including the archer god, looked at Xianxia with endless worship in their eyes. The arrow god's voice trembled as he said, "If that's the case, the spring of life on you isn't an ordinary spring of life. This is because an ordinary spring of life must have one life and one death. When one spring of life dries up, another spring of life will be born. There are no exceptions. However, to be able to create another spring of life without any damage to yourself. From what I know, there is only one type." He looked at Xianxia, his voice trembling as if he was about to cry. "The spring of life on you, is it called Holy Spirit Spring?" "Yes." Xianxia spread out his hands and said, "However, I have always used it as the spring of life. The effect is about the same. I didn't find much difference." At this moment, the group of elves guarding the spring of life fainted in unison. It was purely a collective action. My God, Holy Spirit Spring. I must be dreaming. Such a good thing, how can it not be a dream? Even if it is a dream, let me wake up later. The arrow god and the other 4 brothers were so excited that they almost fainted. They stammered, It's like this. The Holy Spirit Spring is a divine item that has always only existed in legends. It is equivalent to the spring of life. It has never appeared in a physical form." You, they stammered and even coughed again. They had really lost their composure. After a long time, they calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Once the Holy Spirit Spring appears, all the springs of life in the world will stop at the same time. As for the Saint Spirit Spring, in terms of effectiveness, it is only slightly better than the ordinary spring of life. However, it is a divine spring that can grow and evolve on its own. No one knows how far this evolution will take it. The only thing we know is that its initial name should be the Vitality Spring Water. The Vitality Spring Water is filled with vitality, yes, that's the name." Xianxia nodded. Then, through the gradual absorption of heavenly treasures, In a specific space, it will grow into spiritual spring water. Then, it will go one step further. Then, it will be the spring of life. When golden spots appear in the spring water in a green mist, it means that it has become the Holy Spirit spring. The arrow god looked at Xianxia nervously. Your Majesty, your Holy Spirit spring is now. It is different from what you said. It still looks green now, but it is very faint. In a very quiet green atmosphere, there are faint 7-colored colors constantly jumping. It is not completely golden. Xianxia frowned and said, a while ago, there were golden spots. There were indeed golden spots, but now it has become 7-colored. That's not a bad thing, right? Plop, the arrow god and the other elf sat on the ground. He hugged Xianxia's thigh and said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Even with the elven archer god's millions of years of experience, he was completely speechless and lost his composure. Not only him, but the other elves, such as the god of strength, were also trembling. They no longer had the elegance of the legendary elves. Inside the secret plane, all the elves were kneeling on the ground. Everyone was so excited that they were about to explode. It's actually a heavenly Holy Spirit spring. It's actually evolved into a heavenly Holy Spirit spring. An elf gasped. Xianxia frowned. He slowly walked to the mouth of the fairy spring and looked down. Immediately after, he exclaimed in surprise, Aya? Isn't there nothing left? The entire mouth of the well was filled with dense green fog. It was as if it had condensed into a solid substance. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the well. However, with Xianxia's current level of cultivation, he could see through the green fog with one glance, and directly reach the bottom of the well. The archer god and the others revealed bitter expressions. Yes, it was indeed almost completely dried up. When they walked out of the elven forest to fight the heavenly demons, there was still a little bit of the bottom of the fairy spring. But now, only the soil at the bottom of the well was still moist. As for the spring water, there wasn't even a little bit left. If the elven empress didn't reappear, the elven emperor's seal would be formed again, and Xianxia's arrival, there wouldn't be any elves under the sky of the Heaven Imperial Court for at most 100 years. Your Majesty, please do something. All the elves knelt on the ground neatly, tears streaming down their faces. This scene was magnificent, but it also made one feel extremely sad. Xianxia sighed. He was about to take out the spring of life when he suddenly hesitated. He turned his head and asked, this, that. I created a new spring of life here. My own spring of life won't disappear just like that, right? At least, my brother's spring of life in the Heaven Imperial Court won't disappear, right? This is definitely not going to happen. The archer god said seriously, what you have is the Heavenly Holy Spirit spring, also known as the Spring of Life. It has already surpassed the original scope of the Spring of Life. Although it will absorb all the power of the Spring of Life when it's first formed, once it's formed, it can create another Spring of Life anytime, anywhere, in every spring that once existed. Moreover, it will never dry up. This is the greatest use of the Heavenly Holy Spirit spring. Furthermore, it was said that the spring of life that had been nourished by the Heavenly Holy Spirit spring would exceed the limit of only one spring water. The elf clan that possessed this kind of spring water would prosper forever, and would never decline for the rest of their lives. Because this already represents the recognition of the heavens and earth. Of course, the elves also need to not do evil and perverse things. Otherwise, if they have a guilty conscience, the heavens and earth will be our witness. The heavens and earth will naturally take back the protection of the elf's fate. The only way to be eternal is to have a clear conscience and be loyal forever, the archer god explained in detail. Only then did Xianxia relax. If that's the case, then it's good. Even if my spring really disappears, it's nothing. What I'm most worried about is that brother of mine. If he finds out that his spring of life has suddenly disappeared, he will definitely come after me. Mo Qinggu and the others thought of Dukyu's temperament and couldn't help but smile. Once it was gone, Dukyu would definitely come after Xianxia with his life. Under the gazes of the elves, Xianxia's body slowly floated up. Then, with a flash of light in midair, Xianxia's calamity sword appeared in his hand. Then, Xianxia activated the Heavenly Holy Spirit spring in the calamity space. A flow of 7-colored brilliance slowly appeared at the tip of the calamity sword. Then, drops of water, mixed with the seven-colored brilliance, slowly dripped down. The entire space was suddenly filled with 7 colors and bright stars. It was like the most beautiful dream. When the archer god and all the other elves saw such a miracle, they all knelt on the ground at the same time. Hot tears flowed down their cheeks as they prayed in the most pious way. They wished that they could immerse themselves in this beautiful dream and never wake up again. In mid-air, the dense branches that had long covered the sky seemed to have become transparent at this moment. It was as if they had disappeared. At this moment, it should be daytime in the outside world, but there wasn't the slightest bit of dawn in the sky. Instead, it was the gentle and beautiful moonlight that shone down. The sun and moon were also reversed at this moment. The moon in the sky was as big as a round plate. It seemed to be hanging above everyone's heads, as if it was within reach. Look, the moon god is also sincerely blessing us and the elves. In the elven forest, all the elves knelt down quietly at this moment, praising the most sacred situation in front of them. Countless extremely pious and pure psyche power and wish power slowly rose from the elven forest and merged with the purest, most beautiful, and most sincere moonlight between heaven and earth. It illuminated the earth and the universe. Such pure willpower was reflected back to the moon, and the moonlight became even more pure and bright. An invisible force silently flowed down from the vast sky, but it was also surging and surging downwards. Countless pure and true moonlight power poured into Xianxia, who was now pouring spring water into the spring of life. Xianxia stood quietly in midair. At this moment, moonlight flowed around him, as if he was covered in a layer of holy light. It floated gently beside him. At this moment, Emo Qingguo, Xianxia, and the others looked at their beloved with eyes full of enchantment. This is my husband, the man I love the most. At this moment, he was like an omnipotent god. He was creating a great miracle between heaven and earth. Billions of creatures bowed down to him. 3,000 worlds were silent. Only a stream of rainbow-colored water poured out from the tip of the calamity sword and slowly poured into the spring of life. The mouth of the spring, which was originally dried up and had already poured out the last bit of the source of life, suddenly began to spew out green mist like a geyser. The mist carried specks of bright light as it gurgled out continuously. Not long later, the entire elven mystic realm was shrouded in this green fog. Everyone felt as if they were floating in the green fog. Even those who were close to them felt as if they were floating in the clouds. They were so far away, as if they were so close yet so far away. The sound of flowing water was like the most beautiful music at this moment. All the elves were moved to tears. They could not get enough of it. Gradually, all the elves could clearly feel that the spring of elves had started to echo with ding-dong sounds. This meant that the spring of elves had started to recover, and its source of life had started to pulsate. It no longer swallowed the spring water of the spring of life, but started to store it. As long as a certain amount of spring water was stored, the spring of life would be rejuvenated. Before all the elves could cheer, a light flashed on the forehead of the new elf emperor in the sky. The elf emperor's seal suddenly left his body and floated 3 feet in front of Xianxia's forehead, slowly circling. Every time it circled, it would shoot out a ray of green light. The calamity sword flashed and suddenly shot out a rainbow-colored stream of heavenly Holy Spirit spring water that was as thick as a water bucket. Under the gaze of all the elves, who were so surprised that they almost fainted, it surged into the spring of life. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom, the green fog of the spring of elves shot up into the sky at this moment with a boom. It actually filled the entire sky and covered the entire elven forest. Countless life auras and pulsations of life engulfed the entire forest. All of the flowers and trees in the elven forest seemed to have eaten some sort of miraculous elixir at this moment as they crazily grew. Many of the old trees that had stopped growing suddenly sprouted new shoots at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they swayed in the wind, and their trunks gradually thickened. In the open space, countless tender green sprouts also broke out of the ground and grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to the height of a person. Then, they continued to grow taller and taller until they became a mature tree. Millions of elves were shocked to see such a miracle. They cheered loudly and ran to spread the news. Singing and dancing, cheering and jumping, the entire elf forest became a sea of joy. Those elves who were older all felt that the spring of life now was definitely very different from before. Its effect was stronger, thus, the effect it could display would be even greater. all the elves who were injured and sick instantly recovered from their injuries at this moment. They seemed to be a few years younger. Some elven powerhouses even felt that their cultivation was also slowly improving. Heaven, earth, moon, God bless the elf race. Long live the elf emperor Xianxia. Without anyone organizing it, all the elves shouted spontaneously. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears of joy and happiness. Heaven has pitied us, moon god has pitied us. Our elf race can actually have such a day of joy, in the secret realm. The spring of life was already full. Inside, the water was clear and gurgling as it flowed into the lake of life built by the elves. However, at this moment, the spring of life that flowed out was neither the original pure light nor the colorful light that Xianxia poured out from the tribulation space. Instead, it was spring water. It was filled with faint golden light spots that were constantly flashing, golden spots. The arrow god and others looked at the spring of life in front of them in disbelief. Suddenly, they cowed out and shouted in ecstasy, "This is the Holy Spirit spring! The Holy Spirit spring! God! Thank heaven, thank moon god, thank His Majesty the Elf Emperor! Thank heaven, thank moon god, thank His Majesty the Elf Emperor!" He couldn't speak properly. Tears streamed down his face as he tossed and turned, only to say one sentence. Thank heaven! Thank moon god! Thank His Majesty the Elf Emperor! Xianxia understood their current feelings very well and didn't try to persuade them. He just watched with a smile. At this moment, the heavenly Holy Spirit spring had already stopped its output. It was still thriving. Spring water gushed out of the well and flowed into the dried-up lake of life. In this small lake, the water of the Holy Spirit spring that was flickering with faint golden spots was gradually increasing. Gradually, it overflowed the bottom of the lake, and overflowed the center of the spring. The water level was still rising. With both hands, the strength god took a sip of the Holy Spirit spring water, cherishing it immensely. Suddenly, he burst into tears. A man does not easily shed tears, only because he has not yet been grieved, although this was the time to be sentimental. But it was also a moment of joy, and the tears of a man were flowing freely at this moment. I'm afraid that since ancient times, there hasn't been any fairies as happy as us. It's done. Xianxia looked at the gurgling Holy Spirit spring water, and spread out his hands. It was only a matter of time before the Holy Spirit spring water filled up this man-made lake. He floated down and stood beside Imochingwu. But no one paid attention to him. Or rather, no one noticed him at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, gazing at the beautiful scenery in front of them. At this moment, this place was directly a paradise on earth. Even calling it a paradise on earth wasn't enough to describe it. Xianxia quietly reached out and hugged Imochingwu's small waist, holding her in his arms. So thin. It's as if I can pinch it with one hand. The so-called waist that can be hugged is nothing more than this, but Imochingwu didn't seem to notice this at all. She just snuggled in Xianxia's arms, her eyes shining with a dreamy light. She murmured, "Xianxia, in the future, nothing will happen. You can also make a forest like this. Roar, we can live in such an environment. Wouldn't it be like living in a dream every day? That kind of day is the real day of immortals." Xianxia nodded and said, "That makes sense. When things are stable, we can make a forest like this that only belongs to our family." But he smiled bitterly in his heart. What does this little girl know? She's just intoxicated by the blurry atmosphere in front of her. If we can really live in such an environment, of course, the fairy race would be more than happy. But the problem is, we're not real fairies after all. Although this spring of life is a treasure, it's still water at the end of the day. Shrouded in the humid air every day, not to mention clothes, even the bedding will inevitably be damp. How can we stand it? If it really comes to that, we'll probably have to use our energy to dry the bed before we go to sleep every night, right? Although this isn't too troublesome. But, how unromantic would that be? Women, sometimes they only care about a moment of romance and neglect the essence of life. When husband and wife live together, they often roll around in bed naked and fight. That's the happiest moment. As Xianxia thought about it, a lecherous smile appeared on his face. Men all understand. Big brother doesn't need second brother to pretend to be Taoist or whatever. The big hand around Imochingwu's waist also gradually began to move upward. His face was still serious and contemplative, but one hand was advancing toward the beauty's strong peaks, and Mo Qinggu was still intoxicated as she looked in front of her in a daze. So beautiful. Ah. Suddenly, there was a soft exclamation. She pulled Xu Yang's hand away from her chest and whispered coquettishly, "There are so many people now, what do we look like?" "Don't move." The little girl's face had already turned red. She peeked at the others who didn't seem to notice what was going on here. Only then did she feel relieved. If others saw it, she would die of embarrassment. Xu Yang leaned close to her small ear and whispered into it, "Okay, I understand what you mean. There are people here, so let's not move. When there's no one, let's move." Mo Qinggu was so embarrassed that she said angrily, "You big pervert. I didn't mean that. When there's no one, you're not allowed to move." Xu Yang wailed and said, "How can you be like this? I'm going to suffocate to death." "Qinggu, when you were in that underground world last time, you once asked me. Whenever we get out, you'll let me eat you. But we've already been out for more than a year. You still haven't fulfilled your promise. You're making me very sad." Mo Qinggu's face and ears turned red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws fiercely. "When did I say that? I've never said that. You must have heard wrongly, you must have." Xu Yang was dumbfounded. He tried his best to persuade her patiently. "Qinggu, be good. As a person, you have to be eloquent and trustworthy. A person can't live without trust. We can't be the kind of people who don't keep their promises." Mo Qinggu snorted. She wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes, showing that she was ignoring him. A small hand quietly pinched Xu Yang's ear, and gave it a hard pinch. Then, Xu Yang felt a sharp pain in his left waist, back waist, right waist and ear at the same time. The 4 parts of his body were twisted more than 180 degrees. He almost screamed out loud. Turning his head to look, he saw Wu Qianxian standing quietly on his left. Her small hand was pinching the soft flesh on the left side of his waist. She was turning it clockwise, and the degree of rotation was more than 180 degrees. Tai Budian stood on his right with an indifferent expression. One of her hands naturally hung down, pinching the soft flesh on the right side of his waist. She turned it counterclockwise, and the degree of rotation was even greater than Wu Qianxian's. Zi Shiqing stood behind him, pinching a piece of flesh on the back of his waist without any scruples. She turned it clockwise, and then turned it counterclockwise. The degree of rotation was the highest among all the women. As for Mo Qinggu's small hand, she was exerting force on his ear. The degree of rotation was the smallest among all the women, less than 10 degrees. "That won't do. This is his ear," Minister Chu almost cried in an instant. "Why are all the women so proficient and similar in this method? 4 parts of my body being attacked at the same time, and I can't even resist. Is there any man in this world who can be more miserable than me? Having more wives may not be a good thing." Xu Yang wailed in his heart. If his wailing were to spread out, perhaps all the men in the hundreds of billions of people in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, except himself, would have a strong urge to beat him up. This guy is simply too cocky. Such an ungrateful person is simply the public enemy of all the men in the world. No, the public enemy of all men. Aren't there still male demons and male elves? It's such a sacred moment now, don't make trouble. The 4 women warned Xu Yang sternly in his ear at the same time. Xu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. Sacred moment? Isn't this so-called sacred moment created by me? Now I can't even speak. Heavens, earth, that moon goddess, is there still any justice? Feeling the sharp pain coming from all 4 parts of his body at the same time, and being sternly warned not to speak, the elf's ecstasy lasted for a long time. Just when Xu Yang felt like a year, he finally saw the god of archery leap over. Then, he hugged Xu Yang fiercely with a face full of irrational ecstasy. Xu Yang was passively bear-hugged by an old man, yes, an old male elf. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! We've succeeded. We've exceeded our expectations." Ha 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 ha. Mo Qinggu and the other 3 quietly took a step back. Then, they saw all the elves in the secret realm, whether they had white beards or young and handsome ones, whether they were male or beautiful ones, pouncing over with ecstasy. In an instant they drowned Xu Yang, from today onwards, this day was set as the grandest festival of the elves. The name of this festival was Sun and Moon Shine Together Festival. The moon goddess in the sky, Xianxia on the ground. Sun and moon shine together. Mo Qinggu, Tai Budian and the other girls pouted and sat in the room angrily. This was the bedroom prepared by the elves for His Majesty the Elf Emperor. It was extremely elegant and graceful, elegant and luxurious. However, Mo Qinggu and the other three girls didn't look happy at all at this moment. Xianxia hung his head and sat opposite the four girls as if he had committed a crime. He spread his hands innocently. You really can't blame me for this. You were there to see the situation at that time. It's not like you didn't know. How can you blame me for this? I've been wronged. Humph. Pretend. Keep pretending. You're so pretentious. The four girls each let out a cold snort and looked at Xianxia with scrutinizing eyes. Minister Chu broke out in a cold sweat. In all honesty, I've been wronged. Minister Chu stared at them innocently. On his head, face, on his neck and even on his lips, they were all densely packed with lip marks, even half of his lips were bulging. They were actually swollen from the kisses. These were all the masterpieces of those female elves who couldn't help but do in their ecstasy. The male elves had better self-control after all. Besides, no matter how excited they were, they wouldn't kiss a man. But those female elves were different. The moment they saw that the spring of life had recovered and that it was all thanks to the Elf Emperor, they rushed up and kissed Xianxia for almost 2 hours without thinking. Besides, there was still a large group of people who hadn't lined up yet. After a round of ecstatic kisses, Xianxia's eyelids and lips were all swollen. This showed how serious the disaster was. Even now, his neck was still full of cherry lips marks. In this situation, how could Mo Qinggu and the other girls not be jealous? It would be strange if they didn't. Xianxia was strictly ordered. He was to maintain his current appearance and not be allowed to circulate his energy to recover. Then, he would come forward to be interrogated by the four girls. This guy is very perverted. I've known this for a long time. Tai Budian snorted. He was like this in the lower three heavens. In order to win the alliance of her sisters, Tai Budian betrayed Xianxia without even blinking an eye. This was really an injustice to Black Sky, but before Xianxia could say anything, he heard Wu Xianxia nodding hard and saying, "Yes. I can testify to this. That's what happened." Xianxia fainted. What kind of people are these? Can't the two of you respect the truth? Was it possible? You can imagine, on the third day. He has also provoked many young ladies from aristocratic clans. Mo Qingwu didn't even blink as she spoke without thinking. Xianxia lowered his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. Little lowly, you were still a little girl who didn't know anything back then. When did you see me with another woman? Furthermore, he had provoked a lot of people. If there really were a lot of people. But your second brother can also tear me apart, right? He dared to say anything. This matter is reasonable. The first time you saw me in the upper three heavens, you took liberties with me. How can it be fake? Zi Shiqing accused domineeringly. Xianxia sighed sadly. He was completely speechless. There was really no reason to reason with him. There was no way he could survive this day. Big Sister Z, when you first showed up, you were dressed in a black robe that gave off a sinister vibe. I couldn't tell whether you were a man or a woman and thought you were a reclusive old devil. How could I have the guts to flirt with you the first time I saw you? What kind of taste do I have? Even if my taste was heavy. Even if I wasn't afraid of death. I still didn't know if you were a woman at that time. I was still afraid of being disgusted. Evil deeds are everywhere. The evidence is conclusive. This is intolerable. The four girls said in unison. Let's just talk about today. When those female elves pounced on him, the 5 elves and the rest had already left. He obviously had a lot of time and means to avoid those female elves. But he just stood there without moving, waiting for them to kiss him. Who doesn't know about the ambition of a wolf? Mo Qingwu pouted. That's right. With Xianxia's cultivation, not to mention these elves, even if Di Ho came over to molest him, he would definitely not succeed. But today, he was kissed to his heart's content without any resistance. Why is this happening? Xianxia said sarcastically. This guy has bad intentions. Wu Qianqian criticized seriously. He must be lustful. At this moment, he is still pretending to be pitiful and aggrieved, trying to get away with it. Tai Budian said decisively. Can I say something? Chu Yang raised his hand weakly. No. The four girls roared at the same time. Chu Yang lowered his head in grief. His heart was full of bitterness. How am I going to live in the future? It was already hard enough for an average family to have a tigress at home. But there are 4 of them at home, and all of them are at the level of a Tyrannosaurus rex among tigresses. This time, the 4 girls ordered Chu Yang to make countless unequal conditions based on their unreasonable principle of jealousy. Only then did they let him go unwillingly. The 4 girls naturally saw what happened. They also knew that Chu Yang really could not be blamed for this. But if we want to be jealous, what can you do about it? Do you dare to do anything about it? In the face of such arguments, even if Minister Chu was extremely powerful, he could only raise the white flag high up in the sky, but it was undeniable that this period of time could be said to be the happiest and most comfortable period of Chu Yang's and the 4 girls' lives in these few years. In addition, Chu Yang was very excited to find that after he was done with the elves, that indescribably huge power of destiny was continuously instilled into his body with an overwhelming force. It actually caused some changes in his dantian. Originally, there were clusters of nebulas in his dantian. But now, there were actually specks of starlight shining in the nebula. The most obvious one was a crescent moon hanging high up in the nebula. Chu Yang looked at it and found it familiar. This crescent moon was actually somewhat similar to the elves' moon god, and under the nebula, there were actually embryonic forms of mountains and rivers, although he did not understand what these changes meant. However, Chu Yang also knew that his cultivation had once again made an astonishing leap, and he had obtained the power of destiny and the power of merit this time. It was because he had single-handedly saved the entire elven race. In these few days, Chu Yang did not completely lose contact with the outside world. On the contrary, because Mo Tianji had given him the assistant of Tianji's hand of heavenly secrets, all the news in the world was converging towards him. However, Chu Yang was also able to receive every piece of information that Mo Tianji could receive. He truly experienced Mo Tianji's satisfaction of being able to control the world without going out. He had to admit that this feeling was really too good. Once he had control of it, he really could not bear to let it go. Saint Empress Xianxia gathered the last of the Saint Emperor Palace's strength to besiege Shueleihan and was defeated. The last 1,300 experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were completely wiped out. The Saint Empress escaped pathetically with only her body intact. Chu Yang secretly criticized. With Shueleihan's strength, since he had the upper hand, how could he let Xianxia escape? It must be because of their sibling relationship that he could not bear to kill her, which allowed her to escape. Chu Yang's guess was extremely accurate on this point. The next piece of information was that although Saint Empress Xianxia was lucky enough to escape the trap of the Eastern Royal Heaven, the disaster was not yet over. She encountered the former Heavenly Emperor of Green Firmament, Mo Qingqing, and was tragically killed. Her physical body was destroyed, and only a trace of her original spirit escaped. Although she did not completely perish, her strength was still greatly reduced. Every time Chu Yang received an important piece of information, Wu Qianqian would quickly write it down. Otherwise, if he wanted to check the information from the hand of heavenly secrets later, he might have to flip through it for a long time before he could find it. The amount of information he received every moment was really too much. After all, Chu Yang was not Mo Tianji. He could not manipulate the hand of heavenly secrets as he pleased. This means that the Saint Empress' original body was destroyed this time. Chu Yang pondered and said, this means that the Saint Empress is the same as the Saint Monarch. At most, she only has 3 major doppelgangers. Currently, 1 doppelganger and 1 original body have been destroyed. At most, she has 2 more doppelgangers. And because her original body was destroyed, it is difficult for her strength to recover to its peak state. As for the Saint Monarch, he has already destroyed 2 doppelgangers. Now, he only has 1 doppelganger and 1 original body. And his original body has also been severely injured. It will probably take a long time for him to recover. Wu Qianqian also recorded this sentence. This was the most direct evaluation of the enemy's strength. The Demon Emperor Heaven announced that the Saint Emperor Palace's strength has collapsed and no one is left alive. Xianxia looked and said, the Demon Emperor Heaven has basically regained its peace and is fully prepared for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Qianqian crossed off the Demon Emperor Heaven from the white paper. The Ultimate Heaven has also announced that it is completed. Dong Wushang is personally training the troops. Currently, the Ultimate Heaven has already begun to prepare for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons, Xianxia said. Wu Qianqian crossed off the Ultimate Heaven again. The 7 temporary imperial residences of the Saint Emperor Palace in various realms have all been destroyed. All the people inside have been killed. There are close to 30,000 experts inside, and they are the myriad saints' true spirits. Hiss. As Xianxia said this, he couldn't help but gasp. How many people were there in one temporary imperial residence? There were actually more than 30,000 myriad saints' true spirits in 7 temporary imperial residences. This was simply insane. Rui Butong's Heavenly Armament Pavilion of Thieves actually changed its style during this period of time and started to fight for hegemony. This is simply ridiculous. Xianxia's face was full of black lines. Why do the others still have some strength? This guy is also blindly joining in the fun. A nest of thieves, and he actually called himself the Great Emperor of Thieves. Xianxia held his forehead with one hand and said mockingly, this is too much. I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. Wu Qianqian and the other 3 girls were all stunned when they saw this. After understanding at a glance, they held their bellies and laughed. When they thought of Rui Butong's skinny monkey-like appearance in the imperial robe and crown, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Among the brothers, perhaps only Rui Badong, even if he wore a dragon robe, did not look too. Luo Kadi and Xianxia gathered the old subordinates of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and formed an alliance with the Wolves of Tian, Quebec. They raised the banner of exterminating the extraterrestrial demons and recruited soldiers to prepare for a great war. GMO is also making similar preparations. It's just that he's more inclined to exterminate the remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace. His side has the most remnants of the Holy Emperor Palace in the Imperial Court. Fortunately, there aren't many experts, so GMO can handle them with ease. The Big Western Sky has announced the completion of the extermination. Gu Duxing is currently using extreme speed to gather soldiers and generals, recruiting new soldiers and buying horses. The entire Big Western Sky is in the midst of training soldiers like a raging fire, preparing to go to war with the heavenly demons. Ao Xianyun, hiss. Xianxia's eyes widened. What's wrong? Zi Shiqing and the rest immediately sensed that something had happened and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Due to the urgency of the situation, he wasn't able to summon all of us. Thus, the elites of the clear sky heavens were sent out and the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. With the cooperation of the local experts of the clear sky heavens and the backbone of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, they managed to kill the 3 devil masters. The evil Cloud Great Emperor teamed up with the 7 Stars Guards and fought against the doppelganger of Venerable Cloud Great Emperor. 4 of the 7 Stars Guards died and 3 were severely injured. The evil Cloud Great Emperor was also severely injured. Fortunately, the doppelganger of Venerable Cloud Great Emperor was killed and only a little of his original spirit managed to escape. After reading this news, the 5 of them were speechless. Who would have thought that the last 10,000 saints' true spirit base would actually appear in the clear sky heavens so unexpectedly? Furthermore, Ao Xianyun's improvement during this period of time was truly godly. How could the clone of a saint be so easy to deal with? On that day, Xianxia and the other experts joined forces. Even with Mo Yuntian's 3 great 7-star guards as support, they still ended up with a tragic victory. And in this battle, Ao Xianyun had joined forces with all 7 7-star guards of the Clear Sky sect to kill the other clone of Master Yun. Although 4 of the 7 7-star guards were dead and 3 were severely injured, and although he himself was also severely injured, this battle result undoubtedly proved that Ao Xianyun's current abilities did not fall behind his brothers. He might even have achieved a breakthrough. But the intensity of this battle caused everyone's hearts to sink to the extreme. Of the 7-star bodyguards, 4 were dead and 3 were severely injured. This was to the destiny of the green firmament. It was a huge blow. Xianxia heaved a long sigh. It was as if he could see Ao Xianyun's pained expression. Duke Xia never showed his emotions on his face. He hid all his emotions in his heart. He was a rather introverted person. However, Xian's feelings were not weaker than any of his brothers. On the contrary, the more repressed a person was, the more they valued relationships. Now, so many of the experts under Ao Xiaoyun's command had been killed or injured. It was easy to imagine how uncomfortable it was for Ao Xiaoyun. Tai Budian frowned. Doesn't Ao Xiaoyun still have the super version of the heavy pill? How could there be such heavy casualties? Qu Yang said, in this battle, apart from Xiaoyun himself, there's no one else on Xiaoyun's side who can fight against Lord Yun's doppelganger head-on. Even Xiaoyun might not be able to do so. Fortunately, I left him 30 heavy pills last time. Otherwise, the result of this battle would have been disastrous. Forgive me for not knowing. However, when faced with such a strong enemy like Lord Yun, without a certain level of cultivation, even if there's a healing panacea like the heavy pill, one might not have the time to consume it. It's just that the next time I see this fellow, I'll definitely give him a good thrashing. He actually went to do such a dangerous thing by himself. Why didn't he inform us beforehand? Is the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department all useless? Such an important piece of information is only reported now. They really deserve to die. Qu Yang didn't hide his sorrow at all. Mo Qinggu was silent for a while. Then, she said, Big Brother Xiaoyun has always been a very arrogant person. Previously, he fought against the doppelganger of the saint many times, but he never had the chance to participate in the battle. I think this time, he probably didn't say anything on purpose. He probably wants to do it by himself, of course. This little one definitely thinks so. But what kind of person is that saint? How can his doppelganger be small? That day, when we first fought, we formed a calamity battle formation and almost gave it our all before we were lucky enough to take him down. When we got rid of the other doppelganger, although it seemed easy, it was also because we caught him off guard. Also, I used the devouring power of the calamity sword as the initiative. Only then did we succeed. He was envious and insisted on fighting with his own strength. Although he took down the doppelganger of the saint, he caused himself to be injured. What's the point? Qu Yang said angrily, when we see him later, he'll definitely be beaten up. No one can persuade him otherwise. After thinking about it, Qu Yang still wasn't at ease. He immediately ordered an elf to summon the dark deity. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the clear sky heavens and give some medicine to the evil cloud great emperor. Then, if there's nothing else, you can stay there for the time being. At that time, you'll set off with the evil cloud great emperor and meet up at the purple cloud heavens. The dark deity agreed readily. He took the medicine that Qu Yang gave him and set off immediately. Only after sending such a super bodyguard to Ao Xiaoyun did Qu Yang feel slightly relieved. The dark deity might not be comparable to the East Emperor Demon Empress in terms of actual strength, but he was definitely not inferior to the other emperors and empresses. Furthermore, his assassination skills were almost not inferior to the divine soul of the calamity. He was definitely the best candidate to be a bodyguard. What Qu Yang was most worried about now was that the saint and empress were already at the end of their rope. If they were really desperate and wanted to take revenge on everyone, the best choice now was Ao Xiaoyun, who had just finished a great battle and had yet to recover from his injuries. One must know that the strength that Ao Xiaoyun possessed now was really very weak compared to the top-notch combination of the saint and empress in the Heaven Imperial Court. Now that the doppelganger of the saint has been completely destroyed, it's the only body left. Only my original body is left, Qu Yang reminded Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian hurriedly changed another stroke. Hearing that, Tai Budian asked, there are only a total of 3 saints. Is there any basis? We can't be careless about this. We must confirm that there's no mistake. Otherwise, it may cause an unforeseen event and the impact will be immeasurably huge. Hearing that, Qu Yang was also stunned. There should only be these 3. Creating doppelgangers requires the creator's cultivation, lifespan and original spirit. It's not easy to create them. Even with the saint's strength, creating 3 doppelgangers is already the limit. Xianxia said, in addition, logically speaking, the saints' 3 doppelgangers are respectively guarding 3 10,000 saints' real spirit bases. If there's one more, then there should be one more base. According to the information we have, there are only 3 10,000 saints real spirit bases, so there should only be 3 doppelgangers. Furthermore, if he forcefully creates doppelgangers, the strength of the original body will be further weakened. I believe the saint won't be so unwise, everyone nodded. Mo Yuntian announced the completion of the extermination, Chu Yang said. Thus, Wu Qianqian crossed out Mo Yuntian. The former heavenly emperor of Green Firmament, Mo Qingqing, led her trusted subordinates and went to the East Royal Heavens after killing the Empress Xianxia. Now, the East Royal Heavens has completed the mission of exterminating the remaining forces of the Saint Emperor Palace and is fully prepared for war. The Eastern Sovereign has announced that he will personally lead the army to the Purple Firmament Heavens and will be the commander of the Eastern Sovereign Heavens Army. The former Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Mo Qingqing, will be the deputy commander of the army. Chu Yang was dumbstruck once this news was read out loud. He was left speechless. This matter. How did it develop and change? How did these two people end up together? It seemed somewhat incomprehensible, inconceivable, and unimaginable. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this news. None of them were mentally prepared for something like this. Although this news couldn't be considered bad news in any way, it was still a little too shocking. This matter, TSK. I'm afraid there are other inside stories. Chu Yang smacked his lips and sighed. What he didn't know was that not only was there an inside story, there was a huge inside story. How could Chu Yang have known that these two Sky Kings who had just gotten together were actually old rivals in love for more than 1,000,000 years? Furthermore, they had not been able to compete for the position of Sky King. Furthermore, they were still fiercely fighting for affection with each other day. Of course, everyone didn't know about these inside stories. Otherwise, they would be even more dumbstruck and inexplicably shocked. When the same piece of news reached the ears of the Demon Empress, Demon Xianxia, spat out the mouthful of tea she had just drunk with a pu sound. The target of that mouthful of tea was Demon Empress Xiaoningning, who was standing in front of her like a javelin and being reprimanded. A certain empress was sprayed all over her face by this sudden mouthful of tea. Yao Ningning was incomparably flabbergasted and incomparably depressed. She was clearly standing and being reprimanded while listening to Empress Mother's latest instructions. Why did it suddenly erupt? Her entire face was covered with water, and she didn't dare to wipe it off. Cough, cough, cough. The Demon Empress coughed and only calmed down after a long while. She gasped for breath and said, "The Eastern Royal Heavens is really quite lively now." At the side, the beautiful woman in white who was more familiar with the inside story covered her mouth. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was really hard to hold it in. More than 1,000,000 years of love rivals and losers were together again today, and Dong Huang was one step ahead again. The depression of the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament, Mo Qingqing, could be imagined at this moment. It was just that it was hard to imagine what kind of amazing thing would erupt between the two of them. She was looking forward to it. In any case, Shui Leihan definitely won't have it easy, the Demon Empress said very calmly. The Demon Empress was still quite clear about Mo Qingqing's style of doing things. Back then, that fellow pestered her relentlessly. When she went to the extreme heaven, he followed her there. When she went to the Purple Firmament Heavens, he followed her there. When she went back to the Demon Emperor Heaven, he actually followed her back. Because of this, the Demon Emperor and Mo Qingqing fought no less than hundreds of times. However, Mo Qingqing's infatuation didn't change. She was still infatuated and pestered him relentlessly. It was only until the Demon Empress got married that Mo Qingqing finally gave up. However, on the day of the wedding, Mo Qingqing came to congratulate her. On the wedding day, she made this declaration, "Xianxia, although you're married, I'm still waiting for you. If you find out that this fellow has a lot of problems, come and find me. If you don't want to live with him anymore, come and find me too. If he dies in his prime, come and find me too." Who would speak like that at someone else's wedding? Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Qingqing was beaten up by the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress, Dong Huang Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor and the rest. That time, the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament was almost beaten to death at the wedding. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were married, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament was beaten up. This incident was a joke in the Heaven Imperial Court back then. It would definitely be a good show if such a person went up against Xue Leihan now. Of course, it's foreseeable. The beautiful woman in white laughed. Eh? The demon empress frowned in surprise. Ning where's your jade pendant? Isn't it right here? Yao Ningning habitually touched her own neck and removed the jade pendant from her neck. Then, she cried out in shock, this isn't my jade pendant. Whose jade pendant is this? Ah? Where's my jade pendant? What's going on? It was a piece of jade that was bright and clear. It must be something good. Even a blind person could see that. But it wasn't her original jade pendant. Although the shape of this jade pendant was similar to her own, it actually had Donghuang Xue Leihan's name on it, as well as that familiar pressure of heaven and earth, Donghuang's divine consciousness, so, no matter how she judged it, this definitely wasn't her original jade pendant. Yao Ningning was confused at this moment. What's going on? What's going on? Why did this jade pendant change? You idiot! The demon empress glared and wanted to scold her son, but she didn't finish. She roared, you didn't even know that your own jade pendant had been swapped. You only know now when I ask. Tell me, what else can you do? This is something that's hanging around your neck. Why don't you have your head hanging off your neck too? Demon Empress looked confused, her eyes full of grievance. The beautiful woman in white persuaded her at the right time. Sister, you're going overboard. It's Donghuang who did it. Not to mention Ning even if it was me, I might not be able to detect it. Not to mention Ning yes, Auntie is right. That jade pendant was obviously taken away by Donghuang. With his skills. What can I do if he wants to take something from me? Would I be able to guard against it? However, in the face of her furious mother, even with the help of the auntie, Yao Tai could only lower her head and admit her mistake. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost the jade pendant you gave me. I should have fought back. Fight to the death, even if it's Donghuang, even if I know I'm no match for him, I'll still protect my jade pendant with all my might. The demon empress rolled her eyes speechlessly. Don't make me angry here. Get out. Yao Ningning felt as if he had been pardoned. He rolled and crawled out of the wilderness. When she reached the door, she remembered and asked, Imperial Mother, then this jade pendant, should we throw it away? Throw it away? What are you thinking about? The demon empress roared. That is the amulet that your uncle Donghuang made for you. It's a rare treasure in the entire Heaven Palace, and you want to throw it away? You actually said you wanted to throw it away? I'm not throwing. I'm just kidding. Yao Ningning was scared out of her wits. He turned around and ran away. Can't I worship him like an ancestor, this little rascal? The demon empress roared for a while and suddenly laughed herself. Say it. Why did I raise such a heartless son? He's so worrisome. The beautiful woman in white pursed her lips and smiled. This topic was really not good to talk about. You can scold your own son however you want, but if others say anything bad about him, you'll immediately fight to the death. I'm not annoying. Then, the demon empress took out a jade pendant and roared, Xue Leihan. What do you want to do with my jade pendant? Taking it without telling is called a thief. I didn't expect you, the great Donghuang, to do such a thing. The jade pendant that Donghuang took away and the jade pendant in the demon empress hand now had the demon empress' own divine consciousness. Naturally, they could communicate instantly. At this time, Xue Leihan in the East Royal Heavens was drinking tea with Mo Qingqing. Suddenly, he felt the jade pendant on his chest vibrate, transmitting a message. Xue Leihan shook his head and smiled. He said helplessly, Women. It's only been a few days and you're already sending messages to talk to me. Sigh, how annoying. Hearing that, Mo Qingqing's face turned pale. She looked at Xue Leihan blissfully as he took out the demon empress jade pendant. A certain someone shook his head and checked the messages from the other side. Although he was anxious, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but be furious. He said angrily, Put down the jade pendant if you find it annoying. I don't find it annoying. I'm happy to listen. Why should I? Xue Leihan looked at him in surprise. This is a private conversation between the two of us. Why are you interfering? It's my business if I find it annoying. So what if you're happy to listen? Don't you know that you can't bully your friend's wife? As a celestial emperor, even if you're past your prime, you can't be so despicable. Mo Qingqing smashed the teacup in her hand into pieces. She had nowhere to vent her anger. At this time, Shui Leihan had already finished listening to the demon empress roar. His heart couldn't help but twitch. He instantly felt his legs go soft. But when he turned his head, his expression didn't change. He shook his head lightly and smiled helplessly. Mo Qingqing's curiosity was indeed aroused. What did she say? Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and said, I thought it was something important. If you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. She just asked me what I ate this morning. Sigh, this woman's thoughts really make one speechless. Mo Qingqing was dumbfounded. She was full of displeasure but couldn't say anything. Say. Brother Mo, we're both celestial emperors of our generation. How can we make things difficult for ourselves when it comes to food and drink? Shui Leihan had a helpless look on his face. Women, I really don't know what they're thinking about every day. Are they really that bored? If they miss me, they can just say that they miss me. Is there a need to talk about such a nonsensical topic? Mo Qingqing's face turned green. Alright, let's ignore her. Come, Brother Mo, where were we just now? Shui Leihan put the jade pendant away with an indifferent expression. I forgot. Mo Qingqing looked dejected. Looking at Shui Leihan's smug face, she suddenly felt powerless. Damn it, where were we just now? What the F***ck do I have to talk to you about? I'm going to take a look at the army's training now. This can't be delayed. Mo Qingqing stood up dejectedly and walked out. She really didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Take care, Brother Mo. It's been hard on you, Brother Mo. I'm counting on you. Shui Leihan watched Mo Qingqing walk out proudly. After making sure that she was far away, he immediately took out the jade pendant impatiently. Xin, listen to me. I didn't mean to ignore you just now. This is what happened. You have to listen to me. There's a reason for this. Dong Huang looked anxious. From the jade pendant came the roar of the demon empress. Shui Leihan was sweating profusely. He lowered his voice and said, Calm down. I really didn't mean to. Yes, it's my fault. You're angry? Of course you should be. If I were you, I would be angry too. What's wrong with this? Don't worry. You can't blame me for this. You don't know how infuriating this Mo Qingqing is. He actually said that you're old and wrinkled. I was just angry. This bastard. How could he say that? I was angry at that time. Didn't I just finish arguing with him? If you were in front of me, I wouldn't be so nosy. You know my Xianxia. I can't bear to see others say anything bad about you. Moreover, Mo Qingqing went overboard. After the explanation, Dong Huang was sweating profusely, but his whole body relaxed. He put the jade pendant back and actually crossed his legs again. Mo Qingqing. Hee. You're finished, ha. He actually hummed a little tune. Shui Qi, who had been listening in the room behind him, spat in disdain. F***ck, he's too shameless. In order to deal with his love rival, he actually started to slander. Are you still Dong Huang? Don't tell others that you know me, I can't afford to lose face. I really feel bad for Mo Qingqing. To have met such a love rival. Just as he was cursing in his heart, Shui Leihan walked in with a happy face. When he saw Shui Qi, he immediately flew into a rage. Why, what's with that expression on your face? You seem to be very disapproving of it? Facing his brother's ferocious look, Shui Qi hurriedly smiled apologetically. No way. My big brother is wise and honorable. He's in love with my sister-in-law. That Mo Qingqing is just a troublemaker. She's too rude. To think that he used to be a celestial emperor. He actually doesn't know that he shouldn't covet his friend's wife. I really despise him from the bottom of my heart. Shui Leihan nodded sanctimoniously. You can be so righteous. My years of teaching have not been in vain. I'm very comforted. Remember to work harder and continue to promote it. Do you understand? With his hands behind his back, he walked away. Xueqi smiled apologetically. Watching his brother's back disappear into the distance, he finally spat and muttered, F***ck, if I were to learn from you like this, I'm afraid that I'd have long learned to cheat, steal, eat, drink, gamble, and smoke. Latest news, Saint Empress Xianxia was discovered in the ultimate heaven. It immediately triggered a fierce battle. Dong Wushang personally went to fight with her. Xianxia was no match for Great Emperor Wushang and couldn't escape. She had no choice but to summon another doppelganger. However, she was still no match for Great Emperor Wushang, Mo and the Seven Stars Guard. At the critical moment, Saint Empress Yin appeared and saved Xianxia. Looking at this latest news, Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Everyone also fell silent. With the news here, it could basically be announced that the strength that Saint Empress and Xianxia had accumulated for 1,000,000 years had all been destroyed. Now, the strength that still belonged to them was at most the two doppelganger of Xianxia and Great Emperor Wushang himself. Other than that, there was also the 10,000 saints' true spirit that was still hidden in the martial world. However, these forces were obviously no longer a threat. Holy Emperor Palace, the #1 organization in Celestial Imperial Court that had lasted for millions of years, with no less than 10 million experts, had fallen in a single day. In just a few short months, it had deteriorated day by day, disintegrating like ice. Faced with the opposing forces of the entire Celestial Imperial Court, Holy Emperor Palace, which had lost the support of the people, was destroyed just like that. At this point, Holy Emperor is finished. Chu Yang sighed and concluded. In fact, at this moment, Chu Yang actually felt a little empty in his heart. Ever since he ascended to Celestial Imperial Court, he had been working hard to increase his own cultivation and struggle for survival. When his own strength had finally developed to a certain extent, he had coincidentally discovered Holy Emperor's secret, causing both sides' positions to have no room for negotiation. All of this seemed to have been arranged by fate long ago. Step by step, the trajectory was clear. From then on, Chu Yang had made toppling Holy Emperor his highest goal in Celestial Imperial Court. He walked step by step unswervingly towards this goal. But now, at this very moment, he suddenly received news that Holy Emperor was at the end of his road. Perhaps he didn't even need to do it himself. A few brothers could join hands and take care of Holy Emperor Yun Shengren. At this moment, there were really a lot of mixed feelings, and even disbelief and disbelief. Was it so easy to achieve all the goals? All of a sudden, there was a kind of dreamlike feeling. It was full of unreality. Celestial Imperial Court. Celestial Imperial Court. Chu Yang said. Everyone also sighed. The rest of the news is basically the same. Everyone is working hard to reorganize the army and train the soldiers as much as possible, just waiting for the command. Then, they will all charge to purple cloud heavens, destroy the extraterrestrial demons, and eliminate the demons forever. The elves are also preparing day and night. Due to the appearance of the heavenly Holy Spirit spring, a considerable number of elves who were stuck at a bottleneck have loosened their bottlenecks. It is estimated that they will definitely be able to complete the breakthrough before they set off. This is the comprehensive evaluation of the elven army's strength. This will be a big improvement. We can see it from here. We can see that this time, the elven race. They have really sent out all the elites. The combat power of the elven army. It is definitely above any other side in the 10 heavens and earth. There is no doubt about this. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Tan Tan is in the battle of the purple cloud heavens right now. But, he hasn't returned yet. In fact, he hasn't even sent any news back. This shows that the battle situation there is bound to be unprecedentedly intense. As the battle became more and more intense, the extraterrestrial demons also sent in more and more troops day by day. It was said that the 10 heavenly demon kings of the heavenly demons had already arrived at the front lines. Their target is precisely that layer of white mist. Their attacks are still quite effective. At present, that layer of white fog is far less thick than before. Although it can still hold on, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for long. Being completely annihilated is only a matter of time, and it won't be too long. Chu Yang took a deep breath. If that's the case, shouldn't you, Minister Xianxia, give the order to start the war immediately? Xianxia frowned and said. Of course I want to, but the chaos caused by Tianke Divine Palace has just been quelled, it's not over yet. All the heavens and earth have gone through this turmoil, and their strength has all been greatly damaged. Other than East Royal Heaven, the other heavens and earth are still in a state of integration. At this time, they don't have full combat power at all. If they force themselves to go to war, they will only be damaging themselves. Originally, the elves had the most combat power, but after the battle with the Demon Emperor's Heaven Weapon Pavilion, they also lost many elites. Coincidentally, the appearance of the Heavenly Holy Spirit Spring allowed many elves to have a breakthrough in their cultivation. But this all requires a certain amount of time to buffer. Chu Yang frowned. So, no matter what, we must strive for half a year of buffer time. This is already the minimum buffer time. This half a year will determine the final outcome of this battle. In other words, no matter what, we can only send out the troops after half a year? Xianxia asked. Yes, Chu Yang said firmly. What if in this half a year, the heavenly barrier of purple clouds is breached by the extraterrestrial demons? Xianxia said worriedly. Xianxia's words were not groundless fears. Originally, the white fog of the heavenly barrier was finally unable to bear the burden due to years of depletion and was gradually worn down. When the extraterrestrial demons saw that the white fog was being worn down, they would only attack more fiercely and energetically. It was not optimistic that the white fog could last for another half a year. With the white fog as a barrier, the gold-robed heavenly guards who now had the geographical advantage still had room to contend with the extraterrestrial demon horde. If the white fog was completely destroyed, not to mention other things, the Tribulation Brothers would not be able to deal with the 10 heavenly demon kings. The actual gap between their strength was still quite big. Any heavenly demon king's strength was not inferior to Yuan Tianji's, and was indeed far superior to the Tribulation Brothers. Sigh, there's no other way. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh and said, during this period of time, although the heavenly palace can be said to have been in continuous wars and disturbances, these disturbances are basically stopped among the higher-ups. Most of the people and most of the forces are still in a dream and do not know the reality that the extraterrestrial demons are about to invade. During the Battle of the Purple Clouds heavens years ago, in fact, no matter how tightly the news was sealed, there would always be leaks. However, all along, the heavenly palace was full of singing and dancing, and there was not the slightest bit of war spirit in the air at all. Of course, this was due to the sealing of the news, but more of it could also be due to human laziness. More than 1,000,000 years of peace have already bred too many negative things, and it is these negative things that are gradually corroding and invading the heavenly palace. I have always been thinking whether the heavenly palace needs a baptism of blood and fire, so that everyone can understand this rotten reality. So that they can realize the horror of war, the horror of the enemy. The heartless flames of war are definitely not empty words. In the long run, even if we defeat the extraterrestrial demons in the purple clouds heavens this time, and even destroy the extraterrestrial demon clan, they will still not feel anything. Chu Yang smiled lightly. In this way, after a long period of time, there will definitely be new extraterrestrial demons, or even extraterrestrial demons. It is only a matter of time before the heavenly palace is destroyed. Xianxia heaved a long sigh. Yes, Chu Yang's considerations were also not groundless fears, but objective facts. This was a problem that was worth thinking deeply about. And the key to this problem was that the people of the heavenly palace were really too numb now. I know what you mean, and I also understand your thoughts, and I agree with your theory, but, if you deliberately want to let the extraterrestrial demons in because of this, and create a bloody case to warn the people, then, no matter what your intentions are, when the truth is revealed in the future, you will be a sinner for all eternity. Xianxia sighed and said, this is for sure. Chu Yang's face was as hard as iron, and he remained silent. Regardless of the reputation of the people, as long as one had a clear conscience, there was nothing that could not be done. But the matter of letting the extraterrestrial demons run wild, could one really have a clear conscience? Most of the people in the heavenly palace were ultimately innocent, and there was no reason for them to become the sacrifice of this decadent regime. Chu Yang felt that he could not, should not, and did not dare to do so. I also know that you want to build an everlasting foundation for the heavenly palace. After all, after the battle with the extraterrestrial demons, with our cultivation, we are about to reach the critical point again, and surpass the ultimate limit of the heavenly palace. We can totally roam the vast universe freely. So you want to settle this once and for all? Xianxia persuaded seriously. But, this kind of thing cannot really be settled once and for all. Since 1,000,000 years can corrupt this vast region to this extent, it has already formed a certain scale. Once the war ends and the crisis is resolved, it will not even take a few hundred years for the corruption to return to the current state, or even worse. All efforts will be of no avail, and it will be futile. This is a fixed fact, and will not completely change just because of the times and heroes. Xianxia was silent, and finally sighed. He said, yes, no matter what, it cannot be settled once and for all. Everything will eventually return to the starting point, and with this starting point as the starting point, the cycle will repeat again. This is an endless cycle, and also a fixed cycle, a cycle without an end. It's just that the length of each cycle is not fixed. Let's not talk about the distant future. Just talk about the end of the battle with the extraterrestrial demons. Once we leave, I'm afraid this place will be turned upside down immediately. Tai Budian smiled slightly, but her smile was somewhat cold. This is foreseeable. We, these brothers, will not be attached to the position of Heavenly Emperor at all, and will leave as we wish. But in the eyes of others, the vacancy left after we leave is a big piece of fat meat, and that is something that they will fight for even if they break their heads. We don't care about the position of Heavenly Emperor, but others care too much about it and care too much about it. It's not just us, the East Emperor and the Demon Empress also have the intention of retiring. When the time comes, the 10 great heavens will have no celestial emperors to lead them at almost the same time. Perhaps the East Royal Heaven and the Demon Emperor Heaven will have successors, and there will be no problem for the time being, but, what about the other heavens? For example, Gu Duxing's Great Western Heaven, Dong Wushang's Extreme Heaven, Ao Xieyun's Green Heaven, Xia Danxiong's Black Cloud Heaven. Tai Budian sneered. Not only do we brothers not want to continue, we don't even leave our successors behind for this world. Once there is no master in the imperial palace, one can imagine the chaos that will ensue. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, he said, that's right, we can't do anything about those things anymore. You also said that this is the starting point, and it is, but it definitely won't be the end. There are talents in every generation, and each of them will lead the world for tens of thousands of years. Tai Budian pursed her lips. Minister Chu, please understand one thing. In this world, you are not the only one who worries about the country and the people. Xianxia said solemnly, Your Majesty is right. I know my mistake. Tonight, I will make a special apology to Your Majesty. I will open my heart and be honest with Your Majesty. I will do my best and do my best. Wu Qianqian snorted and turned her head away, her face red. Xianxia's serious expression changed and he said with a cheeky smile, Does the queen want to do the same? Opening your heart and being honest with each other is great. Wu Qianqian snorted again. Her pretty face turned even redder, but she didn't refute him, which made a certain minister overjoyed. Tai Butian's face turned red. She said angrily, I'm talking about serious matters with you. Xianxia's strange face turned serious again. He said in a low voice, I'm also talking about serious matters with Your Majesty. There's nothing more serious than this in this world. Tai Budian was embarrassed and anxious. She couldn't say anything for a moment. What else could you say to such a shameless scoundrel? Mo Qinggu blinked and said, opening your heart and being honest with each other. That's great. Xianxia, could it be that you've never been honest with Sister Butian before? You're too much. Pfft. Xianxia, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian spat out a mouthful of tea at the same time. Then, they all coughed. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Mo Qingwu's hair was fluffy. Her head and face were covered in tea. She was in a sorry state. She said angrily, What's wrong with all of you? Is this sentence so shocking? It was a three-way siege. Not only was it impossible to guard against and caught them off guard, the most important thing was that the attack was too tight. Tai Budian laughed as she coughed. You're so happy talking. Then I'll let Qiyang be honest with you tonight. Mo Qinggu wrinkled her nose and wiped her face. We've always been honest with each other. It's always been like this. As she said that, she jumped. She hugged Qiyang's arm and said, Big brother Qiyang, don't you think so? Qiyang felt his arm suddenly sink into a soft and fragrant land. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. He said absent-mindedly, yes. Yes. That's not right. We haven't, right. He thought to himself, this little girl is developing really quickly. She's already so big? She's not inferior to Xianxia at all. Almost subconsciously, he rubbed his elbow back and forth. Mo Qingwu's entire body trembled. She blushed and hurriedly let go of his hand. She scolded, Brother Qiyang is really a big hooligan. You actually want to take advantage of me. I don't want to be honest with you and confide in you. The three women shot him disdainful gazes. Qiyang said complacently and shamelessly, playing hooligan with my own wife. That was what a real man should do. If a man didn't treat his wife like a hooligan. If he's not physically ill, then he's mentally ill. Humph. The four women pouted at the same time, snorted, and turned to leave. Walking together, it was a beautiful scene. In the past few days in the elf forest, the cultivation of the four girls had soared. He didn't know why, but ever since he entered the elven forest, the cultivation of the four women soared rapidly, as if it couldn't be stopped. This point. Whether it was Qiyang or the four of them themselves, they were all extremely surprised. They didn't understand what was going on at all. Even if the vitality here was abnormally dense, it shouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. One must know that the vitality in the tribulation space was even denser and purer than here, but the four women didn't grow as fast as in the elf forest when they stayed there. Regarding this point, Qiyang only vaguely guessed one thing. This abnormal growth of cultivation was most likely related to the four rays of light that the Elven Empress left on the four women. Although it was just pure vitality of the universe, it was the purest and most original life aura that belonged to the fairies. The four rays of light were equivalent to adding the characteristics of the elven physique to the four women's physiques. Moreover, it was the aura of the elven royal family. In addition, Qiyang had the elven emperor's seal on him. Another point was that it was the first time the four women came to a place like the elf forest. Therefore, the growth rate of the four women was a little terrifying. However, as time passed and they slowly got used to it, this growth rate would gradually slow down and even return to normal. However, looking at the trend in front of them, this growth rate wouldn't slow down for a certain period of time. In just 7 days, Mo Qinggu and Xianxia had grown to the peak of the saint level and even broke through the limit barrier in one go. Then, just like Qiyang a few months ago, they took that final step. The moment they took that step, they immediately felt that there seemed to be an endless sky and a vast starry sky in front of them. That feeling was so real, yet so intoxicating. At the moment when the two of them broke through, Qiyang flew into the sky and kept all the lightning that came along with the two women's breakthrough into the tribulation space. Otherwise, if these lightning tribulations were allowed to fall, the elf forest that Qiyang had just saved would be completely destroyed by the lightning in an instant. When the tribulation clouds passed and Qiyang landed, he saw that Mo Qinggu and Xianxia were overjoyed. Do you feel it? Qiyang smiled, and asked a very meaningful question. I feel it, I feel it. The two girls understood tacitly when they heard Qiyang's words. They clearly understood what Qiyang was asking. Beyond the limit of the heavenly imperial court, there was a brand new path under their feet, and a brand new journey, although full of mysteries and unpredictability, was also full of attraction and yearning. Right now, he was just looking at it, but he already couldn't wait to step onto this new path. Qiyang smiled. This is the path that a real, strong person should take. In the vast universe, from ancient times till now, there are only a few people who can take that path. Like the saints and saints, those who use their clones to extend their life, and those who use evil techniques like the thousand saints' true spirit to increase their own power are all on the wrong path. They will never be able to experience the realm of a real strong person. Mo Qinggu and Xianxia nodded heavily. Although Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian's cultivation was not as good as Xianxia's and Mo Qinggu's, and they couldn't understand Qiyang's logic for the time being, their improvement was still obvious during this period of time, and the improvement was extremely huge. The two women's cultivation rose like bamboo shoots after the rain, as if it was soaring. Their cultivation rose from the peak of the beginner saint level to the peak of the advanced saint level. They were only a step away from breaking through to the peak of the saint level. Such an exaggerated improvement made Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian almost suspect that they were dreaming. Such an exaggerated improvement, and in just a few days' time, was even more than Chu Yang's improvement. Chu Yang could only smile at this. Although he was also surprised by the two women's improvement speed, he could also understand the reason. During this period of time, ever since Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian's bodies had enough endurance, they would drink a super heavy pill mixed with a big bowl of heavenly Holy Spirit spring water every day. After arriving at the fairy forest, Chu Yang accidentally discovered that this combination actually had such an amazing effect. From the first day, he started to increase the dosage. He directly consumed 2 super heavy pills, plus 2 divine medicine essences condensed from the medicine spirits. In addition, he also mixed the power of destiny and the power of faith in the fairy forest, increasing the two women's cultivation almost limitlessly. Moreover, every day, Chu Yang would use his own pure cultivation to help the two women straighten out their meridians. With such external support, it would be strange if the two women didn't improve quickly. Although the two women's improvement was still ridiculously fast, there was still a path to follow. It was just that at this stage, Chu Yang actually still felt that it was too slow. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't know what was good for him, but what he was most worried about now was, when the day came that they could leave this world, would Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian be left behind because of their insufficient cultivation? Therefore, in the recent 1 year, he almost spared no expense in throwing resources at the two women. At the same time, the women of his other brothers also received such treatment, especially Ao Xieyun, Xia Danqiong, Jimo's Albua and the other women. Although they were in different worlds, Chu Yang gave them the same amount of resources. In fact, because they weren't by his side, the elixirs and medicines they received were even more than what Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian received. I can laugh proudly in the sky, and I have women and brothers by my side. However, my brothers need beauties as well. I can't let them stand alone in the void with me. I'll try my best to do what I can do. This was Chu Yang's persistence, his persistence all along. This night, Xianxia had nothing to do, and her cultivation had increased greatly. On a whim, she went to watch the fairy race train. As the woman of the fairy emperor, she was also the fairy queen. No matter where she was, the fairy race would of course give her the highest treatment. Xianxia had always been someone who couldn't stay idle, especially when the upcoming battle was related to the recovery of the purple cloud heavens. The foundation that her father had built with his life was also a place that he had defended with his life. Xianxia couldn't ignore it. On the surface, she was like the others, going with the flow and treating it calmly. But in fact, everyone knew that Xianxia was already burning with anxiety. She couldn't wait to go to the purple cloud heavens, quell the heavenly demons and recover the purple cloud heavens. The moonlight was hazy. Under such favorable conditions, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian naturally made the best use of their time to cultivate. The two women also knew where their weakness was, so during this period, cultivation had almost become their entire life. Chu Yang walked into the room and saw that Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian were in a meditative state. They didn't notice his arrival at all. And at such a time, no one should disturb them. Minister Chu could only rub his nose and leave. Although he felt that his desires were not satisfied and he was almost about to explode from holding it in, he could not be disturbed at such a crucial moment. He walked out of the room discontentedly and checked the new news that Tianji's assistant had received. It was just that this small piece of news did not have anything worth paying attention to, and he instantly felt bored to death. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, one will be lustful. This was the situation in front of Minister Chu's eyes. During this period of time, he had been running all over the place, from the black cloud sky to the eastern royal sky, from the eastern royal sky to the purple cloud sky, from the purple cloud sky to the level heavens continent, and from the level heavens continent to the extreme heaven. Then he rushed from extreme heaven to western sky to rescue Gu Duxing from his dangerous situation. From western sky, he rushed back to Demon Emperor sky, and finally, from Demon Emperor sky to Elf Forest. Moreover, this journey was not just a simple journey. Almost every moment, it was accompanied by a life and death battle. a series of bloody battles. The opponents he encountered were each stronger than the previous. In this kind of rhythm, Chu Yang's spirit was in a state of high tension almost every moment. Even if he was occasionally idle, he was also considering and analyzing the situation of each of his brothers, what stage they were at today, and what stage they would be at tomorrow. His mind was filled with a myriad of affairs every single moment, with a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. Where would he have the time to think about anything else? Even if he had the will and the power, he absolutely did not have any time. Now that he had come to Elf Forest, everything seemed to have ended. All of a sudden, he felt relaxed. From extreme tension, it suddenly changed to extreme relaxation. From being so busy that he didn't even have time to fart, it became almost completely idle now. This kind of relaxation made Chu Yang relaxed and happy at the same time. But he also felt that a certain place was ready to move. That was a kind of impulse that belonged to youth. It was like a wildfire that could not be suppressed and could not be controlled. Yet at this moment, the beauties around him were all busy practicing martial arts and training soldiers. They were all busy. This situation made Minister Chu really want to cry. Women, do you really want to choke me to death? You didn't even consider what to do if that thing really explodes. You will regret it to death. As he strolled out, all the elves he saw along the way saluted him respectfully. Chu Yang smiled as he passed by. Many female elves had graceful figures. Seeing this handsome new elf emperor, they all blushed and saluted. After saluting, they shyly ran away. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her figure was graceful. Then, she gazed at His Majesty the Elf Emperor from afar. Her expression and mood were too obvious. If you want to do something, I won't refuse. I won't even give in half-heartedly. I'm willing, very willing. It was fine if there were only one or two people with similar emotions. However, there were tens of thousands of elves who felt the same way. Hundreds of thousands, millions. As far as the eye could see, it was all over the place. Some of them even deliberately swayed in front of Chu Yang. Moreover, all of them had graceful figures and were as beautiful as flowers. Every single one of them looked as if they would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Chu Yang increasingly felt that he was about to transform into a wolf. He couldn't restrain himself any longer. I'm going to explode. Minister Chu groaned in pain. Finally, he managed to grab hold of a passing elf. That female elf was startled by Chu Yang's action. Then, she blushed and looked bewildered. Oh, His Majesty the Elf Emperor stopped me. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? If His Majesty wants me to serve him in bed, what should I do? Should I just comply? Or should I pretend to refuse and then comply? Or, should I strictly refuse to show my chastity, and then be forced to comply? But, what if His Majesty gets angry and doesn't force me? What should I do then? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? What should I choose? This female elf's body trembled. Thousands of thoughts had already passed through her mind. However, she stood there motionless. She lowered her head and didn't seem to resist. I really don't understand what His Majesty likes about her. Her breasts aren't as big as mine, her waist isn't as thin as mine, and her butt isn't as perky as mine. Only her face is a little purer. I'll look purer if I put on makeup. If I knew His Majesty liked her, why didn't I put on makeup just now? It's too late for regrets. I'll look purer if I put on makeup. It's too late. Chu Yang didn't know that this moment would cause so many psychological fluctuations. He only asked anxiously, have you seen Miss Mo Qingwu? Miss Mo? This female elf was still in a dilemma. She was startled when she heard this. What Miss Mo? She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. So His Majesty didn't mean it that way. She felt lost and aggrieved. She bit her lips and was about to cry. Haven't seen her? Forget it. Chu Yang was a little disappointed. I've seen her before. Miss Mo is practicing in the purple bamboo forest in the north. Do you need me to take you there? Beside him, a female elf hurriedly reported with a self-recommending attitude. Oh, thank you. There's no need to trouble yourself. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Only this female elf who was stopped by him was left in the same place, disappointed and frustrated. After a long time, she bit her lips and thought, even if you really use force, I won't submit to you. Even if you take my body, you can't take my heart. I have a fiancé, She stomped her feet and flew away. Purple bamboo forest. It turns out that there's actually such a purple bamboo forest in this elf forest. Xianxia flew against the wind. No matter if it was the previous life or the current life, Mo Qingwu had a fanatical and almost paranoid love for the purple bamboo forest. No matter when, as long as she saw the purple bamboo forest, even if the situation was urgent, she would still go in and sit for a while. Even if time was tight, she would still linger for a while. This kind of paranoid love made Xianxia feel helpless sometimes. It was just that. There was one thing that made Xianxia feel very strange. Although Mo Qingwu loved the purple bamboo forest, the clothes on her body. But it was never purple. Only a few times did she wear white. The rest of the time, she was always dressed in red. This made Xianxia feel very puzzled. Since he had nothing to do today, Xianxia decided to solve this question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. The moment he saw the purple bamboo forest with his own eyes, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little touched. He saw a large purple bamboo forest in a place surrounded by lush greenery. Slim and graceful, it seemed to be boundless. He couldn't see the end of it. A gentle breeze blew. The purple bamboo swayed. Xianxia slowed down his pace and dismissed all the nearby elves. Then, he walked into the purple bamboo forest quietly. In the center, there seemed to be an empty space. A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. This time Ni had power. Unlike before, she didn't clear out a small area. Instead, she used her power to move the purple bamboo to the surroundings. Only then did she clear out an empty space. Looking at the surroundings again, sure enough, they were densely packed next to each other. It was obviously much denser than other places. Obviously, the reality matched Xianxia's guess very well. In a place where purple bamboo swayed. She was dressed in red and was currently dancing gracefully inside. The dancer was Mo Qingwu. Now, she was using her unique method to practice the heavenly dance. Without any power, this heavenly dance directly became the purest dance. It was beautiful, as if all the beautiful charm in the world had been poured into it. In the purple bamboo forest, the red dress was like blood. Xianxia stood there quietly, and looked at her in a daze. A graceful voice rang out. People say that a daughter is Mo Qingwu. People say that Qingwu's life is bitter. How many years have passed in the universe, who hasn't been bitter in the mortal world? A daughter's life is Mo Qingwu. How can I not dance because I'm afraid of hardship? It's rare to have a lover in my life. I dance for him with heartache. In this life, I dance for you. Even if this life is bitter, I dance for you. If I say it's worth it, it's not bitter. This was Mo Qingwu singing softly. Xianxia listened to this song in a daze. For a moment, he couldn't help but be mesmerized. Mo Qingwu was singing. Her voice was exceptionally soft, as if it would dissipate with the wind in the next moment. Every sentence was very straightforward. Obviously, she had thought of it on the spot and didn't add any fancy words to it. Xianxia listened quietly. Perhaps only he could truly understand the true meaning of this song that Mo Qingwu was singing. Everyone said that a woman shouldn't be rash in her life and shouldn't give easily. Once she gave easily, it could be a lifetime of bitterness. But in the mortal world, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, who didn't suffer? Could it be that just because they were afraid of bitterness, they didn't speak of giving their whole life? It's rare to have a lover. Since I've met my lover, then even if it's heartache, I still have to dance for him. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm very bitter. But as long as I think I'm worth it, no matter how bitter it is, it's not bitter. It's rare to have a lover in my life. Dancing for him with heartache. If I say it's worth it, it's not bitter. Mo Qingwu's red dress fluttered as she sang softly. Her voice was full of tenderness. It was a soft and ethereal voice, but it was full of stubbornness and determination without regrets. As Xianxia watched, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Finally, he exhaled softly. It was just this exhalation, but it interrupted this devastatingly beautiful dance. Heavenly spirit voice. Who's over there? Mo Qingwu suddenly realized that there was someone else. She immediately stopped dancing and asked aloud. But before she could finish speaking, Chu Yang had already embraced her in his arms. With a somewhat trembling voice, he called out. Qingwu. Qingwu. Mo Qingwu immediately relaxed. She said in surprise, Brother Chu Yang, it's you. Just as she opened her mouth, she felt Chu Yang's face suddenly magnify in front of her. Then, her vision turned dark. Her lips were gently kissed by Chu Yang. She let out an O sound from her throat and couldn't make any more sound. She only felt her heart beating wildly. Chu Yang kissed the beauty in his arms carefully and tenderly. He felt his heart was infinitely tender and touched, through the night, till now. First 2 chapters, I haven't edited the rest. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to sleep first. I'll update in the afternoon. Chu Yang hugged Mo Qingwu tightly. It seemed as if he wanted to melt this delicate and soft body into his own. His heart was full of love. Although he had a beauty in his arms and was full of soft fragrance, the desire that surged in his chest just now had long disappeared without a trace. His heart was filled with a kind of deep affection that flowed in his heart. He was deeply moved. Hugging his lover, his heart was full of cherishment. Chu Yang kissed Mo Qingwu tenderly, the two of them hugging each other tightly. At this moment, Mo Qingwu was clearly a little confused. She really didn't understand what was going on with Chu Yang today. However, she could clearly feel the deep love that Chu Yang had for her in his heart. Moreover, she could also feel the extreme bitterness and regret in his heart. Since her lover's heart was like this, everything else was no longer important. So she lay in Chu Yang's arms obediently, not moving at all. She let Chu Yang hug her, and didn't deliberately break this loving embrace. Time passed quietly. After a long, long time, Mo Qingwu raised her head slightly. Her starry eyes were intoxicated as she stared at Chu Yang's eyes in a daze. She said softly, Chu Yang, take me. The beautiful woman's words were true. Chu Yang's body shook unconsciously. At this moment, he was actually stunned. For a moment, his emotions were like the tide, surging up and down, and it was difficult to stop. Chu Yang clearly remembered that in his previous life, on the night of his and Mo Qingwu's engagement night, it was Mo Qingwu who said this sentence. Chu Yang, take me. That was also in a purple bamboo forest, and it was also a similar environment, and it was also a love like this, but... It was only now that Chu Yang truly understood what it meant when a girl could say this to him. What it meant that in this life of hers, she would be with you. It meant that in this life, she would be with you. No matter if it was sweet or bitter. No matter if it was wind and rain or thorns, no matter how bumpy the road ahead was, in this life of hers. She would only dance for you, all the prosperity would leave her because it was no longer important. Because in her world, the only important thing left was you. This also meant that from now on, there would be no one left. In addition to being a man, you were also a husband. He had the responsibility and obligation to make his woman happy. He shouldered the sky that she should have shouldered. Then, he had to do it. He wanted his woman to live a more colorful and happy life after entrusting her life to him. Only then would he be worthy of the words man and husband. I will take you, but not now. Chu Yang said softly, but resolutely, but, I will take you with me. Wait until I announce to the world that I am officially taking you as my wives. On the night of our wedding night, you will belong to me completely. Henceforth take me as your husband, dance for me, henceforth. I will bear all the hardships for you. Chu Yang said seriously, Qingwu, I'm really sorry that I can't give you the only one in this life. This is my apology to all 4 of you. Chu Yang felt as if his heart had suddenly started to hurt at this moment. It started to hurt without any warning. This sense of guilt would arise when facing each of his women and would not go away for a long time. Speaking of a responsible man, he obviously couldn't be counted as one. At least, he wasn't the one who did the best. A pair for life. This was the most beautiful dream of many young girls, to accompany each other and grow old together. But he would never be able to give them this. Mo Qingwu said softly, I understand. We all understand the guilt in your heart. So, we have also discussed this many times in private. This is the way of the world. Our strength still can't go against the way of the world after all. So, what we can do is to let the four of us be as good as one. Mo Qingwu smiled with tears in her eyes. Chu Yang. Our lives in the future will most likely be eternal. If there are really only the two of us, it will also be a little lonely. What do you think? Chu Yang hugged Mo Qingwu tightly. How could he not know that Mo Qingwu's purpose in saying these words was to comfort him? But he actually had nothing to say at this moment. Chu Yang took a deep breath and suddenly took out the deputy hand of Heavenly Secrets. He sent a message to Mo Tianji. Heavenly Secrets, I'm getting married. Mo Qingwu clearly saw Chu Yang's actions. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears. She covered her mouth with her hand and tried her best to control herself. She didn't let herself cry out loud, and let her tears flow out. That kind of immense happiness suddenly swept through her body and mind like a tidal wave. Am I finally going to become his little wife? Chu Yang picked up Mo Qingwu and resolutely walked back. He got someone to inform Xianxia to come back at once. Then, he waited quietly for Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian to wake up from their meditation. Thousands of miles away. At this moment, Mo Tianji was presiding over the overall situation of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department. He was constantly sifting through the information and constantly giving out extremely precise orders. At the same time, he gave orders to increase the manpower of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department to purple cloud heavens by 50 times. The next moment, he suddenly received this shocking news from Chu Yang without any mental preparation. The moment Mo Tianji opened the message, he was instantly stunned. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. Then, his hand trembled and he almost dropped the Heavenly Secrets hand to the ground. When he hurriedly went to help it up, he sat on the chair crooked and looked even more embarrassed. Below, hundreds of senior leaders of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department were sitting quietly in a hall. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. Some people were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. What kind of news, what kind of shock, could make the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets lose his composure like this? Even the news of ambushing a Saint Monarch and defeating the Holy Emperor Palace couldn't move the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets at all. But after receiving this news, he was so shocked that he fell off the chair. The degree of shock of this news could be imagined. Everyone was guessing. If they received the same news, they would probably be scared to death on the spot, right? Fortunately, the next moment, they saw Mo Tianji hurriedly stand up and shout, "Meeting adjourned." Then, he got up and left as if his boat was on fire, leaving the hall full of dumbfounded and suspicious people. Alone. They whispered and were confused. Mo Tianji returned to his room as if he was flying. He opened up his divine sense shield and hurriedly started to send messages. You're getting married? You said you're getting married? Why are you getting married all of a sudden? With who? After a short while, Chu Yang's message came over. Stop talking nonsense. Who do you think I'm getting married to? Mo Tianji snorted and rolled his eyes. He sent another message. My sister? Chu Yang replied, did you take the wrong medicine today? Did you forget to take your medicine? Did you take fake medicine? Why is your brain so slow, spouting nonsense one after another? Can you not spout so much nonsense? Besides the four of them, is there anyone else? Mo Tianji rolled his eyes again. He wanted to object. However, he knew that it was useless to object. There was nothing he could do. Mo Tianji could only pinch his nose and admit defeat when he thought about how his younger sister had been taken advantage of by someone. Chu Yang's message came again. Hey, you have to understand the situation. Mo Tianji, I'm not discussing this with you. Your status as the parent of the girl's family is not worth much in my eyes. I'm just informing you of this news. Then, you have to help me arrange the wedding. Do you understand? Mo Tianji had just managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. However, Mo Tianji had clearly seen these words. He was so angry that he almost fainted from anger. He rolled his eyes and took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, I'm so angry, if you dare to say another word, I will immediately pull my sister back from you. Do you think I won't dare? Chu Yang started to threaten him, you can try. This time, Mo Tianji was completely speechless. I'm really helpless. how did I end up with such a brother-in-law? Just as he was thinking, Chu Yang sent another message. He seemed to be very dissatisfied. I'm really speechless. Mo Tianji, how did I end up with such a brother-in-law? Mo Tianji received the letter and read it. With a pung, he smashed the Heaven's Secret hand onto the ground. He was so angry that his hands and feet were trembling. F***ck. This is what I wanted to say. He actually beat me to it. After trembling for a while, he picked up the Heavenly Secret hand again. Mo Tianji sent another message fiercely. What the F***ck do you want to do? Tell me. Tell me. Chu Yang seemed to be in a bad mood. He sent a message over. What kind of attitude is this? If this is your attitude, then I won't get married. Let's just leave it at that. Anyway, we are people of the martial world. We don't care about status. I can do my sister's job. Mo Tianji's hands and feet turned cold. Which girl didn't want to have a grand wedding, to let the world witness their love? To receive everyone's blessings, this bastard Chu Yang is clearly blackmailing me. He's blatantly blackmailing me. And it was a double threat. Not only did he not hold the wedding, he also wanted to make sure that he couldn't do it. How was he trying to do Luer's job? He was obviously going to snitch on her. If Luer knew about this, oh my god, even if he didn't care about Luer's threat, Mo Tianji still didn't dare to take the risk. Mo Tianji dared to do anything. However, when it came to his own boss, this boss Chu Yang, he always felt that his hands and feet were tied. He really couldn't tell if this guy would really do something next. Speaking of which, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian have been together for so long. Maybe this guy would really do it. Mo Tianji muttered in his heart. He was secretly afraid. Putting down the hand of Heavenly Secrets, Mo Tianji wiped his sweat. Master. You're really my master. In the end, he could only give in. That guy was too good at tormenting people. Mo Tianji could only pinch his nose and give in so that he could marry a wife. He comforted himself and said, I'm doing this for my little sister's lifelong happiness. On the other side, Chu Yang's message came quickly. It's the month now. Let's do it a month later. On the 10th of October, I want to hold my wedding at the Demon Emperor's Heaven Armament Pavilion. I'll leave everything else to you. I trust you the most. You'll definitely do a good job. Hearing this, Mo Tianji almost dropped the hand of Heavenly Secrets again. What do you mean by I can handle it? I can definitely do it well? Am I the one getting married or are you the one getting married? You can't be shameless to this extent, right? Are shameless people really invincible in the world? However, Mo Tianji sent a few messages to Chu Yang, but Chu Yang didn't reply at all. Obviously, he had completely delegated his power. Who would want such a delegated power? Indeed, shameless people are invincible in the world. It seems that all of this is my job. Mo Tianji sighed. But, he was also beaming with joy. His little sister was about to get married. As he thought about it, his heart was a little sour and a little happy. Mo Tianji paced around the room twice. After deliberating for a while, he sat down and ground the ink. He thought about it again and confirmed that there was no mistake. Then, he started to write. Minister Chu Yang, before the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. On the 10th of October, a wedding banquet will be held at the Demon Emperor's Heaven Armament Pavilion. Inviting all the heroes in the world. Firstly, everyone is present to testify for the newlyweds. Secondly, to pay respects to the minister. Thirdly, to prepare for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Minister Chu Yang's wedding invitation, Eastern Royal Heaven, Extreme Heaven, Black Cloud Heaven, Demon Emperor Heaven. Green Cloud Heaven, Chibei Heaven, Western Sky, Daluo Heaven, South Pole Heaven, Buddha Heaven. Celestial emperors from all directions. Heroes from all walks of life, friends, come and get drunk. At the same time, we invite the spirits of the Purple Cloud Heaven to come and watch the ceremony. Send wedding wine to the soldiers guarding the Purple Cloud Heavens today. The minister's wedding should be celebrated by the whole world. Let the world rejoice. The announcement was made in a flash. Mo Tianji threw away the brush, slammed the table and shouted, "Guards!" This sudden shout caused the headquarters of the Tianji Intelligence Department to tremble uncontrollably. Not only did this prove that Mo Tianji's cultivation had made great progress recently, but it also proved that a certain person's heart was filled with certain emotions, such as dissatisfaction, agitation, and even some apprehension. He couldn't wait any longer. Dissatisfaction and displeasure. The members of the Tianji intelligence department who were still waiting for news outside were shocked to hear such a loud shout. Their hearts were filled with even more fear as they rushed over, almost pissing their pants. During this period of time, everyone had been anxiously waiting for news outside. When they heard this shout, they were almost scared out of their wits and lost their courage. Spread the news throughout the Heaven Imperial Court within half a day. There must be no mistakes. Mo Tianji raised the paper vertically and let everyone see the words on it. He said word by word, strict order. Absolute order, within half a day, I want everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court to know about this news, including the extraterrestrial demons. I guarantee that no one doesn't know about it. If anyone makes a mistake, their clan will commit suicide as an apology. With this order, everyone kept quiet out of fear. For a moment, no one dared to take the lead to speak. Even though, if anyone makes a mistake, their clan will commit suicide, everyone still heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that this news wasn't bad news. This was a joyous occasion. This was clearly a joyous occasion. Why was the great emperor so shocked just now? No one dared to delay. They all received the order at the fastest speed possible and began to spread the order. Mo Tianji paced around the room twice. He frowned and muttered, "It doesn't matter whether it's a wedding or not. The important thing is that my sister Qingwu is getting married. I wonder how the preparations at the Demon Emperor Heaven are going? Those idiots over there, will they prepare the traditional wedding customs of the human race? Will they miss anything? This is the only wedding my sister will have in her life. No matter what, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong." After pacing around a few more times, he was finally still frustrated. The next moment, he rushed out and shouted, "Lu-er! Lu-er!" Chu Lu-er was cultivating at this moment. When she heard that, she hurriedly ran out. "What's wrong? What's so urgent?" She seemed to have never seen Mo Tianji so impatient. "Let's go. We'll go to the Demon Emperor Heaven now." Mo Tianji walked hurriedly. "I've already packed everything. Let's set off now." Chu Lu-er was shocked. "Ah? What's so urgent? What's wrong? Did something big happen? What's wrong?" Mo Tianji sighed. "There's always someone who won't let us rest. Your big brother is getting married. I've only been back for a few days. That guy is deliberately not letting me rest. I just said that the next time we meet might be to fight the extraterrestrial demons. In the end, your big brother made me." At this point, Chu Lu-er's expression clearly turned ugly. She looked anxious and even had a hint of coldness as she looked at Mo Tianji. Her eyes were black and white. Mo Tianji was a smart person. He immediately realized that he couldn't help but speak ill of Chu Yang, and had caused Chu Lu-er to feel disgusted. So, he hurriedly changed his words, and said as if he was complaining, "You say, what is your elder brother doing? He suddenly informed me of such a big matter. No matter what, I have to hurry over and prepare." Mo Tianji made a solemn vow, "Let's not talk about my relationship with you. Chu Yang is my most respected and beloved big brother. I must do my best to handle this matter properly. There can't be the slightest mishap in any case," Chu Lu-er said with a cold face. "Don't think that I can't tell just because you suddenly changed your words. My big brother is getting married. Of course, it's a good thing. Do you have to be so unhappy? Humph, besides, my big brother is marrying your sister. What are you unhappy about? What is there to complain about? I've really never seen someone like you." Mo Tianji was battered and exhausted. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really know, humph." Chu Lu raised her head and raised her eyebrows. She said angrily, "Why are you still standing there like a dumb bird? Hurry up and leave. My big brother's wedding is such a big thing. Why aren't you hurrying over to help? You only know how to be obedient." "Yes, yes, yes." Mo Tianji's face was full of bitterness as he hurriedly agreed. He cursed in his heart, "You were the one who grabbed me and asked me why I was delayed. Now, you're the one who's angry and blaming me for walking too slowly. Sigh, do I really owe your Chu clan?" The two of them didn't hesitate any longer. With a whoosh, they turned into two long rainbows. In mid-air, Chulu'er's voice sounded, "I say, your sister is really lucky to be able to marry such a good man like my big brother. She's really lucky to have a wedding in front of everyone. I'm really envious of her." Mo Tianji had an idea and said, "Why don't we use this occasion to hold our wedding together?" Chulu'er blushed and said angrily, "You wish." She didn't say anything else and only focused on rushing forward. Mo Tianji was delighted. "Eh? Lu'er doesn't seem to be opposed to my suggestion?" This, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. If the two brothers got married on the same day, it would definitely become a good story. You married my sister, and I married your sister. The two clans would undoubtedly become even closer. Furthermore, they would hold their wedding on the same day and in the same place. This is really too fated. This is too legendary. The more Mo Tianji thought about it, the more he felt that this was too wonderful for words. He couldn't help but break into a smile. He secretly thought about how to bring this up to Chu Yan when he went and how to make him agree. Just as Mo Tianji was still thinking about it on the way, the entire Heaven Imperial Court had already started a new round of crazy tremors. The Xianxia Imperial Throne Wedding. This explosive news was the first to reach the hands of the various heavenly emperors. Following that, it began to spread outwards at an unparalleled speed. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department spared no effort in spreading the news. The various heavens and earth released official news like crazy. The 10 heavens and earth were invited for the wedding. In an instant, the heavenly court was in an uproar, the pugilistic world was in an uproar, and the various major sects were in an uproar. And then, the commoners of the Heaven Imperial Court were also in an uproar. "Men!" Heavenly Emperor Dong Wushang roared as he strode out of the door in a majestic manner. His muscular chest knocked the guard leader who had hurriedly rushed over after hearing the noise and was sent flying. He felt dizzy. Seeing this, the guard standing guard at the door almost burst out laughing. But he just didn't dare to lose his composure in front of the Heavenly Emperor. He held it in until his stomach twitched. "I've never seen such a hot-tempered Heavenly Emperor. You've already called for people to come. Can't you just wait inside quietly? But, you actually rushed out yourself. Luckily, our guard commander still has some cultivation. Otherwise, if he rashly bumped into you, how can we let it go? Send the order quickly. Send the Heavenly Emperor's decree." Before the guard leader could get up and understand what was going on, he heard Heavenly Emperor Wushang's voice as loud as a bell. "Heavenly Emperor Wushang's wedding, the entire heavens and earth will be draped in red. Hang up the lanterns for me. From today onwards, let's set off the firecrackers. Let's set it off until the 10th of next month. Announce to the world that everyone will celebrate." That guard leader, the Prime Minister of Extreme Heaven who rushed over after hearing the news, and the 7 guards, as well as the various officials waiting outside the hall, were all shocked. "The entire heavens and earth will be draped in red. Let's set off the firecrackers from today onwards. Let's set it off until the 10th of next month, it's going to end soon. Let's have a celebration in advance. What is this? What kind of joyous occasion is worth this? Furthermore, this is too difficult, isn't it? How much would this consume? Money is fine, but at this time, it's still far from the new year. Where would there be so many firecrackers to set off? Even if we rush to make them now, it seems like we won't make it in time. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This, Minister Xiongxiao's wedding is indeed a joyous occasion for the whole world to celebrate. But to have the entire world draped in red. How should we do it? And to set off the firecrackers from now on, I'm afraid there aren't that many firecrackers. Can we make some discrepancies?" The Prime Minister mustered up his courage and asked. What he meant was, to have the entire world draped in red. "That's not easy. There are so many firecrackers, where can we find them? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Do you need me to say more about this matter? All the cities and villages, all the mountains and rivers, everything caused by the extreme heaven territory, must be draped in red. If there aren't enough firecrackers, go make them in large quantities. Dong Wushang was a little impatient. Such a simple matter. You can't even understand this? The Prime Minister was originally just anxious, but now that he asked for the specific answer, he was so anxious that he sat on the ground with a plop. He almost fainted. All the surrounding officials stared at the Prime Minister with hidden bitterness. Look at what kind of trouble you've caused. If you don't ask, we'll just drape in red in Merciless City. As for the other places, just let the local officials do it. We'll just have to set off as many firecrackers as we can and order people to make them, but now, with your question, the scope has expanded to include all the cities and villages in the Extreme Heaven territory, all the mountains and rivers. Aren't you asking for my life, not to mention anything else? Just one question, where can there be so much red cloth? Colored cloth? But Heavenly Emperor Wushang actually said that it was a simple matter. Is this matter really that simple? Your Majesty? All the officials looked at the Prime Minister with tears in their eyes. They were all praying in their hearts, Prime Minister, you've caused this trouble, so you have to shoulder it yourself. Hurry up and say something. It's important to make His Majesty retract his order, but the Prime Minister already had the heart to die. How could he still be in the mood to talk? After Dong Wushang finished giving instructions, he walked out excitedly. He said, I'll leave the details of this job to you guys. Oh right, you must not use the troops that are in training. They would have to set out at any time to battle the Skyfiends. Other than this military force, all other resources can be obtained by yourself. Everyone stumbled again. They wanted to cry but had no tears. The army couldn't be mobilized. Emperor Wushang raised his head and shouted, Lay-er. Hurry up and come out. Something big has happened. Mo Layer asked, What? What's the matter? Dong Wushang hurriedly said happily, Come, follow me quickly. Boss Chu is about to get married, let's hurry over and join in the fun. We still have time to play there for a few days and get drunk while we're at it. 7-star guards, follow me too. You'll represent all the officials of the Extreme Heaven. All the military officials. One staggered and fell to the ground neatly. You made such an important arrangement without knowing the beginning or the end, and then you just left it and took your wife to play for a few days? Disturbing the bridal chamber? Join in the fun? We don't have to prepare anything else. It's all in the space ring. Boss is about to get married, we don't have to prepare any gifts. Anyway, we don't have anything. It's fine as long as we're here. When we're here, it's better than nothing. Dong Wushang grinned happily. Let's go now. After saying that, he pulled Mo Layer's hand and flew up, about to turn into a rainbow and leave. 7-star guards, follow me. I'll let you see the real world this time. Dong Wushang's voice rang out. The 7-star guards smiled bitterly at each other. Damn it, they had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. What kind of world had they not seen? They could only see the real world this time. It felt like they had lived for more than 1,000,000 years in the past, but they had all become bumpkins. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you can't just leave like this. The military officials finally regained their senses. Seeing that Emperor Wushang was about to disappear without a trace, they hurriedly shouted in unison. They almost shouted until their throats were hoarse. You can't just leave like this. If you leave, we will all be at a loss. Why can't you leave? I've already said that I'll leave this matter to you all. If you can't do it well, you can automatically go to the Imperial prison and wait for your clan to be exterminated. Dong Wushang's voice came from midair. Also, I've placed the Imperial Jade Seal on the table. Just take it and give your orders. You don't have to go through me. Do you guys know how to do something as simple as stamping? Martial Monarch Wushang, the 7-stars guards, and the Empress had already turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distance. He disappeared without a trace. All of the officials under the polar heaven were stunned. What kind of explanation was this? If he couldn't do it well, he would be sent to the Imperial prison to await the execution of his entire family. This seems a little too serious. And also, the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal, the symbol of imperial power of a celestial emperor, you just casually put it on the table? Furthermore, you can use it to give orders. Was this something that could be used to give orders? Also, that's not called a stamp. Could that be called a stamp? Although it was the same step and the same thing, this was called using a stamp, alright? Furthermore, that's also not a table. That's called the imperial desk, imperial desk, imperial desk. The officials of the Polar Heaven Martial School wanted to cry but had no tears. But the person in question had already left. And he left in such a hurry that he was already nowhere to be seen. Want to call him back? Cough cough. Whoever is willing can go. In any case, I'm not going. Isn't that just asking for bad luck? Knowing that he was in such a hurry to leave, it'd be strange if they didn't get slapped flat. But what should they do about this matter? Everyone looked at each other. Prime Minister, you're experienced in the ways of the world. What do you think we should do about this matter? All of the officials looked at the Prime Minister. Do what you need to do. Why are all of you looking at me? Anyway, this is our mission. If we can't complete it, we can all go to hell together. The old Prime Minister climbed up from the ground and said angrily. Everyone curled their lips. Why do we have to go to hell together? Your position is the highest among us and today's matter was obviously caused by you. If we don't look at you, who else should we look at? We do want to see Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's downfall, but now, if we really want to see, we have to go to the Demon Emperor Sky. The old Prime Minister sighed softly and cursed under his breath. This muddle-headed ruler who doesn't do his job properly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear when they heard that. You're old and experienced. Even if His Majesty knows about it, he might not care too much. But we don't dare to scold you. Once it reaches Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's ears, based on His Majesty's hot-headed temper, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just like what you said, we'll go to the Yellow Springs together. Sigh, for this matter, other than using His Majesty's Imperial Jade Seal, there's really no other way. But His Majesty's Imperial Jade Seal is where the extreme heaven's authority lies. How can we use it casually? This matter is truly difficult to handle. The old Prime Minister grumbled again, but in the end, he still proposed a plan. But now that things have come to this point, there are no other options. I have a suggestion here. Let's see if it's feasible and give your opinions to improve it. Prime Minister, you're old and virtuous, and your wisdom surpasses the world. You must have a good plan. We're all ears to listen to your brilliant ideas. Everyone cheered loudly, their flattery flooding the room. Everyone was beaming with joy as they put down the heavy stone in their hearts. The Prime Minister rolled his eyes. Of course you guys are happy. Because none of you have any responsibility at all. If something really happens, this old man will be the only one to take the blame. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you useless fellows. How about this, each of us will send out 3 people. A total of 3 people will be in charge of the Imperial Jade Seal. All the Imperial decrees will need the unanimous agreement of these people before the seal can be used. This way, we can pass down the order fairly and ensure that nothing goes wrong. What does everyone think? The old Prime Minister said, since I'm the one who suggested it, count me in. As for the others, you guys can nominate them. He thought, you want me to take the blame alone? I've been an official for so many years, and I know how to advance and retreat well. Don't tell me that I'm going to go backward and become stupid? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that. It was said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. This method was indeed stable and appropriate. Everyone had nothing to say. But there were still 5 candidates. Everyone's heart trembled. They couldn't help but step back one after another, afraid that they would be nominated by others. What a joke. Was this something easy to control? It was something that could easily cost one's life, but no matter what, this matter was finally decided in this way. Mo Yuntian. Xianxia leaped up and gave out orders like a cannon. Boss is getting married. This is an absolutely major event between brothers. There's no other major event that can be compared to this. Xianxia laughed loudly. This day has finally arrived. Men, pass down my order. Xianxia is getting married. The whole world will celebrate. Wear red decorations. Announce to the world. Empress, please dress up. We'll set off for Demon Emperor Heaven immediately. Xianxia beamed with joy. Finally, this Mo Yuntian Jade Flower Great Emperor appeared to be more mature among his brothers. At least, he was more mature than Zhu Wusheng. However, this calmness lasted for less than half an hour. Madame Mei hadn't even finished dressing up when Xia Danqiong rushed in. "Why aren't you done yet? You women, once you put on makeup, there's no end to it. You're not the main character." Xia Danqiong was impatient. Let's go, let's go. If we're late, we might miss a lot of fun things. Let's go quickly." Xia Danqiong brought a few experts, brought his wife, and instantly turned into a rainbow and left. "Someone come." In the big western sky, the solitary Emperor Gu Duxing's face was full of joy. "Pass down my orders." A string of orders almost similar to Dong Wushang and Xia Danqiong's came out in rapid succession. Then, this solitary emperor even came out with a murderous aura. "Pass down my orders to all the famous and unknown experts of the big western sky. If they feel that they have the qualifications and are willing to go, they can all go by themselves. Also, all the big sects are not to be left out. Whoever dares not to go, directly slaughter them. That, the red packets must be given in full." This order was extremely domineering and unreasonable. Who asked the solitary travel great emperor to be the new great emperor who was currently in the limelight? His words were like the law, and he was simply too domineering, confirming that the order had already been sent out. Gu Duxing, Gu Miaoling, and Buluqing excitedly flew up, and the official who received this order didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his forehead full of black lines. Previously, he said that he would gather all the experts of this side of the world, and all the big sects would all go to congratulate him. Although it was a bit overbearing, in the end, it was the Sky Emperor's order, and no one dared to disobey. But this was absolutely the first time seeing a newly promoted Sky Emperor, his own brother's wedding, unexpectedly give an imperial decree to give red packets, and even specify the size of the red packets. What kind of concept was this? His Majesty the Solitary Emperor's way of doing things was truly unique. But how could he know that this was actually Gu Duxing's momentary interest, remembering the time when he got married? A group of brothers extorted from all over the three heavens for a grand occasion. Now, Big Brother was getting married. Gu Duxing naturally had to return the favor, imitating the cat and drawing the tiger. "Right now, I don't feel like extorting from the three heavens, that kind of small place. Directly extorting from this side of the world is good. Who let me be the Sky Emperor of this side of the world? Let's not talk about the pavilion close to the water. Who dares to refuse?" Similar situations were also happening in the realms where GMO, Luo Kadi, Rui Badong, Ao Xieyun, and the others were. They also gave out orders that were basically the same. Then, he excitedly and impatiently rushed towards the Demon Emperor Sky. There was still plenty of time. There was still about an hour's time left, and all of them were scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would fall behind others. So much so that, these guys had already started planning on how to make a scene in the bridal chamber and how to play pranks on others. Each of them was beaming with delight. How delightful! He was even happier than if he had gotten married himself. At this moment, Yao Huangtian became even busier. Yao Ningning took over the entire situation. Boss getting married in the Demon Emperor's heaven is simply giving face to the entire Demon Emperor's heaven. I'll make sure it's done beautifully for boss. Yao Tai's words were spoken in a state of extreme excitement and came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he didn't think it through at all, and even announced it in the name of the Demon Emperor Heavens. Announce it to the world. When the Demon Empress heard this, she was almost angered to death by her own son. That brat Chu Yang's wedding in the Demon Emperor's heaven is naturally something we have to do for him. Especially when the time is so tight, we definitely have to make preparations for it. Even so, we might not be able to receive so many heroes from all the different worlds on the same day. The Demon Emperor's heaven would naturally do its best to prepare, and do its best to make this wedding a beautiful one. All of this was to be expected, and there was no need to doubt it. But what did you mean by the first sentence you said, you silly girl? What did you mean by boss getting married in the Demon Emperor's heaven is simply giving face to the entire Demon Emperor's heaven? The moment she thought of this sentence, the Demon Empress was so angry that her head hurt, and she felt dizzy. You little bastard, can you be even more useless? How can you speak of it so bluntly? Where is your mother's face? Even if it's the truth, you can't say it like that. You're not giving your mother any face at all. Therefore, when a certain Grand Master arrived at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he came with a tragic limp, and his leg was almost broken by the Demon Empress. As for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of the Demon Emperor's heaven, everyone was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. Several peak-level saints worked together, and they all did their best. With the cultivation of moving mountains and seas, they directly pushed the surrounding mountains of Luohua City out in all directions, to an area of 3,000 miles. Anyway, the previous battle with the elves had made Luohua City unworthy of its name. Since it was already unworthy of its name, it didn't matter how big the change was. Therefore, the original area of Luohua City was expanded by no less than 10 times overnight, and large areas of open space appeared around it. Next, simple hotels and inns were built on these open spaces, and countless chefs were recruited from all over the Demon Emperor's heaven, but this didn't seem to be enough. No matter if it was the venue, the residence, or the place to eat, it might not be enough. The new number one person in the Heavenly Imperial Court, Minister Xianxia, was going to get married, and he was going to invite friends and family from all over the Heavenly Imperial Court. At that time, it would definitely be a sea of people, and people would follow the crowd. No, it would be like raising one's sleeves and sweating like rain. It really couldn't be squeezed. In view of this, everyone was actively thinking of a way. If it really doesn't work, should we move the surrounding cities? Meng Wuya asked Yao Ningning. Yao Ningning was shocked. We've already made such a big area, and it's still not enough? Don't be confused, it's definitely not enough. Meng Wuya grinned and said in a very confident tone. If we expand the area, this matter will have to be decided by Mother. Yao Ningning said with a sad face. If I decide on my own again, I'm afraid that my remaining leg will be broken. It's not a big deal to break a leg, but Elder Chu's wedding is imminent, and as a brother, I suddenly can't move. This is really bad luck. Meng Wuya was speechless. A few people next to him thought in their hearts, look at you, I want to break your third leg too. While they were discussing, the Demon Empress sent a message at the right time. If necessary, the surrounding cities can be moved back appropriately. When everyone heard this, they all cheered thunderously. Seeing that things were going well, the Tang clan's third young master put in more effort to run around and became the general manager. He was in charge of the overall situation. Everything had to be allocated from his hands. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master could be said to be extremely powerful. One had to know that this was a huge and lucrative position. Even if he did some random work under the Tang clan's third young master, the most inconspicuous work, would still make a lot of money. Of all the people who were qualified to attend Minister Xiongzhao's wedding, which one of them was stingy, this was clearly a golden path of limitless brilliance. And, the most important thing was that there were risks in doing other things. But, in this matter, who dared to make trouble, who dared to behave atrociously at Minister Xiongzhao's wedding? Make trouble? Make trouble? Wasn't this King suicide? Was he tired of living? Even the number one saint monarch in the past was just a dish for Minister Xiongzhao. Even the saint monarch was like this, who would dare to make trouble. When the time came, there would be no need for Minister Xiongzhao to make a move. A mouthful of saliva from everyone here would be enough to make that person swim in the sea. Those who were not good at swimming would probably drown in the sea of saliva halfway through. There was no risk in this kind of super good business. All the guests were rich, and the profits were super rich. A casual tip could let a family eat for 1,000 years. Who wouldn't be envious? Therefore, no matter where the Tang clan's third young master went now, there was a group of merchants nodding and bowing in front of him, infinitely humble. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master was simply in high spirits and complacent for the past few days. He had the feeling of a superior who controlled the world like, with the wedding in hand, I have the world. No matter where he went, he had a protruding belly. His figure, which was as thin as a bamboo pole, actually bulged out in an S shape. He was really curvy in front and behind, and his figure was slender. The elf race had long sent people to help. This was the elf emperor's wedding ceremony. How could the elf race not do it personally? They would do their best to help. Everything was done in the best and cleanest way. All the elves were extremely enthusiastic. The unique arrogance of the elf race had completely disappeared at this moment. Who would dare to make trouble at this moment and ruin the elf emperor's wedding? That person would become the eternal sinner of the elf race. This was what the various old ancestors had repeatedly reminded him before he came here. Under the collective shock of the entire imperial court, the remaining Eastern royal heavens was no exception. After Dong Huang Shueleihan received this news, he immediately ordered the entire imperial court to hold a grand celebration. After that, Dong Huang Shueleihan was still very calm. He calmly arranged everything, neither hurried nor slow. "Brother Mo, you don't have to go to the wedding ceremony this time, right?" Dong Huang saw that Mo Qingqing was actually packing her luggage, so he sincerely said, "The journey to the Demon Emperor Heaven is long, and you must be very tired. That Chu Yang and I are close friends, so I have to go. However, he is just a junior to Brother Mo. Brother Mo, why do you have to give him face and go personally? Besides, the training of the soldiers in the Eastern Royal Heavens is at a crucial point. I still need Deputy Commander to take care of it. It's not very good for both of us to go, right?" Mo Qingqing snorted, rolled her eyes, and said, "Do you think I don't know your dirty thoughts? I'm not going? Then you can go and get the moon first?" Dong Huang was furious. "What moon first? I've already gotten it, okay?" Mo Qingqing continued to roll her eyes. "As long as the two of you haven't confirmed your relationship in front of others, I still have a chance. Even if you have, I can still cause trouble." Shueleihan was so angry that his hair stood up. "Mo Qingqing, don't forget your current identity. You're now the Deputy Commander of the Eastern Royal Heavens. I have the right to order you to stay here and guard." Mo Qingqing didn't think much of it. She sneered. "What Deputy Commander? Do I need your orders? It's fine that I listen to you on the battlefield. But now, you dare to shout at me like this. Do you believe that I'll resign immediately? Deputy Commander, what Deputy Commander?" Shueleihan was dumbfounded. He was so angry that even his fingers were trembling. "You actually made things difficult for me on such a joyous occasion. You. Fine, I'll remember you. I'll remember you, Mo Qingqing. You're indeed a real man." Shueleihan gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. "You're indeed a good friend. A good brother. A real man, you've got guts." Mo Qingqing pointed. "Of course I've got guts. You don't have to say that. That's my son. You're awesome." Shueleihan nodded fiercely. "You're awesome." Then, he slammed the door and left. Then, Dong Huang disappeared. No one knew where he went. Mo Qingqing was still waiting for Shueleihan to quarrel with her. But after waiting for a long time, she still couldn't find him. She couldn't help but worry. Did he go crazy because of me? Mo Qingqing asked Xueqi worriedly. Why did he go missing at such an important time? Xueqi looked at Mo Qingqing with some disdain. She said weakly, I absolutely believe that my brother can definitely make you go crazy. But, if you make him go crazy, it seems that you're not good enough. There's still a long way to go. Mo Qingqing was speechless. I say, let's go, Xueqi said. The journey is slow. Let's just take it as a sightseeing tour. When we reach the Demon Emperor Heaven, we'll be able to make it in time for the wedding. Mo Qingqing was a little hesitant. Although she said it stubbornly, she still couldn't let go of her sense of responsibility. Your brother and I are really not here. Xueqi, who was addicted to watching the show, saw that this guy actually wanted to back out. How could she be happy? There was no point in always fighting with each other. The three parties were about to meet. The big show was right in front of them. Mo Qingqing, it's impossible for you to back out. She said, before you came, Lan Tianqiao had been in charge of the army for hundreds of thousands of years. Is there chaos? Yes. You're right. Mo Qingqing was enlightened. Ha ha ha. I'll go see Xianxia and find out about her recent situation. Xueqi secretly pursed her lips. The greatest joy in life was watching two celestial emperors fight for a woman's affection. This was really much more satisfying than watching 10 famous dramas. As for Mo Qingqing, I'm sorry, but you can only play a supporting role with my big brother. In any case, you're definitely not the main character. Of course, there were people who were happy in this world, which meant that there were people who were very sad. It was good that he didn't know what to do. This kind of phenomenon gathered on several heavenly emperors. Daluo Heaven, Everlasting Celestial Emperor Ziwuji, Qibei Heaven, Flaming Sun Celestial Emperor Longing Huan. The South Pole, the Ice and Snow Celestial Emperor Mengjinghui. The Heavenly Emperor of the Stupa Heaven, Mo Huichen. These four heavenly emperors could be said to be extremely conflicted, if they were to follow the scale of other worlds. We don't have that kind of brotherly relationship with Minister Xianxia. Gu Du Xing, Dongwu Shang, and the others didn't have any qualms about being extravagant. This didn't matter. They were brothers, after all. He was afraid that it wouldn't make sense. The most important point was that Longing Huan and Meng Jinghui had fought a few battles with Chu Yang's brothers before. Their positions were even more awkward. Now that they were stronger than them, they naturally did not want to start another battle. They might not be afraid of tribulations. But on the surface, he was still a celestial emperor and had his own dignity. If he also wanted to imitate like that, he was afraid that he would never be able to take off the hat of a bootlicker. What's their relationship with you? Why are you so active? You're afraid of their strength and want to curry favor with them, right? The most uncomfortable one was Longing Huan, the Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor. The leader of the Crimson North Heavenly Weapon Pavilion was Tan Tan. He was Minister Xiongzhao's junior brother, the only junior brother. However, this was something that everyone in the world knew about, but it was this Tan Tan who had once suffered under Longing Huan's hands. And when Tan Tan's cultivation increased greatly, when he could finally gain the upper hand, he just ran over and beat up Longing Huan, the Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor. After that, he didn't want anything. He didn't want the throne and didn't want to be Heavenly Emperor. He just patted his butt and took his wife to Purple Cloud Heavens to kill heavenly demons. This situation made Longing Huan even more depressed. In the eyes of everyone in the world, it was Longing Huan who forced Tan Tan to leave. This is really He Tian's injustice. At this moment, Longing Huan really wanted to cry but had no tears. At that time, I had already proposed that the winner would be the king. I was also prepared to lose. But he won and just patted his butt and left. Longing Huan paced back and forth gloomily. He left like a hoodlum, but I took the blame for this. You don't care about the Heavenly Emperor's position, but I've had enough. Longing Huan kicked the dragon chair for a long time in annoyance. For so many years, I had to listen to Master Yun. After all this time, this guy turned out to be 1,000 saints true demon. I don't have the face to continue doing this anymore. Finally, someone came to take over, but he patted his butt and left when he could. If he left, I would leave too. But what about Qibei Tian? I can't just abandon it. After all, it's the foundation that I have painstakingly guarded. If someone took over, I would be happy, but if I let it wither, I can't bear it. Now, my reputation has also been tarnished. I've long been placed on Master Yun's side. That's not all. I'm still a celestial emperor. At most, I'll just close Qibei Heaven and stop communicating with other worlds. But at this time, that stupid ugly bastard's senior martial brother has actually become the Jade Sky Minister of the entire Heaven Palace. This really makes me feel very uncomfortable. The pitiful Heavenly Emperor Yan Yang paced back and forth, helpless. Not going? Not taking action, that's even more unacceptable. It was said that those guys were all unreasonable. If they saw that he didn't give face to them, he was afraid that the next day after the wedding, they would have collectively gone to Qibei Tian to settle the score. Solitary Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Tianji. Heavenly Emperor Chonghua. Heavenly Emperor Xiayun. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang. Oh, Longing Huan groaned in pain. These guys are all people who can go against Saint Monarchs. How can I withstand them? They don't have to all come. If one or two come, I'll just wait for death. After being depressed for a long time, he finally made a decision. The capital city will be decorated in red. Then, the 7-star guards will follow me to Demon Emperor Heaven to congratulate. Longing Huan sighed sullenly. He was afraid that he could only lose face like this one more time. Otherwise, after the chaos caused by Master Yun, the Heaven Imperial Court would stir up chaos between the worlds again. That was absolutely unacceptable. If they really fought, his title of Myriad Saint's true spirit would definitely not be able to escape. It was too late to clear his name now, so how could he stir up waves again? If they really fought, it would be directly smearing yellow mud on his butt. To be honest, Long Yinghuan was not afraid of fighting, not at all. As for death, he was even more afraid. However, what he was afraid of was that his million years of reputation as the Celestial Emperor, once he fought, would only leave behind a stain that could never be washed away for eternity. This result was something that Long Yinghuan could not tolerate no matter what. The rest of you, focus on training the soldiers. Then, listen to my orders. As long as I give the order, immediately set off for Purple Cloud Heaven to fight the heaven demons. Long Yinghuan instructed. Yes. Also, if I go to Demon Emperor Heaven this time, even if I suffer any grievances or even get killed, Qi Bei Tian and the rest are not allowed to take revenge. When the others set off to fight the heaven demons, you guys can also go. Long Yinghuan said indifferently. Your Majesty. All the military officials cried out. There's no need to say any more. Back then, Zihao and I had a personal grudge, and I was indeed on Master Yun's side. I was also from the Yun clan's camp. Not sending out troops and not rescuing is a matter of course. Now, this matter concerns the survival of the Heaven Imperial Court. I can't let my emotions affect my decisions. My honor and my life are no longer important. After Long Yinghuan finished speaking, he brought the 7 star guards and soared into the sky. Only Qi Bei Tian and his subordinates were left, sighing endlessly. Our Heavenly Emperor His Majesty is still a man of iron. Even if he had done something wrong, our loyalty to him was not in vain. Yes, I only hope that the other Heavenly Emperors won't go too far in this trip to Demon Emperor Heaven. Everyone discussed and dispersed. Icy Snow Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui and Buddha Heavenly Emperor Mo Huichen, these two people, after a brief mental struggle, announced the following decision. The entire heaven and earth will be draped in red. The Emperor will personally go and congratulate. Such an ending did not make anyone feel too surprised. Instead, in the southernmost part of the Heaven Imperial Court, the Daluo Heaven, where news was the most isolated, there was an accident. Daluo Heaven's Wu Ji Celestial Emperor, Zi Wu Ji, expressed a rare unwillingness to personally congratulate. You want to be Minister Xianxia, this is not a problem. Everyone agrees, I'll give it to you. It's just a title. Back then, only my lord was like that, and today, Minister Xianxia is like that. But, you're about to get married, must we personally go? What kind of person do you take me for? A subordinate that you can summon at your beck and call? In this regard, Zi Wuji was very angry, undisguised anger. No one below dared to say a word. This sentence was really hard to say. In fact, everyone was thinking, when did he say that you have to go? He just sent you an invitation out of the most basic etiquette. In fact, in the current situation, this invitation is already giving us face. It doesn't seem to be forcing us, but this sentence in everyone's heart, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor was in a rage, so who would dare to say it out loud? His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor may not be able to provoke Minister Xianxia. In fact, he may not even be able to provoke those Heavenly Emperor brothers of Minister Xianxia. But, he can certainly provoke us. He can destroy us with just a word. Ziwu Ji clasped his hands behind his back and said angrily, I won't go. Do whatever you want. All the officials were silent. However, at this moment. Reporting to Your Majesty. His Majesty Dong Huang has sent a private message, specifically stating that it is for Your Majesty. A guard knelt on the ground and presented the letter. Ziwu Ji was a little surprised and sneered, Dong Huang isn't here to be a lobbyist, is he? You, Shui Leihan, are meddling too much? When did it become his turn to meddle in my affairs? With a casual wave of his hand, the letter flew into his hand with a whoosh sound. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, he saw another guard rush over, reporting to Your Majesty. What's the matter now? Ziwu Ji was a little angry, why are there so many things today? Can't you see I'm reading a letter? The guard knelt on the ground in fright and said with his head lowered, the Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department has just released the latest news, announcing the identities and origins of the 4 beauties who are about to marry Minister Xianxia. So. The identities of Minister Xianxiao's wives? Ziwuji became even more impatient. Aren't they just women? Read it. I want to see what the origins of these 4 women are. What kind of extraordinary origins do they have? In the hall, the faces of all the martial ministers remained unchanged, but their hearts were convulsing. Aren't they just women? This was truly a load of nonsense, not just in name but in reality. They had never seen a man looking for a wife or a man, had they? His Majesty the Sky Emperor's words could really make people laugh uncontrollably. Yes, Your Majesty is wise. This old minister will read it now. The Prime Minister took advantage of the situation, stepped out of the crowd, and took the report from the guard. This move was a sign of respect to avoid trouble. If the identity of Minister Xianxiao's bride was announced by an ordinary guard in public, and if the other party wanted to pursue the matter, he would not be able to escape from a great disrespect. And if that group of great emperors really wanted to find trouble, that would be an excellent reason. However, now that the Prime Minister was reading it, her identity was very different. No matter what, she was still qualified. Everyone present was a shrewd person, so they naturally understood this point. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the Prime Minister had calmly averted a disaster that was likely to befall them. Ziwuji frowned as he looked at the Prime Minister. Still holding Shui Leihan's letter in his hand, he said somewhat helplessly, "Prime Minister, you're just too cautious. When has our Daluotian ever been afraid of anyone? I wasn't afraid of the holy monarch that day, and I didn't dance with him. Today, I won't curry favor with that Minister Xianxiao." All right, you can read it. Thank you for your permission, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that I'm your father-in-law, I wouldn't have dared to stand out when you were so angry. Minister Xianxiao is marrying 4 brides at once for this wedding. The first was Emo Qingguo. She is the younger sister of the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji, who is in charge of intelligence. This time, the news was released by Emo Tianji's Tianji Intelligence Department. So, he naturally put his younger sister Emo Qingwu first. When the Prime Minister read out this identity, he couldn't help but be shocked himself. Since ancient times, there were those who were strong, those who were wise, those who had great power, and those who were notorious. However, there had never been anyone who could make the people in power in Tian say the word fear, even the former holy monarch, Master Yun. And the current Minister Xianxiao, Chu Yang, might not be feared by everyone. For example, Ziwuji, the limitless emperor, had never really feared these 2 people. However, this convention was broken by one person, and this person was Emo Tianji, the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji. Although Emo Tianji didn't have the actual territory ruled by a true great emperor, he had a broader scope of authority. Almost the entire Heavenly Imperial Court was under his influence. Now, who in the world wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji? Even the Eastern Demon Empress might not be able to convince everyone in the world. However, the Celestial Mystery Emperor had lived up to his name, the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji. He unified all the intelligence systems in the entire Heavenly Imperial Court and established an extremely huge underground kingdom in a short period of time. He controlled the rise and fall of the Heavenly Imperial Court almost single-handedly. He could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He was recognized as the most scheming and far-sighted person in the Heavenly Imperial Court, the most capable of preparing for a rainy day, the most capable of stabilizing the world, and the most terrifying person. As soon as this identity was mentioned, many people in the everlasting Imperial Palace's main hall sucked in a breath of cold air. They only felt their hearts tremble. The limitless Emperor's expression didn't change. He said, "Is that all?" "More than that." The Prime Minister said, "Emo Qingguo, the sister of the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji, the Solitary Emperor, the Evil Cloud Emperor, the Wushang Emperor, and so on. Her cultivation is similar to that of the Demon Empress, the peak of the Saint Realm, and she has gone one step further. She is one of the tribulations." Cough, cough, I have to add that the Solitary Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji, the Evil Cloud Emperor, the Wushang Emperor, the Jade Flower Emperor, and so on. These people are all one of the tribulations. The military officials were still wondering what this tribulation that appeared out of nowhere was, but when they heard these words, they couldn't help but turn ashen. Oh my God, such a tribulation, isn't it too terrifying? Even this bride actually has a similar cultivation level as the demon empress. Doesn't that mean that this bride has the ability to deal with our emperor? Aya, your majesty. You should change your fate. You still have to go when you have to go. Otherwise, if the bride comes to find trouble with you, you probably won't be able to deal with her. The limitless emperor, Ziwuji's expression didn't change. He said, continue. The second bride is the emperor of a country when Minister Chu Yang went to the mortal world. Her name is Tai Budian. She planned strategies and ruled the world. She defeated the strong as the weak and established the hegemony of the world. Later, she followed Chu Yang to the heavenly imperial court. Her current cultivation is at the peak of the saint realm. A woman was once the emperor of an empire? And she established the hegemony of the world single-handedly? And she was also at the peak of the saint realm? This achievement could be said to be shocking and terrifying. There was a burst of whispers among the officials. The people around Minister Chu Yang of Xianxia imperial throne were indeed extraordinary and outstanding figures. Ziwuji's face sank. He said, continue. The third one. The third bride is called Wu Qianqian. This woman is the senior sister of Minister Chu Yang. She is also the senior sister of Demon Lord Tan Tan. Her current cultivation is at the peak of the saint realm. The officials were shocked again. This bride was also a very extraordinary character. The senior sister of Minister Chu Yang and the Demon Lord, why did it feel more and more terrifying? This time, even the limitless emperor, Ziwuji, who had been calm and collected all this time, secretly twitched his heart. However, this convulsion was not because of Chu Yang, the minister of Jade Clouds. It was because of that demon lord, Tan Tan. Originally, Tan Tan also gave himself a title of Great Emperor. But, the more he heard, the more unpleasant it was to his ears. So, he simply didn't use it. He still felt that demon lord was the most pleasing to his taste. On one hand, it was in line with his identity. On the other hand, it was also in memory of the demon king Tan Shao. However, the demon lord fought Qi Bei Tian twice. He was famous in the world and shook the universe. Now, everyone knew about this unreasonable and lawless demon lord. Of course, the most eye-catching thing about this demon lord was that he often did some incredible things. It made people unable to predict what he would do next, and what he could do. From nothing, he established a heavenly armament pavilion. But, it was completely for fun. After it was broken up, he took revenge crazily. Then, his cultivation improved greatly. He officially defeated Heavenly Emperor Yan Yang. When he was about to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, he gave up and went to Purple Cloud Heavens to fight heavenly demons. At present, this demon lord with the strength of Heavenly Emperor had killed so many people in Purple Cloud Heavens that blood flowed like a river. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying character, and Minister Chu Yang's cultivation was naturally higher than this demon lord. This was everyone's common opinion. Otherwise, it was impossible to have a senior brother and a junior brother. One was only a demon lord, and the other was a minister recognized by heavenly emperors. However, no one seemed to be afraid of Chu Yang, the minister of Jade Clouds. Because Minister Xianxia might be more powerful, but Minister Xianxia was a reasonable person. But this demon lord was a completely unreasonable existence. The most unsuitable person in this world was this kind of completely unreasonable person. For this kind of person, everyone was destined to have a headache as long as they met him. No matter how they dealt with him, it would be wrong. So far, the first three brides each had a background. Their identities and backgrounds were so terrifying. Then, the last one should be a little more ordinary, right? Since she was ranked last, her family background would definitely be slightly inferior. With the comparison of the first three, even if the last one's background was also very outstanding, it would not show any glory. And the fourth one? For a long time, seeing that the Prime Minister did not continue to speak, everlasting Heavenly Emperor Ziwuji could not help but feel a little strange. He raised his eyes to look at the city and countryside and urged. But when he looked at it, he was shocked by what he saw. He saw the Prime Minister staring straight at the news. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his skinny body actually began to tremble. Is the fourth one more powerful than the first three? Is this possible? Impossible. The officials guessed one after another. They could not help but feel uneasy. No matter who it is, Prime Minister, please quickly read it out. Everlasting Heavenly Emperor Ziwu frowned. With his hands behind his back, he walked back to the dragon throne and sat down calmly. His face returned to calmness, without any fluctuations. This attitude was undoubtedly telling everyone, no matter what happens, no matter who it is. Don't panic, don't be shocked, because I'm still here. This was a very clear signal. The Prime Minister finally stopped trembling. He coughed hard twice and actually cleared his throat. Then, with an unusually loud and clear voice, that was completely not his usual voice, he read aloud, Xianxia Minister Chu Yang, the fourth bride, her name is Xianxia. When the ministers heard this, they suddenly felt a little strange. The name of this fourth bride actually had the same surname as His Majesty. This was really a bit of a coincidence. After the Prime Minister said the name, he took a deep breath and did not say the specific identity and origin of the bride. Everyone could not help but feel even more strange. They all looked up and collectively watched. Even Ziwu felt that the Prime Minister was really a little abnormal today. So he also looked up. At this moment, the Prime Minister read out the rest of the information in an unusually solemn voice. Xianxia, the fourth bride of Xianxia Heavenly Minister Chu Yang. She is the daughter of Zihao, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, and Goddess Piaping, Ling Piaping. Boom, this news was like a clap of thunder. The whole hall was silent for a moment, and then it boiled with enthusiasm. Limitless Heavenly Emperor Ziwu, who had just sat down and had a calm expression on his face, suddenly stood up, and with a loud bang, the dragon throne behind him shattered into pieces, but he didn't seem to feel anything at this moment. He just stared fixedly at the Prime Minister in front of him, as if he wanted to get some kind of confirmation. The Prime Minister met His Majesty's gaze and nodded deeply and affirmatively. Whoosh, Ziwu walked over abruptly, his every step causing the entire hall to shake and tremble. He walked quickly to the Prime Minister's side, took the report, and looked at it carefully again, especially the introduction of Xianxia. He read it word by word and confirmed it again and again. Then, that pair of tiger-like eyes were actually filled with a watery glow. The next moment, the everlasting celestial emperor, who had never bowed his head to anyone or bowed to any force, suddenly opened his mouth and held to the sky. Then, he began to bawl, hot tears rolled down his face. The ministers were silent. However, a few of the most senior ministers also had tears in their eyes. Suddenly, the everlasting celestial emperor suddenly stopped crying and shouted, Chu Yang, you are really too much of a bully, too much of a bully. My big brother's daughter, my niece, the princess of two great worlds. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines, you actually ranked her 4th. This is different from being a concubine. What's the difference? Too much of a bully. He had gone too far. You actually dared to look down on my Z clan like this. This matter absolutely cannot be left at that. The everlasting celestial emperor's beard was bristling. His anger was not fake at all. His eyes were wide open and his hair stood on end. His chest heaved up and down rapidly. It was obvious that the excitement and anger in his heart had reached its peak. At this moment, the entire great overarching heaven felt as if winter had arrived. An icy cold aura almost covered the entire world, killing intent. Earth-shattering. Most of the officials were shocked to see this unforeseen event. At this moment, the everlasting celestial emperor's words were so shocking that he almost fainted. Big brother, what was going on? That lady named Xianxia was obviously the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zishao. She had already made it clear, but how did she become the niece of His Majesty? Just because her surname was Z? That's not right, that's definitely not right. Does that mean that the purple firmament heavenly emperor, Zihao, is actually the elder brother of the everlasting heavenly emperor? Many old ministers recalled the past, especially during the battle of Zishao heaven. The great overarching heaven's geographical location was the most remote. It was the furthest from Zishao heaven among the heavens. One was in the south and the other in the north, separated by millions of miles of mountains and rivers. And the news of the battle was heavily sealed. By the time the news of Zishao heaven being invaded by the heavenly demons reached them, the battle was already nearing its end. The everlasting celestial emperor immediately disappeared for a few days and then returned with injuries all over his body. For some unknown reason, he returned with serious injuries. But despite his serious injuries, the everlasting celestial emperor still stubbornly insisted on sending troops to Xianxia heaven. But everyone still remembered. At that time, there were people who had doubts. The journey to Xianxia heaven was millions of miles away, and they had to pass through several heavens and earth. There would definitely be many disputes in the process. But the everlasting celestial emperor was stubborn and refused to compromise. He even said, "If anyone dares to stop me, I will directly attack them." At that time, the celestial emperor had clearly sunk into complete madness. However, when the army had just finished reorganizing and was about to set off for battle, there was news that the heavenly emperor of Xianxia heaven, Zihao, had died in battle and the entire Xianxia heaven had fallen. At that time, the everlasting celestial emperor, who was standing on the stage, vomited blood on the spot and fainted on the ground. At that time, the serious injuries on His Majesty's body had been forcibly suppressed for a long time. But he had been holding on with all his might. But the arrival of that news completely knocked the everlasting celestial emperor down. The injuries at that time were even more serious. After recuperating for thousands of years, he still could not fully recover, so the truth was actually like this. It turned out that the heavenly emperor of Xianxia heaven, Zihao, was His Majesty's biological elder brother, but regarding this layer of identity, everyone was still completely unaware. But looking at the Prime Minister and the few old ministers who had followed the everlasting celestial emperor for the longest time, they were not surprised by this news. Obviously, they had known about it long ago. The group of martial ministers looked at Ziwuji with extremely complicated gazes. They were all silent, waiting for His Majesty to speak again. Heavenly Emperor of Xianxia heaven, Zihao. What kind of legend was that? What kind of unparalleled hero was that? Strong and unyielding, resisting the heavenly demons. Looking at the entire heaven imperial court, who did not respect him, the heavenly emperor of this heaven turned out to be the younger brother of the purple firmament heavenly emperor. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. The Prime Minister said in a low voice. This ranking was issued by the Celestial Mystery Intelligence Department of the Celestial Mystery Emperor. Of course, the Celestial Mystery Emperor arranged it himself. Mo Qinggu is the Celestial Mystery Emperor's younger sister. It's human nature for the Celestial Mystery Emperor to put her at the front. This may not have anything to do with the status of the princess. If you want to know the truth, I'm afraid you will have to go there in person. Ziwuji said loudly, of course. My biological niece is getting married. Her father and mother are no longer here, so as her uncle, I am her father. How can I not be there when I'm her only family member? The Princess of Two Heavens is getting married, how can I be so casual and shabby? Come. The everlasting celestial emperor's eyes were still filled with tears at this moment as he turned around and shouted. But the ministers all felt that the situation in front of them seemed a bit strange. It seemed that, in his life, since the death of the purple firmament heavenly emperor, His Majesty had never been as upright as he was today. His spirit had also never been so uplifted. It seemed like something that had been lost for a long time, after countless years of silence. It had once again awakened in him. Everyone could not help but burst into tears at this moment. Only now did everyone know how great of a blow the death of the purple firmament heavenly emperor had dealt to Ziwuji. It actually made this iron-boned celestial emperor of a generation go through countless years in sadness, and he never truly recovered. Tell the Empress. Tell her to prepare this emperor's niece's dowry as soon as possible. I want the best. The most beautiful. The most precious. The more, the better. Ziwuji's eyes lit up as he shouted. Yes. When the princesses of our great overarching heaven and purple firmament heavens get married, the dowry cannot be shabby no matter what. It must be sufficient, it must be in place. Do you understand? Even if the entire great overarching heaven is emptied. I also have to support my niece. This matter concerns the names of the two heavens, do you understand? Ziwuji's voice was a little hoarse, almost like he was roaring. Light up the 10 largest flying boats in this heavens to transport my niece's dowry. Prepare them immediately. Prepare the ceremony, it must be the most gorgeous. The most beautiful. The most beautiful. the most solemn, the most powerful. All relatives, board the flying boats. My niece is getting married, but her family is not here. What a scandal. Although Ziwuji's voice was hoarse, it was getting louder and louder, and his essence, qi, and spirit were becoming more and more exuberant. His majestic chest rose and fell rapidly, and his pupils even showed signs of enlarging at this moment. I will go personally. No matter the cost, as long as it is the best, the fastest. The face of my great overarching heaven can be lost. The face of I, Ziwuji, can be trampled on by anyone. However, this matter concerns the face of purple firmament heavens. It cannot be lost. The face of purple firmament heavenly emperor cannot be lost. The face of purple firmament princess cannot be lost. Get to it immediately. Tomorrow morning, I will set off immediately. Quick, quick. Quick. A series of orders were roared out in a thunderous manner. Finally, as if venting, Ziwuji let out an earth-shattering roar. Hurry! Then, he stood in a daze for a long time, and suddenly burst into tears again like a child. After a while, he covered his face and disappeared in a flash. He must have found a quiet place to vent his emotions, or perhaps, to reminisce about something. The military officials did not dare to neglect and immediately took action. Everyone's eyes were filled with hot tears. The entire great overarching heaven was operating at an unprecedented speed. A day's time was really short, but in a day's time, under full cooperation and extreme operation, many things could be done. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Ziwuji could not wait to bring all the people and immediately set off, rushing to Demon Emperor Heaven at full speed. It was just that the battle array of great overarching heaven was quite shocking. Even the battle array of Dongwu Shang, Gudu Xing, and the others was far inferior. The specific situation could be imagined. Hundreds of miles of the sky were lined up in a row, draped in red, and wherever they passed, fresh flowers would flutter. It was a majestic scene. Emperor Wuji's eyes were red. Obviously, he hadn't slept at all last night. With his cultivation, even if he hadn't slept at all, he wouldn't be like this. Most likely, it was because he had done that all night that his eyes were red. I'm going to take a good look today. If Qiyang treats my niece well, I'll reluctantly accept him as my niece's son-in-law. With his current achievements and status, he's barely worthy of my niece. But if he treats my niece badly, I'd rather destroy the entire Daluo heavens to seek justice for this. I will bring my niece back. Princess of Purple Firmament Heavenly Palace, who dares to slight her? Ziwuji stood upright, his eyes like lightning. The Prime Minister, who was accompanying him, reminded him, Your Majesty, you didn't seem to have finished reading the intelligence yesterday. Our princess is also at the peak of the Saint Realm, and her cultivation is even higher. She's on par with Minister Chu Yang. The Prime Minister's words were full of hidden meaning. What he meant was, with such a high cultivation, who would dare to bully her? Who could bully her? It was more like she was bullying others, right? Such a cultivation. Even if she was facing Master Yun, it would be enough. You, as her uncle, are probably no match for her. Ziwuji was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Like father, like daughter. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud, he wants her. My niece, he wants her. She's really my niece. She's the pride of our Z family. The flying boat rose into the sky. Ziwuji sat on the throne in the boat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he remembered that Xue Leihan seemed to have sent a letter. He didn't have time to read it because he was blinded by the fire. He hurriedly took it out and thought, Xue Leihan doesn't seem to know my identity yet. Why did he suddenly send this letter? I heard that he has a good relationship with Chu Yang, and they even call each other brothers. This time I've really taken advantage of him. He opened the letter and saw that there was only one sentence on it. Chu Yang's wife, Zi Xieching, is the biological daughter of your big brother and Ling Piaping. You can't not go. It was such a brainless sentence. But it was enough to explain everything. Ziwuji stared at the letter in a daze. After a long time, he murmured, no wonder, no wonder. Many doubts that he had in the past were all cleared up in this sentence. It was Xue Leihan. He actually knew about his relationship with his big brother. Originally, he and Xue Leihan were just acquaintances. After Zihao died in battle, Shui Leihan didn't hesitate to put down his identity and come to Daluo Heaven to protect him. He even consumed his own cultivation to treat his injuries. No wonder he saw Shui Leihan every time after that. He always felt that he wanted to be friends with him, but after some hesitation, he deliberately kept a distance. Even when he took the initiative to befriend him, he still kept his distance. No wonder he was stopped by Shui Leihan several times when he wanted to send troops to Purple Cloud Heavens. Every time he told himself that it was not the right time yet. He remembered that time. He had even fought quite a few rounds with Shui Leihan in uncontrollable rage. I know that you and my brother are life and death brothers. But why don't you take revenge yourself? Why do you want to prevent me from taking revenge? But when he thought about it later, he felt that Shui Leihan's choice was right. To show off one's bravado would only result in a meaningless sacrifice. It was useless. It was no wonder that whenever he encountered something difficult and was unable to make a decision, he only needed to look at how the Donghuang Heaven did it, and then follow suit. It turned out that Shui Leihan was deliberately guiding him. Furthermore, the Lord's authority was overwhelming, and his aura pressured the heavens. If Shui Leihan really showed any abnormalities, if I was discovered by the sage, I'm afraid that I would have already. In that case, Shui Leihan had actually been secretly protecting her all these years. He had buried all the truth in the bottom of his heart and only gave himself a false impression, as well as a lot of silent help. Then, for so many years, how much pressure had Shui Leihan endured alone? How much bitterness. Thinking of this, Ziwuji's heart ached. He believed that if it wasn't for this time, Shui Leihan knew that he definitely wouldn't go, and he was also afraid that he would miss the wedding of his elder brother's daughter, so he specially reminded him, he probably still wouldn't have sent this letter. Ziwuji sighed sadly, feeling inexplicably ashamed. For so many years. How many times had he scolded Shui Leihan openly and secretly? It was really too many to count. Just because of his elder brother's death, he unreasonably vented his anger on his best friend Shui Leihan, unreasonably blamed him for not sending reinforcements. But wasn't he also tightly sealed at that time, unable to send reinforcements? What right did he have to blame Shui Leihan? Thinking of this, Ziwuji couldn't help but blush. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Prime Minister, you see that Shui Leihan and my elder brother are sworn brothers. It's very likely that he already knew my identity long ago. I have a prejudice against him and a knot in my heart. I admit that I was wrong, but since he knew everything, why didn't he acknowledge me? Why is that? Shui Leihan shouldn't be such a vengeful person, and even if he did, he wouldn't have helped me. But he has always helped me, yet he never acknowledged me and never befriended me. Why is that? What Ziwuji couldn't figure out the most was this matter. The Prime Minister looked at him with his wise eyes and said softly, Your Majesty, if I were His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign, I'm afraid I wouldn't acknowledge you either. Why? I know he wants to protect me. But it's not to the extent of not acknowledging me and letting me misunderstand him for countless years. Ziwuji was extremely puzzled. Haha, it's probably because Your Majesty's temper and character are too similar to your elder brother's. The same heroic spirit, the same unparalleled firmness, the same unbending majesty. The Prime Minister sighed deeply. So Shui Leihan doesn't dare to acknowledge you. What do you mean? Don't beat around the bush, get to the point. Ziwuji was even more puzzled. Because he's afraid of you, afraid that you will replace your elder brother's position in his heart. The Prime Minister sighed. In Shui Leihan's life, he only has your elder brother, Zihao, as his life and death brother. Regardless of life and death, he's the only one. So he only acknowledges Zihao. He will never acknowledge anyone else, even if you are Zihao's brother. Your character, temper, and style are so similar to your elder brother's. Once you interact with Shui Leihan for a long time, as your mutual acknowledgement deepens, he's afraid that your elder brother's impression in his heart will gradually fade. He doesn't want it to fade, even if it's just a possibility. So, he can befriend anyone in the world and do anything for you, but he will never be close to you as a brother. That's the case. He helps you, he protects you, no matter what he does for you, his original intention is for Zihao and not for you, Ziwuji. The Prime Minister's penetrating eyes were full of emotions. He said softly, Shui Leihan is really a sentimental person. He looked at the dumbstruck Zi Wuji and said, even if it's revealed this time. But, after Minister Chu's wedding, Shui Leihan will still return to his original state and can do things for you, help you, and protect you. But he will gradually drift away from you. And, you can't go to him. I understand. Zi Wuji let out a long sigh. But if that's the case, won't I not even be able to say sorry to him? Yes. The Prime Minister looked at Zi Wuji at this moment, not at the everlasting Heavenly Emperor, but at his own son-in-law. He said earnestly, I know that if you don't say sorry, you will definitely feel very uncomfortable. But, no matter how uncomfortable it is, you can only endure it. You must never say it. Although it's just 3 words, you must never say it. This is not escaping, but taking responsibility. The old man patted Zi Wuji's shoulder gently. I know. Zi Wuji's voice rang out. At this moment, the everlasting Heavenly Emperor was really powerless. He straightened his back and said lightly, I will take responsibility. The old man nodded, turned around, and left. Zi Wuji sat alone in a chair, staring blankly for a long time. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh. He murmured, Big brother, I really envy you. You can make such a brother, but I can't. It turned out that the person who valued his big brother the most was not him, but Shui Leihan, who loved him so much that he would do anything for him. This undying brotherly love, this brother who had died 1,000,000 years ago still did everything he could to protect this brotherly love. Zi Wuji looked up to the sky and sighed, silently thinking to himself, Big brother Shui. For your protection, I will also alienate you in the future. But, once something happens to you, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect you. What you can do for me, I can do for you as well. The airship of great overarching heaven advanced steadily and at a high speed. Their target was the monster Emperor Heaven. Every time they advanced a certain distance, Zi Wuji would feel his heart beating faster. His big brother's daughter, the niece he had never met. What did she look like? Did she look more like his big brother, or his sister-in-law? How did she survive all these years, without anyone to take care of her? Her strength had already grown to a level beyond his own. For this achievement, how much did she suffer? Thinking of this, Zi Wuji felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife, extremely sad. The news of Chu Yang's wedding had also spread to purple cloud heavens. The generations of brothers were all grinning from ear to ear when they heard the news. They were even happier than when they got married themselves. Although they had great responsibilities and could not go to congratulate, they had already agreed that on the 10th day of the 10th month, even if they had no time, even if it was a shift, they would still get drunk. The wedding of the Tribulation Sword Master. If we brothers don't celebrate for him, who will? I wonder if he has found boss yet. Right now, Wu Juoqing had already returned to where his brothers were. Although his strength was inevitably a little weaker, he wasn't too far off. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to catch up. He has already become Minister Xianxia. Even if he hasn't found him yet, he will definitely find him in the future. Jun Weiling smiled. I really did not expect that the current Minister Xianxia, the person who controls the entire Heaven Imperial Court, is actually a Tribulation Sword Master. Just for this matter, we must also have a drink. Moreover, it is such a big wedding. As they were talking, they saw a person with long hair walking over from the other side of the first bridge, with a murderous aura all over his body. Demon Venerable, Tan Tan, the final madness of the proud world. It's over. 30 chapters in 3 days, a month of continuous fighting is about to end. 30 chapters in 3 days, complete in advance, that is my promise. That is my persistence, I will do it. Getting first place in the monthly votes has always been my dream. I am also constantly pursuing it. I have never given up. Getting first place is easy in the eyes of many great gods. But to me, it is always unattainable. Saying this, I can only laugh. Laughing is laughing, but I can't stop my pursuit. Here are my brothers, they have never left me for 3 years, accompanied by wind and rain, side by side in the mud. Seeing you all accompanying me. My heart is warm. The situation of the monthly votes this month is not good. Basically, the possibility of losing is very high. Let us go through the last hour in style. Let me say it in advance, if we lose, no one is allowed to cry. We only need to smile bitterly in the face of this Jianghu, that is enough. If we win, I will cry with you all. Haha, although it seems that the possibility is very small. At this moment, I am very calm, actually very excited. I am not boasting at all. These 4 days, I have slept for a total of 4 hours, lying on the bed, I can't sleep. Turning off the light, I look at the ceiling. After a while, I will get up and go back to writing. But now, I am actually very excited. My mind is infinitely clear. And the most amazing thing is, I can also type very quickly. Finally finishing the 30 chapters, my first reaction is to breathe a sigh of relief. This month is like purgatory. Finally, it is over. My first thought is, tomorrow will be easy. Haha. Why did I think so? I blame myself. If this month's battle is a reincarnation of life. Now that it is over, ask me if I regret it? I will say, I don't regret it. No regrets, I've done my best in everything I can. Some people say that the quality of my writing is not good. But, I have also done my best. I can only write this. If you say the quality is not good, then, it is up to you not to read it. Haha. So, I have no regrets. I believe that you all enjoyed reading it. I believe that everyone has done their best. I believe that you all feel the same. So, in the last hour, let us go through it with laughter. Begging for monthly votes, let us go through it with laughter, hand in hand, and welcome it. Whether it is defeat or victory. Let us face it together. Thank you everyone, wind conquering the world thanks everyone, world defying the heavens, thank everyone, regardless of winning or losing, I salute the opponent, good brother. Good. Sincerely. Do you know, my body is still as light as a feather, as if I'm in a dream. Just now, I was shivering, and even my fingers were shaking. I thought I had lost, and I had already accepted it in my heart, but I didn't expect, thank you, everyone. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you, Wind Alliance. Thank you, Alliance Masters. Thank you, all of you, all of you. Do you know, how many times have we lost, and how many times have we never won? Others say that I'm the king of single chapters, but this time, we won, and I really won't write a single chapter. I don't know how to write anymore. As I write, I feel sad. I find it strange, why are you sad when we won, but it's sad. I miss them. I miss our brothers and sisters, those brothers and sisters who left in despair after losing again and again. I really want to let them know, our proud world has won. We finally won once, but where am I going to find them? The cries after losing again and again, even if we won today, how much did we pay, whether it's Tieba or Tieba, all of our proud world brothers and sisters, it's not easy for us, calm down. Today's a joyous day, let's not talk about sad words. Today's single chapter is just a thank you, brothers and sisters, you've never left me. Thank you, it's because of your existence that we have the glory of proud world. Thank you, vice moderators. In their hearts, tigers are not big cats. This month, the two of them didn't sleep much, and kept staring at the book review section. Thank you, Little Purple, Yao Yao, Wan Qing, Hai Kong, Ling Yu. I'm sorry, I can't list your names one by one. Thank you, Alliance Masters. Phoenix Dance Alliance Master, Fortune Alliance Master, Hokul, thank you, everyone, working together, you're the ones who created Proud World's glory when we had more than 8 million words. First, I can't write anymore, really, my eyes can't help but sting. I'm so excited, in short, thank you all, brothers and sisters, I love you all, the Phone Clan is mighty. I'll calm down first, if there's anything I missed, don't mind it, tomorrow, I'll add another one. This might be my biggest failure in writing a single chapter. I'm incoherent, but I won't change it, also, I'll tell everyone, August 1st, I'll take a leave. Phoenix Dance Alliance Master said that she'll come from Jinan to celebrate August 1st with me. She's also very tired. Let's take a day off, okay? Then, when he wrote this, he suddenly remembered, brothers and sisters, this is the best gift I've ever received. Finally, I roared, 3 years, 3 years. Phone Clan. Mighty, thank you all, Feng Ling, August 1st, 2014. Bowing, thank you all. Demon Venerable Tan Tan had once again returned after slaying the heavenly demons. The murderous aura on his body gradually dissipated as he approached. He gradually returned to his usual appearance. He twisted his buttocks, and the bloodstains on his body turned into flying ashes, leaving his body in clothes. In an instant, his body became spotless as if it were brand new. Seeing these guys in front of him so happy, Tan Tan came over with great interest. He looked at everyone, and suddenly said with a shocked face, "Wow. What happened? Why are you so happy? Quickly tell me, and let me be happy too." Everyone suddenly collapsed. Demon Venerable Tan Tan's cultivation is high, and his ability is strong. But, can you not make such an exaggerated shocked expression every time you speak? We really don't think you're ugly, really. Oh, by the way, do you think I'm handsome today? Am I even more handsome than before? Tan Tan was extremely shocked as he asked. The group of brothers who had guarded the first bridge for many years had become incomparably tough. Their bodies twitched, and they fainted on the ground. Jun Wei Ling smiled bitterly. Demon Venerable Tan Tan, your senior brother is about to get married. Aren't you going to congratulate him? It wasn't that Jun Mo Ling was being too polite to Tan Tan. It was just that he had no other choice. Tan Tan was a person who had a habit of befriending him. And it just so happened that he liked all of his brothers as well. So, he was very friendly to everyone. In the beginning, everyone was very interested in this new little brother. And they could feel Tan Tan's sincerity. So, everyone became good friends in a very short time. They were like brothers. However, there were still limits to this thing of knowing each other well. They could block a blade for you, and they could sell their lives for you. They could die for you at a critical moment. But, there were some things that couldn't be resisted. For example, Tan Tan's eccentricity. Every time after a big battle, everyone would be tired. He would come over and ask, "Am I handsome? Am I even more handsome than yesterday?" And so on. Once or twice, everyone would agree. But, 3 or 4 times, everyone would reluctantly answer. But, Tan Tan didn't seem to know how to control himself. He would ask whenever he got the chance. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, and 8 questions were asked. The brothers who had robbed Tan Tan this time were high-spirited men. So, they weren't willing to speak against their conscience even when facing their own brothers. They were willing to deal with Tan Tan once, twice, and thrice. This was already the limit. But, Tan Tan didn't have any insight in this regard. So, he still didn't ask anything. Everyone was helpless. So, Jun Mo Ling came up with a crooked idea. He secretly told everyone that as long as Tan Tan asked him whether he was handsome or not. So, everyone used the name of Lord Demon Lord Tan Tan, and raised him up. Only when he no longer asked those unconventional questions would everyone call him by his name. Tan Tan had been called this way by everyone for the first 2 days. And it had seemed to be very satisfying. However, it had gradually become disgusting after the novelty of these 2 days had passed. As soon as he heard the other party address him as Lord Devil Venerable Tan Tan, he immediately turned around and left. Only then did they no longer feel disgusted by each other. Fortunately, Tan Tan didn't have any other hobbies besides not asking people whether they were handsome or not. Apart from this disgusting little episode, he didn't have any other hobbies. Everyone got along well and there was no gap between them. Today, after returning from a big battle, Tan Tan habitually asked everyone if he was handsome or not. Jun Mo Ling also used the term habitually to reply. "Ah? What did you say?" Tan Tan was really surprised this time. However, he ignored the extent of his shock. He actually pulled his face flat and opened his mouth wide. "My senior martial brother is getting married?" Tribulation's brothers all smiled and nodded, indicating that this was true. Only the other think tanks had faint worries in their eyes. Right now, the heavenly demon's offensive was getting more and more intense. Moreover, there were more and more heavenly demon king level experts. Many of their offensive power had already exceeded the limit of their brother's defensive ability. And Tan Tan's current strength was definitely the strongest expert here. There was no one who could compare. If Tan Tan went back to attend Xu Yang's wedding, the overall strength of the defense here would probably drop by more than half after suddenly losing such a tyrannical expert. And the heavenly demon's side would still attack with the same degree of strength as Tan Tan's defense. In fact, they might even increase the intensity of their attacks. Relying on everyone's defense alone, the situation wasn't optimistic. There was a risk of the defense line collapsing at every turn, but, at this moment, no one opened their mouth to speak. It was already inappropriate for them not to go back to the wedding of Tribulation Sword Master. But, they couldn't let others not go back, right? What's more, this person was Xu Yang's junior brother. Tan Tan carefully read the information from Tian Quebec. The joy on his face grew stronger and stronger. However, the look in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. After a long time, he put down the information from Tianji Intelligence Department and didn't speak for a long time. What are you still thinking about? Quickly pack up and get ready to go back. Ji Huitian smiled and looked at Tan Tan. We will definitely hold on. Everyone said together, don't worry. Tan Tan's face was even heavier. His previous cynicism and all kinds of funny and strange things had disappeared at this moment. He struggled for a long time. Finally, he lowered his head and said, I won't go back. After saying this, he was silent for a while. Then, he said in a low voice, I won't go back. Chu Yang, I'm sorry. This place. I really can't leave. He turned around silently and said softly, tell Tianji Intelligence Department to send my regards to my senior brother. I can't go back. I'll wait for him here. The black-cloaked figure disappeared into the thick fog. The Tribulation brothers remained silent when they saw that Tan Tan was behaving like this. On the other side of the first bridge, there was a loud roar. It was the voice of Tan Tan who had just returned, you hateful heavenly devils. You delayed my wedding. Go to hell. Go to hell. All of you, go to hell. Obviously, Demon Venerable Tan Tan was very uncomfortable about not being able to go back. So, he vented his resentment on all the heavenly devils. Everyone's faces were solemn. Good job. Good job. Jun Weiling and Ji Huitian said almost at the same time. On the other side, Chu Yang rushed to the eastern royal sky as fast as lightning. In order to hurry up as much as possible, he even used what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world several times to shorten the travel time. When he arrived at the eastern royal sky, General Lan and the Prime Minister were frightened by the travel-worn minister's seat. What's going on? His Majesty went to attend your wedding. Why did you, the bridegroom, come to our side? His Majesty. His Majesty didn't go to your place? This, the passage to the heavens continent. We don't know. His Majesty has always kept that passage a secret. Only he knows about it. Others don't know about it at all. It's His Majesty's secret. Chu Yang was dumbfounded this time. He had suffered untold hardships and trekked all the way to the eastern royal sky in a hurry. He wanted to go to the heavens continent through the secret passage in the eastern royal sky to bring his parents up to attend his wedding. It didn't seem right for his parents not to be present at his wedding. But Xue Leihan actually disappeared at this time. And others didn't know where the passage was. Back then, in order to keep the heavens continent a secret, Xue Leihan had personally sealed all the passages. On the basis of complete sealing, he spent a lot of magical powers and a lot of time to open up a private passage. It could be said that without Xue Leihan's permission, even if 10 Saint Monarchs joined forces, they wouldn't be able to reach the heavens continent, but this also meant that this passage was a secret that only Xue Leihan knew about. No one else knew about it. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Even though Chu Yang's cultivation was very high, he was helpless in this situation. The Prime Minister and Great General Lan looked at each other in dismay as they saw the disappointment on the minister's face. They were helpless. Tianji, quickly help me find out where Dong Huang is now. Chu Yang sent a message to Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji quickly passed down the order. But Dong Huang was nowhere to be seen in the sea of people. It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. After staying for half a day, Chu Yang, who didn't manage to find Dong Wang's whereabouts, rushed back to the Demon Emperor Heaven in disappointment. Going back and forth was as fast as lightning, but the feeling of going back and forth was absolutely different. He came with excitement and happiness. "Father, Mother, I'm getting married, I'm going to bring you all over for the wedding banquet and tea." But when he went back, Chu Yang didn't know how frustrated he was. He was too impulsive in this matter. He was too impulsive. Time was too tight. Chu Yang made a plan. With his cultivation level, he could rush to the Eastern Royal Heavens, descend from the Eastern Royal Heavens, and bring his parents, Mo Tianji, and the others' families up. In total, it would take him less than 10 days to complete this journey. But what he didn't expect was that when everything was arranged and planned, the key person, Shui Leihan, just had to disappear. Regarding this, Chu Yang was extremely vexed. However, the moment he returned to the Demon Emperor's heaven, all he could see was red and colorful decorations, as if they had blotted out the sky. Chu Yang quickly put away the regret in his heart. He was the groom. What did he look like if he cried? As a groom, he had to look like a groom. Demon Emperor Heaven, Luohua City. At this moment, Luohua City, which had been baptized by the flames of war, was once again filled with flowers. Luohua City, which was devastated and covered in scorched earth, was restored to its former glory. It was even better than before. This time, the elf clan didn't hesitate to sprinkle the spring water of the spring of life that they had just cultivated. They even sprinkled countless flowers and trees on the ground, making the land within a radius of 30,000 miles full of fresh flowers and green grass. This time, the newly promoted elf emperor was going to marry the 4 empresses. It was a family matter. How could they not put in a lot of effort to prepare? Walking on the road was really like walking on satin flowers. Their eyes were full of vitality. It was really indescribably refreshing. After receiving the news, all the heroes rushed over. Many of the experts from the Demon Emperor Sky who were closer had already arrived. Every day, every hour, every moment, there would be countless new faces appearing. It was getting more and more lively. As the host of all this, Tang Clan's third young master Tang Yangwei was so busy these days that even when he went to the toilet, there were people waiting outside with money. This made Tang Yangwei furious. He exploded. "You don't even let me go to the toilet. Is there any logic to this?" Someone smiled obsequiously. "Cough, third young master. You can go to the toilet every day. But we don't have many opportunities to earn money. Please bear with us." Tang Yangwei was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he flew into a rage. "Bullsh *T, what do you mean I can do that every day? F***CK. You're the one, doing that every day." Chu Yang had just returned to the Demon Emperor Heaven when he was greeted with a flurry of punches. Not a single one of the brothers was missing, all of them gathered together. Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Ao Xieyun, Xia Donqiong, Mo Tianji, Rui Budong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Yao Ningning, Mo Lei Huyan Albua, Madame Mei, Lady Sacrifice, Chu Lu Gu Miaoling, and so on. Everyone was laughing and jumping. When they saw Chu Yang, they swarmed forward and flipped this minister Xianxia to the ground. Then, they jumped up one by one and started to fight. The women smiled and watched at the side. Then, they swarmed in to look for Mo Qinggu and the rest. Many of the experienced ones naturally went in to pass on their experience. Chu Yang was pressed down at the bottom by everyone. He smiled and begged for mercy. Spare me, spare me. This is my big day. Brothers, give me some face, give me some face. If it really is your big day, we will definitely give you some face. It's just that your big day is not today. Ha ha ha. The brothers laughed and jumped even more happily. After messing around for a while, everyone sat together to discuss the matter. After hearing that Chu Yang couldn't go down, everyone fell silent. Mo Tianji said, "Since that's the case, there's no other way. There's nothing we can do about it. We can go back and report when there's a chance in the future. The most important thing right now is, you see, the 4 brides can't stay here. They can't marry into their own families. Let's split the spoils first. Qingwu is obviously on my side. I'm sending my sister off to get married. This is a matter of course." Mo Tianji proudly said, "I am eldest uncle. I want to sit at the head of the table. This reason was perfectly justified. No one could say anything else. In your dreams, Gu Duxing said, our big western sky is responsible for sending off sister-in-law Butian to get married. That's settled, no one is allowed to fight with me over this. Whoever dares to snatch it will have to ask my black dragon sword. Alright, Mo Yuntian will be in charge of sending Xianxia off. Sister-in-law Xianxia likes to wear black, and our Mo Yuntian likes to wear black. It is a perfect match. Xia Danqiang rushed in. In order to fight for this spot, even the sky has turned black. Isn't Mo darker than black? Everyone laughed together. Our clear sky sect, our extreme heaven, Dong Wushang and Ao Xiaoyun spoke together, clearly unwilling to fall behind. The other brothers also started to fight. Mine. Mine. You're nothing. You don't have anything over there. Do you want sister-in-law to get married in a shabby manner? Get lost. What do you have over there? Quickly get lost. The first 3 spots were snatched away in the blink of an eye. The others were anxious, and they were about to get into a fight. Cough. Cough. I'll talk. Cough, cough. Yao Ningning coughed loudly, but everyone ignored her completely. The Grand Elder was furious. With a pu sound, he jumped onto the table and bellowed from above, all of you, stop. Listen to me. His voice was like thunder. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Immediately, they turned their heads, and their eyes were filled with amusement. Oh, not bad. You actually dare to shout at us. Do you know who I am? Dong Wushang looked askance. Not bad, you actually dare to stand on the table and talk to us. Why are you so arrogant? Ao Xiaoyun tilted his head. Come down. Obediently lie down and do push-ups. Otherwise, the few of us will pull you out and throw you into the cesspool. GMO, Luo Kudi and Rue Budong shouted loudly. I haven't finished speaking. Wait for me to finish speaking, then you can tell me what you want. Yao Ningning straightened her neck. I'll tell you. Zi Shiqing is our clan's. Everyone instantly started to jeer, but Yao Ningning continued loudly, sister-in-law Zi is the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao, and also the daughter of my mother's best friend, Aunt Ling Piaoping. The demon race is her mother's clan. Uncle Dong Huang is also the sworn brother of the heavenly emperor of Zi Hao. The two of them are the closest elders to sister-in-law Zi in this world. They have already instructed that no matter how you look at it, sister-in-law Zi has to set out from our demon emperor heaven. She has to marry from the demon imperial palace and marry into the Chu clan. My mother asked me to inform you of these matters. There's no room for discussion. Yao Tai had the backing of the East Emperor Demon Empress. At this moment, he was obviously very confident. His voice was also rough and full of aura. Unexpectedly, everyone objected in unison. No. Our sister-in-law should be sent off by us. No matter who wants to snatch her away, not even the East Emperor Demon Empress. You little rascal, how dare you use the East Emperor Demon Empress to pressure us? Everyone, beat him up. Dong Wushang shouted. Everyone present rubbed their palms and pulled Yao Ningning down to give him a beating. Yao Ningning complained incessantly. Bai Shixian, who was at the side, sighed. My fiancé's brain is really in a knot. Why doesn't he look at the situation before speaking? Among the people present, there were quite a few who had the status of heavenly emperor. Every one of them was at the peak of cultivation and was not inferior to the East Emperor Demon Empress. If they had discussed it properly, there might have been hope. They had said it well at the beginning, using the mother's clan and elders as the starting point. It was obviously righteous, and no one could refute it. However, the bad part was the last sentence. Inform? No room for discussion? Who do you think you are? Who do you think these people are? You're using the name of the East Emperor Demon Empress to pressure them. Aren't you looking for trouble and making yourself uncomfortable? In this world, other than their common boss Chu Yang, who else could suppress them? Countless flags fluttered in the wind around Luohua City. If one looked down from the sky, it seemed to be an ocean of flags below. Dancing with you, Xianxia. Conquering the world with you. The minister's wedding banquet, the whole world celebrates. Going to war with the extraterrestrial demons, swearing an oath. Drinking the minister's wine today, spilling blood in the purple cloud heavens tomorrow. Everlasting. The seas run dry and the rocks crumble. A man must drink the minister's wine, a man must fight in the purple cloud heavens. After drinking the minister's wine in this life, I have no regrets as a man. Going to war with the extraterrestrial demons, I don't have to fear being buried in the purple cloud heavens. In the most central position, a towering flag stood tall. It was no less than a few 100 feet long and wide. It fluttered in the wind. On the flag, there were 12 words that were particularly eye-catching. Cheers and drinks tonight. Fighting in the purple cloud heavens tomorrow. All kinds of flags were written to congratulate the newlyweds, and there were also flags to swear an oath to go to war. They were intertwined with each other, but it was so harmonious, because everyone knew. Minister Xianxia's wedding was actually a ceremony to fight the extraterrestrial demons in the heavenly imperial court. Minister Xianxia would announce to the world that she would fight the extraterrestrial demons on this day. Minister Xianxia was equivalent to using her wedding and wedding wine as a feast for the 10 worlds to gather and fight the extraterrestrial demons. Such a wedding banquet. It was the only one in history. Such a feast was the only one in the world. Everyone wanted to drink this cup of wine. Everyone could feel that this cup of wine could make the blood of their men burn to the extreme. Happy time always passed exceptionally quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 7th of October. There were still 3 days before Chu Yang married the 4 beauties. Tribulation's brothers left one after another in the past few days to go back and make preparations. Of course, they didn't return to their respective worlds. Instead, they returned to their own world's camp and prepared to send off the brides. That was because the representatives of the various worlds had arrived one after another. The great emperors who didn't do their jobs ran out one by one in advance. The ceremonial team followed behind. They were still slower by more than 10 days. Of course, for such a large ceremonial team, this speed and this distance were already commendable. From the 7th of October onwards, it seemed that time had suddenly slowed down as if it had stopped. Everyone felt that time was really passing too slowly. Everyone couldn't wait for the arrival of the 10th day of the new year. Luohua City, a sea of people, there seemed to be no adjectives that could describe the enthusiasm here. All the experts of the 10 great worlds from all over the world had gathered here. Countless old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years suddenly reunited here. They held hands and looked at each other, as if a lifetime had passed. Then, there was ecstatic drinking. At the same time, there were also countless people of the pugilistic world who were sworn enemies with each other who accidentally met here. However, they didn't fight on the spot. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Either you die, or I die. But it's too easy for you to die in my hands. I think so too. We're about to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Let's see who's better on the battlefield. If you die in the hands of the extraterrestrial demons, I will let go of your family, and the enmity will be settled. You too, if you die in the hands of the extraterrestrial demons, I won't pursue your family. If you and I are lucky enough to survive this battle, we will determine the winner based on the merits of slaughtering the extraterrestrial demons. The one with the lower merits will commit suicide to atone for his crime. This will be considered as settling the enmity. That's right. The one with the lower merits really doesn't deserve to live in this world. If I don't kill as many enemies as you, I deserve to die. If you're not as good as me, don't complain. We're the same, and we die without resentment. We're the same, and we die without resentment. Let's have a drink at the minister's wedding and get drunk before the enmity. Okay. See you on the battlefield of the extraterrestrial demons. Life in the pugilistic world is just a cup of wine, and we can talk about life and death grudges. Okay, such a scene happened almost every moment in Luohua City. The grudges of the martial world and the open-mindedness of the imperial court experts were all revealed at this moment. Who said that men were not upright? Who said that the common people were not broad-minded? Even the most narrow-minded people felt their blood boiling at this moment. They were not inferior to their opponents at all. There were even many people who suddenly felt, damn it, I was a real man just now. Why didn't they realize it before? The first half of their lives were simply in vain. Luohua City was filled with the fragrance of flowers and wine. Finally, it was the beginning of the day. Tomorrow was the official day of the minister's wedding. Everyone's blood was boiling at the same time, but their hearts were so nervous that they seemed to be unable to beat. Luohua City, which had been noisy for a month, was inexplicably quiet today. The darkness before dawn, the silence before the explosion. Everyone felt that when the next sound was made, the entire imperial court would instantly explode. Shui Leihan, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared in Chu Yang's palace. Chu Yang, congratulations on your wedding. Shui Leihan waved his hand. My gift to you for your wedding is a surprise. Chu Yang abruptly stood up. He rubbed his eyes hard. Father. Mother. Third uncle. You. Chu Yang was so surprised at this moment that he was incoherent. He was so happy that his heart almost exploded, but tears suddenly flowed down. He thought that there were still regrets in his wedding. Among his relatives, other than Chu Le, he had no regrets. No one else would be fated to attend it. Unexpectedly, in front of him were Chu Feiling, Yang Rulan, Chu Yang's family and Chu Yang's friends in Heaven Imperial Court. Mo Tianji's family. In addition, there were two beautiful little guys, Yu Xiaodai and Chu Yang's son, little Tai Yang. The relatives and friends that Chu Yang wanted to bring over were all here at this moment. Not a single one of them was missing. All of them had appeared here. Yang Rulan saw them and rushed over without a word, tears streaming down her face. She hugged her son tightly. However, after the ecstasy, Chu Yang was unanimously criticized. His ears hurt because Yang Rulan had already pinched them. You little bastard, your wedding is such a big thing and you actually want to do it yourself. You are unfilial. Do you know you're wrong? Chu Yang bared his teeth and begged for mercy. The surrounding guards lowered their heads. They simply couldn't bear to watch. However, they really wanted to see a rare scene where Minister Chu was defeated. Minister Chu, the number one person under the heavens, was being pulled by the air like this. This scene was really sweaty. Seeing Chu Yang having a joyous reunion with his family, Shui Leihan smiled. Chu Yang, the surprises aren't over yet. There will be more to come. There's another surprise that you'll see tomorrow. I'll make a move first. Shui Leihan's figure disappeared in a flash. Early October. In the afternoon, while Luohua City was busy with the final preparations, suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. A total of 10 huge flying ships flew in from afar in a neat formation. The density of his aura was truly earth-shattering. On the flying ship, the words "Great Overarching Heaven" shone brightly. It had already revealed the identity of the person who had come. Everyone knew that it was the exalted celestial emperor, Zi Wuji. However, everyone still found it strange. The other celestial emperors had also arrived, and they had arrived a long time ago. However, they were all in their own territories and were not as ostentatious as the Great Overarching Heaven. Such a formation didn't seem to be here to congratulate, but to fight. Could it be that the Lord of Great Overarching Heaven, Zi Wuji, was going to be an uninvited guest? The flying ship of the Great Overarching Heaven was still in midair, but Shui Leihan, dressed in white, had already rushed up like an arrow. As soon as he saw this, Shui Leihan knew that something was wrong. Zi Wuji's momentum was so great that although it made sense to say that he was marrying off his daughter, the momentum he was displaying was somewhat confusing. Shui Leihan was afraid that something would happen. He was afraid that Zi Wuji would lose his temper at this time. That would be terrible, so he hurriedly went up to meet him. He knew that Zi Wuji had a fiery temper. Over here. Dong Wusheng, Gu Duxing, Xia Donqiong and Mo Tianji were now specialized in dealing with this fiery temper. Once Zi Wuji flared up on the spot, what awaited him was probably a group of people with twice the strength of De. Not only Zi Wuji, but Shui Leihan also couldn't bear the consequences. Moreover, when the truth was revealed, the ones who would be really embarrassed would not be these people who were fighting, but Chu Yang and Zi Shiqing. Shui Leihan arrived on the flying ship in an instant. I say, what are you doing here in such an aggressive manner? Shui Leihan's face darkened. When Zi Wuji saw Shui Leihan, he immediately remembered his past behavior. He instinctively lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "My elder brother's daughter is getting married, which is equivalent to my own daughter getting married." Of course I have to observe what kind of husband my niece is. What nonsense are you observing? Since when is it your turn to observe? Who do you think you are? Shui Leihan glared at him. I'm telling you, you better behave yourself. Do you think you're so great as the great overarching heaven emperor? I'm also telling you, you really can't count the great emperors here who can act according to plan. If you really kick up a fuss, the one who will be unhappy in the end will definitely be your niece. You better think about it carefully. Ziwuji was a little dazed when he heard this. He lowered his head and said, then, can I send her off? Send her off. That's possible. Shui Leihan suddenly realized and said, quick, quick. Come with me, let's go find Xianxia and see if she can snatch it. Snatch it? Ziwuji was a little petrified. What do you mean snatch it? How can you snatch it? Can this thing be snatched? Shui Leihan pulled him along and flew out. Stop spouting nonsense. Just follow me, Demon Imperial Palace. What? Shui Leihan and Ziwuji were dumbfounded. We can't snatch the right to send her off? Why? That shouldn't be the case. We have manners, relationships, and people here. Everything is ready. Even if someone doesn't allow them to send her off, there's no reason for them not to let us do it. The Demon Empress and I are the closest relatives of Xi Shiqing's parents. Shui Leihan is Xi Hao's sworn brother, and the Demon Empress is Ling Piaping's best friend and the Demon Clan's leader. Even if we don't say anything, you should rush to find us to preside over the situation. How can such a situation happen? The Demon Empress flew into a rage. Those little bastards, how dare they not give us face? Humph. One day. I'll teach them a lesson one by one. Shui Leihan comforted the Demon Empress while letting a certain lady tell them the whole story from beginning to end. After hearing the whole story, Shui Leihan and Ziwuji fainted. That's not right. How can you say that? Using the two of us to suppress them. One minister and 5 great emperors. We really can't suppress them. In the past, they were characters that could be killed with a single breath. But now, the problem is, the change is too fast. The 3 of them looked at each other, speechless for a long time. After a long time, Ziwuji suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, Shui Leihan, Yao Xianxia. You two are good. Really good. My elder brother's daughter is getting married, but now you can't even snatch the right to send her off. You. Before he finished speaking, a certain emperor punched his left and right eyes at the same time. He instantly turned into a panda. What are you shouting for? Snatch it if you can. Yao Xianxia pursed her lips. She felt a little uncomfortable. I'll snatch it then, I don't believe it. Ziwuji rushed out angrily. Shui Leihan and Yao Xianxia looked at each other and said at the same time, Maybe there's really hope. Let's go. Because the two of them immediately thought of Ziwuji's identity. He was Xi Shiqing's uncle and the only blood relative in this world. This was the most powerful sure-kill trump card. Why? Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyun slammed the table and stood up. A total of 4 sisters-in-law were being sent off, and Mo Tianji had taken one of them due to his advantage as the eldest brother-in-law. Gu Duxing also took one of the places. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had a sword, a fist, and was the second brother. Everyone had to bear with it even if they couldn't bear it. Xia Danqiong shamelessly said that Wu Chanxian likes black clothes, but Mo Yuntian prefers black clothes and actually took one of the places. In order to get one of the places, he even said that his sky was black, so there was no way. In the end, only Xi Shiqing, Dong Wushang, and Ao Xieyun joined forces and forcibly suppressed the others. They snatched this hard-won qualification. The other 3 all got one each, but only the 2 of them got one. This result made the 2 of them, who wanted to monopolize it, feel uncomfortable. Now, there was an even more ruthless person who wanted to snatch away the right to send off Xi Shiqing. How could the 2 of them tolerate this? Ziwuji stood as straight as a mountain, calm and fearless. Why? What right do you have to point fingers here? Which girl doesn't leave from her maternal family when she gets married? The 2 of you are unreasonable, and the way you do things is even more ridiculous. How dare you ask me why? Dong Wushang said angrily, the two of us represent Sister Xinla's family. Zi Wuji sneered. You represent? Can you represent me? How come I don't know about the existence of the two of you? What relationship do you have with me that you can represent me? Your Majesty Heavenly Emperor Wushang, I don't want to criticize a heavenly emperor, but what you said just now was too thoughtless. You can't say things casually. Dong Wushang listened to his sarcasm and flew into a rage. Without thinking, he was about to attack. Ao Xianyun stopped him. Ao Xianyun was extremely smart. He immediately figured out that something was wrong. This guy is too confident. He looked at Zi Wuji and said, since you say that we are not qualified, then please speak more clearly. Who is qualified, and what qualifications do we need? Zi Wuji said fiercely, Zi Xiqing is the daughter of Zi Hao, the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, right? Ao Xianyun said unhappily, nonsense. P.S. The update was late. I was also helpless. I've just crawled out of the abyss. This was how things turned out. Last night, on Chinese Valentine's Day, I went to eat teppanyaki with my wife. After we finished eating, we went out to shop. While we were shopping, my wife entered a specialty store. I waited at the door. When I saw her come out, I followed behind her. As he followed, he muttered in his heart, damn, who's this guy next to her? After following a few shops, he couldn't help but ask, who is this? When the woman turned around, I immediately ran away. Damn, I mistook her for someone else. The most tragic thing was that he couldn't find the store his wife had entered. Really, what was even more tragic was that my phone was in my wife's bag. I had to find a public phone to call before I could find her. His wife squinted her eyes and said, I saw you when you left with her, so I didn't call you. Let's see how long you've been following me. In the end, you're really good. You've been following me for half an hour. Isn't it beautiful? I was about to cry. It's really strange. Long hair, similar clothes, similar figure. Who could recognize her, not to mention a blind person like me? As long as someone changes their hairstyle, I can't recognize them, let's not talk about it. The more I talk about it, the more I cry. Zi Wuji, on the other hand, was not angry. He pointed to his own nose and said, how is this nonsense? Let me tell you, this old man's surname is also Zi, and his full name is Zi Wuji. I am Zi Hao's younger brother, his blood brother. Zi Wuji leaned closer to the two dumbfounded faces and said fiercely, Qing and I are blood brothers of the same mother. Do you understand this relationship? Since he had already said so much, what else did they not understand? Dong Wushang and Ao Xianyun were completely dumbfounded. Zi Wuji laughed heartily, two great emperors, do you know what it means to be an uncle? A blood aunt? What do you mean by family? Other than Qing, who else is more qualified than me to send her off to get married? Ao Xianyun said weakly, what evidence do you have? Just because you say you are, you are? In fact, when he said this, he had already believed it in his heart. He was just making a last-ditch struggle because he was really unwilling to give up, Zi Wuji said, both the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress can testify to this. Could it be, that with my identity, I would lie to you? Now the two of you can go do whatever you need to do. I won't send you off. Dong Wushang and Ao Xianyun were completely speechless. They lowered their heads and looked frustrated, refusing to move no matter what. It was really not easy. He had spent so much effort and made so many wishes. Only then did he manage to appease the other brothers and snatch the last chance to send her off. In the end, it was snatched away by a few words from someone else. Moreover, this person's identity was special. They did not even have a reason to snatch it. It was too tragic. By the time Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress rushed over, Zi Wuji's side had already won a great victory. Looking at the two great emperors opposite them who were like defeated roosters, the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress burst into laughter. Hee hee, this is called breaking up. If you two don't want us to send you off as your family, then don't count on us. Dong Wushang and Ao Xianyun glared innocently. I say, the two of you are donkeys. You don't want to lead us, but you want to beat us back. The Demon Empress finally found a chance to vent as she scolded. At that time, I already asked Ningning to tell you the truth and reason. It was clear that all the conditions were on our side, but you had to pester us endlessly, saying that we were bullying you. Look at you now. Are you comfortable now? Satisfied. Right? Are you satisfied? Humph. Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyun stood there like dumbfounded geese. They were in a daze as they allowed the high-spirited demon empress to scold them. For a moment, he was so dejected that he didn't even want to say anything. However, Ziwu soon encountered a new problem, an extremely troublesome one. He could handle everyone. There was only one person he couldn't handle, and that was Xianxia herself. Xianxia came out. Uncle? Hearing this, Xianxia was confused. Everyone in the Z clan, except for me, died in the fall of the purple cloud heavens. How can I still have an uncle? Impossible, impossible. Ziwu was so anxious that he opened and closed his mouth, but no words came out. Xianxia's words were very straightforward. But it really made him speechless. If he was really a man of the Z clan, he should have died in the purple cloud heavens together. Since he didn't, he definitely wasn't a man of the Z clan. This logic was not difficult to understand, but it was an endless loop. Shui Leihan hurried forward and explained. However, Xianxia was still a little confused, and even a little resistant. It was no wonder that Xianxia would have such a reaction. For countless years, she had always been alone. Tomorrow was the day of her wedding, but today, a person who claimed to be her biological uncle came knocking on her door. Since she had an uncle, why had there been no news for so many years? Since she had an uncle, why hadn't she tried to avenge her father? Since she had an uncle, why had she been hiding her identity for so many years? Since she had an uncle, why hadn't she gone to settle the score with the saint? There were countless questions. They lay across Xianxia's heart. They also lay between her and Ziwu. She really wanted to say. Then what's the use of having you as an uncle? If your niece married an ordinary person and lived a lowly life, would you simply not acknowledge me? This question had once filled Xianxia's heart. However, she didn't say it in the end. She just looked coldly and indifferently at Ziwu, the heavenly emperor of the Daluo heaven who claimed to be her biological uncle. However, he only looked at her indifferent expression, and her gaze that was almost ignoring him. Ziwu already felt as if he had been hit in the head, and even his heart ached. Child, I really am your uncle. Back then, I let Big Brother down. Ziwu explained with difficulty. At this moment, he felt more and more that his mouth was actually so clumsy. Shui Leihan let out a long sigh and went forward to explain. Girl, we all know and also understand that you won't be able to accept it in a short time. However, this matter was your father's decision back then. Just like our Shui clan back then, all the eggs would not be placed in one basket. If the entire basket was broken, then wouldn't all the eggs be broken at the same time? There has to be a backup plan. It's not that your uncle didn't rush to the purple cloud heavens to help back then. In fact, he did go, but he was attacked by an expert of unknown origin on the way and was seriously injured. After that, he had always wanted to avenge your father, but I stopped him. Because if he really went to seek revenge, there would be no other outcome other than courting death. Ziwu stood clumsily at the side, nervously waiting for the judgment of fate. He felt that he had a clear conscience. However, he didn't understand how to explain his clear conscience to a girl who thought she was an orphan and had lived alone for such a long time. Putting himself in her shoes, if it were me, Ziwu, would I accept it so readily? Shui Leihan explained from the side, bit by bit, and Yao Xian'er also helped to explain. However, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all, and didn't improve at all. Ziwu was a little nervous, and looked at Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyun for help. The two glared back at him fiercely, their eyes threatening. Aren't you quite fierce? Quite proud, aren't you? It turns out that you're such an uncle. My horizons have been broadened today. Although they didn't say it out loud, but this sentence was clearly expressed in their eyes. Ziwu once again released a pleading look. Help me, humph. The two raised their heads and rolled their eyes at the same time. Ao Xieyun finally walked up and said casually, "Oh, why do you need so much explanation for this kind of thing? Our sister-in-law isn't someone who doesn't understand things. It's just that these things came too suddenly. After all, they're related by blood. Even if you want to deny it, you can't deny it. Don't you think so, sister-in-law? Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to smile, but tears flowed out at once. She said, yes, I'm a little, unable to accept it. I've always been an orphan. But someone suddenly told me that I have parents, that my parents are heroes. They didn't appear all this time. This I can accept, because they all fell as heroes. I'll only feel proud. But now I know that I actually have relatives. My uncle is also the Heavenly Emperor, and he wants to come and take me back on the day before my wedding. Tears streamed down Xianxia's face. She tried her best to stop Min's mouth, but she finally burst into tears. She cried, But I've always thought of myself as an orphan. For so long, Shui Leihan, Yao Xian, Zi Wuji, and the other two lowered their heads sadly, but they couldn't continue to explain. Everything happened so suddenly, each of you has such strong strength, such huge forces, but I've been an orphan for so long. The demon empress held Xianxia in her arms, her heart aching. She patted her back and comforted her gently. It's okay, it's okay. In the future, everything will be fine. Good child, don't cry, but Xianxia continued to cry loudly. Shui Leihan looked at Zi Wuji. She needs some time to get used to it. The blood connection can't be erased by time. There's no need to rush. Zi Wuji nodded repeatedly, his face red. He rubbed his hands and said repeatedly, It's good that she's okay. That's great, Shui Leihan warned, when you see Yang tomorrow, you have to be more polite. This child has been with him for so many years. Only Yang treats her well. If you're rude to Yang, you have to be careful that your niece will embarrass you on the spot. Shui Leihan said seriously, she'll definitely do it. You know, don't make things difficult for yourself, or you'll feel very comfortable. Zi Wuji cried out as if he had been wronged, how can I still have the mood to denounce her now? How would I dare to? When I see Yang, I'll just treat him like a little ancestor. If he wants to slap my mouth, after slapping my left cheek, I'll smile and put my right cheek closer. After slapping both cheeks, I'll massage his hands. Don't tire yourself out. Is this okay? Is this sincere enough? Get lost. Shui Leihan laughed. You're so talkative. Why didn't I realize that your mouth was so talkative before? The last storm before the wedding ceremony was finally over. Watching Xianxia being taken away by Zi Wuji as if she was his ancestor, Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyun finally lost all their energy. Damn it. Dong Wushang squinted, sulking. Zi Wuji, that old bastard, didn't even say thank you before he left. If I knew, I should have left him alone for a while longer, Ao Xieyun snorted coldly. Humph, now you know how to take credit. Just now, I didn't see you go to comfort sister-in-law and smooth things over. I had to do it myself. Dong Wushang smiled apologetically. You're still the best at this, you're the best. Ao Xieyun's face was full of disgust. Stop right there, how can you make such a face? Is this still Great Emperor Wushang? Dong. Wushang sighed deeply. Isn't it all because I've been smiling apologetically to those grandsons these past few days in order to get the right to send off the bride? Now that I've arrived, I still haven't gotten it. It's really F***ing depressing. My waist hurts like hell. This time, I can clearly feel that it's the lumbar spine that hurts again, not the muscles. When I suddenly relaxed, I felt as if my whole body had been emptied of fatigue. There will be an update tomorrow, just that it might be a little late. 10th of October, this day had finally arrived, just as the darkness before dawn was about to end, and the first ray of light was about to appear. Suddenly, 18 forces smashed into the sky from the ground, boom, they exploded in the sky at the same time, the entire mountain, river, and earth trembled violently. The sky suddenly became bright. At this moment, a ray of sunlight jumped out from the distant horizon, then, the whole world was suddenly filled with the sound of cannons. It was deafening, the cheers of the crowd followed, the morning breeze blew, and it was mighty in the world. Tens of thousands of flags fluttered at the same time. The majestic sound of the horn, at this moment, reverberated throughout the world. No matter how pretentious one was, at this moment, they did not feel sleepy at all. They rolled up and looked excited. What was about to begin was the grandest wedding in the history of the heavenly imperial court. It was also the most significant and far-reaching wedding in history. Countless people, both near and far, swarmed towards the high platform. However, everyone was very restrained. The crowd was boiling in all directions, but it was very orderly and not chaotic at all. Under the gaze of everyone, a figure rushed up to the sky, Meng Wuya. It was just one person rushing up, but under the deliberate surge of his cultivation, it made a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Minister Xianxia's wedding ceremony begins now. Meng Wuya felt that today was the most glorious day of his life. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "I am Meng Wuya, the master of ceremonies for this wedding." There was a tsunami of cheers from below. "Next, let me introduce this wedding to everyone." Meng Wuya raised his voice, "Everyone is from the Jianhu, and there is no need for formalities. I am just saying. Everyone, just listen." Far away, Mo Tianji was speechless. Is this guy here to tell stories or to perform? In any case, he does not look like a master of ceremonies. If not for the fact that I am his uncle today, I would have rushed up. Today is the big day of Minister Chu's wedding. Brothers from all over the world have rushed here to congratulate us. I would like to thank everyone on behalf of all the old and young masters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Meng Wuya raised his voice and shouted. Countless people below shouted, "You're welcome, haha, as long as there's good wine." That's right, that's right. We can attend Minister Chu's wedding. It's our honor. This time, the meaning of the wedding was different. Moreover, they were going to make a declaration of war during the wedding. Therefore, this time, Chu Yang and the others would not follow the original traditional way of discussing. Instead, they adopted some methods. It was a more hot-blooded method. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he did not follow the conventional way at all. Meng Wuya faced the cheers of the crowd and laughed in the air. Next, I would like to introduce the guests who have come to congratulate us. Every one of them is a big shot, a real big shot. Eastern Royal Sky, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor, Demon Emperor Sky, Her Majesty the Demon Empress, His Majesty the Extreme Heaven Wu Shang, His Majesty the Solitary Emperor, His Majesty the Green Heaven, His Majesty the Evil Cloud Emperor. The list was only read out a few names that were closer to the front. Very soon, it was interrupted by the cheers of the crowd. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful. Even just the Eastern Royal Demon Empress at the front was already enough. Below, there was a series of great emperors. It seemed that 8 out of 10 of the great emperors of the Heaven Imperial Court were here. Meng Wuya could only appease the crowd and continue reading. When he finished reading Qibei Heaven Emperor Yan Yang Lord Longinghuan, the people below were so excited that they were going crazy. It turned out that it was not 8 out of 10, but 11 out of 10. Not only were there great emperors and empresses, there was also an even more important heavenly emperor Mo Tianji. To let everyone know, other than the above-mentioned guests, Gmo the Lonesome Emperor, Rui Butong the Great Emperor of Thieves, Luo Kudi the Great Emperor of Wolfsword are the groomsmen of this wedding. Just as Meng Wuya said this, someone suddenly shouted, "I'm also the groomsman." On the other side, a deep voice full of anger said, "Me too, I'm also the groomsman." Before he finished speaking, a golden dragon and a black saber suddenly appeared in midair. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they instantly understood. It seemed like Wu Shang and Evil Cloud's great emperor were also going to be groomsmen. Meng Wuya was stunned. This time, he was really stunned. "Brother, this was not what was written in the script. Weren't the two of you the representatives of the wedding party? Why did you run over to be the groomsmen now? You didn't follow the plot in the script. How do you expect me to continue?" When the other brothers saw this scene, they were also stunned. What was going on with these two people? What was going on? However, when they saw that these two fellows were so suppressed that they looked like they were about to explode, as if they wanted to fight with someone, everyone was very tactful and did not ask. Also, Wu Shang the Great Emperor, Dong Wu Shang, and Evil Cloud's Great Emperor, Ao Xieyun, are also the specially invited groomsmen of this wedding. Meng Wuya's brain was a little tangled. Obviously, he did not understand what was going on. But even if the script was distorted, he still had to continue. And the cheers below became even louder. Obviously, no one knew that these two people were not in the original script. Instead, when they saw how aggressive these two people were, the atmosphere became even more lively. At this point, this small episode was considered to have come to an end. Everything that followed was back on track. The various programs started one after another. First, it was naturally the introduction of the groom, bride, Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Tai Badian, Wu Qianshan, and the rest. It was just a few sentences, and the introductions were just like that. However, when it came to Xianxia at the end, the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. The reason was only one sentence. The bride, Miss Xianxia, is the legendary daughter of the legendary heavenly emperor of Zishao. It was this sentence that caused everyone to fall into an unprecedented silence. Meng Wuya's voice reverberated in the air. Heavenly Emperor of Zishao, Lord Zihao, fought alone against the extraterrestrial demons in Zishao heavens. He fought to the last soldier and never took a step back. Until the final moment, he even fought to his death in Zishao heavens. The generosity of a hero. There is nothing more than this. 1,000,000 years later, it is still deafening and shocking. Now, his daughter is also getting married today. Heroes of the world, please pay your respects to the heroic heavenly emperor of Zishao. Our most sincere blessings to our beautiful bride today. Before Meng Wuya's voice died away. Boom, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. Daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zishao, descendant of the #1 hero of the heavenly imperial court, the #1 legend, this identity made Xianxia the focus of today's event. This was only the introduction, and the bride had not officially appeared yet. But there were already countless hot-blooded people who were shouting loudly. Miss C, I wish you and Lord Minister a long life together. A happy life. Miss C, please rest assured. The battle against the extraterrestrial demons is about to begin. We will definitely avenge the heavenly emperor of Zishao. Heroes will not be lonely. Reclaim Zishao heavens and comfort the countless heroes in heaven. Someone raised his arm and shouted. Thousands of people responded in an instant. Reclaim Zishao heavens. Send our congratulatory gifts to Miss C and the minister. Reclaim Zishao heavens and kill all the extraterrestrial demons. Salute the heroes. Such wild cheers. From afar, Xianxia, who was already prepared, heard it. Xianxia, who had already put on her makeup, once again burst into tears. At the side, Ziwuji clenched his fists, his burly body trembling slightly. His eyes were faintly watery. This is the legacy my father left for me. Tears flowed freely from Xianxia's eyes, but there was a proud smile on her lips. This is all the glory. All the blessings, all the reverence. This is the legacy my father left behind. As the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zishao, I only feel proud. I only feel proud. Even if I have to be smashed to pieces, I will never tarnish the reputation of my father and mother. Xianxia said softly, the battle of the extraterrestrial demons. I, the princess of Zishao heavens, will be the vanguard. This is my glory and also my responsibility. Although Xianxia's voice was soft at this moment, it was resolute and irrefutable. Ziwuji took a deep breath and said, yes, the Z family will be the vanguard. The name of the heavenly emperor of Zishao needs to be carried forward in our hands. Zishao heavens also needs to be in our hands to regain its glory. Xianxia bit her lips and nodded silently. This was the first time she acknowledged and responded to her uncle, Ziwuji. A red cloth slowly covered Xianxia's head. Her eyes were also covered under the red veil. But at this moment, Xianxia clearly saw two people in front of her smiling at her, their faces full of meticulous love. One of them was dressed in purple and had a burly figure. The other was dressed in white and had hair like clouds. His eyes were gentle and filled with pity. The two of them looked at her affectionately. In a trance, Xianxia closed her eyes and murmured in her heart, Father, Mother. Thank you. Please don't worry, your daughter will definitely be happy. Your daughter will definitely not bring shame to father and mother's reputation. The ceremony outside was still going on. The next segment was the congratulatory gifts sent by the various heavenly emperors. Wave after wave of congratulatory gifts competed with each other and were all-encompassing, dazzling everyone. The answer was that everyone had already lost the power to be shocked, they had already been shocked silly from the beginning. Then, the various heavenly emperors went on stage to speak and express their congratulations. Mo Tianji watched everything that was happening with a smile from afar. Right now, it was not yet his turn to appear. As he read, he pondered carefully, trying to see if there was anything he had missed. This had always been his habit. Finding out his own shortcomings and correcting them, eliminating the hidden dangers as much as possible before they appeared. This was the work that Mo Tianji had been doing all his life. He worked tirelessly and never slacked off for a moment. Above his head, the big flag rustled and turned into rolling clouds. It seemed that everything was normal and there was nothing out of the ordinary. But gradually, Mo Tianji discovered that there seemed to be something wrong. Although he could not figure out what the problem was for the time being, there really was a problem. This would happen. Chu Lu'er was accompanying Mo Qingwu inside. Even at this juncture, the two women who had always been at odds were still arguing. After today, you will have to call me sister-in-law. Humph, then what will you call me in the future? Naturally, I will call you little sister like Chu Yang. Isn't this a matter of course? Come on, you didn't hear what I said. I said in the future. Is it not a matter of course for me to call you little sister like Mo Tianji? If you don't mind, I can do that. Let's talk about the future in the future. Anyway, you will have to call me sister-in-law very soon. Very soon. Do you dare to not call me that? Indeed, I don't dare to not call you sister-in-law, but do you dare to call me little sister? The two women pouted at the same time. Both of them felt that they had won, but they also felt that they had lost. She was married to the other party's elder brother, and the other party's elder brother's wife was her. This sentence was incoherent. It was very *ket up, but it was the portrayal of this woman's current state of mind. At this moment, Mo Tianji's voice came from outside. Lu'er. His voice was heavy and there was a hint of worry in it. Chu Lu'er hurriedly walked out. What's wrong? What happened? Something's wrong. The wind today is very strange. Mo Tianji looked at the fluttering flag above his head. It can't be? Chu Lu'er said, there was originally no wind here today. Didn't you arrange it yourself? You let many experts hide in the wind. You used your own cultivation to create the wind and used it to blow the flag endlessly? The wind started from 5,000 miles away, and the flag flew all the way and was not allowed to droop for even a moment. How did it become strange now? What you said was indeed arranged by me. But there's a loophole in it. Mo Tianji frowned. A loophole that can be easily exploited. Exploited? Chu Lu'er was very smart. You mean, poison? Yes, poison. Mo Tianji paced. It's too easy for the Saint and Xianxia to come in and cause trouble in such a big event. They only need to change their appearances. We won't be able to recognize them. So, they must be in the crowd below now, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Mo Tianji frowned and deduced bit by bit. No matter what, the Saint and Saint Empress are the eyes of the Saint. It's Chu Yang and us who destroyed the foundation that the Saint had built over millions of years. The Saint must hate us the most now. Now, the core figure Chu Yang is getting married. If I were the Saint, I wouldn't let such a beautiful event go smoothly for Chu Yang. I'd definitely add flowers to the brocade. Otherwise, it would be too stifling. Based on your description, Xianxia might not be a poison expert, but she's an expert in this field. She should have some rare poisons in her hands. As long as she cooperates well, it'll be the easiest to use in such a situation. So, they definitely won't give up such a great opportunity. And if I want to cause trouble, the effect will be limited if I do it from afar. It'll be easy to alert the enemy. Moreover, if I poison a few insignificant people, the impact on Chu Yang will be negligible. So, I have to sneak into the core level. Then, I'll start. Only then can I cause the most effective damage. At least, I can make a considerable number of people uncomfortable. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed as he analyzed layer by layer. Beside him, Chu Lu'er's expression had already changed. Although Xianxia's poison techniques aren't as profound and pure as yours, it shouldn't be a big problem for her to concoct. Shadowless poison, of the heavenly treasures that the Saint Monarch has collected over the past millions of years, there must be a portion of them that are highly toxic. However, in the previous harvests, we basically haven't seen anything that is highly toxic. This means that those have already been used and transformed into some kind of poison, or a few kinds of special effects. If they have such a reserve, as long as they take it out in such an occasion, it'll be the most suitable and most effective. And today, I'm afraid that even the heavens are helping them. The enemy Heavenly Emperor, Mo Tianji, actually cooperated and ordered a saint-level expert to fan the wind so that the spread of the poison would be more effective. They must be thinking this way. Mo Tianji muttered to himself, and the more people there are, the better. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Even if they don't succeed, they'll be able to make Chu Yang feel disgusted. If I were the Saint Monarch, I'd be letting myself down if I let go of such an advantageous opportunity for revenge. I'd be as stupid as a pig. Mo Tianji muttered to himself, so, the Saint Monarch and the Saint Empress will definitely take action today. Chu Lu'er was already dumbfounded by his conjecture. Suddenly, she had an idea. She smiled and said, "You're scaring me again. You've already guessed the enemy's possible methods and even used the wind as bait. I'm sure you already have a comprehensive countermeasure. Yet, you're telling me all this. Are you trying to show that your wisdom is as vast as the sea and that nothing in this world can escape from the hands of the heavens?" Mo Tianji was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Lu'er, you think too highly of me. How could I have guessed the enemy's movements early on? The original intention of fanning the wind today was really just to put on a show. But it's also thanks to this wind that I was able to see the opportunity before the huge change. I hope it's not too late." "Ah? Then what should we do?" Chu Lu'er asked. When she heard that Mo Tianji actually didn't see the opportunity first and didn't make any preparations beforehand, she became anxious. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Don't worry." Mo Tianji's face became as cold and steady as a rock. He said, "If we want to take revenge, the best time is when we worship the heavens and the earth. That's when everyone's guard is the lowest. It's also the easiest and most crucial moment to cause the most damage. At the very least, the relatives from the Double Heavens continent, they definitely won't be able to resist the formless poison. As long as any one of them dies, today's revenge, it can already be considered a success. And when we worship the heavens and the earth." Mo Tianji looked at Chu Lu'er and said, "Lu'er, you'll be the bridesmaid." Chu Lu'er's expression changed. "You mean," Mo Tianji said, "all kinds of colorful and tasty poisons are just a joke to use in this situation. The only thing that can be used is the formless poison. Formless poisons, colorless poisons, and tasteless poisons." He looked deeply into Chu Lu'er's eyes. "Lu'er, I believe you're the clearest on how to make such a poison." Chu Lu'er bit her lip and nodded. All kinds of poisons are made with such a formula. Although it's ever-changing, it's always the same. It's a poison that can harm people's lives and a poison that can make people feel numb. There are only a few poisons in the world that can achieve such an effect. As long as you put in the effort, I believe you'll definitely be able to neutralize them." Mo Tianji said, "So, at the moment when you worship the heavens and the earth, especially at the beginning, you have to sprinkle the antidote without alerting anyone. You must succeed." Chu Lu'er heaved a sigh of relief. "That's not a problem at all. Just like you said, if we don't know about it beforehand, we might be caught off guard and it might be very troublesome to remedy it afterwards. But once we're prepared, it won't be a problem to prevent everyone from knowing about the poison. Oh right, you have to try your best to change your appearance in case they recognize you. I believe the Divine Empress will definitely have a deep impression of you," Mo Tianji said. "All right. Do you have any other instructions?" "Basically nothing. Your poison identification and detoxification is already very important and crucial. As long as you handle this properly, you don't have to worry about anything else. Then I'll go and prepare immediately. There doesn't seem to be much time left." "All right, go quickly." Mo Tianji nodded and watched as Chu Lu'er left hurriedly. Then, he waved his hand and called a few people over. Go and find the Solitary Emperor, Wu Shang, Jade Flower Emperor, Evil Cloud Emperor and Minister Chu immediately. Tell them to be careful of the saint during the worship. Just tell them these 8 words, that's all. Yes. As for GMO, Luo Kudi and Rue Butong, Mo Tianji didn't want to inform them. These few people weren't calm enough. If they revealed any flaws in their expressions, that would be really bad. As for Demon Empress Shui Leihan and the others, there was no need to inform them at all. As long as Gu Duxing and the others made the first move, these experienced people would be able to react instantly. At this point, even the smartest person in the world would probably heave a sigh of relief. But Mo Tianji was still thinking over and over again. Then, he called a few people over and gave them the same instructions. He repeatedly tried to find a flaw and realized that he really couldn't think of anything. He actually still couldn't relax. Today was the wedding day of Big Brother and his sister. Even if he felt a little uncomfortable, Mo Tianji wouldn't forgive himself. Maybe, this wedding isn't just a wedding ceremony and a declaration of war. Maybe I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone and even get rid of the Saint Empress and the Saint Monarch completely? Mo Tianji frowned and muttered in his heart, if that's the case, the outcome would be too perfect. According to my experience and the arrangements of the Heavenly Tao, it probably won't allow such a satisfactory thing to happen, so, there will definitely be a flaw and an unforeseen event. Mo Tianji frowned. He thought hard but couldn't think of anything. Finally, he took out a copper coin. He muttered to himself, a person's strength is sometimes limited. This is my limit. It seems. I can only use this thing again, to see if there are any loopholes. At this moment, Mo Tianji's cautiousness as well as his ability to prepare for a rainy day had reached the peak of perfection. I'll see if I can write in the afternoon. If I can't, please understand. P.S. Brothers, the mobile game of the same name adapted from my novel Legend of Ling Tian will be available for download at 3:00 p.m. today. The download address is hp://lsc Daibo. It will be available for Android and Jailbreak at the same time. Everyone can choose the corresponding version to download. Aren't you very excited? I'm also quite excited to see my previous work being interpreted in another form. It feels quite different. This time, it's a limited open beta. There are only 5 people available. First come, first served. Those who download today will be able to get a preemptive download package when the server opens at 10:00 a.m. tomorrow. Dear readers, I'll be waiting for you at Legend of Ling Tian tomorrow. For those who are unable to open the download link, please enter the address, hp://lsc Daibo in the system browser and download. End of chapter 2667. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.